I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
I'm sure you have, Jerry. I'm sure you have. And it's Joe Baby and Sam Lubman in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Morning Roast. Bonte and Shasky, they got the Doobie Awards tomorrow, so we thought, let's get them prepped, get them primed, go get the mani and pedi, go get the massages, go relax, go hit the spa. It's a spa day for the boys. So we took initiative. Spa. Yeah, we took the initiative here, Sam Lubman, to give them the day off. And you got Spadoni and Lubman from 6 to 10 right here on 95.7 The Game. So good morning to all of you. Just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. It's the holiday season. Whether you're celebrating Hanukkah, whether you're celebrating Christmas, if you don't celebrate anything and you're just enjoying the winter, it's going to get wet, by the way, this week. I don't know if you guys know this. So please be driving safe out there. It's going to be a wet winter here in the Bay Area. It's been foggy a lot, too. But we got a lot to get into today, Sam Lubman. I am so excited for this guest list that we're going to reveal here in about, 10 minutes or so. But we got 49ers, Dolphins. And yes, there is still a regular season happening. I know everyone wants to jump forward in time to talk about Brock Purdy, talk about Deebo Samuel, talk about Kyle Shanahan. But no, we still have to talk about some football taking place. And the 49ers will be traveling to Miami to take on Mike McDaniel, Tua, Jalen Waddle, maybe Tyreek Hill, who had a weird tweet yesterday we can get into, in the Miami Dolphins. Warriors, they're taking on the Memphis Grizzlies tonight, Sam Lubman, right here on 95.7 The Game. You're home for Golden State Warriors basketball. 5 o'clock tip, 4 o'clock Warriors live with that. And then obviously Warriors wrap up. We'll have all your calls and text in regards to that. They're hoping to get back in the win column. They've lost 8 of their last 10. And Dennis Schröder going to be making his Warriors debut tonight. What's going on, bud? How you doing?
Yeah, hello there, man. There was a lot of fun stuff going on, especially, I always love when you got wet weather coming in. I'm dreaming of a wet Christmas, as I like to say here in California.
You and I both, brother.
Oh, man, there is just a ton going on. No drones in the sky today, by the way. I didn't see any on the way in.
No, just me droning on and on, am I right?
Oh, that's the morning drone. That's what we do today. And a big day because we got the great Steven Risotto pressing all the buttons today behind the glass here.
Wow, I got Steven Risotto. The guy covers the Giants. I was going to say better than anyone else, but I got the other guy right beside me here, Sam Lubman, baseball guys.
Risotto's much higher up on that list than I am.
Hey, let's not forget who asked the second question.
Ooh. Oh, that is true. I did get that
at the press conference.
He did.
I did assert myself to the front of the line. So
Willie Adamas presser, Sam Lubman, question numero dos behind Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle. And Steven Risotto already feeling ballsy this morning, cracking the mic less than 10 minutes into the show, 6:09. Exactly. Not mad at it. This confidence in the young guy.
I figured out how to do it. So, like Spadoni said, with great power comes great responsibility. Right. So I won't abuse it.
In fairness, that was Uncle Ben in regards to Peter Parker, and I stole it off that. My son is also named Benjamin, so there you go.
Oh, that's where
and also from? Ben Kenobi as well.
Of course.
Sam.
Ben Solo?
There's so many places that, no, I don't acknowledge the sequel. I don't acknowledge the sequel trilogy. There's so much to get into right now, and I think I want to start here with the 49ers. We still have a game to be played. We still have 3 games to be played. And I get it. Brock Purdy, the Sam Darnold stuff that Baldy was saying, we can get into all of that. But first and foremost, I want to start here. Who on this team has something to play for still in these next coming games? And I seem to think the quarterback obviously is the sexiest one, and we can get into that. But there's a lot of players on this team that I have severe question marks on and their status and their capabilities going forward with the squad. And one of them, and the number one for me, might be Deebo Samuel. And I know Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media yesterday, and he's not concerned about Deebo Samuel when it comes to him slowing down or anything like that. And I'll play it here in just a second. But just from what I've seen, him going at Tabor Pepper, him going at, social media, the fan base, tweeting, not backing up his play, dropping touchdowns. He just has not backed up all the talk that he has been saying and chatting and doing all season long. And I'm just disappointed in him this season. And, I'm a parent. I'm a father of 2.
Not angry, just disappointed.
And that's right. That's the worst thing that you can say.
Yeah,
it hurts, right? Yeah. I'm not angry at you, Sam. I'm just disappointed, right? It's just, you gotta see when I thought you could have gotten a B
you sound like our boss.
Or an A. Yeah, well, you know what? He's going to be very disappointed today, I'm sure. But that's all right.
We're in. So.
Well, it's all right. We love you, Matt Nahegan. He's probably listening right now. I hope he's going to bring donuts for us because that would cheer us up as well. But this is what Kyle Shanahan had to say yesterday during his weekly media presser leading into this Week 15 matchup against or is it Week 16? Week 16 now? Is that what we're in? I always get confused with the weeks because all the different buys and stuff like that. But
all these weeks, all these days blend together. It is Thursday today, right? Like that's
possibly.
That's where we're at.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Here's what Shanahan had to say about Deebo Samuel. He has not believed that he's slowed down.
Yeah, I don't think Deebo slowed down. I think, I think I think he got banged up earlier in the year. I thought he had an awesome training camp to where I'd say he didn't slow down at all. We were real excited going into the year, and I want to say it was week 2 he got hurt in. I think week 2 versus Minnesota, he had over 100 yards, and then we didn't get him versus the Rams. I don't know if he missed 2 games or 1, but it set him back for a few weeks. And then when he came back, he had the pneumonia, he had a rib thing, and I think that set him off for like a month where he couldn't practice as much. And when you build up a bunch in camp and then you miss a lot of time in practice, it is hard to maintain that stuff. But by no means do I think he's lost it or anything. And then his looks haven't been quite as good this year. I mean, just like for everybody, when the 10 guys around you aren't doing quite as good, whether it's him, whether it's the quarterback, whether it's O-line, you're not going to do as good as you did the year before.
He's going to be 29, Deebo Samuel, come January 15th. We're less than a month away from him being 29 years old. He's had his worst season as a pro when it comes to, games that he actually played in. 43 receptions, 569 receiving yards, 1 receiving touchdown. It's not good enough. And when I look at this team and I look at, yes, the contract that's eventually going to be paid to Brock Purdy because he will get paid, Sam Levin, I am circling Deebo Samuel within these last 3 games. Show me that you still got the juice. Show me that you could do something, right?
It does feel like we're seeing the final days of Deebo Samuel. And we've talked about, what are the biggest disappointments this year for the 49ers. And I think he's definitely up there. I mean, Kyle said it there in that little clip there. Deebo did look incredible in training camp. I was very excited for what Deebo was going to do this season because of how good he looked before the start of the season. And now, I think he does look slower. And what Kyle Shanahan was detailing there, he had, the rib issue. He had pneumonia. Then he couldn't get into practice. It's like, Kyle, those are all things that are going to slow a guy down. And if that's not enough to convince you, the eye test is really all you need. You watch those games, you see him do these jet sweeps, these end arounds that used to be his bread and butter. He's not breaking them off anymore. Another big part of Deebo's game was that yard after catch, that yakage right there. And he's not getting it this year. He's not getting that separation. He's not getting by guys. So it's just, he is a step slow this year. We know he's a step slow because he's not breaking off the big plays that we are accustomed to seeing from him. So if you're asking what's at stake for Deebo Samuel, these next 3 games, I mean, I don't think you can play your way into the Niners' plans next year. So I think what you're basically doing is you're trying to show the rest of the NFL, hey, if you acquire me this offseason, I got some juice left in the tank. Whether he does or not, I don't know. But if you're Deebo Samuel, you got 3 games, 180 minutes of football to basically tell the NFL, I'm not washed. I still got something left.
So they got the Dolphins, they got the Lions and Cardinals remaining on the schedule. Obviously, next week against the Detroit Lions is going to be a Monday Night Football. It's going to be a primetime situation.
They're going to want revenge.
And that's going to be at Levi Stadium again, where the Niners defeated, to your point, the Detroit Lions in the NFC Championship just earlier this year. Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Yes, we are streaming live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Go ahead and search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe on those platforms. Good morning. You can see this beautiful mug here. Joe Spadoni. Yes, the nose is real and it is spectacular. Alongside Sam Levin's beautiful hair. That is also real and it is spectacular. And I've personally seen the amount of product that man uses in his hair.
It's a lot.
It's a lot of money on there. All right. So it pays to play.
It would take up a significant amount of cap room on the 49ers roster.
There you go. It's between him and Jake Hutchinson here, producer extraordinaire, and covers the 49ers between the flow off, if you will, when it comes to best.
If you want to see a flow off, you're going to want to tune in the morning roast on Christmas Eve, Tuesday morning.
Wow.
Because it'll be Jake and I hosting the show that morning. So if you want to see the best haired show in radio history, be sure to be locked in on YouTube. It's going to be obviously you can't see it on the radio, but so lock in on YouTube that morning.
Thank you, Sam. It's going to be a hairy situation. And by the way,
hair today, gone tomorrow.
Okay, relax. All right, we got some guests today that I would like to promote. Danny Hollywood, and I'm very interested how he got this nickname. Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz, courtesy of our sister station down in Miami, 560?
Yeah, 560 WQAM.
Okay, and we're going to talk some Dolphins. We're going to talk some Niners there. And I do want to dive into the comparison between these 2 quarterbacks because one of them got paid, and I do think there's similarities between one, Tua Tagovailoa, and Brock Purdy. Obviously, Tua first-round pick, Brock last pick in the draft. That's where it's a little bit different. Injury history, one has concussions. But I look at the size, I look at the frame, I look at the scrambling ability, I look at the arm talent. I do think there's a lot of similarities there. And I think if you ask some Dolphin fans, we're going to ask Danny here at 8 o'clock, would they have paid Tua all this money if this was what was going to happen? You're seeing all these injuries around the team. You're seeing Skylar Thompson come in for him. You're seeing Jalen Waddle getting hurt. You see Tyreek Hill getting hurt. Is Tyreek Hill washed? Some are saying, some local radio down in Miami think he might be washed. And Tyreek Hill sending out tweets saying, maybe it's time for me to go coaching. I'm not sure, but I would love to dive into that with Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz. And then 920, CC Sabathia? You kidding me?
Yeah, the former ace pitcher of the Yankees, world champion.
Yeah.
Cy Young winner.
Guy's awesome. He's, the pride of Valley Joe, first and foremost. Vallejo's own. Huge Raider fan as well, CC Sabathia. Maybe we'll dive into that as well.
You think he's in Cam or Schröder's corner on that?
We're going to have to ask him. We're also going to ask about pickleball. I see all these celebrities. I see all these athletes. Pickleball, baby.
I got to get into pickleball, apparently, because that is becoming the hot thing. And honestly, what I love most about pickleball, Spadoni, is all these great athletes who have done other sports. They love talking about it, and they love coming on our station to talk about it. So we get some great guests out of it in the meantime.
888-957-9570. Who is playing for their 49ers career these next 3 games? That's what I want to get down into. Deebo Samuel? Is it Talanoa Hufanga? Brock Purdy even? Nah, I think I will relax on that.
I think Brock's going to be back next year. I say that and start to doubt it as the words come out of my mouth.
Why are you saying it like that?
Because we're dealing with a head coach who for some reason can't seem to just come to the realization that he has a quarterback that he can use right now in Kyle Shanahan.
What has Kyle said? Like, has he said anything this season to make you think that he's not going to sign Brock Purdy?
You're looking at the history of the Shanahan body of work that we've seen so far here in his time with the 49ers, where the guy is literally hopping from quarterback plan to quarterback plan. It's been the case ever since he got here, Spadoni. The plan when he arrived here was, I'm going to wait for Kirk Cousins, and I'm going to have Brian Hoyer here. We don't need that Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson guy. We're good off those guys. And then he has Jimmy Garoppolo dropped in his lap, and he decides to make it work with Jimmy for a little bit until he's like, you know what? I'm not feeling it with Jimmy here. So then he tries to go to Trey Lance, can't make it work with Trey Lance, has Brock dropped into his lap, and now things go south just a little bit for 1 year. And Kyle Shanahan, I don't know how confident he is in Brock Purdy right now, because we've seen that Kyle Shanahan has a very short patience when it comes to quarterbacks. He's always looking for that next quarterback. And right now, there are 2 quarterbacks that we saw on Monday night that Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers have been linked to either recently or in the past. The big one, of course, being Kirk Cousins, who is more or less officially on the market right now, so to speak. I mean, he's still on the Vikings, but he is now benched behind Michael Penix Jr. and
Kirk Cousins.
Exactly, Anthony Slater, a Warriors insider for The Athletic. And it would probably be suggestible for the 49ers to not go down that Kirk Cousins rabbit hole. You see what he said the other day, Spadoni Kirk? He said a lot of things. He said, I am not washed. I can still play.
Did he really say that?
He did
verbatim?
Say that. That's like straight. That's basically like, that's like the dreaded vote of confidence that an owner gives a coach. Like, oh yeah, this is my confidence. I think he can win. When you're saying like, oh yeah, I'm not washed. I can still play. Like that's Deebo Samuel saying, I'm not struggling. I'm doing fine this year. It's like, the fact that you're saying that out loud makes me think that that's the opposite is the case.
Well, what if I present this scenario to you in 888-957-9570? I think the league is going to tell Kirk that he's not a starter anymore. And at that point, he's still going to want to play football. And he's going to be a backup somewhere.
It's an expensive backup.
Well, no, because he's going to get cut because Michael Penix, I believe, is going to ball out these next couple weeks. And you've already invested a first-round pick in him. So cut him to eat the dead money. You're going to be on a rookie contract. You can survive the year. You have a lot of talent there. You got Bijan Robinson. He's on a rookie contract. You got a lot of talent there. Kyle Pitts has been kind of disappointing, also a first-round pick. So you got all this young talent still there, and you got Penix there. Just cut.
You're very easy to win division, too.
Correct. Well, easy. We'll see. I think Tampa's actually kind of a good team. But to your point, the Panthers aren't very good. The Saints, they're going to be in transition. They fired their head coach. So there's a lot there. But Kirk is going to be a backup somewhere next year. And I could see a situation where Kyle Shanahan plays out this offseason with Brock Purdy. Maybe they can't agree on a number. Brock goes into the season, and maybe I'm fooling myself here just a little bit. Shout out 50 Cent. It's not a 50 Cent Friday. But maybe Brock plays out this next year, and Kirk Cousins is the backup. And who knows at that point what could happen?
I cannot imagine a shorter leash for any quarterback than Brock Purdy having to play ahead of Kirk Cousins with Kyle Shanahan being the coach.
Really?
Kyle's been longingly, that Wolverine meme where he's looking at the frame picture and longingly remembering it. Like, that's Kyle Shanahan with Kirk Cousins. Like, he is begging for that reunion. And that train's left the station. I don't think that union will ever happen between Kyle and Kirk. It's never going to be, let's run it back like we're back in those Washington days. They missed the boat on that. I don't think Kirk is the quarterback anymore that he used to be. Spadoni, you saw him on Monday night against the Raiders. He looked terrible against a very, very bad Raiders team, which I feel like is kind of hard to do. He looked old. He looked slow. He looked immobile. You look at the way that Brock Purdy's been making plays this year with not a great situation around him. Kirk Cousins would not be able to do some of the stuff that Brock Purdy does simply by the fact that Brock is he's a better, more athletic quarterback in that regard.
Well, I'll say this. Raheem Morris is their coach over in Atlanta. He is not an offensive guy. He's a defensive-minded coach. He's been a defensive coordinator, obviously, with the LA Rams for a long time prior to that. Was a head coach briefly with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers prior to that. But he is not, they don't have like some sort of offensive guru on that staff. I think quarterback and head coach, more so than any other tandem in sports and team sports, that is the most crucial connection. You have to nail that. You're seeing that right now in Minnesota. O'Connell, Darnold. You see it with Andy Reid, Mahomes. You see it all around the NFL, and it's so damn important. Zach Taylor and Joe Burrow, and I know the Bengals haven't been great this year, but Joe Burrow, if the team ended up winning, if they had a defense, he'd probably be MVP right now if you just look at his stats. He's been that unbelievable this season. We can pick this up on the other side. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track, 888-957-9570. Let's start diving in to this matchup against the Miami Dolphins. And yes, the 49ers still have something to play for this season. What is that? Well, we're going to discuss it on the other side. It's Spadoni, it's Lubman, in for Bonte and Chasky. It's the Morning Roast, and it's 95.7 The Game.
This is Philmo Mike, and the Doobie Awards are this Friday at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale from 6 to 10. I'll be there. You better be there, too. Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Bonte, you know you ain't a king in Philmo. Nah, I'm playing.
No, he ain't, Philmo. No, he ain't. Spadoni and Lubman filling in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. We're giving them the day off to go pamper and prep for the Doobie Awards, which is tomorrow.
Doobie Eve?
Huge. Yeah, Doobie Eve. Much better than Christmas Eve, some might say. The Doobie Awards are coming tomorrow, December 20th. Take the day off now, honoring the best moments from the Morning Roast all year long. The best guests, the best callers, the best freestyles, the roasters. Yeah, all of you listening right now are invited. Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. Be there or be square from 6 to 10 a.m. Get there early. Food and drink. I mean, this is the best part. The food and drinks when he provided, baby. Go to 957thegame.com for more details and to RSVP. This is about celebrating the show and the listeners, Sammy. Come on. It's been a fun year, man.
It has been a fun year. It's been an all-time year on the Morning Roast. We've had some incredible characters, and I'm very excited to, I'll be honest with you, I'm very excited to see what a lot of these listeners look like because, I mean,
a voice to the face.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, like, because most of these people are going to be showing up, like I screen all their calls. We talk to them all on the air, and you do get to know them as you screen these calls. You know, some callers, you know, a little bit better than others. Unfortunately, one I've gotten to know a lot over the last few months is BPA. He will not be there. He will be listening, though. I have been in touch with him. He knows to be listening, to call in just in case.
I believe the phrase he uttered why he's not showing up is he likes to have separation of church and state when it comes to radio.
He likes to keep a certain level of mystery in terms of who he is. But, you know, I like that. I like that Brian in Palo Alto is basically just
I have a big mouth sometimes.
He does have a big mouth sometimes, but he's not a GM either. So very excited to meet him. Very excited to meet a lot of the other listeners here. Just, yeah, I'm curious as to what they look like. Like, we had our show meeting yesterday to kind of put, you know, some of the final touches on the Doobie Awards and what we need to do and what still needs to get done. And there's still a lot that I need to get done today.
You'll figure it out.
One of the things we talked about was like, yeah, what are these listeners going to look like? And so I think that's what I'm most interested in tomorrow is just like, yeah, like you don't know what people look like by their voice. And so be curious to see.
There you go. That's Sam Lubman alongside me, Joe Spadoni, 888-957-9570. So the Doobie Awards tomorrow, but we're talking Niners. We're talking Dolphins right here on 95.7 The Game. And listen, it's not that this is like going to be the end-all, be-all performance. They got the Dolphins, they got the Lions, they got the Cardinals. You want to show some pride here the next couple weeks. You don't want to just lay over and just take all these L's. Although some fans might say it's not the worst thing if you're trying to do draft position at this point. If you're already knocked out of the playoffs, and I think they have like a 0.1%, they have some sort of percentage.
It's not happening.
It's not happening this year. The tiebreak scenarios, the things that would have to go their way is damn near impossible. But for a guy like Brock Purdy, for a guy like Deebo Samuel, for a guy like, I don't know, George Kittle, who's been having an awesome season, for a guy like Ricky Pearsall, like that's a guy I look at right now, Sam Lubman, in these next couple games. Can Ricky Pearsall show me something? I mean, you invested a first-round draft pick in this guy, wide receiver out of Florida by way of Arizona State prior to that, was a teammate with Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk goes down, shreds his knee, and obviously what took place prior to the season, Ricky Pearsall getting shot right down the street over here in downtown San Francisco. Sad, horrible. He recovered, but didn't get that, symmetry early on in training camp because he was already dealing with injuries prior to that. And so he couldn't get those reps in with Brock Purdy, but now they've really needed him these last few weeks and he just hasn't shown up. He's had one catch. He's had just a couple of targets here. And Greg Cosell, our 95.7 The Game NFL insider Sam Lubman, I'm going to play this sound and I want you to respond to it. He knows tape better than anyone. Greg Cosell has been doing it for a very long time. This is what he said about one Ricky Pearsall and that, maybe we should take it easy because he is just a rookie still.
And he wins on some routes. Sometimes the ball's not thrown. He obviously won on the 16-yarder on 2nd and 9 midway through the fourth quarter, where he beat Witherspoon on the inbreaker. And actually, Purdy had a move in the pocket on that play, which was really good pocket movement, making an off-platform throw. And then he obviously, on that deep, ball, I forget who he ran by, but he just ran by him with speed, and that should have been a walk-in touchdown. So, no, I don't... the other factor, too, is you have to remember he's a rookie. Okay, think back to a lot of rookie receivers. Was Brandon Ayuk a big-time stud in his rookie season? No. I mean, you got to you have to understand these things that sometimes it takes time. I can go back in history and talk about a lot of receivers that have become good, and no one's going to put Pearsall ever, in the category of the Jamar Chases or the Justin Jeffersons or the, Devontae Adams, who, by the way, also struggled in his rookie year. But I don't think there's a problem with rookie Pearsall.
That's Greg Cosell, who joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday right here on 95.7 The Game. You can find that entire interview on YouTube or download the Odyssey app. Again, the Odyssey app is awesome. It's free. Download that sucker. You can find every single interview we have at the station, every segment, everything right there. Download the Odyssey app, favorite 95.7 The Game. You can find that there. And Greg Cosell joined us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Sam Lubman, your thoughts when you heard Greg Cosell say, you know what, maybe take it easy on Slick Rick Pearsall.
I agree with that statement. Yeah, taking easy on Ricky. It's kind of hard to really, I think, draw a lot of hard conclusions from Ricky because he just hasn't been involved in the offense. He mentioned Brandon Ayuk there in that cut about how Ayuk wasn't a stud his first year. That is true. Brandon Ayuk in 12 games his rookie year, 96 targets, 748 yards receiving, 5 touchdowns.
That's not bad, though. You look at what
you're not going to shake a stick at that.
What's Ricky Pearsall done this year?
He's done basically
13 receptions for 153 yards.
But Tony, they're not throwing him the ball. I mean, Cosell had a point. They had a couple routes on Thursday that Ricky did run really well. He did have his man beat. Obviously, there's that deep ball of Witherspoon that Brock kind of underthrew it there. I thought Witherspoon just made a hell of a play there as well to defend the pass. Also on the second to last play of the game. For Brock, before he threw this wasn't the second last. Yeah, it was the second last play of the game. When the Niners are trying to, basically scramble down the field in like 10 seconds or something, he had Ricky Pearsall on an out route to the left sideline, wide open. Brock just whiffed the throw there on that one. So Ricky has been open. They're just not doing a good job of getting the ball to him. So it's been very frustrating and disappointing what we've seen from Ricky Pearsall this year. Mainly, though, because it's the lack of opportunities he's had. Like, how are we supposed to make a judgment on Ricky Pearsall when there's nothing to really make a judgment of?
What's concerning for me on this front, because I don't think Ricky Pearsall, I'm not burying him. He has a chance. Like, listen, once he has an entire offseason with Brock, they do a bunch of reps, they get on the same page, because that's so damn important, especially as a rookie, trying to build trust, and that's the big word here, trust. I don't think Brock Purdy trusts Ricky Pearsall yet, and I don't blame him because he just hasn't had the opportunities to build said trust. I'm going to lean on George Kittle. I'm going to lean on Deebo Samuel. I'm going to lean, when I have him, Brandon Ayuk. Hell, I'm going to lean on Juwan freaking Jennings, who's been their best receiver this season. So once they start building that, then I could have a stronger conclusion on what this guy could potentially be going forward. That being said, it is really tough just to see you invest a first-round pick in a wide receiver when you thought you were moving off of a Deebo Samuel or a Brandon Ayuk. You end up keeping both of them. You add on Ricky Pearsall, and he just it's just been wanting is what I've wanted to see. The lack of a true bona fide number one receiver for this 49ers team. It's not the end all be all, but it would have certainly helped to have Brandon Ayuk healthy this season just to see what this offense, when everyone's healthy, could be. And now you didn't have Christian McCaffrey. It's just, what I'm trying to say is this lost season has raised so many questions for me going forward for the San Francisco 49ers, Sam Lubman. And I don't know what to expect next season. And there's going to be a lot of question marks that Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, when it comes to this roster and building this roster, are going to have to answer. What do you do with the wide receiver room? Do you move off of Deebo Samuel? Because on one point, I feel like you have to just because of the salary. But on the other, it's like, am I going to next season where Ricky Pearsall is going to be my number one wide receiver alongside Juwan Jennings?
Well, I don't think it's going to get that bad.
Well, I don't know if Brandon Ayuk's going to be healthy to start next season. That guy's got his knee shredded. There was more damage than just the ACL. There was some MCL damage in there as well. So I don't know if he's going to be back locked and loaded and looking like himself at the start of next season. Juwan Jennings, I love the guy. He's not a true number one. He's been playing as the 49ers number one, but he's not a number one wide receiver. Like, I am very concerned about what Brock Purdy is going to have on his plate next season when Steve Young, Jerry Rice, Brian Baldinger all told me that he needs everything right around him to succeed. If everything's not going to be right around him to succeed, then maybe I don't want to pay him all this money.
Yeah, so let's kind of tackle the first thing you brought up there, and that's kind of working out those chemistry things. Because, yeah, you bring up a good point, Spadoni, in that it was hard for them to kind of get in sync together. When you miss training camp like Ricky did, it is hard to build that rapport up with your quarterback. And Brock, you talk about things not going right for him this year. He throwing Ricky and Brandon Ayuk. Brock didn't have that training camp there to work with him. But I think that's what these next 3 games are for Ricky Pearsall. Like, let's scale back how much we see Debo. We don't need to have Juwan Jennings bail out this offense as much. Let's just see more of Ricky Pearsall. Let's maybe force the ball to Ricky a little bit like we were doing with Debo on Thursday night, because how else are we going to be able to learn what Ricky Pearsall can do unless we just get him the ball? So this is your chance these next 3 games. Let's build some chemistry. Let's, if you're feeling a little hesitant, Brock, to trust him, you know what? The stakes are pretty low right now. You're not playing for a playoff spot. The season, as you said, Spadoni, is lost. So this is your chance. Let's take some chances. Let's make some mistakes. Let's get messy. Shout out Miss Frizzle and the Magic School Bus. This is your chance to do that. Yeah, you didn't think that reference would be brought up this morning.
4.
So this is your chance these next 3 games. What's at stake for Ricky Pearsall? This is where this is almost like your training camp, so to speak. This is your chance to kind of find that chemistry with Brock and finish the season strong and kind of use it as a jumping off point going into next year, because, there is a chance that a lot more is going to be asked from you. Coming into the season, I'm sure if you were to ask the Niners what was the plan with Ricky, if you had Ayuk and Debo fully going at the beginning of the year, it would have been a lot easier to kind of ease Ricky into the season, because you would have had 3 receivers, really, because you can include Juwan Jennings in there, that would kind of be able to eat up the big yardage, the big plays, stuff like that, and allow Ricky to kind of just ease himself in there a little bit and take it day by day. And then going in the next season, you unleash him a little bit more. You didn't have that opportunity this year. These next 3 games, though, take the training wheels off. Let's just see what the kid can do.
That's Sam Lubman. I'm Joe Spadoni, filling in for Bonte and Chasky right here on the Morning Roast. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromise. Let's dive more into this. And I want to hear what Steve Young had to say earlier this week. I believe it was on Dan Patrick. He had some interesting comments in regards to Brock Purdy and compared him to another quarterback that got paid. He might play for a team, I don't know, with a star on their helmet. Let's just say that. So we'll get into what he had to say on the other side. And let's dive into the skill positions on this 49ers roster. If Brock Purdy is the sum of his parts, if he is just the captain of the ship, but he has to have everything else around him. He has to have the wings have to be perfect, the cockpit, everything. The stewardesses, they all have to be on their P's and Q's. If he's the captain of this ship, though, I guess I should say airplane because the ship is just on the water, but you get what I'm saying. Is this 49ers receiving room good enough right now? Like if I go into next season with Kittle, Jennings, Debo, Ayuk, and Pearsall, is that still good enough for Brock Purdy to succeed and be an MVP caliber player again? 888-957-9570. We'll discuss on the other side on the Morning Roast.
Adam in the City, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Is Adam going to be at the Doobie Awards tomorrow? We'll see.
He might be traveling for work.
He is really. He's move over, Pitbull. He is Mr. Worldwide, Adam in the City, but he's a roaster nonetheless. And we want to see all the roasters tomorrow. Laughing Monk Brewing out in Sunnyvale from 6 to 10 a.m. Come for the drinks, come for the food, come for the prizes. If you're a winner, you get something. But we're all winners tomorrow, Sam Lubman.
Come for the roast, too, I guess. You get to meet Bonte, Shasky,
and Sam Lubman.
And to a lesser extent, myself.
No, not to a greater extent. I mean, you're the guy that's talking to all these people. Am I right?
That is true. Well, they talk to him, too, I guess.
There you go.
On air.
This segment, Sam Lubman, is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We'll dive into the Warriors at some point tonight. They got a massive game tonight in Memphis, Tennessee. Will John Morant play? I'm not sure. He has lower back soreness, so we shall see there.
You know who will be playing tonight, though?
Dennis Schröder. I love me some Dennis Schröder. Yeah, come on. You got to say that. If it's got the Undlat, which is the 2 dots, if those of you don't know, Dennis Schröder by way of Germany from
Nailing that
Deutschland.
Pronunciation, by the way.
He's got the Undlat is the 2 little dots above the O, so it's the pronunciation. So you have to say Dennis Schröder. It's so good. So good.
Speaking of pronunciation.
He's a fun player. Like, I'm actually, Sam, just real quick, we'll get back on the Niners because Steve Young said something on Dan Patrick that you are going to want to hear in regards to Brock Purdy.
Ooh, really?
It's going to make you question the 49ers front office and their staff heading into this offseason.
More so than we already are.
Correct. But
I know it's possible.
Dennis Schröder is going to be a very exciting and polarizing player to watch for this Golden State Warriors team. More so than Buddy Hield, more so than Brandon Pajemski, more so than Jonathan Kuminga, I believe. Why? Because he's going to do a lot of things that make you go, ooh and ah. And he's also going to be doing a lot of things that make you go, ooh and ah, what the hell are you doing? Like, that's the guy that Dennis Schröder is. So he's going to be very excited to watch.
A lot of ups and downs.
Yeah, but he's fun. Like, that's something with this team. And he brings something this team just hasn't had in a while. And it's fun when it's like Nick Young and like you already have like the best team. So it's like you have a Nick Young. But this guy's going to be featured. He might be their second best scorer on the team now, which is saying something.
Yeah.
Because he is used to being a number 1 at times scoring option with a bad team. So he comes in here on a better team in the Golden State Warriors. But I think he's going to be featured heavily in this rotation going forward, Sam Lubman. I can't wait to see him in action tonight. Right here on 95.7 The Game at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, no, my initial guess is that Schröder will probably be in the starting lineup. He'll probably be in that 2 spot alongside Stephen Curry. And you talk about what he's going to bring. I mean, we've seen him play against the Warriors over the years, Spadoni. Yeah. He has been a massive Warriors pest. He is a guy that, some guys, when you see them in the opposing lineup, you're just like, oh my God, this guy really? Yeah. And because Schröder bounces around so many teams, it's like the worst lottery ever. Like, is this the night that we run into the team that has Dennis Schröder? And the Warriors don't have to deal with that anymore. He can't hurt you anymore. He's on your side now. So I see some intensity. I see some scoring punch. I see a lot of activity on defense there from him. This was the acquisition, maybe not the Warriors deserve, but it's the acquisition that they needed right now here in this early part of the season. Still more moves they probably need to make. There's a move that I would like to see them make, and we'll probably maybe in that 8 o'clock hour, we'll get into that. So work's not done yet, but tonight will be the first night of a slightly new era of Warriors basketball, the Dennis Schröder era.
Thank you. 888-957-9570, I should say. That's the number to call or text, 888-957-9570. Good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. Got finals. Is it finals week? Shout out to all of you who are the early risers and overnighters. All right, getting back into the 49ers. We tease this sound, and this is Steve Young, Hall of Famer. You might know of him. Just one of the best quarterbacks of all time. Knows a thing or two when it comes to quarterback play. And he was on Dan Patrick earlier in the week, and he had some interesting thoughts on this whole Brock Purdy dynamic that we've been talking about. When it comes to what do you pay him? Do you pay him? Should you pivot to a guy that might be cheaper, a Sam Darnold, if you will? Brian Baldinger seemed to think that, hey, it's worth having the conversation. But here's Steve Young on with Dan Patrick on what he had to say in regards to a Brock Purdy future contract with the 49ers.
Look, I think that Dak Prescott, the Cowboys are going to suffer for a long time because they paid him a number that now in many ways takes from the ability to build teams to go help you for the very thing that you need. And so that's the dilemma, because everyone loves Brock and loves his game and loves his efficiency and his leadership and everything else. But we got to make sure we have the money to put the people with him to go win it. Because if the goal is Super Bowls, if the goal is winning some rank and file regular season games, maybe get to the playoffs, that's a different goal. And that might mean different. But if you're talking about, we want to go to the Super Bowl, we need people to be there to help Brock. And if he doesn't, and so that it becomes just how much is there available? And it is a zero-sum game in some ways with a salary cap.
So the word, and we were talking to the big boss man about this off air, and the word we all keep coming back to is trust. Trust is very important. In any relationship, in any business, trust is a major factor. We were talking about trust with Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall. There's not a lot of trust right there between the wide receiver and the quarterback, and that shows on the field. That's the shows with a lack of targets and a lack of opportunities. Talking about trust when it comes to the front office and their trust level and giving some of these contracts out. They had a lot of faith and trust in Nick Bosa when they gave the contract. Has he lived up to that big contract coming off a DPOY season? I don't think so. Talking about trust with Brandon Ayuk. He got hurt. They had a lot of trust in him that he could produce a second-team All-Pro season going forward. And unfortunately, that went up in flames, to be quite honest. Trust. They had a lot of trust in Trent Williams when they revamped and redid his contract, and he got paid more, and he hasn't been the same player this year, obviously dealing with a heavy heart as well these last few weeks on top of an ankle injury. So trust is what we're getting at here. And 49ers fans at 888-957-9570. I want to know the trust level when it comes to Parag, when it comes to John Lynch, and getting these contracts done going forward. I'm curious, Sam Lubman, with where 49ers and the faithful, because it's oh come all ye faithful season, joyful and triumphant. It's been anything but that this season. And I think there is a lack of faith right now when it comes to whether John Lynch, Parag, and Kyle obviously is a part of that, whether they can revamp and retool this roster to be contenders again in a short amount of time.
Well, I'm kind of curious what has or has not happened that would truly shake the faith in John Lynch and Parag Marathe right now. Because, I mean, obviously, yes, it's been a rough year. It's been a down year, and when you're having a season like this, it's disappointing. Everyone's struggling. Everything's going wrong. Everybody's hurt. Everybody's underperforming. And the season's kind of felt like quicksand for the 49ers, where it's just one thing goes wrong. You know, Brandon Ayuk's not showing up. Another thing goes wrong. The Ricky Pearsall situation where he gets shot before the season. Then another thing, Trent doesn't show up for camp. Then another thing, Brandon Ayuk gets hurt. Then another thing, then Deebo Samuel's struggling. Then another thing, and Ricky Pearsall getting
DJ Khaled, another one?
And another one, and another one, and another one. I mean, that's the kind of season the 49ers have had, and like quicksand, it seems like the more they try to struggle to get out of it, the worse it's kind of gotten. They've just sank further and further in. Yeah, I can understand after all of that why that would rattle fans. I can understand that. But if you're looking big picture, though, think of this team. Let's get in our time machines. 88 miles an hour back to the past. 2017, when Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch came to town, with a team that was more or less an expansion team. Like, I'm pretty sure you could put that 2017 Niner team in the SEC, and they might be able to come out with a bowl game record.
Relax. I'm
accentuating to make a point. There was not a good Niner team in 2017. You know, Pierre Garçon was your number one receiver, and people were disappointed with his lack of production. Like, I'm sorry, it's Pierre Garçon. What are you expecting? A couple years later, Kyle Shanahan had that team in the Super Bowl. So right off the bat, he flipped an expansion team into a Super Bowl team over the course of 3 NFL seasons. And then after that season, you had a season in 2020 that not all, unlike this season, was a massive disappointment. Guys are not performing well enough. Things just went wrong. One guy gets hurt, then another guy gets hurt, and it builds, it compounds. And the more they struggled, the worse it got, till the coup de grace was you got to go to Arizona now because COVID has ruined everything. And what happened after that? Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and Parag Marathe, I said the name right.
Close.
Yeah.
A for effort.
C+. They rebuilt the team again and had them in the Super Bowl, 3 seasons later. So Kyle Shanahan and co, they have, as much as we love to crush Kyle Shanahan for his game day activities, as much as we like to doubt Kyle Shanahan, and trust me, I am in that Kyle Shanahan doubting group as well. I am as skeptical as anyone when it comes to Shanahan's ability to get this team to the stage holding a Lombardi trophy.
Oh, ye of little faithful over here.
But if there's one thing I will give Kyle Shanahan credit for, It's the ability to build this roster up through the draft. Yes, he's had some dud drafts. The 2022 draft outside of Brock Purdy has really not shaken out into anything good. I do think he had a very good draft class this last year. Ricky Pearsall aside. Malik Mustafa's been really good. Ronaldo Green's been really good.
Dominic Pooney.
Dominic Pooney's been great in the trenches. Last two linebackers last couple of years, D. Winters and Tatum Bethune, I think look very good. D. Winters was getting a lot of buzz early in training camp. I believe it was our friend Cam Inman, Niners insider for the Bay Area News Group.
Don't call him Scam.
He was talking about how people were saying Navarro Bowman when they're watching D. Winters fly around at practice during training camp this year. So Kyle Shanahan has proven that through the draft, he can retool and rebuild the roster and restock it with talent. The problem, though, that I know everyone's screaming at their radio about is those first-round picks. And right now, the Niners are slated to be the 15th pick in the draft. And so I'm kind of curious for Niner fans, and this is something I really hate about sports right now, Spadoni. Me, I'm an old-fashioned fan. I want my team to win no matter what. But there's this new thing. It's not really new anymore because it's been around for a bit now. If you're not playing for a Super Bowl, you're playing for the number one pick in the draft. And I'm kind of curious if Niner fans would like to see this team try hard these next 3 games. Maybe you go 1-2 in these next 3 games. I don't know. But then you're picking in the late teens in the draft. Or is it lose these next 3 games, try and get as close to the top 10 as possible? But the real trust is, do you trust Kyle Shanahan to hit a home run that I think he kind of needs to hit with a first-round pick?
There you go. Who do you trust the most right now? Do you trust Kyle Shanahan? Do you trust John Lynch? Do you trust Brock Purdy? Of those 3 guys right there, Shanahan, Lynch, Purdy, who do you trust the most to make the right decisions or to make the right, on-the-field play, if you will? Because obviously 2 of those guys make financial decisions. They make head coaching decisions. One of them's a player, so it's a little bit different there. But do you trust the player to be good more so than head coaching? Is it Shanahan that you trust more because you've seen it in the development of a Jimmy Garoppolo or a Sam Darnold or whomever, right? Is it John Lynch who has been able to get a lot of these contracts done when it comes to Ayuk, when it comes to Bosa, when it comes to Kittle, when it comes to McCaffrey, all these players? Do you trust him? Or again, is it Brock Purdy? Do you trust that he is going to be that quarterback that we saw for the most part last season, who was an MVP candidate? And by the way, Sam Lubman, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Hit us up on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe there. Who do you trust most right now? Shanahan, Lynch, Purdy, 888-957-9570.
Great job on that legal there. You know what?
It's like I've done this before. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's not that hard. Honestly, you have those 3 names, Shanahan, Lynch, Purdy. I kind of have to bypass those 3, Spadoni. Sorry to blow through your question.
Wow.
I'm gonna look. A lot of eyes are gonna be on Parag Marathe, I think, next year, because next few years, really, because we're talking about the impending contract of Brock Purdy, and Richard Sherman said on his podcast the other day that he's gonna get his $50 million. It's either he's getting his $50+ million or you're moving off of Brock. And I think that kind of simplifies the question, the conversation around Brock Purdy a little bit, because I feel like a big argument about Brock Purdy, especially on this show, has been, yes, but what's the price point? Price point, I don't think is negotiable at this point. He is going to get $50 million plus, and we just all have to come to terms with that.
What if he stinks the next 3 games and he does not play
He is going
well?
to be getting $50 million plus, and I think we all just need to come to terms with that.
If he throws 2 pick sixes on Sunday and they get destroyed 30-3, you don't think that affects his contract talks going forward?
I think right now, because you have to look at his entire body of work. This is a guy who had this team in the Super Bowl earlier this year. I think right now, sure, something catastrophic could happen, but right now, my guess is Brock Purdy's going to get his $50 million, and we all just need to come to terms with that. So that's when all eyes, I believe, turn to Parag, because the 49ers have shown over these last few years that they'll wait things out. I don't think they can afford to do that this time, but another thing they've shown to do is they can do weird things with the salary cap in terms of how you manipulate it. There's a lot of weird stuff you can do with those numbers. You convert things into signing bonuses, you push money back, defer it, you restructure contracts. The Niners have been very, very, very good over these last few years of figuring out ways to manipulate the cap and manipulate the money to squeeze everybody onto the balance sheet, so to speak.
All right.
And so I think do you trust the Niners to be able to work this deal out with Brock And then do you trust Parag and the rest of the 49ers brass and the payroll department to get kind of chummy with this salary cap here and figure out a way to squeeze everybody in?
510 Comcast Business Text line 888-957-9570. Do you trust Shanny? Do you trust Lynch? Do you trust Purdy? Simple questions right there. 510. I trust Lynch the least. Too many mistakes early in the draft, free agency, and in contract negotiations. I trust Shanny the most. Best and longest track record. I trust Purdy with Shanahan, but am worried about his arm injuries. I think that's very measured and balanced take right there.
Oh, absolutely. I think the arm injuries have absolutely been a factor with Brock lately. And
are you worried about that at all? Because this is a guy with kind of limited arm strength to begin with. He's going to have, he's already had Tommy John surgery, and now he has a shoulder injury that I think he's still battling. He doesn't look quite right. Maybe he has that arthroscopic, scope, whatever they do to clean it out in the offseason. But that would still be 2 under-the-knife surgeries the guy's had in less than 2 years. Is that a factor going into contract talks when you're talking about a guy you're paying $50 million who already has limited arm strength and has shown an injury history, Sam Lubman?
Yeah, no, I don't know how that isn't a factor. Obviously, that will be brought up. And, it'll be an interesting factor.
It'll be brocked up.
It'll be brocked up. All right, that's a good one there.
Come on.
I don't know how you navigate that one because on the one hand, I mean, obviously, you're banking on, obviously, next year he'll be coming into the season healthy, having that full offseason to rest the shoulder, get it better. I don't know how severe the injury is to his shoulder. Obviously, it was enough to cost him that game in Green Bay. I kind of was shocked that they had him still play in Buffalo with kind of as little on the line as they had because I think that was a scheduled loss game going into the season. That's going to be a difficult one to navigate, Spadoni. And to be honest, I'm not quite sure how you approach that because it's just if you want to move off Brock, I don't think there's a move out there that gets you closer to winning a Super Bowl other than well, I think there's 2 ways to look at that. One is I don't think there's a quarterback out there that gets the 49ers closer to that Lombardi Trophy stage.
You don't think Sam Darnold could do that?
No, it's not Sam Darnold. It's not Sam Darnold. It's not Kirk Cousins. If Brock Purdy is
You're that down on Sam Darnold. He's having a hell of a season.
He's having a good year, but I mean, do it again next year. We're crowning Sam Darnold for one. I'm agreeing with Kurt Warner here.
I mean,
we one good year does not make him God.
We could say the same thing with Brock Purdy. Do it again next year, and this is the next year, and he didn't do it.
I mean, I think Brock's, for the most part, done it more than he hasn't. But no, I don't think Sam Darnold gets you closer to a Super Bowl. Kirk Cousins does not get you closer to a Super Bowl. And to be honest, Spadoni, we were talking about trust. I think Kyle Shanahan, you'll be shocked to hear this, Spadoni. Kyle Shanahan's probably at the bottom of my trust rankings of all the names that we've mentioned here. I'm not letting Kyle Shanahan pick another quarterback going into his 9th year on this job. Like this would be he's made 4 quarterback decisions already. And Brock Purdy was the one that basically saved his job. And
he gets credit for the draft, though. They drafted him.
Well, they drafted him, but Brock basically rose up and saved Kyle Shanahan's job. Because if Brock was not there to play as well as he did, Kyle Shanahan would be working somewhere else right now after the absolute collapse of the Trey Lance trade.
Let's give Shanahan a little bit of credit for turning Mr. Irrelevant also into an MVP candidate there. RJ in Fairfield, 888-957-9570 is the number. RJ, who do you trust? Do you trust Shanny? Do you trust Lynch? Do you trust Purdy? What's going on, buddy? You're on with Spadoni and Lubman.
Good morning. I do not trust Brock Purdy, man. I mean, what have you seen from Brock Purdy? Nothing. I mean, this whole year, even the front office, we've been overpaying for players already. We overpaid for Bosa. Look at the production we're getting from him. Look at Ayuk. We overpaid for him. And then, Purdy's play this year. And then you guys say that we're going to, the Niner fans have to be okay with them paying Brock Purdy $50 million. No, I'm willing to take a back seat on that. But knowing how Kyle and Lynch operate, they're probably going to give him a contract, unfortunately, and the fans are going to hurt the most. So that's how I feel about it. I think if we do play Brock Purdy, that's when the downfall starts, honestly.
Really? Well, you don't want to pay him anything at all? What if it's 3 years, $120 million, he takes $40 million a year?
I mean, $40 million, but can we just do it like a 2 or 3 year contract? Because I feel like we need to draft or sign somebody that can actually spread the ball out. We are so limited at the QB position where I think Kyle Shanahan is a great play caller, but his plays dictate Brock Purdy's play, man. That's why you see this 15-yard he can't throw past 15 yards, man. I mean,
RJ, real quick, I question who's out there though to go get other than a Sam Darnold that you're going to have to pay Sam Darnold a lot. By the way, like, are they drafting a Jalen Milroe out of Alabama? I don't think they're doing that. They're not going to get Cam Ward. They're not going to get Shedeur Sanders. Kirk Cousins, yeah, you can get if the Falcons cut him, you can get him as a backup. I don't think that's making everyone very excited. I think they've pigeonholed themselves into a corner here, RJ, where they're going to have to pay Brock Purdy.
Well, yeah, I mean, but what do you guys think about just doing? What's a 2-year, 3-year deal with a 2-year deal with a third option or something? I don't know contracts, but what I'm saying is that you have to find something, a gem in the draft with a bigger arm that could actually give them a year to develop and then see what you got. Because, I mean, guys, Brock Purdy ain't it, man. I've been seeing like these past games. He hasn't. There's one thing that if you're going to pay a quarterback that much amount of money, I mean, I get there's injuries, but come on, man, his play is horrible. Like his decision making has been horrible. It declined this year. Like, no, man, I ain't gonna pay.
Thanks, RJ. Appreciate it. We're up against it.
It's been that bad with Brock. We can kind of get into this more on the other side, but I mean, Brock's been good this year. I think there's been times where he's tried to force some things. I think the times when Brock is at his worst is when he's trying to go above and beyond and play hero ball. And I think he's tried to do that a lot more this year because he's felt like he has to, because a lot of things are going wrong around him. And when you have a season like this where it's just been such an off the rails situation all year long, yeah, there's been those bad moments are going to be, accentuated a little bit in those situations.
What's coming up in the game is sponsored by Los Altos Village Association. The holiday spirit sparkles in downtown Los Altos with more than 150 unique shops. You'll find special gifts and fine holiday dining. Downtown Los Altos is your destination for festive events and fabulous holiday shopping, all with free parking. Get more info at downtownlosaltos.org. More of your calls, more of your texts, 888-957-9570 is the number. Who do you have the most trust in right now? Kyle Shanahan? Is it John Lynch? Is it Brock Purdy? And I dare 49ers fans and guys like RJ and Fairfield, if it's not Brock Purdy going forward, who the hell is it? I would love to hear a better option next year as the 49ers starting quarterback than one Brock Purdy. And don't come in here with, I think they can get Shedeur. I think they can get Cam Ward. You're not getting either of those guys. Is it Jalen Milroe out of Alabama? You sure it's going to be him? Who is it? Sam Darnold? Kirk Cousins? 888-957-9570. I dare you to come up with the better option next season than one Brock Purdy. That's all coming up next. Spadoni and Lubman, 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. Tip-off is coming later today with the great Tim Roy. And then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
Thank you, Draymond. And tune in for Warriors Live today. Willard and Dibs presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Yeah, I would say that's very suggestible. 5 o'clock the tip, and Warriors Live starting at 4 o'clock, an hour before the game. And then after, we have your calls and texts with Warriors wrap-up. So Warriors, Grizzlies tonight, 5 o'clock. Be there or be square.
Always a fun game.
Always a fun game. And Dennis Schröder making his Golden State Warriors debut tonight. That should be fun. Hopefully, John Morant is playing because he is one of those guys right now that is must-see TV whenever he is out on the floor. Speaking of must-see TV, these 49ers last 3 games. A lot of 49ers fans are probably checked out of the season. Oh, we're not in the playoffs. We're not going to the Super Bowl. We're out. No. There's a lot at stake here in these final 3 games.
The NFL, there's always something at
There's
stake.
always something to play for. And 888-957-9570. We're talking about trust right now. And who do you trust the most? Or who do you trust the least? When I ask you about Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Brock Purdy, give me one or the other. If you're feeling iffy on someone, I don't want that. But if you were strong and feeling, no, I trust Brock Purdy the most, or I trust Kyle Shanahan the least, I want to hear that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Sam Lubman.
Yeah, again, I think I've made it clear. It's Shanahan, it's weird because there's definitely a low level of trust with Shanahan, but I do know that there are things that he can do well. I do believe, again,
what does he do well?
That middle of the draft, we know he's done great there. He's got to do a little bit better in those early parts of the draft. I don't want to say he's done horrible in the first round because Nick Bosa has been great. Brandon Ayuk has been great. You need to do better than just 2, though, but he hasn't been awful in the first round. But, yeah, he's got to strike some draft.
Separating the draft part, because John Lynch is obviously a part of that as well, and obviously Kyle Shanahan's head coach. He runs everything. Kyle runs the show. We used to have old Drop That BPA said, which is true. Kyle runs the show. But speaking to X's and O's, I want to stick on with Kyle Shanahan. Do you trust him as the offensive, quote-unquote, guru of this team right now? I'm hearing a lot of the word reinvent when it comes to Kyle Shanahan and this offense. Do you trust that he could reinvent himself heading into next season, Sam Lubman?
No, I would need to see it before I believe it. I think Kyle Shanahan is very much in the camp of, I believe I can do it my way. And why shouldn't he think that way? I mean, he came about as close to winning a Super Bowl as you could possibly get without winning one last year, doing it his way. I mean, he's gotten to close to the top twice, doing it his way. Yeah, if you're Kyle Shanahan, you're convinced that, you know what, I've gotten there close, just a few things go differently. I think I'm holding a Lombardi trophy. Yeah, I can see Kyle Shanahan thinking that. And it's just, what have we seen in his 8 years here that makes you think that he would reinvent himself? How much of his style has really changed in the time that he's here? I just don't know if that's Kyle Shanahan's MO, to look himself in the mirror and ask himself those hard questions. What do I need to do differently, and how can I do it? I think he's going to keep trying to do it his way. There'll be tweaks here and there, but if you're looking for a full-on reinvention, I'm not going to say he's not going to do it because everyone's capable of the change, but if you're asking me if I believe in, if I trust in that reinvention happening, no, right now, I don't think I would.
Dave in San Francisco, Oreo cookie out in Oakland. I'll get to you in a second. 888-957-9570. Before I get to you, Dave, I want to hear from Greg Cosell, who joined Willard and Dibs yesterday on, he was asked this question if Kyle Shanahan needs to change up his style or, quote unquote, reinvent himself.
This is not the first time that the league would be looking at Kyle Shanahan's offense. He's been coaching in the league for a long time and doing a lot of the same things in terms of what he does. All coaches have kind of, a template of what they do. Now, can they add to that? Can they adjust? Sure. And if they're talking about, maybe making some adjustments, I can understand that. I think every coach, let's put it this way. My guess is Kyle's trying to do that anyway, whether they're successful or not. We're not going to know the answer to that. But there are certain things that you have to be able to do, and if those things don't happen, like if they can't run the ball, okay, let's just say if they can't run the ball, it's going to be really hard to have a consistent offense because as good as Purdy can be as a certain kind of quarterback, he's not going to take over a game in the way that, Mahomes or Allen or Lamar Jackson can. He can't do that. So they need to be able to run the ball. Now, if you want to talk about whether he's got to change his run game, that's a different question. And there's not 1,000 things you can do in the run game.
Well, that's just it. Like we're seeing it now. If you don't have the run game, this team is just not good offensively. And I think there needs to be a reinvention right there. If you're that reliant on the running game, something's wrong because the league's adapting. They're adjusting to this Kyle Shanahan offense, whether it's McVay style running it off that, whether it's LaFleur, whether it's O'Connell, whether it's all these guys, Zach Taylor. Like you need to adjust. And if my quarterback is only as good as the weapons around him, which a lot of people are saying, maybe I need to pivot a little bit more to a passing game and lean into that. 888-957-9570, Sam Lubman. Dave in San Francisco wants to weigh in. Who do you trust the most or who do you trust the least when it comes to John Lynch, Shanahan, Purdy? What's going on, Dave? You're on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Lubman.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I just want to say I trust Lynch the absolute least. We want to put a premium on high draft picks, and he's whiffed so bad on these picks. I mean, go back to his first pick, Solomon Thomas. He drafted him because he was his classmate. And just taking a look at the recent ones, you have Moody in there. He's actually whiffed that. Cameron Latu, he's whiffed that. Drake Jackson, Cherion Davis Price, he's whiffed those. And the person I trust the most is Kyle Shanahan. I mean, if you look out there in the league, who can you replace him with? I mean, you got the offensive coordinator for the Lions, who's never had a coaching job. I mean, Shanahan's been in this for a while, and he's taken the Niners to, 3 Super Bowls with Jimmy? I mean, he's pretty mediocre, as we can see after he's left the Niners. And then you have Brock, Mr. Irrelevant, that he's taken to the Super Bowl. I think we have to pump it on the brakes with get Kyle out of here because he's done a lot with very little.
All right, that's Dave in San Francisco. He does not trust John Lynch right now. Thank you, Dave.
What do we even trust John Lynch to do? Because to Dave's point, he said, he's got all these draft picks that he's made, but Kyle Shanahan is making those picks. Kyle Shanahan is saying, John, I want that guy. John, I want that guy. This is... You don't think Kyle Shanahan runs the show here?
So John Lynch is he's irrelevant to the conversation?
I think John Lynch is more or less a glorified I daughter and T crosser when it comes to these contracts. I think he
walked on the sideline yesterday and told Devondre Campbell to kick rocks.
No, I think he's a public face of the franchise. I think he's a guy who can. He's a guy you put out there to represent your franchise in the public sector. If he's the guy speaking for your franchise, being the face in that sense, I think he's good for that. I think he's good for kind of being that player liaison because he's played too, so he has that ability to connect with the players as well, and that's kind of where I think where being able to handle situations like that, what happened with Devondre Campbell comes into play there. But me personally, this is how I look at it from the outside looking in, and there's probably people down who are walking around Levi Stadium who are more privy to the situation than I am. But my guess is on draft day, Kyle Shanahan is the one who's saying the name that the Niners draft, not John Lynch. John Lynch might be the guy who calls up, the commissioner, whoever it is that handles the picks on draft day and says, we're taking Ricky Pearsall. But Kyle Shanahan, I believe, is the brain behind these draft picks. So honestly, we're talking about trust. I kind of put a lot of trust in John Lynch just because, I don't think the role that he is in terms that he does with the Niners is an easy one that you can trust him with.
All right. 888-957-9570. Danny Hollywood Rabinovitz is going to join us at 8 o'clock. Sam Lubman from our sister station out in Miami, 560 WQAM. And he's got some thoughts in regards to Brock Purdy, I'm sure, Tua, this whole matchup, contracts. And I'd love to get his thoughts on Mike McDaniel as well, because I do believe Shanahan does miss his boy, his former OC, Mike McDaniel. They were together in Denver. They went through a lot together. They're very good family friends. So I do wonder how much Kyle Shanahan does miss Mike McDaniel. And is Mike McDaniel's act growing tired over in Miami? They paid Tua. They paid Waddle. They made the big trade and paid for Tyreek Hill. And really, they've been one and done twice in the playoffs, and they were in the freezing cold last year, and Tua looked pedestrian at best. Let's go out to some more of our callers here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Do we still got Oreo cookies? That Oreo cookie? Check that. Let's go to Dave out in Fresno. He wants to join in the conversation. Dave, what's going on, man? You're on Spadoni and Lubman.
Yeah, good morning, fellas. Good stuff this morning. I just wanted to get in. You're talking about trust. Quite frankly, my trust issues with this team has gotten worse. And I can't really pinpoint who to trust because they really don't really have, like, designated titles. We don't know who makes the decisions. Is it Kyle and Lynch? So we don't know. But I want to say Kyle, but I can't. My trust issues have gotten worse. He said no to Tom Brady. You know, the whole Trey Lance thing, all that, everything that's happened since then, it's hard for me to trust going forward with that. And the whole thing with Brock, like you get people that call in and they're not happy with him. And you're saying, well, find a quarterback. Well, that's not our job, is to find the quarterback. That's their job. If we feel he's not the guy, maybe there's another Brock or a player that's in the draft that we don't know about that can throw the ball past 30 yards, that they need a scout.
You're saying draft a quarterback real quick, Dave. You're saying draft a quarterback, kick Purdy to the curb, and we'll figure it out there. So you're basically just waving the white flag on the next couple seasons then.
This is what I would do. This is what Dave from Fresno would do. This is what Dave would do. I would say you can play on your rookie deal, all right? And then I'll offer you a 2-year, $60 million. If you don't like it, you can go test your market. Because in my opinion, there's no market for Brock Purdy. No team is going to pay a lot of money for Brock. Not the Tennessee. You look at the team, not the Browns, not the Jets. No team is going to be like, hey, we will trade you premium picks or we'll pay him a big contract. No team will do that other than the 49ers. So if you want to go out there and you want to say, hey, I'm worth this, go. If you can get that, God bless you, bro, because no team's going to do it but us because you are good in our system, and I feel like you need us more than we need you.
That's Dave out in Fresno. Dave, thanks. I appreciate the call. 888-957-9570. Who do you trust the most right now, or who do you trust the least when it comes to John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy? I'll say this. If you play that game, the Niners could easily screw themselves in that situation. Well, like, envision this. They try to do that and say, you know what, Brock? Yeah, we don't think you're going to get paid elsewhere. You go test the waters. You can hold out, do your thing. Go figure it out. And then what do you pivot to? Kirk Cousins? You pivot to, the Pastronaut, Brandon Allen? Come on, man. Like, what are we doing? Yeah, it's not going to work out.
Do we really trust Kyle Shanahan to pick another quarterback? Again, let's take a look at these quarterback decisions that Kyle Shanahan has made. The first quarterback decision he made was after he got hired. He made the decision to pass on Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson because he wanted to wait for Kirk Cousins. So the decision was pass on them, wait for Kirk, sign Brian Hoyer, draft C.J. Beathard. That was an absolute disaster. Now, again, Hoyer and Beathard, they were never meant to be great quarterbacks for the 49ers. Those were placeholders, but that was always a skeptical decision, even in the moment. But then you come to Kyle's first good quarterback decision, which he didn't really make, and that was Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, Jimmy, he's been through the ringer here with this fan base, and he's become Mitty G and all those things. But when that move happened, it was working out for the 49ers. That was a quarterback decision that Kyle made that worked out for the 49ers. Because Jimmy turned that team around right away at the end of that 2017 season. A couple years later, he is leading them to the Super Bowl. Kyle didn't so much, he made that decision, but it was more or less dropped into his lap. He got a bit of a manna from heaven on that one.
He gets credit for making the trade.
No, he did make the trade. Well, I mean, him and John Lynch, no, they get credit for making the trade.
Yes.
But let's not sit here and act like Kyle Shanahan had a light bulb go off in his head and like, you know what? Let's go get Jimmy G. Bill Belichick simply said, hey, Kyle, your dad's cool. You want this quarterback. That's a bit of a lucky break there. I'm not saying that Dad helped him out there, but Dad's name helped him out there.
He's not lucky once, but twice, you're saying? See, I don't.
Well, here's the thing, because then he moves on. Then he tries to make the move for Trey Lance, and it backfires horrifically. He runs him up the middle. He gets him hurt. Trey Lance is now third string behind Cooper Rush in Dallas. And Kyle Shanahan, for all intents and purposes, should have been fired when that pick went belly up. The only reason his job was saved is because Brock Purdy emerged out of nowhere to be better than I think a lot of people anticipated. Now, you could say that, Mike Shanahan saw in training camp that he was going to be great, all that stuff. I don't think anybody anticipated Brock being so good so fast. And that saved Kyle Shanahan's ass. So the two best quarterback decisions that have been made under Kyle Shanahan were more or less kind of came about by luck. And so this is going to be him having to make a fifth quarterback decision. And when it comes to the four decisions he's made, the bad ones have been the ones that he decided to make on his own power. The good ones are the ones that just like, yeah, it worked out well for you. So in that situation, no, I am not trusting Kyle to pick a fifth quarterback going into his 9th season. And I'll say it right now. If Kyle Shanahan really does, I'm going to say it. I'm call me Mike Florio because I'm going to say what I said. If Kyle Shanahan does decide to pivot off Brock Purdy for Kirk Cousins or Sam Darnold, just fire him right then and there. And
I said what I said.
And save us the agony that we would have to go through next season. Because if you add one of those two to this roster, you're not getting closer to a Super Bowl. You're just running in play. It's like a rocking chair. It'll give you something to do, but it's not going to get you anywhere. So just save us the struggle. Don't do it. And if you do, let's just pivot right then and there and just start moving forward. Because in no universe, when you're walking out of Allegiant Stadium and the first thought in your mind is Brock Purdy isn't good enough, and I'm quoting Joe Shasky on that one. That was his first thought. And your pivot is, oh, Brock isn't good enough to beat Patrick Mahomes. You know who is? Sam Darnold. Like, come on. Brock isn't good enough to take the Niners past Patrick Mahomes. You know who will, though? A really old and immobile Kirk Cousins. Like, when you say it out loud, it just sounds ridiculous. So, no, I'm not trusting Kyle Shanahan to pick another quarterback. Reinvent the offense. That's what you need to do, which, again, I don't trust you to do that either. And make it less predictable. Spadoni, when I watch these Niner games, I have a spreadsheet that I track all these plays on. You know, that's just my way of kind of remembering what goes on. I'll show it to you. It's pretty impressive.
It's the flex moment of the show right there.
And it's just my way of kind of keep track of what's going on in memory of the games and stuff like that. The amount of times I am typing up the words, stretch run to left, stretch one right, stretch one left, stretch one right. It's like, it's nauseating. It's every single play. Oh, 2nd and 6. Oh, he's probably going to run it to the left here. Oh, 3rd and 4. Oh, they're probably going to run it up the middle. It is a very predictable offense. I'm watching this Cal UNLV game last night in the LA Bowl, the Art Sport LA Bowl hosted by Gronk, which the fact that that's a thing that you could say for a bowl game is wild in its own right.
How packed was it at SoFi Stadium?
It was a very entertaining game, though, all things considered. Less so if you're a Cal fan, but, Cal fans are used to that. But there were some plays in that game last night where I'm watching some of these creative jet sweeps and end-around plays that the Rebels and the Bears were running. I'm thinking Kyle Shanahan should be watching this game and taking notes because these are some very creative, inventive plays. Granted, it's a bowl game, so you're going to, dust things off a little bit here. Last game of the season, can't hold out now, or whatever that line is from Waterboy. Shout out obscure references. That's what we need to see from Kyle Shanahan. Stop with the same run plays over and over again and just do something different because clearly the league has figured you out. It's hurting your quarterback. It's hurting your team. And it's a part of the reason why the 49ers are in the situation they're in right now.
That's Sam Lubman alongside Joe Spadoni here. 888-957-9570 is the Morning Roast, filling in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. They're getting pampered. They're getting their mani-pedis done before the Doobie Awards, which are tomorrow from Laughing Monk Brewing out in Sunnyvale from 6 to 10 a.m. Be there or be square. Visit 957thegame.com now for more details and to RSVP. We're talking about trust right now when it comes to the 49ers. Who do you trust the most or who do you trust the least? And we have a pull up on Twitter at Morning Roast 957. Who do you trust the most? Right now, John Lynch leading the way at 40% of the vote. Behind him, Kyle Shanahan with 32%, Purdy at 18%, and none of the above at 10%. So John Lynch getting the most trust from the fan base right now. Purdy with the least amount of trust. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Will. He's in Berkeley. He wants to join the conversation. What's going on, Will? Who do you trust the most or who do you trust the least right now when it comes to the 49ers?
I'm in Berkeley. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, we are.
It's a little it's a little complicated. So I think we have suffered what's called this, what they call it, attrition in terms of the last few times we've been in the Super Bowl. Because now Kyle Shanahan has now gotten what's called imposter syndrome. And he is slowly falling into, can I do it? Can I do it? So I do feel like even though I trust him and I think that he is that coach, he is him, I do feel that he is slowly turning into, oh God, can I do this now? Because he has failed over and over and over. And it's really, it looks sad because you see it on his face. You see in these last couple of games, I just see this guy, man. He looks all scruffy and he's not looking too well. And so I trust Kyle, but he needs to slap in the face. Yo, wake up, man. You or him. I do not trust the defensive coordinator because I feel like they jumped the gun too fast on Steve Wilks. And I think that they got too many of these like rumblings of like, oh, this and that's happening. You know, when Steve Wilks first started and he was up in the booth, everybody was tripping on that. It was like, you know, now he came down and then a couple of things happened. Look, just steady the ship. We are the Niners. You hear me, guys? Bay Area, we are the Niners. Let's get this ship steady, back on track, and I think we can do it.
There you go. That's Will in Berkeley. That wasn't a very convinced we are the Niners, by the way. That's kind of symbolic of the entire season.
We're
the Niners, guys.
Niners.
You know, well, no.
Got to throw some gravitas. You know, Will brings up a good point that I want to explore right here when it comes to trusting Kyle Shanahan because, again, I'm a Kyle Shanahan skeptic, but I will also acknowledge the things that he does do well. You know, like, as much as I'm skeptical on him, I'm not going to bang the table and say you need to fire him because I don't know if he's actually positioned himself to be fired. It's a weird situation here with Kyle Shanahan.
He's not on the hot seat.
No, he's not.
First and foremost, he's not on the hot seat.
I have never seen a coach in any sport ever get as much heat for their decision-making, as much criticism for their in-game tactics as Kyle Shanahan, but still have a seat as cold as Kyle Shanahan. He is a walking contradiction, Kyle Shanahan, in terms of just the frustrations with him, but at the same time, like it's hard to justify wanting to fire him. But what
you just said fire him if they go after Sam Darnold. So
well, that would be a different situation.
Just said that 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, that would be a different situation.
Soliloquy, Sam Lubman.
Yeah, I know, and that would be a different situation. If he does, then I would say yes, fire Kyle Shanahan. That's when the body of work hits that level. There's nuance to these things, Spadoni.
Oh, he's a man of nuance.
I am a man of nuance.
Wow.
I am a dynamic human being. But the coordinators, I think there's some legitimate, if you have trust issues with Kyle Shanahan, it should be over his ability to pick coordinators right now. Because the last couple of years, they have left something to be desired. Steve Wilks, it was clearly never a fit. You look at Steve Wilks' resume, he is a one and done everywhere he has gone. So I think that was a red flag. There was no fit there. I don't know if Wilks was back this year, would it be a little bit easier? I don't know. But when Nick Bosa is throwing you under the bus, that kind of speaks volumes in terms of just how far Wilks' influence carried in that locker room last year. And then Nick Sorensen, you say the name and you're going to piss 49er fans off. 49er fans clearly do not believe in him. I do think Kyle Shanahan struggled to find some good coordinators around him. Chris Forster, who's the offensive corner / running game coordinator / something fake title because Kyle Shanahan calls the plays. We're going to see a guy this weekend on the sideline in Miami Gardens at a Hard Rock Stadium, Mike McDaniel, who once upon a time was a driving force for this 49ers offense as Kyle Shanahan's offensive coordinator. The Jets recently let go of a guy earlier this year in Robert Saleh, who was once a dynamic presence for the 49ers on the sideline as the defensive coordinator. DeMeco Ryans out in Houston was another great coordinator hire for Kyle that he has lost. Kyle, I think, let's be honest, he has struggled to replace those guys. He has struggled to find coordinators at the level of Mike McDaniel, DeMeco Ryans, and Robert Saleh. And I do believe, don't ask me to name names, I am not that deep in the weeds when it comes to coordinator options, but I do believe that if Kyle Shanahan can find better options to stand next to him on the sideline as coordinators, I think that would go a long way in terms of making this team a better football team going into the 2025 season.
Damon, Jan, and John, I will get to you in just a second. 888-957-9570. In regards to Brock Purdy and questions about him, here's what Brian Baldinger had to say on Tuesday when he joined the Morning Roast for his weekly appearance, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is in time for you to discover the islands, the River Islands in Lathrop. Baldy on the 49ers having a big decision this offseason when it comes to Purdy.
Well, Jed York and John Lynch have a big decision to make. I mean, because the amount of money being paid to, your star quarterbacks right now is $55, $60 million. That's going to be an investment that's going to basically, a lot of guys are going to have to depart. You're going to be limited by what you can do. If you do that, And they have to make that decision. Now, obviously, you wouldn't base anything off playing in the monsoon and the poor performance by everybody in that game, but that's the $1 million decision that the 49ers got to make right now. Because if you make the wrong decision, and he's a guy that's a declining player, which it sort of looks like right now, then you're going to be a bottom feeder for a while.
That's Brian Baldinger on the Morning Roast. And Baldy's not playing any games, and I know everyone wanted to take his little snippet that he had, that he'd have the conversation in regards to Sam Darnold for Brock Purdy. People are taking away and running with it. By the way, not giving any credit to the Morning Roast for 95.7 The Game. Thank you, Colin Coward. 888-957-9570. It is what it is. Damon in the city wants to join in the conversation, though. Damon, who do you trust the most, or who do you trust the least when it comes to Lynch, Shanahan, or Purdy? What's going on, man?
I'll start off with the lease. What's up, guys? I'll start off with the lease. Lease is going to start off with Brock Purdy. He just reminds me too much of Jimmy G. It started off hot, but this season just made me really question his arm strength, the repeated injuries, just as far as some of the decision-making. He just hasn't been effective in a dump, tie up a lot of money in him, just like Baldy was saying. I mean, you tie up a lot of money in him, there's not going to be enough money to spread around. And what are we saying? Brock Purdy needs these pieces in order to be great, in order to be good. And I think the league is, kind of caught up to him. He hasn't adjusted. Next would be Shanahan. Going back to what you guys were saying earlier, one of my big things with Shanahan is that when we needed a quarterback, when we had Brian Hoyer, we passed on Mahomes, we passed on Josh Allen, we passed on, you know what I mean? We passed on good
Sean Watson
quarterbacks that are great now. Yeah, Deshaun Watson, Lamar Jackson, when we needed a QB. And, and not only that, Brady. We had a chance to go after and get Brady. You passed on Brady and then double back after, and, hey, Brady, you still want to play? Would you come play for us? And Brady turns him down. So
Aaron Rodgers on the table for a hot second.
Question. Yeah. So, I mean, he passed on a lot of great quarterbacks that would, we probably have a championship right now. Hey, Brady left and went and got a championship right away, So, yeah, just that and Shanahan itself. I mean, his play calling, the teams, we've been at the top of the food chain for a while, and teams have been eyeing us. They dissected what Shanahan is doing, and, they found out, okay, this is how you play against him. And Shanahan hasn't really countered that. He's kind of been stuck, and so, that's why I would say Shanahan second. And I could still run with Lynch. I mean, I haven't seen anything that, really makes me question. But definitely Purdy. If we pay Purdy, I just feel like we're going to either get a product that'll just keep us kind of relevant, but never a threat to the Super Bowl. And, the way he's played this year, I don't know how he's going to be going forward.
Thanks, Damon. Appreciate the call, man. We got to get some of the other calls here. 888-957-9570. Trust level right now when it comes to John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy. Who do you have the most trust in, or who do you have the least amount of trust in when it comes to those three guys, Sam Lubman?
The comment that Dave brought up, I think it's a very relevant one because a lot of other people have brought it up. Steve Young referenced it. Brian Baldinger referenced it. It's this notion that if you pay Brock, you're automatically kneecapping the roster. Again, we talked about this earlier. This is why I think Prague should be on this list too, how much you trust him. But, are we sure, absolutely sure that Brock...
75%, real quick, 75%, 90%, we don't know what even Parag Mate looks like. So he's going to be lumped in with John Lynch at this point. Don't bring up Parag Mate.
All right, that's fine. Again, that's small potatoes, though, in this conversation, though. But
he's lumped in with Lynch.
Okay, that's fine. We can do that. Dude. Yeah. But, are we sure that a Brock deal will kneecap the ability to put players on this roster? Spadoni, you brought up a very good point the other day.
Thank you.
The Philadelphia I got to be specific. You bring up a lot of really good points. The Philadelphia Eagles, they have paid a lot of people on that roster as well. They have a quarterback that they gave a lot of money to who is not one of the elite four quarterbacks in Jalen Hurts.
Very good. I'd say he's top 10, but yeah.
No, he's top 10. He's a very, very good quarterback. And, that's it. When if you don't have one of the elite four quarterbacks, you got to have guys around your quarterback that can help him out. Jalen Hurts needs A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. Brock Purdy needs Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle. That's just the reality for quarterbacks of that level. Jared Goff needs Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams and Jahmyr Gibbs helping him out on offense. But are we certain that paying Brock kneecaps the roster because the Eagles have paid everybody. They're figuring it out. So it's clearly possible. You look at the money that the Niners have next year that they have to pay people. You have 8 guys who are going to be making at least $10 million or more on this team next year. One of those guys is Charvarius Ward, who's set to make just a smidge under $13 million. That he's not going to be here next year. Another big one I'm looking at is the near $22 million that Trent Williams and his age 37 season is set to make. And that's one where I think if you're looking to cut costs next year, it's crazy that we're bringing this up, but I don't know what we're going to be seeing from Big Trent these next 3 games. We haven't really seen a whole lot to depend on him this year. 37 years old for one of the most demanding positions in all of professional sports. You know, Jalen Moore, he's been serviceable in that left tackle spot. Yeah, a draft as well. That's a place you can cut cost on. And then, of course, Deebo Samuel, he's got about $16 million that he's set to make next year. And again, we've said it a couple times on the show. It feels like we're seeing the very end of the Deebo Samuel era, as sad as that is to say. So you have options to move money around next year before you even sign Brock. And again, as the Eagles have shown, and heck, we got a team this weekend, the Miami Dolphins. It is possible to pay everybody and still keep your playmakers. Dolphins are probably on the downside of that, though, because they have lost guys on that defense. This is where the Kyle Shanahan trust comes in. This is what I'm going to call it, the Kyle Shanahan paradox, where you could have zero faith in Kyle Shanahan in some areas, but a lot of faith in others. You know, if you're trusting Kyle Shanahan to find talent in the draft to put around Brock Purdy, then you should not be that hesitant about the money that Brock's going to get, because it is possible to still find talent and put it around him. Is it difficult? Of course, but it's the NFL. Things are difficult in the NFL, and that is why John Lynch, Parag Marat, and Kyle Shanahan are paid to make the decisions that they make. So I get that trepidation about paying Brock. I'm not fully bought in on the idea that paying Brock Purdy kneecaps your roster.
Swear to God, if you bring Parag Marat up again, so help me, Sam Lubin.
Coming up next.
8 o'clock, Danny Hollywood Rabinovitz, co-host of the Joe Rose Show on our Odyssey sister station out in Miami, 560 WQAM. We're going to preview this Dolphins-Niners game because, yes, the 49ers season's not over, folks. We got 3 games to go here still, and there is still a lot to play for, even if they aren't going to the playoffs. So Danny going to be joining us 560 WQAM coming up at 8 o'clock. Cannot wait for that conversation because I would like to know his thoughts, too, from an outsider's perspective, all the way on the other coast there. His thoughts on Kyle Shanahan right now and after this season, because I still think his stock is very high when it comes to the league. I know right now locally it's not, but I still think nationally when it comes to people in Chicago, people in Carolina, they would love to have a guy like Kyle Shanahan. But we're seeing a Kyle Shanahan disciple not doing very well right now with Mike McDaniel. He's gone to 2 playoffs, gotten bounced in the first round, both of those. The first one was Skylar Thompson, wasn't really great. Last year, they got humbled very much so in the cold against Kansas City. So love to get his thoughts there. Let's wrap up these calls before the injury report, though. Let's go to John in the city. What's going on, John? Who do you have the most trust in, or who do you have the least amount of trust in when it comes to Kyle, Lynch, and Brock Purdy? What's going on, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Just in general, this regime is beginning to lose me, but I least trust John Lynch. I mean, how are you, a great defensive guy back in the day in your playing days? And as a GM, you don't give importance to the nose tackle position. There was a Buckner at one point. You let him walk. You found DJ Jones, another great nose tackle, and you let him walk too. And not only that, how do you construct a team when you're trying to be physical? You want to be a physical running team, right? But you got this little quarterback with average arm, and you got all these little wide receivers with average speed. I don't get it. You look all over the NFL, everybody's got big guys that could run like the wind. And yeah, they got small dudes as a wide receiver, but they got small dudes with lightning speed. You know what I mean? So I don't really get what's going on with the 49ers. And
real quick, John, I don't mean to cut you off. What I don't get is why Jonathan in San Francisco is going by John in the city these days. You changing your name up on me, Jonathan? What's going on here?
No, I told him I'm Jonathan. I'm always Jonathan, bro.
See, Matt, that's an L for Matt Nahigian, because this is a legendary caller, Matt. Jonathan in San Francisco joining us here on the Morning Roast. Continued, Jonathan. I didn't mean to cut you off there, bud.
So, yeah, at the minimum, I want them to get a new GM. Jed has to fire John Lynch because I think Kyle Shanahan needs a boss. The team needs a boss, bro. in the sense that, somebody has to tell Debo, bro, you're not coming out with that boombox. We lost the damn Super Bowl. And how do you have a podcast? What are you going to talk about in your podcast anyway? How not to run a good route? I don't get it, bro. With all this selfishness going on in the building, it doesn't make sense to me. So for me, hit the reset button now. Because how do you have a contract guru in Parag Maradve, but you got fleeced by 4 players? If I was a GM, I would have never signed Debo because he's a gimmick guy. Gimmicks don't last. It's not sustainable. He's a running back. He's not a wide receiver, but you paid him $28 million. Next year, he's going to make $32 million as a wide receiver.
Thank you. That's Jonathan in San Francisco, a.k.a. John in the city, 888-957-9570. I get it. The Deebo Samuel thing was frustrating to me, and I don't think anyone really brings this up, but he's been in the league now for quite some time, and he has never graduated from a gadget player. I don't know if he works on his route running in the offseason or what, but he has not improved in that area at all, which is crazy to me considering you have one of the best route runners as a teammate in Brandon Ayuk, who was second team All-Pro last year. It seems like he wanted to just hone in on his craft as being a wide back, quote unquote. The problem is you're not a running back and you're not really a wide receiver. So you're in that kind of gray area. You have to hang your hat on something when it comes to either one of those. So either lean in on the running back portion or on the route running portion of a wide receiver, or else you're in that Cordero Patterson zone. And what have we seen with Cordero Patterson? Is he even in the league anymore?
He bounced around a lot.
Yeah, he's gone.
You talk about the route running. I mean, Debo, he's so great after the catch, too. If you improve that level of your game, it opens up that as well. Debo is never profiled as a legitimate, go deep, get open receiver. Solid number 2, but I think we're at the point where Debo is going to be going into his age 29 season next year. In NFL years, that's kind of on the older end of the spectrum there. You probably got 1, maybe 2 serviceable seasons left. That's why you're absolutely right, Priest. Maybe you're Dave Stewart. I don't know.
He does sound like Dave Stewart.
He does. It's
so good.
I want to get them on the same.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
You see, I have no idea who that was. But no, that's why I just feel like we're seeing the end of Debo. He's going to be on a different team next year. He'll probably give them a good year. But it sucks because Debo's been a very fun player to watch. But it's run its course with him.
Real quick, Sammy, I want to squeeze Jan in Mountain View. She's one of our best callers here. Jan, what's going on? You're almost Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte and Shasky in the Morning Roast. Who do you trust the most or who do you trust the least with Lynch, Shanahan, and Purdy?
Well, what I want to bring, and I'll make it short, and that would be is that Shanahan needs to reinvent his offense because everybody is caught up in the league and play man to man, and the only thing that he's shown Brock on how to do well is how to defend against the zone. And before if we're going to go any further, that's what he needs to reinvent during the off season is to train Brock on how to know how to defend against zone. I mean, man to man, and be able to go forward. Otherwise, forget it.
Thank you, Jan. We're up against it. Don't mean to cut you off there, but yeah, the sticky man coverage is a problem with this 49ers run zone scheme and their passing ability. It just hasn't been able to work when you're going up against the likes of Steve Spagnuolo, Brian Flores, and some of these other defenses that will bully you when it comes to man-to-man coverage. Injury report time.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, real quick here with the injury report. Moses Moody will miss a third straight game tonight in Memphis. Knee tendonitis. Marcus Smart is doubtful for the Grizzlies, and John Morant is questionable. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Danny Hollywood Rubinovitz, co-host of the Joe Rose Show on our Odyssey sister station 560 WQAM, will preview some 49ers and some Dolphins on 95.7 The Game. Spadoni, Lubman, Morning Roast, back at you next. Joe, baby. Yeah, Joe Spadoni in for Bonta Hill alongside Sam Lubman, who's filling in for Joe Shasky. It's the morning roast here. We got you for 2 more hours, and we've been talking a lot of 49ers football. We've been fired up about Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch. And by the way, the season's not over, folks. We got 3 more games to go here before we finally can actually talk about extensions and contracts and who you cut, who you don't cut. And we're going to be diving into this matchup this Sunday out in Miami with Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz, who's going to be joining us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? Also, shout out to all of us and all of you watching on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube. We are streaming live on all those platforms, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Sam Lubman, Joe Spadoni here, and we welcome in Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz of our sister station out in Miami, 560 WQAM, co-host of the Joe Rose Show there. Hollywood, how you doing, bro?
Guys, thank you for having me on the show. I certainly appreciate it. You know, it's like traveling back in time. We just finished 4 hours of morning radio here, and it's great to be with you guys.
Real quick, Danny, how did you get the name Hollywood? Because the only Hollywood I know of other in sports is Marquise Hollywood Brown, who's trying to rehab from his chest injury. How did you get the name? And what are you doing on the East Coast if you're Hollywood?
Well, we actually have a Hollywood down here, a Hollywood in Florida. But I will tell you, it was a name given to me by Joe when I was trying to work my way up at the station. Thought I was acting a little too big time at the time, and he started calling me that. That's probably goes back about 15 years now.
There you go. I love it. I'm going to just call you Hollywood the rest of the way then. Hollywood.
That works.
There you go. This matchup this week, and for a lot of Niners fans, you know, after last week's loss to the Thursday Night Football to the Los Angeles Rams, it's been like, all right, well, our season's basically cooked. Let's move into offseason talk. Let's move into Kyle Shanahan. Let's move into John Lynch. Are we going to pay Brock Purdy? Aren't we? But I'm looking at the rest of this regular season, and there's a lot to play for still when it comes to one Brock Purdy. I liken him to what's going on right now with the Miami Dolphins and Tua Tagovailoa. They paid Tua. They've paid Jalen Waddle. They've paid Tyreek Hill, and it really hasn't worked out for the best so far this season and going forward. They got Mike McDaniel, obviously former offensive coordinator with Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. What's kind of the move and the vibe, I should say, when it comes to, you know, Tua, McDaniel? Tyreek Hill's tweeting now, I should get into coaching. He was a DNP. Him and Jalen Waddle, DNP. Terran Armstead, what's going on right now with the Miami Dolphins?
Yeah, you know, you guys, it is funny. You guys do have some of the similar things that we're dealing with, except for the fact that you guys have played in Super Bowls recently, and the Dolphins haven't won a playoff game in 24 years since the year 2000. So it's a little bit of a different situation down here. And I will tell you, fans have had enough. It's just things have snowballed once again for this team. This season went a little different than last year. Obviously, the Dolphins were the best offense in football through most of the season last year, and then they ran into some good teams. They ran into some cold weather, and they folded. And there was a lot of hope coming into this season after giving out those big contracts you just talked about that, you know, maybe they'd find a way to get over the hump. And unfortunately, it's looked significantly worse. This year, they did lose some players, some good players in free agency. You obviously can't keep everyone. But you know what? The big issue right now is Chris Greer. He's the general manager here. He did not put together a good team this year. One of his biggest mistakes, one of the biggest flaws on this team was the backup quarterback situation. And they whiffed badly on that, knowing that Tua is very injury prone. And granted, he did get through last season without any of those concussions, and everyone kind of forgot about it. It was an afterthought after that last season, but that obviously popped up again this year. And the backup quarterback situation was a real miss by this organization. That cost them some games, certainly. And now it just looks like, offensive line problems have been really rough. And, again, this is a team that is supposed to have an explosive offense. They scored 12 points against Houston. I mean, they just look helpless when they play any sort of playoff caliber team.
Well, this conversation we've been having, Hollywood, in regards to trust level right now, and 49ers fans and their trust level when it comes to John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, has kind of been all over the place. I wonder what the trust level right now is with Dolphins fans in Mike McDaniel. Obviously, he burst onto the scene. He's this new young hotshot guy. He's kind of quirky. He wears the glasses. He's kind of molded into that Miami lifestyle, if you will, when it comes to his hair, when it comes to his whole style. But it's cool when you're winning. When you start losing, it becomes, all right, this is kind of annoying. Is this a shtick kind of a thing? What's the temperature from the fan base when you mention one Mike McDaniel?
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. When he came in and things were, looking great, and Tua was launching the ball downfield to Tyreek Hill, and, they were putting up, 30, 40, 50 points against some of these teams. Yeah, it was awesome. It was fun to watch. It was the best Dolphins football we've seen. Again, we don't have a lot in common with you guys with that playoff drought, so it's a little tough to almost, even compare when you talk about the trust level with GM and coach and stuff. But look, there's this narrative now going around with this team that they're soft, right? And that they sort of embody their head coach to an extent. And Mike is known for being a player's coach. He's known for, not being the toughest of them, right? He's not Dan Campbell. He's like the opposite of a Dan Campbell type of guy. So unfortunately, people believe that this team is just soft, and that's from a physical and now kind of a mental standpoint as well. And again, anytime this team has gone up against a playoff caliber team, they have just completely folded. They lay eggs against these teams. They went up and played Green Bay and in the cold, and that thing was a mess on Thanksgiving. And then again, last week's game, I think, was a perfect example. I mean, you go up against the Houston team that's essentially like a fringe playoff team, and there's no weather issues, nothing to complain about in a dome over there. And Tua throws 3 picks and bad picks, and the defense kept him in it. That's been kind of the thing with the common theme with all these games. The defense keeps you in it, but the offense just, for whatever reason, cannot figure things out against these good teams, and it's become very, very frustrating for fans down here.
Yeah, Hollywood, I did catch a bit of your guys' show this morning, the Joe Rose show out there, and you guys started the show off by playing a clip. I guess Mike McDaniel was asked by one of your reporters out there, basically, do you expect to be back next year? And he gave a long kind of, I'll call it kind of generic rambling answer. He understands the job. You got to adjust, all that stuff. I'm curious, so just from where you're standing looking at things, is this a situation, like, do you expect Mike McDaniel to still be on the sideline for the Miami Dolphins next year?
It's really a tough question, to be quite honest with you, because I think the root of the problem here starts at general manager, and Chris Greer has been a common theme with all these bad Dolphins teams. And so I think if someone were to go, it would be him. The issue that I see with firing Mike McDaniel, he and Tua are tied at the hip, right? And that's kind of the deal right now is you have a quarterback who is completely rehabbed. They were ready to move on. Brian Flores was the coach when Tua came into the league, and he didn't want Tua, and Tua was terrible with him, and it looked like the Dolphins had a massive miss. Now, it still looks like they missed on Tua, to be quite honest with you, but the only issue right now is that you have all those guys we talked about before, massive contracts. I don't know what they can do with the Tyreek Hills of the world, Jalen Waddle, and some of these other guys on the offensive side of the ball. But again, you gave Tua the largest contract in franchise history. So there's nothing you can do at this point to move on from that, essentially. So I think as long as Tua's going to be the quarterback, they're going to stick with him. I think you kind of have to stay with Mike McDaniel because, again, Mike is really responsible for Tua in the way that he has played when he's looked good.
Yeah, so we got Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz. He just goes by Hollywood, joining us here on the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Sam Lubman. He is the co-host of the Joe Rose Show on our Odyssey sister station, 560 WQAM out in Miami. It's a great show. Definitely check it out on that free Odyssey app. Hollywood, you bring up Tua, and I want to pivot there now because here out in the Bay Area, we are staring down the barrel, so to speak, of a big payday for Brock Purdy. And there is a lot of nervousness and apprehension over what that deal will do to the roster in terms of the ability to put talent around Brock. We've seen the Dolphins, they pay Tua, and they're still able to get talent around him. But the question I have for you simply is, as we anticipate a big payday coming for Brock Purdy, when you look at the contract that Tua got going and everything and how that's gone since then, is there like a sense of regret of paying Tua all that money. If you could go back in time and stop that deal, do you think a lot of Dolphins fans would do that? Is there just a general kind of regret of giving Tua all of this money, considering all the things that have happened?
Yeah, so look, there were two choices the Dolphins had with Tua's deal. They could have let him play out the fifth-year option and see how things went this year and then signed him to a deal, or they could have, signed him during the camp, during the offseason, which they did. And, look, you can't have your quarterback upset and moping around. And, a lot of the players, they liked Tua a lot. They were going to bat for him, and it became a big topic of conversation. And it's like, do you really want to go into the season with your quarterback unhappy because he doesn't have his contract? When, again, the issue with this Dolphins team is they have built this thing to win now. They built it very poorly, and they didn't do it correctly, but that was the thinking, right, is that we are trying to win right now. There is certainly going to be no better option than Tua, right, that's going to come along for us. So that's kind of why, we went and gave him the deal that they gave him. And, yes, they were able to put some talent around him, but you'll see on Sunday the offensive line is an utter disaster, right? They can't run the football at all. They have other issues on this team that certainly weren't addressed. And so, yes, I think at the end of the day, like, you kind of had to give them the contract, right? And nobody expected this thing to go this poorly. I think there were people that were not sold on Tua, obviously, because of the struggles in the big games going back to last year. But I just think it's tough to go into a season with a quarterback who's upset about his contract when you're in a win now situation, right? The Dolphins were like, this is our window is now. And so that's kind of why they went all in on this thing. And again, it's just been like a massive backfire.
Well, the thing I don't get, Hollywood, and maybe this is unfair to say because you do have to go all in with something. And you brought in McDaniel, and you've seen that him and Tua can do well together. But as they were negotiating that and as they were trying to get them that contract, I was like, you're in the AFC. You've got Burrow. You've got Josh Allen within your own division. You've got Mahomes. You've got just all these quarterbacks. And I'm thinking there's just no chance in hell that Tua is going to beat those guys in the playoffs. This is just me, an outside observer. I understand that you have to pay a quarterback. I understand. Yeah, and the options weren't great. But I'm looking with Brock Purdy. I'm saying, I'm in the NFC, and I know I could beat Jared Goff. That's happened. I know I could beat Jordan Love. I know I could beat Jalen Hurts. So it's one thing to pay Brock Purdy because I know what I'm getting within that conference. It was just tough for me last year thinking about paying Tua all that money because inevitably I just know when push comes to shove, I just don't think they're good enough with him to be a Patrick Mahomes, a Josh Allen, a Lamar Jackson type of squad.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're not, right? I mean, that's and looking at it now, you can obviously say that. But, again, it came down to a couple of things. First off, who were you going to get that would be anywhere near that good, right? I mean, you could run around and try to find an aging vet. Look how the Aaron Rodgers thing has worked with the Jets. And that thing has been a bigger disaster than this thing. So, you could have gone and done something like that. The other issue, it goes back to this. Look, Chris Greer, the GM, picked Tua. Mike came in here and has worked with Tua, and Tua's his guy. So you have the two most, biggest voices in the franchise that were like, hey, this is our guy. He can get us to where we want to get to. Stephen Ross, the owner, is the kind of guy that listens to his football people, and he will pay whatever they ask him to pay. He is known for shelling out money. He's redone everything around the stadium, the practice facility. It's all new stuff. And he is not cheap when it comes to paying guys. But, look, he listened to his football guys. And unfortunately, you had the GM and Chris Greer who drafted Tua and was obviously going to, put it on the line for him. And you have a coach that has rehabbed them and Tua's his guy. So, again, you have two guys that are the biggest voices in the franchise that were saying Tua's their guy. So it wasn't going to be really much of a debate. I mean, they wanted to find a way to pay him. They did. And, unfortunately now you're kind of stuck with it. Now, can you find a way to maybe, fix the offensive line in the off season and add some other pieces to this team? I guess, but again, we're just still patching up holes. And I think this roster is deeply flawed. And I do think that they could probably use someone else in the GM role to be making the decisions moving forward. But I think you guys got an interesting situation with Brock Purdy, but I will tell you, at least he can win a big game. So
again, NFC though, because when he went up against Patty Mahomes, like Tua Tagovailoa and that Kansas City Chiefs defense, they came up just a little bit short, but that's kind of the story of Kyle Shanahan's career thus far as well. Hey, we appreciate the time, Danny. Just one more for you real quick. You probably saw what Brian Baldinger said, or if you didn't, you saw it somewhere else, but he said it just the other day here on our station. Brian Baldinger, obviously our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, does great work. I think he joins you guys there on the station as well.
He joined them this morning, actually.
Oh, wow. So there you go. Sam Darnold for Brock Purdy. I want to get an outsider's perspective on this. Would you do it? And the price point is a big thing for me here too, because it's one season of Sam Darnold in a good situation. He's got Justin Jefferson. He's got Jordan Addison. And it's been a down year for Brock Purdy, whose Juwan Jennings has been his number one wide receiver. And if I polled America, they probably don't even know who Juwan Jennings is. Would you make that move if you had the opportunity to switch Sam Darnold for a cheaper contract than one Brock Purdy, who might make $50 to $60 million?
All right, well, let me start by asking you this. Are fans on board with Brock Purdy? Because I already get enough heat from Tua fans down here. Tua's fans are very intense, and they don't like when you talk bad about him. I don't want another fan base upset with me at this point. So, I mean, are people all in on Brock Purdy, or are they pretty split?
The Purdy stands, Danny, have quieted down a lot in the last few weeks during this losing streak. I think his worst game as a professional was last Thursday when they couldn't even score a touchdown. It's been all quiet on the Purdy front, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, look, guys, again, you've been to Super Bowls. You've had success. You've had success in the playoffs. We know nothing about that. So you guys seem to be doing something right up there. I know that this season hasn't been the best, and I know you're dealing with some injuries and stuff, but, you know, it seems like the sample size is decent enough for Brock Purdy at this point, right, to say that he can play at a relatively high enough level. It would seem that the sample size is big enough to me, at least. But yeah, I don't want to tell you to get rid of your guy, have people all upset with me or anything like that. But I would probably ride with what you guys have been doing. You had a lot of success. We don't know anything about that down here in Miami, unfortunately.
Hollywood here. I got one last one here before we get you out of here. And so I first came across the show that you do with Joe Rose about 11 years ago when I was a college kid at the University of Miami. I graduated there in class of 2015. So anytime we get someone from Miami on this station, I have to ask a Miami Hurricanes question.
Oh, boy.
We just saw a quarterback out here for Cal, Fernando Mendoza. He's a Miami guy. He knows Mario Cristobal. He entered the transfer portal. John Mateer, he's off the board. He's going to Oklahoma. Is Fernando Mendoza going to be at the U next year?
I think it's very possible. I know that there's some ties with the father and Mario Cristobal. I know they're very close. I think it's certainly very possible. And hey, look, Miami's got a great selling point now. After being a middling ACC team for a very long time, they got a quarterback that they brought in out of the transfer portal in Cam Ward, who is going to be. He could very well be the top pick in this upcoming draft, and we'll see how things go through the. All the workouts and everything they're going to do. But, to me, that's a pretty good selling point right now. If you're a transfer portal quarterback and you're looking to come in and play somewhere, they're going to have a quarterback drafted really high in the first round, which they haven't had in a very long time, as you know. So I do think that's a possibility. And I think, Miami, again, still has a lot of talent left on this roster. So I think it'd be a great situation for him to come in here.
And thus concludes our University of Miami talking points here on the Morning Roast. Danny, appreciate the time, man. You were too good to us. We kept you a long time. Go out and enjoy Cubano for me, please, because we don't have any of those here in the Bay Area.
Well, get a nap, too. I know you're a morning radio guy, so I know you need your nap right now. So
it is nap time. Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Hollywood.
That's Danny Hollywood Rabinovitz, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? So a lot of stuff there. They're down on Tua right now. They're down on Mike McDaniel. But again, their level of expectations are not nearly what the 49ers are. So I get it. It's more doom and gloom here because you were just in a Super Bowl within this calendar year if you're a 49ers fan. The Dolphins, they're not in a position where they're just going to move off of Mike McDaniel into a willy-nilly like that. Not to say that the 49ers are going to do that with Kyle Shanahan, Sam Lubman, and Brock Purdy, but it just gives some perspective, right, about where this 49ers team has been and all that they've accomplished, albeit haven't won a Super Bowl. But the Dolphins haven't won a playoff game, and as you just said, in 24 years.
Yeah, and Spinoni, I've been around that fan base, man. It is hard being a Dolphins fan, because think about it. I mean, for as tough as it is right now for the 49ers with Brock Purdy. Whoa, watch the language there. I'm curious how many people even get that reference there.
Shout SpongeBob.
But well, it's like Dolphins fans, I mean, think about what they've had to deal with since Dan Marino retired. After that 63-7 beatdown to Jacksonville back in I believe it was the 99 playoffs.
Jimmy Johnson was his head coach.
It was Jimmy Johnson's last game as a head coach. And what a way to go out. Ever since then, though, they have been staring up at the behind of one Tom Brady and the New England Patriots. And then when Tom Brady finally, ages out and moves on to Tampa and the Dolphins don't have to deal with him anymore, along comes Josh Allen. Now you're staring up at him. So they have just been buried underneath two incredibly transcendent quarterbacks for a quarter of a century now. So the misery of that fan base and the frustration there is at an all-time high, because there is no sport in South Florida that is bigger than football. It is ultimate king down there. Not just pro football, but college football too. They go rabid for the Canes down there, not just the alumni, everybody. And then, of course, high school
Jacksonville
football.
Jaguars, they don't love them down there?
No, you got to go a little bit further north there. Same with the Bucks. But yeah, high school football, it's big too. Miami loves good football, and they love their Dolphins. And it is like as frustrating as it has been for the 49ers, it has been 50 times more frustrating for Dolphins fans down South Florida.
Well, and I think they're in a way, like, there's perspective here, right? And we're talking about the season if this is over right now. I mean, their Super Bowl chances are over for San Francisco, but perspective always helps in situations like this, because you know what? The 49ers, they should be thankful that this isn't an open league and there's just one full conference, because if they were in the AFC, that's when I would start panicking with Brock Purdy, because I do think Purdy is better than Tua. I do think that you can win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy, as Jerry Rice, as Kurt Warner, as Baldy, as Greg Cosell mentioned. Everything has to be right around him. But if they were in the AFC with Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes, it would just be tough. And I get it. Joe Burrow's not making the playoffs this year. I get it. It's not the end all be all, but Justin Herbert, he's probably going to be in the playoffs. He's having a great season. I know they just lost last week to Tampa. Disappointing loss there. Don't have the talent, I think, on offense to really compete.
He's on a team that's on the up and up.
No, but he's been very good with Jim Harbaugh in his first time as a head coach there with the formerly San Diego, now Los Angeles Chargers.
Make that slip up too.
It's still weird. I don't like it. But they should be thanking their lucky stars that they are not in the AFC. You're still in the NFC, and yes, the conference is getting better. Jalen Hurts is very good. Matt Stafford has won a Super Bowl. Jordan Love is very good. Sam Darnold's having a renaissance season. But, and it's a big but, I don't fear Jared Goff. I don't fear Sam Darnold. I don't fear Jordan Love. I don't fear anyone in the AFC, in the NFC when it comes to the quarterback play. So that's what I hang my hat on, that I know Brock Purdy can beat Jordan Love. He can beat the Jared Goffs of the world. He can go toe-to-toe with those guys when things are going well. It's when things aren't going well around him. We're seeing this season, it's very difficult to try and be a competitor like a Patrick Mahomes or a Josh Allen that doesn't have the plethora of talent around them.
And I think that's a benefit you have for the 49ers here as we about to hit this break, is that, if you're the Dolphins, if you're Tua, you have to go through at least a couple of those Elite Four quarterbacks, probably in cold weather, to get to the Super Bowl. And for Brock Purdy and the 49ers, just got to beat one of them. And that's whichever one of those four ends up coming out of the AFC. And I think it's a lot better to have to only worry about beating one of those Elite Four than multiple of those Elite Four. And that's why, like, as down as this year has been for the 49ers, I still have faith that there are pieces in the box there down in Santa Clara that you could put together and have this team back up in the contender tier of the NFC next year. It's a down year this year. It stinks. Like, no one likes that. But this is far from the ultimate downfall that Rob and Sam Bruno predicted at the beginning of this year.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Lucky California. More of your calls, more of your texts, 888-957-9570. Reacting to what Danny Hollywood Rabinovitz just had to say in regards to Tua, in regards to Brock Purdy. And I think we're going to pivot a little bit to the Dubs here as well, because they are back in action tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies. Coverage of that starts at 4 o'clock with Warriors Live right here on 95.7 The Game with Willard and Dibbs, before handing it off to the voice of the Golden State Warriors, Tim Roy, at 4:30, tip-off at 5, again, right here on 95.7 The Game. Dennis Schröder making his debut. Let's get our thoughts on that. And is Stephen Curry, could he still be the number one on a championship-level team? Steve Kerr thinks so. I have my doubts. We're going to talk about that on the other side. Spadoni, Lubman, 95.7 The Game. The Doobie Awards are tomorrow. Yeah, we had to sneak in that University of Miami question.
Gotta be a little self-serving, you know.
We just had Danny Hollywood Rabinovitz on via the River Islands guest line. He is a part of our sister station, The Joe Rowe Show, WQAM 560 out in Miami, talking Tua, talking Niners, talking Purdy. They're playing each other this Sunday out in MIA. Was that the 305, right? Is that what Pitbull is, Mr. 305?
305, yeah.
That's how I know. Pitbull, like he's the Mr. Miami guy, so that's how I know these things.
I'll rep that Trail 5, as we say.
There you go. Doobie Awards, you repping those tomorrow, Sam Lubman?
Oh, I will be hardcore repping the Doobie Awards. It's going to be a great time out there at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale, 6 to 10 a.m. Get there early, though, because space going to be limited. So we've been taking RSVPs. Go to 957thegame.com. The link's right there at the top of the page to RSVP to this event. We have over 95 confirmed RSVP yeses right now, and a lot of them have a +1 that they're attaching to it. And knowing how our roasters act, I am certain that there is a lot of roasters who will be there who did not RSVP. They're just going to show up without saying anything because that's just how our listeners are. They don't need to be formal. They're just he's not scared. They're just going to show up, and it's going to be a great time. Like, this is going to be one of the greatest parties in radio. This is about celebrating the listeners, celebrating the roasters, celebrating the show, and celebrating the fact that there is going to be free food and drink provided by our friends at Laughing Monk Brewing. So shout out to all those guys there for hosting us. It's going to be a great time tomorrow, Spadoni. I've been putting together all the sound for the Doobies all week long, and I have just been laughing through all these moments.
Shout out Laughing Monk, am I right?
I have been laughing. I've been raging too. It's a little stressful putting this together, but it is going to be, I'm telling everyone right now, it's going to be a great time. You're going to want to be tuned in and listening, and you should be down there, though.
Absolutely. As far as the drinks go, I believe it's water that will be provided. If you want to get the alcoholic beverages, you're on your own. We don't want people getting wasted at 6
Here's the thing about that, though, is that's not going to be the case.
No, it is. No.
Oh, it is?
It is.
Oh,
Yes.
I was told that there was going to be a drink ticket that you're going to be given. So
come on, Sam. I got someone in my ear. I got the voice of God in my ear telling me these things.
Oh, he's in your ear, not mine.
Up on the fly. All right.
I was providing.
So we got the food there. That's all that matters, though. You're 6 in. You want to get.
You met our listeners?
Ease in. So there you go.
You met our listeners. We're ripping it right off the bat at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Well, it is the Doobie Awards. 888-957-9570. Though we just had our guy Danny Rabinovitz. I had a hard time calling him Hollywood. I'm going to be honest. I don't know.
There is a Hollywood in Florida, so
I'm calling you Dan. I'm not calling you.
What's his name?
You're a grown man. I'm not calling you Hollywood. I'm calling you by your name.
We call Shasky the Butcher.
I don't, though. I call him Joe.
Well, that's because your name's Joe.
I call Guru Daryl or Goo at times. You know why? Because I just know him. If I met Danny,
I've ever heard anyone call him Daryl. The only time I've ever
Steiny
heard
has.
Okay, the only other time I've ever heard anyone refer to him as Daryl was when he called into that Pirates radio station on Mother's Day to yell and scream about the Pirates.
That was great. That was actually an all-time call. Just not even at our station. It was over. I don't even know what our station is over.
An all-time Guru moment. I don't even call him Daryl. I call him Guru. It'd be weird to call him Daryl. Some guys, it's just weird to call him their first name. Like the guy behind the glass right now, I always call him Rizzo. It's weird to call him Steven.
What's his name, though?
I know,
Maybe
but
he's
Rizzo.
My name is not Spadoni. My name is Joe.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. Well, the more you know.
I just called you Spadoni all the time.
888-957-9570. Just diving into this matchup this Sunday, and we were talking about showing up for the Doobie Awards. Well, who's going to show up for the 49ers? The 49ers just haven't shown up, quite honestly. Outside of that win against the Chicago Bears, which, let's face it, it's the Bears.
It's the Bears.
They stink. They got blown out against the Bills, blown out against the Packers, choke job against the Seattle Seahawks, and they couldn't even score a touchdown against the Los Angeles Rams. It was bad. And when I hear Danny talking about the Miami Dolphins and how much they stink, and I'm looking at their injury report right now, their starting tackle, Taron Armstead, DNP. Calais Campbell, future Hall of Famer, defensive tackle, DNP. It was rest, so we'll see. Tyreek Hill, wrist, DNP. Jordan Poyer, their starting safety, DNP. Rest, we'll see. Jalen Waddle, though, knee, DNP. Like, I want to start seeing some wins here to finish up the season to make my just for anything, the mentals feel better about this team, because to hell with the draft position. If you're in the teens, it doesn't matter whether it's the 12th pick, the 15th, that really, unless you're in the top 10, and I don't really think the 49ers are going to itch their way. Spoiler alert, there's been a lot of bad football this year, so 49ers fans, I'm sorry. You're not squeezing in the top 10, even if you lose out. I'm not really concerned about that. I'm concerned about this team playing well and building some sort of momentum heading into next season. That starts with the quarterback. It starts with the wide receiver, the rookie, Ricky Pearsall. And it starts with his defense outside of Nick Bosa showing up. Some of these young guys, Sam Lemon, Malik Mustafa. I want to see what Hufanga can do in these next couple of games. Dre Greenlaw. It was very fun to see him last week.
Can he build on that? Shape because he's I believe an unrestricted free agent after this.
They got to bring him back.
My guess is they have to bring him back. So, but these next 3 games, he needs to juice his value up a little bit, maybe if he wants to get paid a little more. I can't imagine Dre Greenlaw going elsewhere, but this is the NFL. Weird things do happen. One thing that Hollywood mentioned that kind of caught my attention, Spadoni, was he's talked about, you can't have an unhappy quarterback with no contract. And we've always talked about, who are the 49ers bidding against when it comes to Brock Purdy. And I've always kind of felt like the Niners aren't really bidding against anyone. They're bidding basically against a holdout here. And I feel like it's very easy to say for Brock, just give him the franchise tag next year. I don't know, what were your thoughts on that? The idea of, you could give Brock maybe not the deal that he wants, but maybe a different deal. But is there a risk of just then you have an unhappy Brock Purdy at training camp next year? Is that something that you think could be, is there some there to that one? Or
I just think he's going to hold out and try to get a big contract, and I don't think he cares. He's already seen Brandon Ayuk do it. He's already seen Trent Williams do it. He's already seen Nick Bosa do it. Those are 3 captains. Those are like 3 of the best players on the team. So what would make it different if Brock Purdy decided, because he's an aw shucks guy, he's like, he's a middle America. I'm Brock Purdy. I'm nice. I'm going to do whatever it takes. No. He's trying to get paid. He's Mr. Irrelevant. I'm trying to get my money.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to I'm getting married. Has he gotten married yet? Or he's engaged?
Yeah, he is married.
Yeah, I'm trying to, start a family
franchise
here.
Tag is still $30 million.
Great. I want more security than that. That's the thing. I want more guaranteed money because I know I can get it because I am betting that you can't pivot to someone else. I'm betting that, you want to go get Kirk Cousins? The guy's a stiff. He stinks. Mm-hmm. He just pooped his pants against the Las Vegas Raiders, who are drafting number 1 overall probably. That's how bad he is. You want to go pivot to Sam freaking Darnold? Okay, fine. Trade me. I'll find someone that will pay me then. Mm-hmm. Let's see how it works out with Sam Darnold, Mr. Seeing Ghosts, who's had 1 good season. All right? You want to go pivot to a rookie? Yeah, good luck. Who are you going to get? Jalen Milroe? Kyle McCord? Come on, please. Miss me with that crap. That's what I'm saying. I'm Brock Purdy and his agent. I dare you to find someone else, Kyle Shanahan.
No, I believe it's, and again, if I'm really kind of curious is that all this Brock Purdy talk this year, and I brought this up before, and it's the fact that all of it's been happening under the umbrella of what Jed York said before the season about resetting the market with Brock. And I am very curious how those comments are going to play a role in these talks. Like, there's a part of me that thinks that they're not going to have as much weight because you can easily make the comment that you have not played like a reset the market quarterback this year, Brock. But the fact that the owner said it, or the CEO, the president, CEO, whatever Jed's official title is, the biggest, most important voice down at Levi Stadium saying that, if I'm Brock's agent, I'm absolutely doing everything I can to use those words against the 49ers to get that deal. But I feel like it's just, at the end of the day, that's just what the situation the Niners are in. And that's kind of what I've been saying earlier, is you just got to make peace with it. Because there really are no other options if you want to see the 49ers win a Super Bowl. It is Brock Purdy right now, of all your options that are presented to you on the table, he is the best option for this franchise. You could say, I want this guy, I want that. You have the options that are in front of you. We all want one of those Elite Four. You don't have one of those Elite Four. So you got to make do with Brock. And again, as we have seen, Brock is absolutely good enough. He's got him to the Super Bowl, and he got him to the precipice of the Super Bowl the year before. So he's shown a body of work that he is capable of doing it. And if you're the 49ers, that's the best you can get right now, is that can you get a guy who can get you in that position to win the game?
Steve Young, if you missed this sound, Hall of Famer, former San Francisco 49ers quarterback, joined Dan Patrick and talked about, the warning signs of signing a quarterback, maybe like a Brock Purdy, where other things need to be going well around him, to a fat contract.
Look, I think that Dak Prescott, the Cowboys are going to suffer for a long time because they paid him a number that now in many ways takes from the ability to build teams to go help you for the very thing that you need. And so that's the dilemma, because everyone loves Brock and loves his game and loves his efficiency and his leadership and everything else, but we got to make sure we have the money to put the people with him to go win it. Because if the goal is Super Bowls, if the goal is winning some rank and file regular season games, maybe get to the playoffs, that's a different goal. And that might mean different. But if you're talking about we want to go to the Super Bowl, we need people to be there to help Brock. And if he doesn't, and so that it becomes just how much is there available? And it is a zero-sum game in some ways with a salary cap.
The goal was try to go to the Super Bowl again this year. They failed. They have to pivot, and they have some hard questions that they're going to have to answer, Steve Young. That is a fact. But pivoting from the red and gold to the blue and gold, the Golden State Warriors, what is the goal of this season? Well, I think it's to make the playoffs if you're the Golden State Warriors. And right now, they would be positioned to be a play-in team. So you would like to be a playoff team, and they made a move that could boost them and their chances to do that. Dennis Schröder, who's going to be making his Golden State Warriors debut tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies right here on 95.7 The Game. Sam Lubman, certainly you hope that he could be that. Is there another big move potentially that I almost said San Francisco 49ers, the Golden State Warriors can make? Well, is it Zion? Is it Brandon Ingram? Is it, no, I don't think anymore, Giannis Antetokounmpo? It's funny how things change in a month, right? It was a month ago, let's go get Giannis. And now a month later, the Milwaukee Bucks, let's go get Steph Curry. No, I'm kidding. But that's how things can change in this league. And right now, the Warriors are losers of 8 of their last 10. They need to get this thing rolling because this is a very difficult part of the schedule, as Jerry Jones likes to say. You got the Grizzlies, you got the T-Wolves, you got the Pacers, and you got the Lakers on Christmas Day. No slouches in any of those when you look at some of the star players that each and every one of those teams has at their disposal. So, Sam Lubman, what were your expectations before we dive too much in this team? I want to know your expectations prior to this season and if they've changed at this point, December 19th, 2024, the year of our Lord.
Yeah, I'll say this. The expectations were definitely not go win a title or else. I just didn't think this team was good enough. The question I had at the beginning of this year is I wasn't really sure how much better the Warriors were going to be. I know Bonte loves talking about that 50-win plateau. I'm skeptical on it. I think, I want to give myself some time to really evaluate this team to see just how good they can be. I gave myself 20 games to make a decision, and 20 games in, it was really hard to really make a decision because they got to a great start. And then as great as those first 12 games were, that's kind of how rough the 10 to 12 games that followed it were. So as far as the overall expectations, I feel like this is a team that if they play well enough, should not be in the play-in. I think they can win a first-round playoff series, depending on who they get. Right now, I feel like the ceiling for this Warriors team is, I feel like they might fall short in the conference finals. If all things go well for this team, that's just looking at right now where I see it
really?
at. Again, that might be like a best case scenario right now. So I don't think they're at that championship contender tier yet, even with Dennis Schröder on board. I do think Schröder helps out a lot. He's going to solve that issue that the Warriors have at the 2 spot in the starting lineup. So that means you can keep Buddy Hield coming off the bench, which is, what I believe to be the intention for Buddy this year was to bring him off the bench, and he excelled in that role early on. So that will help out there. It'll take some pressure off of Brandon Podziemski. The Warriors won't need to run the offense through him as much, which is good because anytime Brandon Podziemski does anything, Warrior fans lose their absolute mind. So, yeah, this is a great move for the Warriors that I do think will move them forward in a positive direction. I don't quite know, though, if let's start talking about finals yet.
Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider and covers his team for The Athletic at a very high level, joined the Morning Roast yesterday, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Here's what he had to say about the Dennis Schröder fit with the Golden State Warriors.
He's very adaptable. This is his 8th team in 12 years, which, you could take in many ways, but one of the ways I'll take it is he can really kind of maneuver and evolve into various roles. I mean, I can remember back in his middle of his prime in Oklahoma City, he was coming off the bench in like a 3-guard lineup. Remember, he used to play with Chris Paul and Shea at the same time. Mm-hmm. They still anybody from that team, including Mark Dagnall, loves to talk about how important that team was and the Thunder's kind of slow rise, Shea's rise. But anyway, Schröder was an important part of that. You remember him on those Lakers teams? He was kind of a pest defender off the bench. Obviously, he's been playing in Brooklyn as just their primary scorer, primary ball handler. He can do a lot of things and kind of, he's shown he can kind of move into the exact type of role you need. So it may take a little bit, but I do like the fit because it seems to me he kind of fits everywhere.
very adaptable Dennis Schröder. And I do question why a lot of people are like, oh, he's a locker room cancer. He's this. And I was like, well, whenever he's out on the court, I see him making plays. And I vehemently disagree that a player, just because he was young and brash when his Atlanta Hawk days, was that 6 years ago, back in 2018 was his last year with Atlanta, that he's the same player now. I think he's been humbled financially when he refused to sign that 4-year, $80+ million offer that the Lakers offered him a couple seasons ago. He hasn't come close to that number since. When it comes to all these different teams that have signed him, the Lakers, I think, signed him to a deal 2 years after that for like $1.6 million. And since then, he's played pretty damn well. Now, I heard Steiny yesterday, and it was interesting. I'll give Steiny that. Steiny and Goo coming up here in about...
Steiny is pretty interesting.
He's a very fascinating individual. He's not your typical host, as Matt Nahegan likes to say. He said that he's the point guard post-Steph Curry, potentially, for the Golden State Warriors. We're looking at the guy that could actually be the heir apparent to Stephen Curry at the point guard position.
Really?
At the point guard position.
That's a big responsibility.
Yes. After Steph, which I thought was interesting considering his age, considering his number, and considering that even Schröder himself doesn't seem to think that he may be a Golden State Warrior even after this year. So there are expectations with this squad, with Dennis Schröder now a part of it. Expectations that much better than getting out of the play-in? We'll see. But I do think this. When it comes to the Golden State Warriors and Stephen Curry and where we're at with him, we are seeing a little bit of the wear and tear, Sam Lubin. We're starting to see a guy
at
that
age 36
is age 36, is going to be 37 on Pie Day, March 14th next season, or next year, I should say. I do love pie as well. And 'tis the season. I'm a pecan pie. I'm a pumpkin pie. All the sort of pies.
A pie.
Yes, banana cream pie as well. But where are we at with Stephen Curry being a true number one still on this team going forward? Because I do have my doubts that he could be the guy game in and game out in a given series when Andrew Wiggins is potentially your second best player. Now, he could be a 1A, 1B guy like LeBron and AD. Like, I think that could be the case. If you have an AD, LeBron type of situation, there could be a 1A, 1B scenario. But him being a bona fide number one on this squad, with Andrew Wiggins being your second best player, I'm going all around player because I think some people would argue Draymond Green, give his defensive prowess. I just don't think it's enough right now to get past, as you even think, a conference title. I seem to think even getting past the second round right now, I'd have a hard time seeing that, given what I've seen from the Thunder, given what I've seen and what I know from the Dallas Mavericks with Luka, with Kyrie, and even with the Minnesota Timberwolves to a certain extent. We'll see. I think they're going to pick it up as the season goes on. And the Denver Nuggets, who I think we're all kind of sleeping on. I know they haven't been the Nuggets of a couple seasons, but I still seem to think that Jokic and Jamal Murray, and we'll see, by the way, because the Denver Nuggets, they've been kind of linked to a guy named Jimmy Butler down in South Beach. We're talking a lot of Miami. That could be a move that they make, pairing Jimmy and Jokic potentially in the West. That would be scary hours, I would believe. Just those two guys and their competitive nature and their level of play seems to ramp up when it matters most. So Eddie Johnson still thinks that Steph could be number one, and Eddie Johnson, former NBA veteran, joined the morning roast yesterday in regards to Stephen Curry and whether he can still be a number one. Take a listen.
Yeah, I can. And it's based on how devastating he could be. And that's why he would still be a number one. Now, would it be a number one, but not quite dead a number one? Like, he'll be better than his number two. He'd be more devastating. Like, you could bring an all-star there. Say, for instance, for example, say Jimmy Butler went there. Steph would still be number one. Like, even though people might say Jimmy Butler can do more, right? So that's the way I look at it. He's still going to, because he's devastating. Like, what he does can turn the game. And, no, he's not going to get 10 rebounds. He's not going to get 10 assists. He's not going to rack up triple doubles. But what he will do, he will force your defense to have to deal with him the entire time he's on the floor. And that's the number one.
Yes, he does give defenses fits still. I will give him that. Stephen Curry is the greatest three-point shooter of all time. That in and of itself is going to cause defensive head coaches and opposing head coaches just nightmares to begin with. But is it enough as currently constructed on the Golden State Warriors? I'm not so sure. Sam Lubman, Stephen Curry as a number one still. Are you buying it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack from here. I mean, well, first, I want to backtrack to something you said a couple minutes ago, Spadonia, before we get into this number one question. That's talk about Dennis Schröder and the fit. I think there is that belief that I wonder if when it comes to Schröder, is it because he's bounced around so many teams, people just think that there's a character issue there.
Probably.
I wonder if that's the reason. But we had Evan Barnes on what was it so that was on Tuesday.
A couple days ago.
Something like that. I don't know. None of these days. All these days blend together after a while. We had Evan Barnes on a couple days ago. He covered the Nets for Newsday Sports out in New York. And we asked him about, what is Schröder like, not just a player, but as a person. And he raved about the character that Dennis Schröder brought to the Brooklyn Nets. So the idea that there's a situation there that could be brewing, I'm not buying that right now. So I think character-wise and the fact that Slater talking about, Anthony Slater saying that Schröder's fit, he can fit anywhere. He'll have no problem fitting anywhere. He's adaptable, yes.
Adaptable.
It's very suggestible to be adaptable.
There you go.
That gets me very excited, especially we have a head coach like Steve Kerr who knows how to, kind of get veterans involved with this team. He's been one of Kerr's strengths is coaching longtime veterans. I mean, that was kind of how he had this team so successful when Kevin Durant was here. Also having Kevin Durant will also help you be successful. I don't want to discount that, but
I mean, the greatest player of
it was a good situation.
Time. It's nice to have.
The overall point I'm trying to create here is that I do think the situation that Dennis Schröder is coming into is tailored very well for him to succeed and for that success that he has to make the Warriors a more successful team. And that's why I think that, on the high end, I think, yes, a Western Conference Finals appearance is on the table. I'm not saying book it. I'm saying, again, when you put the expectations on the high end, I believe that is a very reasonable goal for Warrior fans to have this year because, and this gets into the Steph situation where, the phrase we always like to say, we've said the last couple of years, if you have Steph, you have a chance. We had Antonio Daniels on a couple weeks ago before the Warriors hosted the Pelicans for that baseball series, and we asked, do you still fear Steph Curry? And he said, absolutely. Like, the entire league still respects/fears the game that Steph brings to the table. So that's always going to be a factor going into the playoffs. So can he be the unquestioned number one, though, and carry a team like he used to? I think, yeah, if he's not there yet, we're getting to that point where he's no longer that guy. Well, you've seen it this year. The performance looks slightly slower. There was a moment a couple weeks ago I brought up a couple times before where just like I'm watching Steph play. I'm just like, oh my God, wow, he does kind of look a smidge older right now. Like he does actually look like he's 36 years old.
You're seeing it with him. You're seeing it with LeBron. You're seeing it with KD at times.
Even LeBron at age 40 is finally starting to hit the age wall. Kevin Durant has been kind of slowing down for the last couple of years. I mean, Spadoni, we are seeing the legends that we grew up with finally hit that age wall in real time. And you see with Steph and Draymond Green too, they're both dealing with injuries this year that they have both admitted are new to them and kind of concern them. Steph with both of his knees, Draymond with the calf injury there. So yes, I do believe that Steph can be he's not a number one anymore, but he's graduating into that. He needs a 1B to go along with his 1A, which brings me to some of the stuff that Bobby Marks said on Willard and Dibbs yesterday. He said on NBA Today last week, and Evan Giddings and I, we did Warriors This Week on Saturday. Wow. And I know the Evan Giddings drop. And we brought up a potential Zion Williamson trade.
And I have sound of that, Sam Lubman.
What did Bobby Marks say about Zion Williamson? Because I'm feeling the Zion Williamson trade talk right now.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned Zion just as listen, there's not many superstar players out there. Certainly Jimmy Butler's name has been out there. Brandon Ingram's out there. I think why I talked about Zion, and I think the only reason for Golden State, if you go down that path, is if you're not giving up much to do that. And it's because it's, based on his injury history and the contract. His contract is one of the great contracts out there because there's no guarantees after this year. It's non-guaranteed for the next 3 years after here. So if you're going out and pursuing him, then that's there's less of a risk taking him on. Then you're saying, like, well, why would New Orleans do that? And that's right. Like, why would the Pelicans do that where they're not maximizing his value here? So I think Zion would make sense if you're giving up a first round pick and maybe one or two players that match. Not giving up Jonathan Kuminga. Not giving up, probably not even maybe Brandon Podziemski as far as kind of like, if it's Wiggins and an expiring contract, then that maybe makes a little bit more sense because the risk the risk is not there for you if you're the Warriors.
And that's Bobby Marks, obviously ESPN capologist. He knows all the ins and outs when it comes to being a general manager. Worked in the front office with the Brooklyn Nets. He knows his stuff. And Zion Williamson is an intriguing name. I think the name is sexier than the production you might get from a Zion Williamson. He was highly touted coming out of Duke, #1 overall pick. We all know the big trade. Anthony Davis goes to the Lakers. The Pelicans get a haul back. They try to do the CJ McCollum, Brandon Ingram, Zion Williamson, three-headed monster, and it's been anything but that. You know that meme with the three-headed monster, the dragon, and there's the fourth dragon with the dumb face? All three of those guys, that's basically it. It just hasn't worked out in New Orleans, and they're going to blow it up again, and we'll see the moves that are going to be made in this next month, because I'm very fascinated to see who takes a chance on Zion, on Brandon Ingram. I don't think CJ McCollum has any left, but those two guys are intriguing. It's health with Zion for me, Sam
It's
Lubman.
absolutely that, and I understand that.
You can't stay healthy, man.
I understand that concern, and yeah, there is risk there with the health. But you look at the upside, though. We're always so focused on the negative and the worrying. You know, when I was worried, we're always so focused on that. But there are so many positives that I think are just so hard to ignore with Zion. And when he is healthy, he's an incredibly dynamic player. 2021, he played 61 games, about 33 minutes a game, 27 points per game. And he was an all-star that year. He averaged about 7 rebounds a game. He was dynamic. Last year, he played 70 games, 31 minutes a game, 22 points a game, close to 23 points. Another terrific rebounding season, about 6 rebounds per game. I mean, when he is healthy, he is dynamic. Unfortunately, he does have that when he is healthy designation attached to him. But another reason why I'd be going in on Zion here, if you're Joe Lacob, and you're looking at, because Joe Lacob, again, he was on with our friend Tim Kawakami, the TK Show, Odyssey Sports Podcast. Check it out on 95.7 The Game's YouTube page and on the free Odyssey app. Huge. But Joe Lacob was talking, I believe we have the sound. I don't know if it's on, if we put it on the board, Spadoni. But
I deleted that one. There's only so much space on the board, to be honest.
I'll do a paraphrase here. I'm going to sit here and do a paraphrase job of what Joe Lacob said. And that's basically, Steph's got a window, but Joe Lacob's got a window too. He's 68 years old. As far as I know, he's not getting any younger, though. I mean, he's rich enough. I'm sure he could probably afford it. But Joe Lacob wants to win too, and he is going to be. Joe Lacob will be with the Warriors, as being that he's the owner, after Steph Curry leaves. And the winning, if you're Joe Lacob, the winning is not going to stop when Steph retires or leaves, whichever way you want to put it.
I think a lot of fans feel that way.
Well, no, if you're Joe Lacob, your mentality is the winning cannot stop. So if you look at a guy like Zion Williamson, who is 24 years old right now, has all the talent in the world to be a franchise centerpiece, what better way to not only find a potential 1B for Stephen Curry, but also set yourself up with a franchise centerpiece for the next, 10 years, after Steph, is no longer on the Warriors. So, yes, the health, it's a concern. There are so many upsides, though, in terms of what he could do for this team on the court and what he could do for this team beyond this season, that, you know what? You're the Warriors. You're one of the best-run organizations in North American professional sports. You have untold resources. You have been able to, you had a guy in Klay Thompson have a horrific knee injury and then have a horrific Achilles injury, and you rehabbed him to a point where he was able to help this team win an NBA championship. So I believe that the Warriors, they have the ability to, they're going to have to get Zion healthy. That will not be, easy, but a hamstring.
6 games this year, by the way. Zion's played 6 games. Been out since early November. Real quick, Sam, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. CC Sabathia, Cy Young winner, World Series champion, the pride of Vallejo, joining us in 20 minutes. Yes, the hot stove is hot. A lot has happened with the Giants, with the Mets, with his Yankees. I want to dive into that. Brian in Palo Alto, I see you on hold.
Oh, there he is.
We'll get to him in just a second. Finish your thoughts, Sam Lubman, in regards to Zion Williamson.
Well, that's just basically again, I'm playing a little hopefulness here in terms of the Warriors' ability to get Zion healthy. That is obviously the X factor here. But if you can save Kuminga and still get Zion, that would be awesome. But the deal I saw Bobby Marks propose over the weekend was Andrew Wiggins, Kevon Looney, and Brandon Podziemski in a trade. That's what he was just kicking ideas around. I would love to hold on to Kevon Looney as well, because I think him and Zion as your centers. I think that's a great combo there as well. But, if it's Wiggins, Kuminga, Podziemski, that would be tough. But if the Warriors could figure out a way, it's Wiggins, Pods, and someone else to and that first round draft pick.
I think you're undervaluing Andrew Wiggins in that scenario. I am not. Andrew Wiggins is my second best player right now, and I know he's going to be available.
But if you want to get a guy like Zion to make the money match, you have to include Wiggins.
And that's why I'm not doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. If you're the Pelicans, obviously you're going to want some back in return. It's the, does Andrew Wiggins, is that, I guess if they're both are healthy, is Andrew Wiggins a better?
Who was the second best player on the Warriors when they won their last championship?
They won their last championship. Yeah, it was probably a mix of Clay or Wiggins.
It was Andrew Wiggins. He was the better defender. He was the better offensive player. They need him, and they need his durability, and he's been very durable throughout most of his Warriors tenure. Real quick, he's been waiting on hold.
When he's been available.
When this guy's on hold, we got to get to him. That's our guy. It's Brian in Palo Alto joining us courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
Doobie Award nominee, Brian in Palo Alto?
He certainly is. What's going on, Brian? You're on with Spadoni in Lubman. I know you're missing Bonte, though, this morning.
Yeah. No. Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
I think I love getting to stuff you were talking about earlier. I love the Schröder edition. I think, Steph, you got to have a good point of attack defender with Steph in the backcourt. That's what you had with Melton. That's what you once had with Clay. Obviously not in recent years with Clay. And if you don't have a good defensive guard paired with him, it's too much for him, I think. So for that alone, I'd love the move. And then you add the offense to it. And you basically Pods-proof the lineup and the rotation at this point. Who's, like, no joke, one of the worst players in the NBA right now. Like, one of the worst players in the NBA.
Untradeable, though, Brian, in the offseason. Untradeable.
Probably. He may be untradeable. It's true.
It's a different kind of untradeable, maybe.
For Zion, I would trade for Zion, and I would leverage Kuminga. So, for me, I look at Kuminga and Purdy as similar. I would love to have him back. I'm not paying Kuminga $45 million a year under any circumstance, and I'm not paying Purdy $60 million a year at any circumstance. And if that's the state of play that's required, then I'm out. So move Kuminga to get Zion. I mean, who would you rather have, Kuminga at $45 million a year or Zion with 3 years left on his deal at what, 20-something? A year? I'd rather. I mean, that's not even close. I'd rather have Zion.
The thing that would give me pause, though, Brian, not to cut you off, Kuminga has been pretty durable through his whole career so far. Zion, the guy hasn't played since early November. He's played 6 games. Thanks, Brian. It's Brian in Palo Alto. He's gone. 888-957-9570. The durability is a question. I'm very scared if I'm making that trade. You say it's low risk. Well, what if he just doesn't play? You just dumped Wiggins for nothing? So that's where I'm at with that.
Really quick, Spadoni, just got a little bit of breaking news on the 49ers for Adam Schefter. Rizzo, if you could, please.
7th game, breaking news.
So, after losing Chris McCaffrey, Jordan Mason, Elijah Mitchell, season-ending injuries, and now looks as if the 49ers will be without running back Isaac Guerrero for Sunday's game against Miami. Patrick Taylor Jr., man, next man up, your RB1 on Sunday. So 49ers going to be without their current running back one this Sunday against Miami Dolphins, as if things could not get more frustrating for the 49ers.
The hits keep on coming. They don't stop coming. Man, brutal. That sucks. Like,
no, it really
Isaac Guerrero, this season has just been a season from hell in so many different ways for the 49ers.
Like I said, it's quicksand, man. The more you struggle, and you know who this hurts.
Like a Sarlacc pit, to be honest. And they're getting eaten, slowly digested of a season. And the fans are the ones that are getting eaten right now.
And there will be no Boba Fett emergence from the sand like he was able to. And you know who this really hurts the most, though, Spadoni?
Your fantasy team.
It's your boy, who is in the fight of his life this week. I need to beat our co-producer, Chris O'Connell, to avoid the dubious, as we talked about the Doobie Awards, distinction of finishing dead last in the 95-7 the game league. So that's my RB1 that now I gotta go replace. So no one is hurting more this morning than one Sam
Lubman's the only one that's concerned with a consolation playoff bracket situation. Doesn't matter. I finished last year. We don't have any, this is the 95-7 the game league. For those of you who care, all 2 of you, we don't have any punishment for the last place
It's just a
loser.
shame.
Although we should probably
You got to live with the shame.
We should probably think about that.
Well, yeah, but starting for next year, though.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
can't enforce it this year.
888-957-9570. We got CC Sabathia joining us here in about 12 minutes, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Cannot wait to talk to CC. There's a lot been happening around baseball, a lot happening with his former team, the Yankees, who he won a World Series with. A lot, happening with the Giants and a guy that was a Brewer, and obviously CC Sabathia, very well known in Milwaukee, won a Cy Young there, right? Not with Cleveland, with Milwaukee, he won a Cy Young, correct? Thumbs up there from Steven Rosotto, our guy producing in the back. Have his thoughts on Willie Adames and his signing. I'm sure he's talked to Willie in the past there. Willie obviously coming up with the Brewers organization as a better player. It was Adames with the Rays, then the Brewers, correct? There we go. Thumbs up there. So I want to get to know Willie Adames as well and his thoughts on that. And his thoughts on the Juan Soto spurning his Yankees for the Mets. What?
It's a Mets town now? Yeah, I mean, CC Sabathia made that a Yankee town.
You're a Met all the way.
He was the big hoss, so to speak, the last time the Yankees hoisted the Commissioner's Trophy. But Spadoni, we're burying the lead when it comes to CC.
Pickleball?
Well, there's pickleball, too. I guess there's two leads that I'm burying here because he is a big pickle guy. He'll be talking about the Celebrity Pickleball Bash that is going to be happening Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th at the iconic Warfield Theater here in San Francisco. No, the other lead that I'm burying is I am curious, Spadoni, you being a Raider fan, him being a Raider fan, I'm curious where CC Sabathia is on the Schröder versus Cam Ward debate when it comes to the Raiders' future. Come on, I know as a Raider fan, that is absolutely on your mind.
Well,
How often
if you're a true Raider fan, you know what's going to happen. They're going to beat Jacksonville to fall from number 1 overall pick to number 7. They're not going to get anyone. They'll retain Antonio Pierce because he wins his last 3 games. So you're stuck with him. You're going to sign Sam Darnold to a fat contract. You're going to get some offensive coordinator who stinks, and they're going to be bad. That's what the Raiders do. They bring heartbreak and misery to me, to all their fans, forever.
See, I'm curious if he's as broken about the Raiders as you are now.
Of course he is. He's from Vallejo. He grew up a Raider fan.
He's also a big Warrior fan. What does he think of Dennis Schröder? Would he trade Andrew Wiggins for Zion Williams? There's so many things we can ask CC Sabathia on the other side after, of course, we talk about the Celebrity Pickleball Bash coming to San Francisco's iconic Warfield Theater February 15th and 16th of next year.
Local celebrities there, Sam Lubman, include Brandi Chastain, Chris Mullen, Hunter Pence, T.O., Terrell Owens, baby.
We've had almost all that. We just got to get Brandi Chastain now on the station. We can have the full complement of pickleball legends.
Hey, I can talk some soccer right now. She wants to talk about some...
Actually, a couple of quick story before we hit the break there. I had a night at a Giants game a few years ago. I was sitting behind home plate with a friend of mine, and who sits next to me? One Brandi Chastain. Got to watch the Diamondbacks drop 17 on the Giants with Brandi Chastain.
Christian Walker probably hit a bomb ski in that one. Could the Giants sign Christian Walker? He's still out there. They're getting dangled out there.
Nice transition there.
Not a bad first base option. Let's ask CC Sabathia coming up here. World Series champion, Cy Young winner, the pride of Vallejo, CC Sabathia, coming up next. And that's all going to be brought to you by the California Lottery.
Fillmore Mike, and the Doobie Awards are this Friday at Laughing Monk Brewery in Sunnyvale from 6 to 10. I will be there. You better be there too. Now back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Shasky, stop hating on Tony from Oakland.
Tony from Oakland, she'll be making an appearance, that's for
She's
sure.
up for a lot of awards.
She is. That's Fillmore Michael, as we're calling him there, with that illustrious rejoin. We appreciate you, Fillmo. Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. We got one more segment here before handing it off to Steiny and Guru at the top of the hour, but we got CC Sabathia, World Series champion, Cy Young winner, joining us here shortly. Talk some pickleball, talk some Giants, talk some, baseball in general and some other stuff. Apparently he's a big Halloween guy, so we can get into that as well.
I wonder what he was for Halloween this
Is he
year.
a big Christmas guy? That's my question, because I'm a big Christmas guy, Sam Lum. Christmas is the best holiday. People like to say it's over.
I gotta go.
Thank you. Yeah, Merry Christmas
So
to
then
you as well.
what is your Christmas routine then, since you're such a big Christmas guy? Because you're going to be out on Christmas Eve, the 24th.
Mm-hmm.
Hence why myself and Jake Hutchinson and the greatest hair show in radio will be hosting that morning.
Wow.
But you being such a big Christmas guy, this is basically like your Super Bowl.
It's huge.
If that's the case. So what's the Joe Spadoni Christmas game plan?
Traditionally, when it's the Spadoni Christmas, my dad makes some cioppino. If you're not familiar, it's an Italian fish stew. So you got your scallops, you got your crab, you got your mussels, you got your clams, you got it all in there. This nice tomato broth. You got some
The whole ocean's in there.
Yeah, it's the best. You got to let that simmer and stew for a while. Then you get, some nice bread. You dip it in there. It's delicious. So that's what we do. We get all the family and the cousins together. We do a little cousin gift exchange. So all my nieces and nephews, and I have 14, 15 of them now. I'm one of 10 for those of you who don't know. I have 9 brothers and sisters. It's a lot.
I feel so
three
bad for your
sisters and
Christmas
6 brothers. Yeah, it was a lot. But you know what? I'll say this, and I love my parents because you know what? I'd say we were middle class for the most part, but we would always get the one gift that we always wanted, we always got.
Oh,
so
that's awesome.
That's all you can lean on. Maybe not been the most presents some other kids get, but I always got the one. If it was, this is smart by my parents, by the way, too. You know what they would do? Oh, there's a new Xbox, there's a new PlayStation. Let's buy that because we'll buy the 4 controllers and all the sons could just do their own thing. Leave me the hell alone. Let's get the console. Let's get Halo.
It's as much a gift for mom and dad as it is for them.
Correct. So they knew what they were doing there. So whatever new console came out, we would get that. So yeah, big Christmas guy. What about you, Sam Lum? What are some of your traditions?
First, the Christmas movie we always watch is we're Christmas Vacation, the National Lampoons with Chevy Chase.
I'm a Santa Claus guy.
Big
Tim
fan.
Allen.
That's another legendary one too. Elf is another movie I like to watch on Christmas. But no, Christmas Eve is usually pretty chill. Go to bed obviously because Santa's on his way. But Christmas morning for me, there's gonna be a lot of driving on Christmas morning. I got to go to my dad's place. I go to my mom's place. Got to go to Allie's place. So I'm one of those travelers on Christmas. So that's my Christmas tradition. But it used to be we go to my grandparents' house. We do Christmas there. My great uncle make his pancakes. We just had to have a nice little family Christmas situation there. It's a little bit different this year. Obviously with the passing of my grandfather, so we're switching things up a little bit. But we still expect a very merry and festive couple of days through the Christmas days here.
I expect a merry and festive interview coming up shortly here with one CC Sabathia, who is going to be taking a part with a celebrity pickleball bash, Sam Lubman. Yes, the celebrity pickleball bash in San Francisco is going to be taking place Saturday, February 15th, and Sunday, February 16th, at the iconic Warfield Theater. Some of the local celebrities include Brandi Chastain, Chris Mullen, Hunter Pence, Terrell Owens, who I guess CC has been doing a lot of trash talking 1TO to you. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Oh, I can't complain,
Doing
man.
very good today.
We're talking to you, CC
Talking one of the
Sabathia.
true aces of baseball,
I mean,
man.
251 wins, 3,000 strikeouts, 6-time All-Star, Cy Young Award winner, World Series freaking champion, and most importantly, CC, the pride of Vallejo, Valley Joe, baby. It's Mac Dre and CC, as far as I'm concerned, and E40. That's the top 3 for me. Actually,
That's a pretty good trifecta
Jeff
right there.
Gordon as well.
Right. Jeff
Don't
Gordon.
sleep on Jeff Gordon as well.
It's a quad factor.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah, man.
A lot of talent up there. You got her. You got LaRussell now. Nabby Coughlin. Vallejo's a special place.
Let's go. Absolutely. Hey, can you tell us about this celebrity pickleball bash? Why are you a part of it? What are you guys doing? And pickleball in general, what made you get started in this? Because I'm seeing pickleball courts and equipment. It's like the fastest growing sport in America.
It really is. I mean, it's something that, I picked up in my retirement. And, just kind of being a country club guy now, where it's golf and pickleball. So, when I heard about the Celebrity Bash, being, home in the Bay Area, and like you said, anytime you get T.O. involved, it's going to be a lot of fun. Anthony Anderson, Jalen Brunson, so I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And T.O.'s super competitive. He's already talking a lot of trash. We know he's probably in the best shape of he could probably still play in the NFL right now. So, we'll see how it goes. Me, as my knees are bad, but I can still move around the pickleball court pretty good. So I got a lot of reach. So we'll see what happens.
For sure. No, between all the injuries the 49ers are sustaining right now, they might need you, CC and T.O., to go out there and play maybe some tight end for him alongside George Kittle. CC Sabathius joining us here on the River Islands guest line. As all guests appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. And CC, I really want to ask you this, and we'll get to, some of the biggest stories in the offseason when it comes to the hot stove and stuff like that, but specifically here with the San Francisco Giants and being from the Bay Area, did you ever feel that there was a perception when it came to players and whether or not they wanted to sign here, whether it was with the Giants, whether it was with the A's, that the Bay Area as a place to live and as a market, did you feel like it was an enticing place for some players that were heading into free agency to come and, test out, do I want to play in San Francisco? Do I want to play with the A's? Do I see myself being a face of this, of Bay Area? Did you feel like there was some apprehension from a lot of players? Because it's a big thing here now that the Giants finally landed a guy in Willie Adames, maybe not to the likes of a Juan Soto, but Buster Posey coming in and kind of trying to, how do I say this, kind of retooling and putting a new face on the Bay Area as a place to come for free agents.
Yeah, no, I think it was always a place. The year I became a free agent, they had just signed Barry Zito over there. So, I think for pitchers, it's always a destination because that park is so big. You know what I'm saying? I think it's always harder to attract hitters to places where people, perceive the park to be, a graveyard or somewhere to be a pitcher's park. So I think that's probably been the biggest problem is just, trying to attract, frontline, middle of the lineup guys. But you could always, get pitching there and develop hitters. And, it worked for him in the 2010. So, Buster has the formula. He knows the formula. He played there and, understands the market. So I think they're on the right track.
Yeah, CC, you say the Giants are on the right track, obviously, about adding, they just added Willie Adames there. And obviously, right off the bat, that kind of sort of starts to change the perception. Once you get one guy, others, will kind of follow behind him there. But do you think that's kind of a case where you see a guy like Adames sign, oh, well, maybe we should sign there as well, like other people do? Like, do you think that is kind of a situation where guys see a guy like Adames sign, so they want to follow in suit? And then when you look at the Giants right now, just from a whole on the outside looking in, with Adames on board, where do you kind of see them right now fitting in with the rest of the NL West? With the understanding there's still a lot of off-season left to go right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of off-season left to go. I think you have to, take into account they lost Blake Snell. That's going to be a huge, blow to that rotation. Still got Logan Webb there. Adding Willie is huge. I think that's going to be big. Obviously, the Dodgers and the Padres are still playing out there out west, and Arizona made a big push 2 years ago going to the World Series. So it's very competitive out there. But like I said, these guys are on the right track. Hiring Buster, I think, is something that is definitely going to help the organization and get back to where they're up there competing with the Dodgers and now the Padres every year. Who knows we'll see what the Padres are going to do. I heard rumor the other day they're trying to trade Bogarts. So they may be doing some retooling. Jackson Profar is a free agent. So, Tanner Scott's a free agent. So they got some roster moves to make too.
CC Sabathia joining us here on the River Islands guest line. Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte and Chasky here on the Morning Roast. And CC, a guy that has made his bones in Milwaukee like yourself did for a hot second, is Corbin Burns. That's a big name right now. He's been linked to the Giants in recent reports. How do you feel him, A, as a pitcher, and B, do you see him as a fit here in San Francisco?
Corbin Burns?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, I love Corbin, man. I've been knowing him, Corbin, for a couple years now. Just getting a chance to chop it up with him and talk pitching. I think, yeah, like I said, I think San Francisco is always a huge market, especially for frontline starters. I think he's a guy that he hits all four quadrants of the strike zone. To me, he's this generation's Doc Holliday. The way he can manipulate the ball both sides of the plate. So I think, I'm excited to see where he lands. And I think, I think it'll be huge if he can end up in San Francisco. I think that turns everything around. And, for sure after losing Blake Snell.
Yeah, talking to CC Sabathia here on the Morning Roast. Former Yankees pitcher, Brewers, played in Cleveland for a while, won a World Series with the Yankees. I got a Yankee-related question here, CC, because you were once courted by the Pinstripes. They sat down, they offered you a contract, and you said yes to that contract and obviously won a ring, and the rest is history after that. The other week, though, we saw one of the bigger names in free agency spurn the Yankees, and I'm talking about, of course, Juan Soto, spurning a big money deal from the Yankees to go and join the New York Mets. He said the New York is a Mets town now, and it always has been. I'm curious, as someone who went through the free agency process, was recruited by the Yankees, said yes to the Yankees, what were your thoughts of when you saw Juan Soto, basically go to the team that for years a lot of people kind of looked as the number 2 team in New York, in the New York Mets, rather than, do what you did and go to the New York Yankees?
Yeah, no, he has every right to feel the way he wants to feel. Playing here in New York, though, and I think everybody knows that, this town is, ran by the Pinstripes and ran by the Bronx. He had a great year in New York last year, and I think he always wanted to be a Met. I think, you got to take into account where guys always want to go. I liken it to when KD left OKC and came to the Bay. He always wanted to play for the Warriors. Knowing him and having a chance to talk to him before he even made that move, that was a move that I wasn't surprised that he was going to make. So it's just kind of the same thing with Juan, where, you kind of got the feel throughout the year that, Queens was a place that he wanted to play. He always talked about how well he played in New York, hadn't played in Yankee Stadium, that much. And so it was all about Citi Field. And I'm excited for him. I think it's great that, he's, headlining, in Queens. I think him and Lindor are going to be, awesome over there. I went to a couple of playoff games over there, and the vibe is great. I think it's going to be a lot of fun for those two to get together. I do think that they may need to sign another hitter, somebody to protect them, maybe a starter or two. So that roster, even though they've, spent close to $1 billion already on one player, still needs some retooling to, get back to even where they were last year. They struggled last year at the beginning. They had a, tough sledding. They got hot at the end, made the playoffs, made it to the NLCS, but even just to have a good season next year and try to win a division, I think they got to do some retooling to that roster too.
Talking with CC Sabathia, who's going to be taking part in the Celebrity Pickleball Bash here in San Francisco, Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th at the iconic Warfield Theater. You can buy tickets now at celebritypickleballbash.com. Sam Lubman, your thoughts on what CC just had to say?
No, I think that's really interesting there. Obviously, the whole deal with Juan, I thought it was interesting. The family suite being a deal breaker for him, I thought was kind of an interesting. But yeah, you're right, CC. It is his decision at the end of the day. But I'm kind of curious though, when it comes to free agency recruiting, as a player, what do you remember from that offseason back before the 2009 season when the Yankees came to you and made the pitch to you? What was it like getting recruited by them? What was their pitch like to you? And what was the moment where you realized, the best thing for my career will be donning the pinstripes?
I think, for me, just, want a chance to win every year. That was something that was super important to me. And, I think if you have a chance to go into free agency and you're getting courted by teams, I think if winning is important to you and you feel like, winning is something that, you want to do and it's important in your career, there's no way you can turn down the Yankees. Every year they're putting a team out there that's trying to win the World Series. There's never a year where we're, rebuilding or taking a step back or anything like that. Everything is full-fledged, go trying to win a World Series every season, and that's what was the most appealing to me. Some people, talk about wanting to win and, it being the most important thing, but, when it comes down to it and you look around the league, it's only really one place to go to have that opportunity every single year, and that's in the Bronx.
Absolutely. And I think, no team sells the idea of winning better than the Yankees with their history. But obviously, CeCe, you were the top free agent that offseason. I remember following your free agency a lot. But what were the other teams that I think were the hardest, who went the hardest in recruiting you? And was there a team that almost, I guess, kind of pushed the Yankees off that top pedestal? I guess who came in second, I guess, in your eyes to signing you that offseason?
Probably would have been Anaheim. It would have been Anaheim. They came in, made a strong offer, but at the end of the day, like I said, wanting to win and have a chance to win every single year, year in and year out. And I end up, I signed a 7-year deal, end up staying here for 11 years. With an opportunity, I played deep in the playoffs pretty much every single year I was here. But that free agency, the next, highest offer would have been from Anaheim.
Talking with CeCe Sabathia here, Cy Young Award winner, World Series champion, and in my opinion, a Hall of Famer. CeCe, I wonder if that's something that you think about one day, eventually hearing your name and going to Cooperstown and being a part of a Hall of Fame class. Is that something that you think about, like cognizant, or is in the back of your mind? Or are you saying, you know what, I've won a World Series, I've won a Cy Young, that's good enough for me? What are your thoughts on that in the Hall of Fame process? Because you're going to be becoming eligible here.
I'm eligible this year. Yep. This is my first year eligible on the ballot. I'm excited. I mean, I would love to go into the Hall of Fame. I think there's something, I didn't play for, going to the Hall of Fame. I always played to, make my family proud, my city proud, and, really to get out of Vallejo. But to have my career be considered a Hall of Fame career is special. Hopefully one day it happens when, it can happen at any time, and I'll be super excited about it. It's something that I do think about, now that you're done playing, you get a chance to sit back and kind of reflect on the things you did and, be a fan. And, I think it'll be exciting and super cool to one day go into the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. Here, I want to do a quick rapid fire with you. You've been so good to us here before we say goodbye. I know I'm looking at your Insta, I'm looking at your Twitter. You're a big Halloween guy. Are you as big of a Christmas guy, though, as a Halloween guy? Because I'm a big Christmas guy. Halloween's okay. And maybe we can split the difference. Maybe our favorite movie could both be A Nightmare Before Christmas. Am I right?
I think, having 4 kids and, having a big family, you got to be a big holiday guy. So, Halloween, Christmas, Thanksgiving are traditional baseball off-season holidays and things that we can celebrate, Memorial Day, 4th of July, all those different, Labor Day. We are the entertainment. So, I think if you ask any baseball player what their favorite holiday would be, it would probably be Thanksgiving or Christmas, and no different in this family.
CeCe, being that you're a local guy here from Vallejo, I've seen you at Warrior games in the past. I'm pretty sure you're still, as a Warrior fan, I know you're still locked in the Dubs, right?
Yeah. I just haven't been to the new arena. I haven't yet been to the new arena in San Francisco.
We got to get him out there.
We got to get you down to Chase.
Still at Oracle, so we'll see.
Raymond Ritter, if you're listening,
we're filling in for the king of the Bay Area sports media right now, Bonte Hill, who does pre- and post-game coverage for NBC Sports Bay Area. I'm sure he can hook it up there.
Bonte could probably make it happen.
Absolutely.
But I'm kind of curious, CeCe, there's a lot going on with the Dubs right now, obviously. Steph Curry, the conversations we've been having this morning, is Steph still, a legitimate number one? Thoughts on Dennis Schröder? What's the next move? I was making the case that the Warriors should go get Zion Williamson. I know that's a lot I'm throwing at you right now, but your thoughts on Dennis Schröder, your thoughts on Steph, and what's next for the Warriors right now? Where are you at right now on the Dubs?
No, I think Steph can still be your number one. I think, you look at what he did over the summer in the Olympics. I mean, he, those last 2 games, it's incredible. So I think but I definitely think he needs a sidekick. I think he needs somebody else to alleviate some of the scoring and, some of the running around that he can do and have him fresh for, April for the playoff run. So, Zion, Jimmy Butler, I heard, would be great. Making a move for one of these, other superstar, kind of number ones that would help Steph kind of with that pressure, I think would be huge.
All right, one last one here, Cece. I know that you're a big-time Raider fan. Hasn't been a great season. 2-11 here.
I mean, it's been a great season, though. We got Shador on the way, hopefully.
There it is. He gets it. He gets it. You want Shador?
Yeah.
You're talking to a big Raider fan in Spadoni here, CC.
I don't need them to win these next 2 games, man. I know it's going to be hard to lose in Jacksonville, but I don't need them to win these next 2 games, and then we end up 4-13, and then we have the 5th pick. That'd be the worst thing.
Oh, Cece, I almost fainted if they completed that Hail Mary on Monday Night Football. They would have gone with the number 1 overall pick to number 7, and that would have been coal in my stocking at that point. Just keep starting Desmond Ridder. They'll lose these next 3 games. That's a fact. But you're in on Shador over Cam Ward, huh?
Oh, I'm in on Shador, and I've been to Colorado to see him twice. I went down last year. I saw him against USC, and then I went this year against Kansas State, and I love him. I mean, I went to go watch him play against Caleb Williams. He made every throw that Caleb can make. Every throw. He was just as good. So I'm excited, and like I said, hopefully we can pull this off. And the buzz around here, though, is that the Giants are looking to tank one more year and try to get Arch. So I think we might be in the clear if that happens.
Hey, you're preaching to the choir, brother. Hey, CC, we appreciate the time, man. This was awesome.
Thank you very much, CC.
Check him out at the Warfield Theater for the Celebrity Pickleball Bash in San Francisco, Saturday, February 15th, and Sunday, February 16th. Buy tickets now at celebritypickleballbash.com. CC, appreciate the time, man.
No problem, fellas. Thank you.
Thank you. That was him. Hey, Cy Young winner, World Series champion, and he said it right there, baby. He wants Shador.
Slide for Shador.
Huge. I
you got so happy when he said that. You guys are in lockstep.
He gets it. That's
dogging Cam Ward a little bit there.
It's very difficult as we just take a macro view of just being a sports fan and the Niners having a bad season. It could just be so much worse, though. You could be in tank mode, having one win. Imagine rooting against your team. You never want to have to do that. But in some scenarios, like if you're a Raiders or a Giants fan, that is plausible because what a guy like Shador or a Cam Ward could change your future.
Yeah. I never really liked the concept of rooting against your team, Spillane. The first time I ever encountered it was my freshman year at the University of Miami when I'm on a floor with a bunch of Dolphins fans, and that's when I first heard the term suck for luck in regards to then Stanford quarterback Andrew Luck, who obviously had a very good career with the Indianapolis Colts after being the number 1 pick there. I never really liked it, but yeah, it does make sense. And that's interesting, though, what CeCe said about the Giants wanting to go for Arch Manning. From what, I mean, they've had success with the Manning before, so that makes sense. And be interesting to see where Cam Ward drops there. I don't want Cam Ward to go to New York. That just seems like such a disaster, a gross, messy situation there. I want Cam to go somewhere where he can actually have success in the NFL. And the Giants, they're probably going to be pivoting off of Brian Daboll soon, so that would be good there. But man, Shador on the Raiders would be so cool.
We just had CC on, and listen, you're a part of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. You and Joe Shasky doing a hell of a job in Odyssey podcast. You can find that wherever you find your podcasts. New episode this week, last week?
Yeah, no, we got to figure that out.
You gotta figure
the holiday season, Shasky's got 9 million things going on. I have 2.5 things going on, so.
Fair enough. But I would like your thoughts here. We got a couple minutes left to go before we hit Fast Five. Your thoughts on Willie Adames signing with the San Francisco Giants. Has it been a successful offseason? The pivot from Farhan Zaidi, who had some interesting comments on fair territory with Ken Rosenthal. And Buster Posey taking over Sam Lubman. Your thoughts so far on these last few months with the San Francisco Giants and the Orange and Black?
Oh, no, my emotions gone very up and down with the Giants this offseason. So the first month and a half of Buster was very quiet. I'm starting to wonder, are the Giants just kind of take a reevaluation stance this year? And then they signed Willie Adames, and it changed everything. And the question, we were talking earlier in the show how, I got the second question in at that presser, and the question, was to Adames was, about, what appealed about the future of this team. And he talked about the young players. And obviously, the Giants do have some good young players coming up, not just Bryce Eldridge, but Elliot Ramos showed a lot of promise. Tyler Fitzgerald showed some promise as a younger piece there. Grant McCrae showed some interesting stuff, I thought. But the other question I asked later on in that presser for Buster Posey was in regards to and you asked CC about this, the perception of the organization. And Buster's comments was just, it remains to be seen. The Willie Adames, it's a good first step, but, you got to build on it. I caught up with Zach Managian, the general manager, after the after the presser, and I asked him basically that same question. Is the perception changing?
Is it Manassian or Manassian?
Rizzo?
Come on, Steve.
It's Manassian.
Manassian. There you go.
All right, we both failed
there.
there.
You go. That's fine.
Mispronunciation of the year. So I talked with Zach Manassian, and yeah, he obviously talked about how, there's a lot of pride there in that building about representing the city of San Francisco. I even talked with the president and CEO, Larry Baer, asked him, what's this do for the perception?
These drops are out of control.
That's what happens at these pressers. It's never about the presser. It's about the presser after the presser. That's how it is there.
Yeah.
And he kind of echoed the same thing. It's a good first step, but there is some things that remain to be seen. And so that's kind of why I asked CC, is when a guy like Adames signs, does that kind of start an avalanche to where, he signed, so now someone else will sign? And I guess you can even make the argument, as I'm talking out loud here, that Matt Chapman probably kicked off that avalanche there, because how often does a Scott Boras client hit free agency? Does not happen very often. So as far as the perception here and just everything we've learned about Farhan Zaidi throughout the years and the energy that Buster Posey is bringing to the building, here I think this represents it perfectly. Like, from all the what the streets are saying is that Farhan Zaidi was not liked behind the scenes. He was not fun to work with. He was hard on his employees. He could be very standoffish, very hard to talk to. Just didn't play the role of president of baseball operations correctly.
He wasn't the leader.
Yeah,
he did not have a leadership quality.
Whereas Manassian, he's loved in that organization. He's loved in that front office. So right off the bat, you have a better attitude, a better culture there. You have a guy in Buster Posey who has that gravitas, who has that credibility there. And it completely changes the direction of the organization. But more importantly, as we're talking about perception, that is what's changing a lot, is that perception. The Giants, they feel like they're a big league team again. Like, when under Farhan Zaidi, it seemed like they were just trying to nickel and dime this stuff together. And
player options.
Exactly.
I was shocked I didn't see one player option on Willie Adames' contract.
The player option era is over for the San Francisco Giants. And so, yeah, it's a new attitude now down at 3rd and King Street. I mean, Steven, you were there as well. Would you echo that?
Yeah, no, it's a completely different vibe. I mean, there's a lot of people in the organization that think it's going to go back to kind of the nostalgic, but also a side of moving forward. Like, they're going to move forward with Buster Posey, and I think there's some high energy about that. And at the press conference, it was so noticeable. I mean, we talked about it after. There's a lot of people that came up to us and said, this is a different feeling. And I think Buster brings that. He brings a face to the franchise that wasn't there when Farhan was there. And it's almost like a completely different animal going into 2025.
Farhan Zaidi, by the way, the guy that has been replaced by Buster Posey, the guy that has been at the forefront of anger from all Giants fans.
The name we're still going to be hearing for quite a while, unfortunately, for Giants fans.
Farhan's cooked.
He spoke with one Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic on his podcast, Fair Territory. And you know what he blames for missing out on Aaron Judge during the Aaron Judge sweepstakes? He blames Jon Heyman.
I would think that if we had him, I would be the first to know. So I knew it was false, and I was not happy about it at all.
Oh,
Jon Heyman and told him to take it down immediately because, our whole strategy with that situation was, let's just stay around the backboard. He's got a lot of allegiance to the Yankees, but, they seemed like they had reached an impasse in negotiations, and it was a question of whether the Yankees were going to take that last step to get the deal done, or whether there'd be an opportunity for somebody else. So we were kind of right in that window where I thought there might be an opening for us to get the deal done. Then John sent that tweet out, and honestly, I mean, and Yankees people will tell you it really spooked them into getting the deal done, having the ninth year. So I blame John. I mean, that's and I've had this conversation with John. I've joked with him, but there is a general point here about being in a front office, which is, you're thinking about a deal, and then when you read something on the internet or you hear something and you think you might lose that deal, it's amazing. You think you're at your limit, but when you hear you might be losing a player or a deal, you have one extra year to get it done. And that's a lesson that I've learned. I've been in that position, and I think New York was in that position. I think in the moment they thought they'd lost him, and it gave them a little more motivation to, add what they needed to do to get that deal done. And it got done that night.
I can't even believe you said that.
Two things there. Number one, Farhan's not completely crazy when he says the Arson Judge tweet kind of spurned the Yankees into action. Like, that's been documented, and the Yankees kind of had this you don't know what you got till it's gone moment, and then they got second life when they found out the deal wasn't completed. So I do believe Farhan is right there. Where Farhan is incorrect to really truly blame the John Heyman tweet is that it's what he said. There was an impasse in those negotiations. There was a standoff. They talks were dying, whatever you want to call it. And you had an opportunity to get the deal done, and you didn't finish it. You didn't have that killer instinct. You didn't close. So you're acknowledging right in that clip, you're acknowledging, Farhan, that there was an opening for you to go in and close the deal on Aaron Judge. Almost call him Aaron Rodgers again. There was a chance to close that deal, and you sat around. You didn't get it done. That's why it came. That's why the Yankees were able to finish it. That's why they were able to see that tweet, realize the error of their ways, and get this all done. That said, I still believe to this day that Aaron Judge was never going to be a Giant. He was absolutely using the Giants as a sucker to get more money out of the Yankees. But for Farhan to say, oh, yeah, it was the John Heyman tweet, my guess is he was tongue-in-cheek with that one. Shout out to Yo. But even still, you don't get to be tongue-in-cheek on that one. You failed to get the job done. You failed to get the job done numerous times. You couldn't get Bryce Harper to sign. You dropped the ball on Carlos Correa. The fact of the matter is, Farhan, you could say you learned whatever you want. At the end of the day, some people, Tony dropped off. Some people just aren't in the zone. And Farhan, you were not in the zone. You were like Kyle Shanahan.
He ruined your zone.
Thank you, Tony. Fast Five.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
Oh, John Heyman drop will never get old. It is time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Sam Lubman, I felt like that was your final thought on the Farhan era, or error, some might say. But what else you got, bud?
Yeah, no, my final thought is, tough luck for the Cal Bears last night.
God.
Tough loss in the Art of Sport LA Bowl hosted by Gronk. It's fun seeing Gronk on the sideline, I guess, but some really cool plays from that game last night. UNLV ran what I consider to be one of the coolest fake punts I think I've ever seen. The punter got the ball, and rather than throwing it or running it, he pitched it over the line of scrimmage to the gunner running a slant to the left side of the field there. A really cool play to help set up a touchdown, but that was a really tough matchup for Cal. They're, I think, a little bit better than that 6-6 record would indicate. They did not have their quarterback in Fernando Mendoza, who was probably going to be a Miami Hurricane next year. And, they're going against a very, very good UNLV team. So the fact that Cal, with their second and third string quarterbacks, was able to scrap with the Rebels as hard as they were able to is good. But Cal football, man, hopefully they could bounce back, have a bit of a better year next year. If they had figured it, if they had held on against Miami that hot October night, it would have been such a different season for the Bears. But as anyone who has watched Cal football for any period of time, especially someone like me who's been watching Cal football their whole life, kind of par for the course for the Bears, unfortunately.
It's the Bears, one might say. Chicago or Cal Berkeley. It's the same thing when it comes to their football program.
As my dad and I say, they break your heart. We do this thing where, when Cal's making you hopeful, you hold your hand out and kind of pretend like you're holding the beating heart, because that's what Cal football does. They rip your heart out, they let it beat for a while.
Temple of Doom.
And then they smash it. Exactly. Kalima.
There you go.
Kalima.
Not bad.
All right, I need to get out of here.
Steven Risotto, what you got, bud?
Well, first of all, good job, guys, for filling in. We got the A-team in there.
No, it's good job, Steven Risotto, for filling in. First time running the board in the morning. That is not an easy job to do, as I do at Joe Shasky and interrupt you. Continue.
I gave you $20 to say that, by the way. I just want to say shout out to CC Sabathia for joining us, and I do want to say, CC Sabathia, right now, there is the Hall of Fame tracking. Ryan Thibodeau, not Mr. Tibbs on Twitter, does a fantastic job. And as of 1 day ago, guys, he was polling at 26 out of the 28 ballots had CC Sabathia's name checked off. So, I mean, we throw around the term first ballot Hall of Famer. It is looking like CC Sabathia might be on that track.
Which is kind of crazy, to be honest, because if you look listen, you just look at the accolades, 6-time All-Star, that's not that many. You've got World Series, you got one Cy Young, and he has the ALCS MVP.
4 other top 5 finishes, though.
And some of those strikeout numbers, the strikeout numbers.
He has 3,000. That's
in the innings, if you look at
250 wins.
250. Yes. If you look at where he ranks among the history of left-handed pitching, he ranks pretty favorably. You'd be surprised.
It's just that I'm so jaded on the entire Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. I don't know what they want anymore. It's too inclusive. They don't like it. Of all the three major sports, and I'm going to exclude hockey here because I'm just not well versed in the Hockey Hall of Fame. But when it comes to the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame, Major League Baseball, and NFL, it's NFL gets it the best. They just get it when it comes to who should be in Hall of Fame and who isn't. Then it's basketball, because for me, basketball just is.
They kind of give it to everybody.
They kind of give it to everyone, but
I like how they include the entire sport too.
Most people, like
men's and women.
Most people should be in there that are in there, so I don't really have too much calls about it. But baseball, it is just so.
It has no credibility.
It's like one or two people, and it's just like, really? That's what we're doing here? And the fact that guys like Barry Bonds, we do this every year, but Barry Bonds, Alex Rodriguez, Mark McGwire, Roger Clemens, come on.
It's ridiculous.
If those guys aren't
in. It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
It really is. My final thought here, shout out CC's the Bath. He just great energy, great interview too. I've never listened to him as a radio person and interviewing him myself. Great energy, very knowledgeable. He knows his stuff. And just tank, baby. Let's go get Shador. Those are my final thoughts. And that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. And Steiny and Goop coming up next. Have a good morning, everybody.
want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I might go viral.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Goo?
What's up, baby? I see you with the fresh haircut. Steiny in the house. Yeah.
Boy.
How much did you tip?
It's the holiday season.
Which means more.
Yes.
Okay. For some.
I don't want to. This makes me uncomfortable.
25.
30.
Look at my man. Shout out to Irene.
Lucia.
Oh, my. Right.
She does a spectacular job.
You look
Unlike
good.
Brock Purdy.
Good. Why are you going on him early?
Because, let's be honest. I think some people are having second thoughts. 49ers in a shambles. I think the can I play something for you to start the show off?
Please do, sir.
I'm out. All right. Steve Young is a pretty good former quarterback. And he was on the Dan Patrick Show, and he was talking about what you pay quarterbacks and what the 49ers are going to do with Brock Purdy, and I just think he sums it up so well.
Look, I think that Dak Prescott, the Cowboys are going to suffer for a long time because they paid him a number that now in many ways takes from the ability to build teams to go help you for the very thing that you need. And so that's the dilemma because everyone loves Brock and loves his game and loves his efficiency and his leadership and everything else. But we got to make sure we have the money to put the people with him to go win it. Because if the goal is Super Bowls, if the goal is winning some rank and file regular season games, maybe get to the playoffs, that's a different goal. And that might mean different. But if you're talking about we want to go to the Super Bowl, we need people to be there to help Brock. And if he doesn't, and so that it becomes just how much is there available? And it is a zero-sum game in some ways with a salary cap.
All right. Now there's a lot to unpack there.
Because the Guru computer heard something else.
Oh, well, let's start with what the Guru computer heard. What did you hear?
And again, I'm retiring this phrase after this
no
month,
shade.
Okay.
Okay.
So that Brock Purdy he can't do it by himself like we think a Josh Allen can or we think a young Jordan Love can. It seems like my man is doing a 180, Steve Young, the great Steve Young, in regard to basically saying, Steiny, we can't give him it all because he won't be enough.
Well, I think,
and that was the nice way of kind of saying it. Yeah.
Oh, I thought, okay, so I thought he was just kind of giving an example using Prescott and saying, look, they paid Prescott $60, and that's going to hamper their ability to give him the help he needs to win a Super Bowl. And he said that's the dilemma.
How about that?
So I didn't. So you heard Steve Young saying you can't give him the bag.
That's what I heard.
I heard him say that's the question. How much do you give him and still have room for the others? But and here's the other thing I want to get into today. Because I think this is where I think you and me part ways. 49ers have 3 more games left.
12 quarters.
What's at stake for Brock Purdy?
Nothing.
I couldn't disagree more.
And if you want to be honest, I would sit his ass down if there's any question about the shoulder arm. He's earned that. And if we're going to marry him and put the ring on the finger, Beyonce, sit down, Brock. Don't you know these guys? This is a billion-dollar corporation. The Niners are seasons ahead. They don't have all the answers. But to me, Steiny, they already know and have seen on film what Brock is, why this year didn't work out. I just can't, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but partner, I'm flabbergasted that you think there's something at stake as far as the fans. If Brock were to throw 9 touchdowns and 1 interception, Oh, the pressure's off. It's like baseball when the team's eliminated, then they win 10 of 11. It's like, oh, couldn't you? And then you're like, is that fool's gold? So to me, if Brock is really your guy and there's something going on with the shoulder and we really can look at ourselves and say we're done, Steiny, I would sit him. I really would. And think about the next chapter, which is 2025. Hopefully Greenlaw's paid and back. Like, I really mean this, but I'm just amazed that you guys, and it's not just you, think that there's something that can transpire when the game's technically from a meaningful standpoint in regard to the standings, that you would say, goo, that Purdy ended it on a great run. Or
what about the other way?
Or Kittle.
What about the other way?
But the stakes are down. So there's really nothing to learn.
If
you know what I mean?
49ers, let's say they lose 2 out of their next 3.
Okay.
They finish 7-10, and Brock finishes the season, let's just say, playing 3 games like he's been playing.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe he has a pretty good one, and then he's got 2. I think that's going to – look, I
get you.
I think it matters.
Okay.
I think it matters. I think it matters in a big way. Like, if he doesn't have a great year, I'm sorry, if he doesn't have a great 3 games, that means he didn't have a great year. I think this is the part that I think it's fair to ask if how sure people are of Purdy and moving forward with him as the starting quarterback.
Okay. I totally get that. And that's where I'm at. I'm conflicted, but partner.
So then the last 3 games mean everything.
No, the ideology of what you're going to pay him and finally look at the scoreboard is coming down to 3 games in a season where you're
down to 3 games.
It sounds like it, though.
Well, they're important.
But let's put the right on the table. Are you really going to let these 3 games cloud what he's already done?
Yeah.
He's got major skins on the wall. I took over on the fly, took us to the NFC Championship game. I followed that up after I wrecked my elbow, took us to a Super Bowl. The O-line has done nothing. And, I just feel like they got the necessary data already, Steiny, to make that decision. So is it really fair to Brock Purdy to assess these next 3 and that taint what we already know?
And it's not just 3. He's not having a great year.
Gotcha. And I feel like
if he has 3 more bad games and you finish 7-10, yes, I think it's beyond fair to say, what are we going to do with this guy? If he doesn't,
I think they're saying that now because this year is lost, and you got enough data on him, and you, as you should,
you're kidding about
why?
You're kidding about sitting him, right?
No, if you know he's your guy, and we're going to pay him. Steiny, seriously, what are we doing?
I'll tell you what it is.
Him to get another hit on the rotator cuff.
He's not good enough to sit.
Well,
he hasn't been playing long enough to start sitting games.
But I hear you, Steiny. But the old adage in football, you go out there and play.
And then what about Bosa? Is Bosa playing?
No, I would talk to him too. If you're really jeopardizing, or if something could get worse, what are we really doing? That's just me, Steiny.
I need as much information on Purdy as possible.
And
absolutely.
And I guess I'm just fighting you on. Don't you already have it?
No,
because he's going to go out here against the Miami Dolphins,
and I'll use you
in a game that has no playoff implications.
You knew him before the season. Right. Do you know him? Do you know him now like you knew him before the season? Did that change?
Yes, it did.
Well, then 3 games can change things, and then 3 games change things, and you got to look at the whole year.
So in essence, you're saying he's playing for some chicken.
Absolutely.
He is, and that was the title of the jam. I just think the movie's over. They know what they're going to make their judgment.
You're not going to hold it against him that he didn't have a great year.
That's in the file.
Are the next 3 games more important or less important than the first 3 games he ever played?
Less important.
I think they're more important.
Steiny, you got a Super Bowl. You got a NFC Championship game.
What if this is who he is now?
But there's no way to determine that. But
yes, you got to let him play 3 more games, and then you say, you know what? He had a real good start to his career. But now we got misgivings about what happened this year.
Steiny, I love your energy, but if you're going to really do that, then you really could get 17 more next year and have his ass play on the million. If you're really that, if it's that.
Maybe.
3 ain't enough. I feel like we got enough.
I don't know about that. No, there we go.
Is that him calling? Brock? Brock.
No. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's at stake right now for the San Francisco 49ers and Brock Purdy?
I wonder, man.
Brock Purdy's got 3 games to play this year. I got to tell you right now, I don't care if they're eliminated or not. He's got to play. Like, he ain't good enough. Oh, we're going to arrest Brock Purdy.
No, I'm only saying that because, Steiny, there was something we've heard whispers about something up with the shoulder. And to his credit, he missed a game. He's been back. But I'm just, if it's really that and they know he's their guy, shut him down.
Oh, God. Like, he's still learning the game. Like, he's still figuring stuff out.
Wow.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's at stake for Brock Purdy? You think very little, which is what Guru thinks. I think there's a lot at stake. And this is also a big part of it, the 650. You got to remember the court of public opinion has a memory of about 12 minutes.
Damn.
Brock, Brock, whether he's good or not, will be remembered by these last few games. I
but
kind
the
of
fans
agree.
aren't going to write the check in this instance. I love that he's right. It's the due diligence of Kyle and John, Parag. They have to already know, Steiny, what they got or what they, you know what I mean?
Yes, but I got to see. Let's keep playing games.
Okay.
Hey, Evan, can you hear
keep
this
playing the
conversation?
game until something goes. What if he got hurt these next 3?
Okay, then he's got to use the offseason to heal up.
All
right. You're getting 415. I'm with Goo. 2 playoff appearances in a Super Bowl is enough.
My God.
So, with everything functioning around him. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by Lucky, California.
The perfect holiday meal starts at Lucky's with beef bone-in ribeye roast, only $5.97 per pound with digital coupon limit 1, or cooked spiral sliced bone-in hickory half ham, $1.90.
I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
Oh.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Well, hold on, because Evan came in and basically, I'm speaking for Evan, I'm paraphrasing. The Guru computer heard, hey, Goo, you got a point. I'm with Goo. The playoff appearances in Super Bowl, you read this enough, but you can't read it too many times. Sign Purdy now and sit him. Good call, Goo. And with only 12 days left from the 5-3-0, Goo vaults to the top of the worst take of the year. Sit Purdy. Hold on. This is predicated that I believe something's going on with the shoulder. No surgery needed. That's what I believe.
Billie
and I'm giving
Jean,
him
not my lover. Yeah.
She's just
doing the moonwalk or whatever that Michael Jackson thing was where he backed up the truck.
It was the moonwalk.
Yeah, the moonwalk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Now he's hurt.
No, I think something's up with the shoulder, Stoney, and maybe that's why we've seen some overthrows or underthrows.
I'm going to assume he's healthy because he played last week.
Okay, I got you.
And
I'm all about playing, but come on, man.
Really?
Yeah, I'm old school.
You're not, though. Apparently, if you want a third-year quarterback who's got 2.5 years under his belt to not gain any more experience.
And I'm not going to hold the players accountable. I'm going to break in at night and get to that computer and delete a lot of stuff on that soundboard.
All right, so he's played 38 career games.
That's enough for me.
Okay.
All right. These next three, I get you. So I guess when I see you Monday and he goes for 350 and 3 tugs, no interceptions.
Yeah, that's good.
No,
that's good. That'll reassure me a little bit. I'm looking at it the other way.
I think Kyle and John are like that Ram game. That was a stain. This season was a stain for him because I'm holding him to the standards he set. But partner, this is again a $1 billion corporation. They already know what they're going to do with Brock Purdy. I believe. I really believe, man.
Well, what do 49er fans think? And those are where I'm asking you to kind of put yourself in the Niners' shoes. And what's at stake here? And there's two things I'm talking about. One is, if I ask you the question, well, what's at stake for Brock Purdy the last 3 games? Guru says nothing or not much.
Because the team's out of it, basically.
I would say for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, there's another scoreboard.
I think it means a lot. I think these 3 games absolutely mean a lot. They mean something, yes.
What if I
also don't, I'm not willing to say, I don't agree with you necessarily that the Niners know exactly what they're going to do with Purdy. Like, I feel like, I'm not saying you're wrong. You might be right, but I'm not convinced of that.
Okay, how about this? I'm feeling frisky. My last show together is Monday. What if I'm giving you a bet and I want it? I want you to take it. Brock Purdy will not start 2 of the next 3 games.
I'll take that bet.
Okay. Put it in the vault, Evan.
What do you think,
I know
Evan?
Willard's like, Guru, that's a sucker bet. I'm telling you, I know ball. There's a black cat that's been in the Niners locker room this whole season. I believe he's dinged up, not surgery to the extent of surgery. They are going to shut him down, Stotty. Treat him like the prized possession he is. And, Stotty, I know what you're saying, but if he hadn't quarterbacked this team to a Super Bowl, if he hadn't got him to the NFC Championship game, and you're right about stuff eroding him around him, that's more the reason to take his ass and sit him down. And you know who else I would extend that to? Fred Warner. We love you, buddy, but sit your ass down.
I got news for you, and I know it's a long. They're still in it.
Well,
like, I get it.
So you're saying
like,
there's
you
a chance.
gotta play this week. You have to play this
I give you
week.
this.
Go ahead, E.
Well, no, I was going to ask. So is the bet that you think they will shut him down because he gets hurt or because they want to prevent him from getting hurt?
They want to prevent him from getting hurt, and something will happen standings-wise. I don't think they're going to win in Miami to where they're like, you know what, we're officially done. Brock, sit these 2 out. And then we get a report Tuesday in The Athletic or Monday. Carter Chickering lets us know, hey, something going on with the shoulder, and they just rest him.
Okay, so if and when the Niners are eliminated, Brock Purdy will be shut down.
That's the bet.
I'll take that bet.
Let's do it. Yep.
I'm the moderator.
Yeah, what do you think of that? What do you think of this? This is not as much.
I
of
get
my
to hold
sure
the
thing.
money. You guys get to duke it out.
You want the computer printout of what it's done.
It's done.
Yeah,
but
we did it.
Okay, I want to know what Evan thinks of it.
Yeah. He'll tell you when I'm not around.
What I don't think is far-fetched is if the Niners have already decided that Brock Purdy is worth a ridiculous sum of money. Like I've seen projections of 5 for $325 or just some ungodly sum of cash.
Right.
If that's indeed what they have already decided, I don't think it's that far-fetched for them to shut him down.
I will not disagree with.
right.
That I will not disagree
And
with.
38 games is 41 games. So I got somebody coming at me. Like, come on. 40, you got 38, and you got a lot of playoff games in there as well. So that's just me, Stoney. I think Brock is their guy moving forward. They know this. They'll come up with the number, but you got to be smart. There has been a black cat in the Niners locker room this year.
I'm not sitting him because other guys have gotten hurt.
No,
hold on.
Stoney, I believe something's up with the shoulder.
Divided by 38 equals
12.
So
13,
he's
12.
got 8. He's got 8% of his games left in front of him. You don't want that information? It's going to be 8 more percent of data.
When the stakes are low, I just feel like it's the easiest to perform.
And I feel like that's when we find out what guys are made of. Can you play for pride? 888-957-9570 is the number. A lot to chew on here, and I gotta know what Niner fans think about the next 3 games. I absolutely think they're important, and one of the reasons I think they're important is because he hasn't been in the league long enough to sit and assess. I mean, I got to get him as much playing time as possible. But what do you guys think at 888-957-9570? Let's go to Mac Zach. Mac Zach's in Oakland. What's up, Mac Zach? How you doing?
Hey, fellas. Good morning.
Yeah. Hey.
So, my thoughts about Brock Purdy is I don't know if you guys remember a few months ago I called in and said that I was kind of upset with John and Kyle for signing the deal with Ayuk, and this was before his injury.
Mm-hmm.
Because it seemed to me that it was a philosophy change when we saw this group of guys come in and take over. We had, they drafted Solomon Thomas, and we had DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead, and it seemed like they were trying to build up the line on the defensive side, and then they came with the Brindles and some other guys on the offensive side, and it's like they wanted to have a running team with a solid defense.
All right,
and so with Brock Purdy, he fit in perfectly because with that philosophy, with running the ball and the play action, he was very elusive when he, free guys ran at him, and he was able to look downfield and make accurate throws and make the correct play. So I don't think that we have a problem with Brock Purdy per se, because he's fine for that philosophy. But when you try to turn him into Josh Allen and now he's throwing and dropping back 30 times and, that's not what he is. And so I blame Kyle for, kind of acquiescing to what the league is doing rather than keeping his own style, which was effective and got us to, championship games in the Super Bowl.
All right. Appreciate it, Mac Zach.
See, he makes a lot of points, but good points. But Stoney, I think a lot of it was we saw Purdy running more by necessity because the O-line was breaking down. And I just wonder how much of that is why you lack of confidence from the coaching staff. I don't know, but when you see Brock Purdy become or have the 2 years or the year and a half that he did, the next progression I thought was, okay, let him throw 30 times because we trust him. Like, I'll never second guess, and I've never said to you he's throwing too much. That's growth.
We're talking about, maybe he threw more because they didn't have McCaffrey, and they felt like their running game was suffering, although Mason
led the league in rushing.
Steve Young was on with Dan Patrick, and he was talking about Dak Prescott and Brock Purdy and what the 49ers are going to do with Brock Purdy. And this is, to me, this is another piece of ammunition from my side. Just take a listen.
Look, I think that Dak Prescott, the Cowboys are going to suffer for a long time because they paid him a number that now in many ways takes from the ability to build teams to go help you for the very thing that you need. And so that's the dilemma, because everyone loves Brock and loves his game and loves his efficiency and his leadership and everything else. But we got to make sure we have the money to put the people with him to go win it. Because if the goal is Super Bowls, if the goal is winning some rank and file regular season games, maybe get to the playoffs, that's a different goal. And that might mean different. But if you're talking about we want to go to the Super Bowl, we need people to be there to help Brock. And if he doesn't, and so that it becomes just how much is there available? And it is a zero-sum game in some ways with a salary cap.
All right. I mean, I'm hearing Steve Young say, I'm hearing Steve Young do his Stephen A. Smith. You better be careful in terms of how much you pay a quarterback these days. Not just Brock Purdy, but specifically in this case, Brock Purdy.
But do you have a problem? Because the more I hear it, that where were you when Ayuk was up for his deal, or Bosa or Debo? And I love Steve Young. My point is, how unfair is that to Brock, though, to put the onus on Brock? That's on Lynch. They control the piggy bank and the finances. So you should have had – I'm not saying they didn't put anything away for a rainy day. You should have seen this coming when your owner said he's probably going to reset the market. My thing is, to Steve Young, I would say is that's not a Brock Purdy problem in regard to Brock's going to come in there and say he could do it, the old Mahomes, but Mahomes was the highest paid quarterback when he did what he did with the deferring the money. So – I think Brock Purdy should go in there if he feels he's worth 60, Stoney, and ask for it. It's not on him to about the finances. And it's like Steve's saying that, but I'm like, Steve, who are you talking to? He's got to be talking to John and Parag. If I'm Brock, player is going to go try to bring the house down.
I mean,
it's his first crack at it. Might be his only. Purdy. That's not, like what's Purdy saying if he hears that?
If he hears what?
That soundbite.
He's got to be
Steve's
aware.
Talking to the organization. I get it.
You think Brock Purdy doesn't know?
He totally does.
He knows everything.
But I don't think he's leave it to Beaver. Okay. Hey, Mom, I'm going to go in and give him a hometown discount.
I mean, to me, like, this is sports and it's about competition. And I get it. They're not going to make the playoffs. But
these next 3 weeks, right.
Like,
I think I would win if we put it on the poll.
Should Brock Purdy? So the question is, should Brock Purdy play the last 3 games? Because I'm like, my first response would be, why the hell wouldn't he? Like, with all due respect, who the hell's Brock Purdy?
And again,
he's only played 2.5 years of football.
My premise is also me trying to be Julius Erving, Donnie. I am playing doctor, and I do think something's going on with the shoulder.
Okay.
Not tragically, and that's why I think in the next coming weeks, he won't finish the season.
So you know what? Then just acknowledge he may have a durability problem, which should affect everything.
I mean, but
if he that's the other thing.
And he came right back.
If he doesn't play the last 3 games, that tells me he's hurt. And if he's hurt,
but you can't look at the totality of this season with games played and say
I would. I would.
See, I wouldn't hold us telling you to sit down because we're not playing for anything against Brock. He's already showed us he's playing with something, I believe. No excuses.
There are excuses if you're saying no excuses. This is his arm. His arm is his arm right now. If a guy with a non-strong arm can't throw as hard as he can and he doesn't throw hard, it's like he can't play then. But hey, I think there's a lot at stake for Brock Purdy. These last 3 games. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Niners know what they're doing right now with Brock Purdy. But I want him to play. And you know what? Here's the other thing. Now, I know Garendo's not hurt. I mean, Garendo is hurt.
Yeah.
But let's say he wasn't hurt. I would want to see Brock Purdy with Garendo, Pearsall, Cowing, the last 3 games. Like the guys he's going to end up playing with.
But would that suit? But that's down the road.
No, that's right now.
No, I mean, but he's not going to be playing with them until McCaffrey, Debo, but that next phase is done.
Well, that might be next year. I mean, I probably won't be, but all right. Let's go to John in Santa Clara. Hey, John, how you doing?
Hey, pretty good, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you know what? I just want to let you guys know that I really think that Brock Purdy is a good second-string quarterback. And if you ever want to get to the promised land and beat, teams like Mahomes, the Chiefs, and, Josh Allen, like the Ravens, you got to get something better. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Yeah, you know what? And
is that fair, though?
Well, I mean,
the guy took it to the OT in the Super Bowl.
It is absolutely fair. And first of all, forget the second string quarter. I don't care about that.
Yeah.
It's absolutely fair to say, I'm a little worried about Brock Purdy. Why is that not fair?
I'm that guy.
Okay.
But that's different than this guy's rate. I'm just saying his thought was you can't get it done. Dude, watch last year's Super Bowl. They went to overtime. There's some other stuff we could point to where the Niners could have won the game and it wasn't Brock Purdy's fault. That's all. And what's the reality of, you want something better, but if you were to say no, and go a different direction, do you really trust Kyle? He's got we saw Trey Lance was Beyonce, and he didn't end up being that.
Look, I think the 49ers are going to end up re-signing Brock Purdy.
I do too.
I have no idea for how much. I actually, if I had to make a prediction right now, I think he's taking 40. That's just me.
If I asked you who's got the leverage, how would you answer that? I think he has it.
Well, he does have he has the leverage, but I don't think he's going to use it to that extreme. But that's just me. I could be wrong. But this kid's got to play. Like, he needs every snap he can get. That's the way I view him. I know he went to the Super Bowl. I know he went to an NFC Championship game. But if you have a player that you think is improving, I think you got it. I think he's got to play. But that, hey, other people disagree. Somebody's saying, why would you get him hurt right now? Well, if he plays the last 3 games and he gets hurt, maybe you're finding out your answer on your durability. Maybe that's a blessing in disguise.
Would you feel kind of sick, it's just as an organization, I know it's football, you go out there and play, that you could have, there were no stakes when he got hurt. Maybe you could have, we see this all the time. Guys get shut down in different sports when they're eliminated.
Like, you know what, with all due respect,
Steiny's not
like
playing. What happened?
Stars. Not guys at the beginning of their career.
And I get you with that one. That was a hell of a point, but I will say this. Brock is your star, Steiny. Even though I'm up here yapping and bumping him about I'm conflicted, but I know come on now, we got to put him, he is your star. He is a part of your future. No doubt about it.
Well, there is doubt about it, I think. I actually do. Like, I would bet on Brock Purdy being the quarterback next year. Absolutely, I would put money on that. But, like, to think that I don't know, to think that the next 3 games don't have an impact on the way things shake out. For all I know, if he stinks the next 3 games, what if they could get him for 30? You know what I mean?
Is there anything he can do if he does play the next 12 quarters and it's not pretty, it's Ram-like? I'm asking you this, and I didn't tell you I was going to ask you. Do you think Kirk Cousins, whatever's going on, the attraction or whatever, the relationship he has with Kyle could come into play somehow? Have you ruled that out?
You can't rule it out. You can't rule it out, but I think it's a very, very much of a long shot. Nick in Berkeley. What's going on, Nick? How you doing? Nick in Berkeley. I get him off. Let's go to Pete. Pete in San Ramon.
The Ramon.
Hey, Pete, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. Good morning, gents.
Yes.
Hey, Steiny, I got your email about Rocket Colavito. Nice. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Oh, wow.
And,
I didn't know you guys' email.
Yeah. And regarding the Brock Purdy deal, here you go, Guru. See what you think of this. This will solve all of it.
Okay, give it to me.
Okay. Brock Purdy holds out right now, doesn't play the 3 games, says he's holding out for the extension, gives time for whatever is wrong with his shoulder to get well, gets all this stuff done. Doesn't matter what the dollar amount is to me. I don't care as long as he's here next year. And none of this has to go into the spring.
Huh?
How's that sound?
No, I mean, that sounds ideal, right? That's how you want it. Thanks for the call, our man.
I mean, yeah, that's how I guess you'd want it.
Well, maybe he follows you on Facebook because you wrote a post about Calavito, and maybe he saw it there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Man, I just hate the idea of guys not playing. I really do.
You like the NBA?
No, remember, I don't anymore. I don't. Let's
what
go.
the heck, Guru Cousins? That guy. I'm sorry, Stan. I got to read it. That guy is completely cooked. I just pictured a ham coming out the oven.
Well,
have you even watched him this year? And Stoney, I'm giggling because one touchdown to 9 picks, and he goes, "I haven't forgot how to play." Well, it don't look like he, Kirk. Man, so the Wi-Fi is scrambled.
We don't give him any credit for that 450-yard game on.
I still give him credit for that victory in the playoffs against.
I think it was 500.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Who was that against?
The Buccaneers.
Tampa Bay might be in the playoffs.
Yeah, they almost beat the 49ers. Jamie, you know what? I'll push stuff to the other side. But 888-957-9570. Do you think Brock Purdy? Is there anything at stake for Brock Purdy these last 3 games? Or do you think the 49ers, they know what they're going to do? They know what they're going to do. Guru's also advocating for shutting Purdy down. Because why would you get him hurt for next year? It's a fair point. But to my way of thinking, Brock Purdy is just starting his career. And I'll just say it this way: he hasn't earned the right to sit out for load management.
But what if
that's
there's
for stars only?
I get you, but Stoney, I know we got to go. Yeah. What if there's really truly just like it's a 6 on a 1 through 10 scale, medicine wise? There's something up with the shoulder. Wouldn't that be enough cause to just like? Why are we risking it?
Well, definitely
says you guys aren't. Your mind's not made up. But what if it is? I just think it would be negligence to run him out there and then have something go with him in the off season.
Look, if he's hurt, but he's not hurt because we haven't heard anything about him being hurt, and it's Thursday, and clearly he's going to start against the Dolphins, which I think he should. And I think he should start against the Lions. And then I think he should start against the Cardinals. That's just me. And I think I would like to see him play over the last 3 games. I'd like to see him play better than essentially he's played during the first 12 or 13.
Lions game is a Monday night game.
It would just make me feel better about Purdy. And I'll tell you what, and I'm not apologizing, and neither are you because you said it. I'm not apologizing if he has 3 subpar games. It's like, this is a delicate situation in terms of how much you're going to pay him and for how long. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. It's a little shtick on your big shtick.
Need a little extra holiday cheer? Enter.
Oh, my baby, my darling. Am I going to embarrass you now with all your fans out there?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Brock Purdy have anything to play for, 49er fans? The last 3 games of the year? I think he does. I think he does. I think there's still, hey, if there's information out there to find out about him, play 3 more games and let's get all the information we can possibly get.
Yeah.
Or you feel like you know enough. You think the 49ers know enough about Purdy, who he is, what he's all about? You know what? Let's protect him for next year and maybe give him a couple games off, and we'll end up paying him a lot of money in the offseason.
Yeah.
I'm not there.
I got you.
I got to see him play. And do I have to see him more? I don't have to, I guess, but I'd like to.
Let me read this to you. Our guy Carter Chickering, he chimed in. If he's healthy and you shut him down, it means you're prepared to pay him $60. If he's healthy and you shut him down, it means you're prepared to pay him $60. Anything under, he has to play if healthy to help finalize a number. So then he's saying, then there is something at stake for the chicken these next 3 games. But I just would err on the side of caution. I think I know you look at everything about your team proactively, and when it was good and you were in a Super Bowl and NFC Championship game, and he was the talk of the town.
Yeah, I'm
that's just me, Stoney.
Look, I'm sticking to my guns from
Clint Eastwood
3 months ago. I'll just say it again, and you can. I
don't got a strong opinion.
You can save this. He's not getting 60. Purdy ain't getting 60. You heard it here first. No way.
And I'm not fighting you on that.
Although now keep in mind, I may be wrong, but I'd
is
be
he
shocked.
a top 10 quarterback?
Maybe,
because we talk about Curry and where he's at, and you're like a computer. Do you think he's a top 10 quarterback in our league?
Oh man,
I'll read them off to you. Mahomes,
better.
Lamar,
better.
Herbert,
better.
Okay, Allen,
better.
Goff,
better.
Jordan Love.
Let's leave him off for now.
Okay, wow. All right, it hurts.
Hurts is better than Purdy.
Okay,
I think.
All right, well, they've been to one Super Bowl. Kyler Murray. I'm out on Murray.
I'll take Purdy there just to do it.
Stafford?
Stafford's better.
Geno Smith?
Purdy.
And Dak Prescott?
I'm taking Purdy.
Okay, what about Daniels in Washington in his first crack at it?
I mean, Purdy's better, but I might rather have the other guy.
How about C.J. Stroud?
Yes, I think he's better.
Okay, wow. So I'm not mad at that. I get it.
Yeah,
and Dak is not a top 10 on anybody's list, but yet
how come you didn't say Joe Burrow?
Oh, I forgot Burrow. I forgot. Well, damn, I was proud patting myself on the back. That's all I forgot, Stotty.
I'm looking down the list now.
Burrow was the only one I forgot, but
Mahomes. No, you forgot Rodgers.
Please.
What?
Stop. That dude is done. Yeah.
Let's go to Shooter in Virginia.
Him and Ryan Clark are going at it.
What's going on, Shooter? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, Staddy and Guru?
Doing well.
You got a jump shot, Shooter?
I'm a billiards player.
Oh, okay. Look at him.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I got a question for both of y'all.
All right.
Would y'all rather pay Purdy the $60 million if that's what he's going to get, or would y'all have a problem with John Lynch getting on the phone and having a conversation with Tom Brady about playing for a year? Who would y'all rather have?
Now that's phenomenal, but is that?
I'd rather. I mean,
I would go with Tom Brady.
I would too.
Wow.
Just because it'd buy you one more year, and you wouldn't have to pay Purdy $60 million. So
that's interesting, man.
What would you do?
Yeah, what would you do?
Get to the Super? Oh man, I'm a Tom Brady fan. So I'm not a 49ers fan. I just tune into the show because I'm a Golden State Warriors fan, Steph Curry all day. So that's mainly kind of why I listen to y'all show. I'm over in Virginia, but
okay.
I'm listening to y'all talk about Brock Purdy, the $60 million contract. He's not a $60 million guy.
No,
maybe maybe 25, maybe between 25 and 30, but nah, I don't. I think Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy is more of a guy that is a product of the system and all the players around him. You throw Brock Purdy on a team like the Tennessee Titans or anything like that, right. You're not gonna. He's not going to be a top 10 quarterback in any scenario. But yeah, I just wanted to ask y'all about that.
That was intriguing.
Appreciate it, Shooter.
You think Tom's done? Would he come back? He's just 1 year removed.
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know.
Hey, and I forgot two more guys. I forgot Caleb Williams.
Purdy.
That's no doubt. And then the main guy, Darnold.
I'm taking Purdy.
Sammy D. You taking Purdy? He's done more, right?
Yeah. Greg Cosell was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and he was talking about Brock Purdy. Listen very carefully.
As good as Purdy has been throughout his short career, he's still in many ways a quarterback that needs a multi-dimensional offense. I hate to use the word system quarterback. Everybody is a system quarterback, by the way.
Yep.
But he needs a complete offense. He's not he's not Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. I was having this conversation with people, and they play Miami this week with the guys who work with me on the matchup show, and I was talking about Tua, and you guys know Mike McDaniel, obviously, and I know him as well, and I think we all have tremendous respect for him, but Tua's dropping back 40 times a game this year. That's way too many. He's a system quarterback. You can't do that. They have no run game in Miami, no real run game. Everything is space. Let's get guys in space. Sometimes you have to line up and run the ball. The Niners do, but they've not had much success, certainly in the last 5, 6, 7 weeks. So, and by success, I mean sustaining success. Is there a big play every once in a while? Yes. But I'm talking about the kind of success that allows you to stay on schedule as an offense and keep your playbook totally open, and you dictate to the defense and you control the pace and tempo of the game.
That was Greg Cosell about Brock Purdy. And
I get it, man.
I can't give him 60. I just can't. But I don't think he's asking for 60.
Well, what? See, and that's what
I'm telling you.
Because of his looks and how he dressed, and he's not flashy, and he doesn't dress like Debo. Thank God.
No, because this is where I think
why do you say that?
Because he's making $1 million, and he's looking at 40 times more than that, 50 times more than that, or 60. And I also think that Purdy realizes that he's not a Josh Allen.
Wow.
He knows that, but he knows that.
But I'm sure Dak knew he wasn't that either and didn't hesitate on taking that money Jerry offered him. Tua, for that matter. Tua's got a 4-year, $212 million contract, Donnie. $53 million per, $42 million signing bonus, and $93 million guaranteed. And Greg Cosell just said, you can't have him throw the ball 40 times? Man. You think Miami regrets that contract? Or let me guess, it's just other stuff around the team that I've never been a fan of Tua. He's right there on the boat with Dak for me, Stoney.
And is Brock Purdy in that boat as a quarterback?
No, he's got
think he's better?
I have not seen him fall on his face like I've seen those guys. So this upcoming season for me is going to be the one for me to be able to answer that in a year.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're batting around a lot of questions and comments about Brock Purdy, and I'll just throw a couple of them at you guys and see what you guys think. First of all, is anybody with goo that you would shut him down right now to protect him for next season?
Especially if you know you're going to pay him.
What
are we doing?
Well, he's got to play.
Because you're undecided. A lot of your premise, if I'm hearing you right,
let me tell you
because you're still undecided.
Here's what I think. I think the 49ers pretty much know they're going to re-sign Purdy.
Doubt.
Well, then if you're saying, well, if they know they're going to re-sign him, shut him down.
Yeah. I'm mixed in with a little splash of, irritation in the shoulder, whatever caused him to miss a game.
I'm saying, okay, we're probably going to pay Purdy, and it's going to be a negotiation. So he's healthy. Yeah, I want to see how he plays in these last 3 games, because you know what? The last 3 games are going to be an indicator of, is this guy trending up or not?
See, and that's the $1 million. Only they know. Their intel, and I believe their intel is, this was not good. We heard the Cosales and the Jerry Rices and the Steve Youngs, but at the end of the day, if we get our act together around one Brock Purdy, he'll be that guy that took us to the Super Bowl.
But that's the other thing. You can't put a team like him, you can't put a team around him like 2 years ago.
Exactly.
No, I'm just saying even next year.
Right.
Because they're 2 years older than 2 years ago.
And Debo, if you want to be real here, he may already have fallen off.
Exactly. Like, for example, let's say you pay Brock Purdy big money, and then next year you're like, wow, McCaffrey's pretty much done, and Debo isn't having a bounce back year.
Greg Cosell
and Trent
just told
Williams
us.
is gone.
That's what I'm saying.
And Ayuk doesn't come back.
He's not the guy then if it's not all good around you.
Right.
And that's what I heard from Greg.
Of course.
But that's your reality if you give him 50. Forget 60 if you give him 50.
Look,
I'm just saying, I want my quarterback to be, oh, there he is. That's who we got.
I mean, I'll also say one of the reasons that
could be the case now.
To me, this is, in a way, everything that's wrong with sports. I'll tell you in a sec. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I think the optics stink if he sits out the last 3 games. You know what that means? That means that, okay, you had a great year. You had a couple great years. You had a couple good years, real good years. The team had great years. And now you're having a season where you're not playing well. The team's not winning. You've regressed.
Okay.
It's like you don't reward a guy like that. Oh, why don't you sit out the last 3 games? It's like Brock Purdy, with all due respect, hasn't earned the right to sit out the last 3 games. And the big reason I want him to play the last 3 games is because he's only quarterbacked 38 games in his career. And yes, I do believe that he's still learning, getting better, and processing stuff. And I think he needs every snap he can get, especially if this team around him isn't tailor-made to go to a Super Bowl. Good. Let me see him play 3 more games without these guys and see how he plays.
I don't think you're by yourself, but I'll also say this. Fred Warner, until late in the game, shared with us what he was dealing with in regard to his ankle. I'm not saying Brock has anything remotely close to that, but Stoney, if there is some irritation, all it would take after that press release of we're shutting him down is shoulder irritation. And then I wonder if that would you feel better? Okay, he was dealing with something. Why are we risking it? Especially if we determine that he's going to be our guy and we're going to pay him.
I have to operate under the assumption he's healthy.
All right.
I got to assume he's healthy, or we wouldn't be playing.
But I just hate if he's healthy. Let's just say he's healthy. You still are going to, you're watching.
Hell yeah.
But I think the game, and it's easy for me to say, I just feel like it's so easy for athletes to perform when there's nothing on the line. So how do you differentiate what's real? And what was real when it was really playoff atmosphere? You were chugging the ball and throwing ducks at home against the Rams. I just can't trick myself into saying, okay, after you basically technically been eliminated, now I'm going to get drunk over what you did and it's not all your fault,
what about
Brock, when there's nothing at stake?
What if he's not very good for the last 3 games? It sounds to me like this is the difference between you and me. You're afraid that he might not look good, and now what are we going to do?
No, I'm telling you, I already put in the file he didn't look good. This year, he can't look worse. This year it's no good, Steiny. This year is no good. So that's what I'm telling you. I'm not, come on.
And
what are we risking now? We've seen enough bad.
Explain to me how it makes sense that Brock Purdy was bad this year, but you're going to make him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
Because a lot
At
of
least
people
Dak
that
was
are
the
in
number
the know
2
are
in the
telling me the
MVP.
O-line had a lot to do with him being on the run. His guys weren't getting open. I don't know. They're going to do the same thing. Right.
If he,
I don't have the metric.
gets $60 million, if he has 3 bad games and gets $60 million, then you know what? You're right. They made their decision a year ago.
No doubt.
I mean, I just can't believe it. I can't believe that he could have a bad year and I was still making the highest paid quarterback. It's like, this is what I mean. Like, you can have questions about Brock Purdy.
Which I do.
That's why he ain't getting 60. Take it to the bank.
All right.
You like how confident I am about that, E?
B of A.
Well, I think that's a real savvy comment.
Thank you.
Please. All right, but 50. Like 50 for Brock to me is 60.
Well, it's not. At least 60 is the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. 50's in the top 8. So you would be okay if he got Not
50.
really. I want to get him for 40.
See, and that's why I
want to get him for 40.
Away from the levels, the Meek Mills. Oh boy, just the levels of this, and where they rank in regard to the pay. My biggest concern, partner, and this is how you know I'm being true blue, a real one. What are we really getting? Are we getting the Brock Purdy that might have been a casino in Vegas, a mirage from 2 years ago, or are we getting last year's Brock Purdy? And that's where I'm nervous, Steiny.
Well, then why would you say take the last 3 games off?
12 quarters, the game is vicious. They know what they know, Steiny. That's all.
Let's go to Austin in San Jose.
Our man.
What's going on, Austin? How you doing, man?
Yeah, all due respect to Guru, I love you, man, but this is called a negotiation. You don't go into a negotiation and sit across the table and say, hey, Brock, we love you, man. Just fill in what you think you're worth, man. Let's go to dinner. Nah, it don't work that way, bro. Ask Ayuk how they treat you in negotiations. They start off with what you don't do well.
Yeah.
Believe me, they start off with that. Okay, his agent's saying, yeah, but he does this great. So nobody's walking into this thing, Guru, talking about, yeah, Brock, we think you're great, man. We'll go ahead and give you that $50 million. I don't think so. Let me try this too, guys. What if somebody in the brass front office feels like Brock has already hit his ceiling? Okay, he's not going to get any better. Maybe he doesn't get a whole lot worse. Maybe he's what he is. He's a good quarterback. I would say, as a non-Niner fan, I've always thought that Brock is being a good to very good on some Sundays, but he'll never be elite. He'll never be special in the sense that special quarterbacks, we know who they are in the NFL. Yeah. So the question is, if you can accept that, Guru, what is he worth at that point? Because I think it's very reasonable to assume that they might already know his ceiling.
Yes.
And how high is his ceiling? Can they go get somebody else? Here's the last thing, guys. The other thing is, who else can they get to do what Brock does for less money? And you cannot tell me they're not considering guys that are out there. Think about this. There's going to be Sam Darnold out there, whether you like it or not. Kirk Cousins is going to be out there. Hell, maybe even Aaron Rodgers is going to be out there. I personally think they should take a look at Justin Fields, because I think Justin Fields can get you to what maybe you thought Lance was going to be. He can run, he can throw. Yeah, he needs some work. But if you're the Guru that you keep telling us that he is, Shanahan is, Guru, why couldn't he develop another quarterback to get to where Brock is and maybe have more talent?
Hey,
So
real quick, Austin, I think Kyle he couldn't do that. Maybe another coach could.
Do what?
The debacle that was Trey Lance, follow that up with the stench of Justin Fields and just to hope that Fields might pop. I find that as a pipe. But he's got me thinking, and so does our guy from Virginia, just Tom Brady for a year. Or as much as I don't like Kirk Cousins, from a physical standpoint, Steiny, there's not a throw he can't make. And what could he not do that Brock could?
He can't run. He can't run. Cousins.
But could he make up for that if he was getting rid of the ball? I don't know. Those are like it's going to pop off. It's crazy.
It is.
And I'm telling you this, I'm washing my face, brushing my teeth, thinking about this because I'm the guy and I'm not running from Brock Mania that I was a part of. Steiny, the physical limitations or the height, the tip balls that I watch these. It's happening. And I'm wondering, when you talk about a ceiling, if that's just going to be who you are, then you're all, and every quarterback kind of goes through it, then the team's always going to know if we just can keep this middle
let me ask you a
congested,
question.
we can bat these balls and pick it off.
Zach, do you feel totally confident about Brock Purdy's arm strength?
No, that's what
Do
scares
you feel
me the
totally
most.
confident about his size?
No.
Do you feel totally confident about him playing in wet weather?
No.
Well, then why would you give him 60?
Because when those things aren't when things are good, he looks like a machine.
So do a lot of quarterbacks. So do a lot of quarterbacks.
But the line he hit, and I said it before, Steiny, but only God knows, right? The football. Has he played his best football?
I don't know. He might. Maybe he has, because he'll never have a team around him like he had. Will he ever have a running back like McCaffrey last year? Will he ever have a wide receiver like Ayuk and Debo last year? I don't know.
But the bottom line is, if you're paying somebody 60, that shouldn't be a mandate. You should be able to take average. But what we've
seen is that some other teams have given quarterbacks $60 million that we don't put in the elite category.
Oh, we're looking at it.
And so
50 for that
That's
matter.
why I'm not like, no. Like, I just look at it from the practical standpoint of, is Brock Purdy the best quarterback in football? He's not. Okay, so then why would you give him the most money of any quarterback in football?
Because we have no other options.
That's fine. But then just know from that point on, you're acknowledging you don't have one of the best quarterbacks in football. And not only that, you can't put the team around him that you really need to put around him.
Well, then that would be a dumb decision to give him that money, that coin.
Well, that's why I'm never whatever the market is, the market is. I get that the market's the market, but I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm seeing too many names of quarterbacks getting a lot of money that have put their teams in a bind because you can't surround them with enough.
And then their play didn't, like, oh, wow. Like, I just go to Dak and Tua.
I also love this.
He's been further than those two guys, man.
Like, here's the other thing that I'm... this is why he ain't getting 60 either. So, he has 2 good years. Like, he hasn't played great this year.
I get it.
So, that matters. That matters. I mean, we came
to see him without his weapons.
We came into this season saying, this is a big year for Purdy. It's a big year for Purdy. We're going to find out if he's... Well, what did we find out?
Right.
He struggled.
It was a
more.
C+ at best.
Well, and that has no consequences.
No, it's may.
Got to.
It may.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It has to. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Rick, Nick, and Vince on the lines. I'm going to get to you guys in the next segment. I mean, there's a lot going on here. First of all, are you surefire convinced that Purdy's the guy? And if you're convinced he's the guy, then I guess it's not a huge deal whether you pay him 40 or 60 or whatever.
Yeah. And I got to read it. Let me read a text on the other line.
Okay,
Other side.
Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com. Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center.
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
Point per game.
He is on fire. Where are they at right now?
Oh, they're great. They're doing well.
Well, San Jose, but I'm saying standing-wise.
They started out really poorly.
He was hurt.
And they're playing a little better now. I think they're like 12 and 19, 12, 19, and 4.
But what's the points? Because that's what throws me off.
Yeah,
that's what it matters.
I don't know.
Yeah, we got to get him back on. I'll hit him.
Okay.
Now,
first of all guests must be cleared through me. That's the first thing.
John Sally.
Brock Purdy. That's hey, remember when?
By the way, the Sharks are only the third worst team in the Western Conference.
Exactly.
See, that's what I didn't want to hear, Evan.
But Macklin's doing great.
In the conference? That's not that bad.
Well, Macklin's only played 22 of the 34 games.
See, there you go. And what are they in non-Macklin Celebrini played games?
The non-Macklin minutes are not going well.
We'll see. Well, there we go.
Remember when we did a show with Dibley?
I'll never forget.
And one of the things he hated was when I went to a call before he spoke.
Bros before phones.
That's right. That's right. But I like to do it the other way sometimes and say to, all right, Nick and Clayton, hey, Nick, what's going on? Get us started, Nick.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for the honor, fellas.
Doesn't matter. Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
It wasn't me.
No, not me. Okay, what's up, Nick?
Yeah, sorry, guys. So, Guru, if you're going to shut him down for the rest of the year, or if they're talking about paying him exorbitant amounts, before he's playing games, you've got to be thinking that the Niners have already made these decisions, not even based on game performance, but on what he does on the practice field, what he does in the film room, and things like that.
Yes.
So I think they already know what they have.
I'm with you.
I think people kind of forget that if the Niners are on a losing streak or things like that. Like it's kind of, especially with a quarterback position, it's just kind of something that's the fabric of your organization.
Yeah, so it sounds like you were actually agreeing with Goo and disagreeing with me. So you would shut him down?
I would not shut him down. I think your guy still needs to. He's a young player.
Yeah,
excuse me.
Wow,
he's a young player. He still needs to develop. He still needs to play.
Yeah,
well, he's 50-50 with me in regard to they already know.
Thanks a lot, Nick. Appreciate it, buddy.
He would have him play. I think there's a lot of risk involved, and I know it's the NFL, but the Niners more than anybody. And I know the Lions are on line one, but we ain't in Detroit. I mean, Stoney, there's been a black cat when you just look. This was the season from hell. I know a couple weeks ago you're like, "Ooh, this has been." Guys have lost family, children.
Why were the Lions able to overcome their injuries, but the Niners weren't? When pedigree was supposed to matter.
Because I'm your partner in your mind.
Let me guess, the Lions got hurt later.
No, you told me it was bigger than just the injuries. The Lions didn't have to deal with all that diddly-poo during the offseason, the stuff that you said or you think set the tone for this year.
Yeah, I do.
Steve Young mentioned it yesterday.
He did?
So, yeah, he talked about it.
Also, until Jahmyr Gibbs,
yes,
how many names can you name of the players that got hurt?
That was number
not
one.
named
Don't do
Aiden
this.
Hutchinson.
Don't do this.
My point is, I feel like the players
Montgomery.
Yeah.
He didn't get hurt.
No, sorry. Until Montgomery.
Yeah.
Hutchinson was the only name that most people could name. Yeah. All their studs are still healthy, or have been for the most part.
Right.
I feel like that's how they're able to overcome it.
All right.
Yeah.
I asked the question, and the reason I asked the question is because I didn't know the answer. I'm not afraid to say I didn't know the answer.
That's called living. Well, you try to fake it a lot.
Please.
I can't believe you just gave in to Dibley like that. You had to shout him out to be able to go to the phones. Dude's not even here, and
but he always
Hannibal
listens.
Lecter you.
And then you cut off the caller.
Yeah. No,
I did?
Yeah, you asked who he was waving at right as you went to the caller.
But I'd let him on after that.
It was Sonny.
That's
Sonny Martinez.
distracting for me. You don't think that would be distracting? So you and I are having a conversation, heart to heart.
Well, which way are your eyes? Because if I really will see, you're not ready for my diary. The days I look at you and you're looking at Evan,
that's
Like,
different.
I'm over here.
That's different.
I'm over here.
No, that's totally different. We
it's
work with Evan.
distracting for me. I'm like, hello.
Oh, goo. We should put.
Hello.
I have 2 windows in back of me, one to the left, one to the right.
And then the worst part is you're looking at Evan and he's doing whatever he's doing. He ain't even looking back. I'm like, you really can't stand looking at me, huh?
Here's the difference.
Damn.
You can look at Evan.
Yeah.
And so can I. When you wave to somebody behind me, I have no idea who you're waving to.
Well, put your ADD to the side and just know it's not about you. It was Sonny Martinez.
Okay.
Yeah. She said hi.
All right. Not to me. All right. Let's get back into it.
Lock in.
Oh, I got to read this text that came after.
Okay, go ahead.
What's your thing? Help me out. Give me a second while I
Steiny, Lions haven't overcome crap. They're going to the Super Bowl. They peaked too early. They are injured and they aren't going. I think he means they're not going to the Super Bowl. Okay.
All right.
Have you found whatever?
No,
Have you found whatever it is you're looking for?
Guru, you're saying make up your mind. You're saying shut down Brock, but pay him. I'm like, no, I'm doing that because I'm treating them like fine. I'm paraphrasing. I can't find it. I'm treating them like fine China, Steiny. I do think there's something. Everybody's got something. I believe his shoulder has not been 100%.
I just got a little piece of news that I want to share with you.
Oh, boy.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Evan.
Oh, gosh.
Andy Reid just met the media. Patrick Mahomes is playing this weekend.
Think is so
Yeah, no, but let's not have Purdy play. Patrick Mahomes is playing.
I was last night in the lab.
You want to change your mind?
Why are they not going to just
You want to change your mind on Purdy?
I'm going Orphan Annie tomorrow. Why? Why are you forcing him out there? But he won a Super Bowl on a bum wheel.
Great timing from Andy Reid.
Yep.
Allegedly bum wheel.
Evan, we were at Willard's. Everybody but Steiny.
That's an L for you, I think, now.
How the hell
that's new information.
In Missouri has anything to do with what we're talking about here in the Bay?
Patrick Mahomes, high ankle sprain, playing Sunday. I don't even know who they play.
They're playing for the home field advantage, man. They play the Texans.
Brock Purdy.
They play the Texans.
38 career games. Yeah, you know what? We've seen enough.
But you're ignoring the meat and potatoes of the story. That is the Niners season. Injuries.
Oh, my gosh.
I love how you're so good with that paintbrush.
Hopefully what happens next year, they pay Purdy $60.
Yeah.
They start out 0-10. Then when they get eliminated, he can just take off earlier next year.
Wow. Not saying that. You're cooking the books.
Yes, I am. Vince is in the city. What's up, Vince? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
My question is, if we don't have to pay Brock next year or whatever, like, don't we still have the option to franchise tag this guy?
Not this offseason.
Not this season,
Correct.
not this offseason, but next, I believe, right?
Yep.
So, Bill, I called the show. I said I hated that Brock gave the media all this information about how Minnesota's scheme was so crazy wild, right?
Yes.
I said, it's a copycat league. Every team is going to look at this game and they're going to game plan against you. And I mean, whether that was true or not, I don't know, but we played really bad this year. Mind you, we did have a bunch of Pro Bowlers who were out at different times of the season, and then BA went down for the whole season, week 6 or whatever. I say that to say this is, if we don't have to pay Brock right away, let's not pay him because he's still on contract. We can tag him the following offseason. In the meantime, how about we beef up the line because our line play has been terrible. Trent Williams may or may not be able to go. They already shut him down, supposedly, for the rest of the season. You know, our left guard and center positions are pretty bad. Our D-line could use some interior help. And I think if you do that, given the fact that we got 2 more years until we actually have to make a contract with Brock Purdy, let's see where he's at then. Because I don't think there's no point in rushing. He's not going anywhere, and there's nobody available in the market.
No, you made some good
stuff, man.
But let's keep it real. Put the right on the table.
I
Brought
like
to you
Vince.
by
Vince, don't be a stranger. I'll say it again.
How
I'm sorry.
would it look if the Niners? No, I do it to you all the time. How would the Niners look if they were that cutthroat, though? Wouldn't it be?
Who cares?
See, but no, but I'm with you, but they can. People care.
Who?
The fans. The writers would be, can you believe? And then if he got, let's not speak
I think it's the other way. I think
the Niners are at a point, Stoney, they're hemorrhaging in regard to holding on to this dynasty run, this damn near dynasty, that if they played this card, I don't think they would get blowback of, hey, Brock, we love you, man, but we are so in a conundrum, we need to see you play 17 more, man.
At $1 million.
Yes, sir. And you're going to tell me right now, Goo, that wouldn't be cool. And I would understand that.
I don't look at things as cool or not cool. It's business.
But we said
most
that.
of
Just
business
think
is not cool.
No doubt. But we looked at Ayuk, who was going to get 14, as if that were $1 million. Are you really going to have him play? You know, people were acting like he was playing for popcorn.
Ayuk
got hurt on 14.
Had Brandon Ayuk gotten hurt on 14, the 49ers would have looked like geniuses. Geniuses. They would have. I'm sorry. It's a cutthroat business.
In the court of public opinion, though, do you think they would have looked like,
no,
not penny pinch or something worse than that?
He still got 14 this year. He's got a rehab all next year. He'd be a free agent. Somebody would sign him.
But he'll probably never put himself in a position to get that payday. I mean, I could be wrong.
I'm just saying.
We're talking two different things.
I don't know what would happen if the Niners say you've got to play on $1 million. Like, I have no idea if that's even within the realm of possibility for the team to do.
He could hold out.
Logistically do it.
He could hold out.
Whether they would say, yeah, we're not breaking you off right now. We just aren't. $1 million. You got to play on it. Take it or leave it, or play on it or not. And then I got to believe at that point, Purdy says, well, I'm not coming to camp. And then we start that whole thing all over again.
You don't want to do that.
But you also don't pay a guy something you don't think he's worth just to mollify everybody.
Well, in this instance, he's done a whole.
Who do you want to?
We got to be careful.
Who do you want to sit this weekend?
Fred Warner.
Okay.
All right, and I've been saying that 2 weeks ago.
Bosa?
Bosa.
What about Greenlaw?
I told you, Greenlaw. Right after him, I didn't know if it was an injury.
All four of those.
Yeah, it's a wrap.
What about Kittle?
He's a warrior. He's not hurt. He's not hampered right now. See,
Bosa played last week.
Yeah, but
he was pretty good.
Yeah, but it was dire. The situation was because you had the percentages were
Pooney?
better. No, all those guys play. If I'm talking about the dudes with some real legitimate stuff.
What about Deebo Samuel?
Why would you not play?
Why would Bosa not play?
He's got two.
He's fine. He played last week.
See how it's so funny you could say he's fine, but he did play.
If you played last week and you're not on the injury report, get your ass out there.
Bosa doesn't want to be a distraction, so.
Yeah.
That's a 4.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Let's go to Rick in Pacifica. He wants to talk about Brock Purdy's precipitous drop-off. Hey, Rick. How you doing? He's dropped off, hasn't he?
Good morning. Good morning, fellas.
Hey,
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Hey, before I get into what I'd like to say, I just want to say, first of all, thanks for taking my call. Secondly, do you think Brock Purdy is worth top-tier salary, say top 10 quarterbacks in the league?
Top 10?
Oh, man. I'm going to throw him in the top 10.
I'm going to say no for the sake of argument.
I'm going to say yes.
Like, I'll say top 10 would mean 50 million or more, and I'm saying no. I don't think he is.
Okay, so let's go back for a second here because this is important. You look at his stats for the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the Niners hierarchy hasn't already made up their mind about who he is and what they're going to do with him?
I believe they're
have.
Going to pay him. Yes.
They have. They're going to pay him. So now let's look back why he had such a crappy year. Williams wasn't on his blind side almost most of the season. And there's a bunch of names you're going to throw out that are on both sides of the line, offense, defense. Obviously McCaffrey, Ayuk, Pearsall is a rookie. Then you got on the other side Bosa, who was injured. Kittle was injured. Greenlaw, Hufanga, and we might have made a few more games to the positive if Moody could just kick a freaking kick. And Shanahan too. He's got some blame. This guy needs to regroup mentally on a whole different approach. They all know who he is and what he's doing. In my opinion, everything's going to be fine in the end. They're going to pay him. He gets what he needs. He deserves. Bottom line, these guys are injured. They would have won probably 4 to 5 more games if all those guys or some of them were on the field, and if Moody could kick a field goal.
All right, appreciate it, Rick.
There's nothing to see here from Rick.
Well, but
it's not. It's dire.
But I think that's the way you're looking back on it, or he's looking back on it. I think is incorrect. Jordan Mason's been healthy. George Kittle has been healthy.
Yeah.
Juwan Jennings has been healthy.
Debo's been healthy.
Purdy has been healthy.
All right.
Juszczyk's been healthy. Okay. McCaffrey obviously missed the first 8 games.
It's a killer.
But Ayuk played in the first 7 games. Like, they were only missing McCaffrey.
I got you.
For most of the first 8 games. Then they didn't. They were 4 and 5 or whatever. Then the injury started happening. So, and while McCaffrey was out, you had a running back that was doing pretty well, and you weren't winning. So, like,
or scoring in the red zone.
I do think. Well, you know what? And I love this idea when he said, "Do you really think the Niners don't know what they have in Purdy?" And I'm thinking, when you put it that way, they probably know.
Exactly. That's what I told you.
Do you think they know okay. Do you think they know what they're going to offer him?
I would have to believe, I believe they probably have a starting point. And these 12 quarters are not going to make that number go up or down. They know what time it is.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Brock Purdy and the last 3 games. That you're excited about.
And Willard sent us a text. I'm going to read it.
Will. Love you, Will.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
I love
how realistic, Evan, and I go to Evan when I need accurate information.
Everything.
Are the Miami Dolphins essentially as eliminated as the 49ers are?
No.
Okay, they have better odds.
But they have a better chance to make the postseason than the Niners. Yeah. I believe it's above 0.1.
Yeah. Okay. Because I was hoping you were going to say the same, and I was going to say, well, Tua's playing.
They're both effectively eliminated. But, I mean, you can make the case that Dolphins should have shut down Tua, when he broke his cranium.
Oh, right. Because I'm not a Tua fan, Sonny. Willard, don't pay him, he won't play. And that's what you risk. But then that's part 2 of last year, right? The offseason, which I don't buy it. I know it was a distraction, but I don't believe it's why their record is what it is now. Stoney, I always heard, I'm not Lorenzo, only 200, but I always heard when a guy goes and gets his money, you shut up.
Yeah, I don't.
And don't hold it against him, and you let that play out between the team and the player. And that's why I know you say.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you talked about how the contract negotiations or their lack of between Ayuk and Trent Williams is why they're where they're at now.
One of the reasons. Absolutely.
I don't.
So you disagree with Steve Young?
I mean, no, it wasn't something you draw up on the board, but the bottom line was a guy that is as accomplished as Trent Williams in this instance and has been performing at his age at an all-pro level.
Right.
It was a wink, wink. You don't need to come to camp.
Right. And it was
we
butchered.
know what we have.
It was butchered like Shasky.
Well, I use that, but okay. And the Ayuk one, so they got it wrong.
Steve
you
Young,
did all that,
Steve Young
and you
said,
gave in.
Steve Young said they got greedy in the offseason, and that affected negative. So you disagree with that?
Well, no.
Just say, do you disagree with Steve
I'm
Young?
I'm tapping into that, but it's not the whole reason or the sole reason why they are where they're at.
Of course it's not.
I do wonder when Steve Young began to have these thoughts.
Last year when he said that they ruined their chance of winning the best chance to win the Super Bowl, and then the next year after that, Steve, the team doesn't make the playoffs, if we can just forget excuses, like Steve is saying, the window might be shut.
For the Niners.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's a difference between having your window open and being in a perfect storm of the window.
Right.
Like they were in the eye of the storm last year where literally everything could happen for them to capitalize on winning a Super Bowl, and they didn't. But it doesn't mean that just because last year isn't this year that you can't win a Super Bowl in the future.
I agree with that.
I mean, not everything is going to go perfectly. It just sucks that they couldn't capitalize on what's probably their best chance.
Correct. Well, Joe's in San Jose. What's up, Joe? How you doing? Oh, I think we lost Joe. Let's go to Andrew in Antioch. What's up, Andrew? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Love the show, as always.
Oh, thank you.
I was just thinking, I think the main reason why Purdy struggled this year was I really blame the offensive line. Other than Dominic Cooney, I think Trent Williams' best days are behind him. The offensive line, they just didn't really invest in. And I think every great team has a really great offensive line that, and especially because Shanahan relies so much on the run, his run schemes to open up the pass. And when you don't have an offensive line that can, help a running back, even Jordan.
Andrew, we're losing you a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's try to come up with Steve Young's in the Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah.
Obviously. Kurt Warner's in the Hall of Fame, right?
He was on Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah, let's see if Guru disagrees with another Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
There always has to be an element of understanding whether that player, that quarterback specifically, can truly elevate your team if you don't have all the pieces around them that maybe they've had. And I think, Brock's a great example. They've had great talent and they have a great situation. And I think Brock plays in that situation at an extremely high level and does things that I don't think there's very many quarterbacks in the National Football League that could do as consistently in that system. And that to me is where he's got tremendous value. But you also realize if you go and pay a guy $50, $60 million, you're not going to have the same pieces around him in most situations. So does he have the ability to elevate your team without those pieces? And that's where I think all of this comes in is, is he a $60 million quarterback? Is he a $40 million quarterback? And I know the league has gone crazy in the standpoint that so much of it is next man up. Next man up. We've got to pay him, more than the last guy got.
Yep.
I mean, I love Kurt, and I heard the interview, and he's mastered, Brock has, that is, Steiny, of being able to be a point guard and facilitate and get the ball.
Yeah, with the dream team.
Okay, so what happened this year to the rest of, forget Brock, what happened to the dream team and the O-line?
They weren't very good.
So is that on Brock? Or is that an explanation when he's trying to get his money to say, you know what, the guys up front, I was on the run from the beginning. That had something to do with my fall off.
Let me put it this way.
What you deem my fall off.
Let me put it this way. Let's just say, hypothetically, the 49ers said right now, we got some unbelievably bad news. McCaffrey, he's going to miss all of next season. Trent, he's going to retire. Brandon Ayuk isn't coming back till week 10. And Deebo Samuel will never reach what he would you pay Brock 60? Like Brock, next year you got a quarterback without McCaffrey, without Ayuk, no Trent Williams, and Deebo Samuel's a shell of himself.
Listen, I'm not trying to be funny, Sonny, and unlike you, I'm going to answer the question. I wouldn't pay anybody 60, but I guess I feel like people are trying to give a pat on the back to Brock, Cosell, Warner, without really knowing what they're saying, Steve Young, because the bottom line is, okay, let's say he doesn't have that. I'm paying you because of what you are and what you're bringing to the table. And if we got to start over and we start with the $60 million quarterback, we build around you. I'm not hearing that enough.
Okay, we got to go, buddy. Okay. But I see Brian and David. I want to get into it because I want to answer your point there. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. That segment also brought to you by Lucky California.
The perfect holiday meal starts at Lucky's with beef bone-in ribeye roast, only $5.97 per pound with digital coupon limit 1, or cook spiral sliced bone.
If I take the pig around back and come back with bacon, what happened to the pig?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I love you so much. I got your back. Somebody goes, Guru, he just dismissed your question when I was talking about Brock. You didn't. We were late to break, which was my fault.
What was the question?
When I keep hearing what Brock doesn't have available to him if he gets paid.
Right.
Okay, why can't we build around Brock? And my whole premise was if I'm paying somebody, let's just say 60, then I feel like if we reset, we got our quarterback and we can build accordingly.
Right, but you can't build anything dynamic like you have in the past. Question is, does he need it?
Well, did you win a Super Bowl in the past?
No.
You got close.
But you didn't.
Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith, but you didn't. More Kurt Warner. This is, he was asked about Baldy and
great interview.
Suggesting, we should flip for Darnold now.
What about the last 2 years with Brock Purdy? I remember I kind of went through since St. Louis too, is that, went to a couple Super Bowls, won a couple MVPs, and then we had a down year after our second Super Bowl, and people were asking, well, are you going to, change quarterbacks and whatever? And I just remember Mike Martz at one point in the season going, well, are you guys a part of the amnesia crowd? Like, have you forgot, what happened the last 3 years and how good Kurt was? Like, we're not just going to panic because we've had a bad stretch here, but it's almost like that's what we're doing in San Francisco. Let's forget about these last 2 years because this year hasn't been as good. And then the same with Sam Darnold. Let's forget about everything else he's done in the league because he's been wildly inconsistent. And although he's shown glimpses, he's never been able to put it together. And now he's having this incredible year in Minnesota. And we're all ready to say, oh, let's flop him. And let's take this guy because he's having a great year, even though he's never shown the ability to put 2 great years together back to back. So it's so funny how we have such recency bias on so many different things in this league.
Well said.
Shots fired.
But the bottom line is, I would tell Kurt, you might not be talking to the Niners because they may be thinking the 2 years supersede, what this year is and why, they're not having the best season. And I do believe if you told me to make that counter bet, Steiny, Brock Purdy's getting paid and it's just about how much. The 2 years have been phenomenal, man.
All right, I got a question for you. And okay, when we were talking about Purdy, like if you're going to pay Purdy, he's got to be able to do some things. How do you feel about Brock Purdy in big games?
I feel like he can he can meet the moment. That's why they've won 2 NFC championships.
But has he
won an NFC championship game and he's played in the Super Bowl. He came back down 24/7, just like he was the quarterback. He could have went in fetal position. So I'm being honest. I'm answering your question. This is how you know I'm not prejudiced or biased. I'm telling you, he's got more good on that ledger
of course he does.
than bad.
But did he beat a good team this year?
But why did they beat a good team?
Well, why?
And
why are you saying he took him to a Super Bowl?
If Ronnie Bell catches that ball in the Rams, then that box is checked.
Sure. Then they have one more win. Still a disappointing year. They're 7-7. Let's go to Brian in Rohnert Park. Hey, Brian, how you doing?
And they beat Seattle. They got a winning record in Tampa.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, guys?
Oh, sorry, Brian. Goo just made me laugh. Go ahead.
All good. How you guys doing today? I respect Kurt. He's obviously one of the greatest of all time, but maybe sometimes this is just how it is. Either an offense just gets figured out or defenses in the league learn tendencies and they start taking things away that you do well. And, if you're a great $60 million quarterback, like this kid wants to be paid, you adjust, right? And, I was with Steiny at the beginning of the season. You want to see if he could elevate this team when things aren't perfect. And the facts are he's regressed, and this offense has regressed. And even when they were healthy, you can throw out a million excuses, and some may be valid, but the top-tier quarterbacks in this league elevate and carry offenses when they don't have all pros on their team, and which he still does, by the way. But I can guarantee you that they can go out and find a mid-tier quarterback which Brock is, let's be honest, and he'll give you similar production at half the price or cheaper. So the worst thing you could do is overpay a mid-tier quarterback and just look around the league. The proof is in the pudding.
Yeah. Wow. Good stuff, Brian. I mean, and that's do you want to be Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville?
All right. How many quarterbacks? Because I've heard this a lot.
Hey. You can come in here. Watch the tone, though.
I'm talking to the caller primarily. I'm not talking to you.
Okay.
I'm serious, though. I've heard a lot of people say that Brock Purdy, because of this season, is a guy, he can't win it alone. All right, how many quarterbacks can win alone?
One, essentially.
Or two.
Okay.
Josh Allen.
Sure.
Right? Lamar Jackson has always had either a very good defense or a serviceable running game in which he produces primarily. The other guy that everyone likes to throw around is Joe Burrow, right? Where's his team?
But he's gotten to a Super Bowl.
No. But I'm saying Joe Burrow's team stinks.
But when you watch the Bengals perform, you know right away it's not his fault. More often than not on Sundays, Joe Burrow is telling you and showing you just by the numbers, Evan, it's not I'm going to Cash Money Records. It's not my fault.
But that's my point, is that even if you are an elite quarterback, which Joe Burrow is, your team still might stink.
Yeah.
Well,
Justin Herbert has been to one playoff game, and he blew a 27-point lead.
I'm with you there, Evan, but for one thing, defense. Like, I do set, like, if
who's that on, though?
No, it's on the team. But what I'm saying is, it's on the team.
The team.
I do hold, like, the quarterback's responsible for the offense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you're saying, like, if a team has a great defense or the worst defense in football, like, I don't hold that against it. Like, if Cincinnati's losing 40-36 every game, I got to give Burrow his credit.
Yeah.
It's just their defense stinks. I'm not saying you said anything different. But
I got to say this, too, and I'm not caping up for Brock. Okay, I'm using Dibs' line, Evan. Where do we draw the line? Last year, up into the Christmas game, Brock Purdy was an MVP candidate. We all know it. We all lived it. But then when you want to take away or whatever point you're trying to hammer home, you say, oh, it's because what was around him. If I got a guy that was an MVP candidate and took us to the Super Bowl, I just don't think that evaporates if I'm looking to sign him long-term from one bad season by everybody involved, even the coach included, being the offensive coordinator.
How about this?
That's all.
What about this? When are we going to draw the line? Well, I'll tell you how about this? You referenced the Christmas game.
Yeah.
Okay? So, in other words, in the last 20 games, Brock Purdy and the Niners are 9-11. That's 20 games. That's more than half his career. So how's he played in the last 20 games?
The Niners would have to tell you their evaluation on that.
Exactly. What I'm asking you, though.
But I wouldn't say Brock Purdy is the number one reason they're 9-11.
I'm just saying, I'm asking you.
I got you.
They're 9-11 in the last 20. How's Brock Purdy played in the last 20 games, which is more than half his career?
All right. Average. And I'll say this to what I'm doing, because you didn't ask me and Evan didn't either. But the bottom line is, if I'm paying any quarterback 60, I want him the closest thing to Hercules that he is, or built like Josh Allen and Aaron Rodgers in his prime. Kyle Shanahan, I've called him a genius, and this is why. He's taken the likes of Jimmy Garoppolo and made him and polished him to the point to where the Niners were a factor and Jimmy Garoppolo was minutes away from being a Super Bowl winning quarterback. Then insert Mr. Irrelevant. He does the same thing, Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
So, okay, if you want to, I'm not sitting here telling you the reason those quarterbacks on their best day look great was because of Kyle. I know it's a part of it. But if you're now telling me, okay, Guru, the league's caught up to the system that Kyle runs, so those guys that looked great in the past are not going to look that great moving forward because you lost talent, money, and all that, that would go into my decision on, I don't have Hercules at the quarterback position, but I was able to manipulate it for years where we should have 2 Super Bowl victories. We don't. That would go into it.
They shouldn't have 2 Super Bowl victories.
But they had opportunity.
Did not play well enough in either game.
They were up 10 in both.
But it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like the fact that they've lost 2 Super Bowls is irrelevant at this point. It's where are they right now? And like that's the other thing.
I don't know where they are.
I could look at it like,
I'm blaming
okay,
injuries.
yeah, you're right. Kyle Garoppolo got him to the playoffs. Purdy got him to the playoffs. So there'll be another guy to get him to the playoffs.
No, you could be.
Maybe.
Hey. I'm not saying you're wrong.
But
it won't be this year.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
So it feels like a lot of people only feel comfortable paying top of market dollar to the top market position, right?
I mean, ideally, yes.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Sure.
Like, I think the issue is that the quarterback position is the only position in football in which the best player doesn't seem to get paid the most money.
Yeah.
Okay. That said, you can't get Josh Allen.
Right.
You can't get Patrick Mahomes. So if you're telling me that you don't have one of the 2 best quarterbacks in football, by most people's estimation, that you're just supposed to reset your quarterback position every 4 years? Like the fact that you don't have one of the 2 best in the world means that every 4 years, as you evaluate your QBs, you're supposed to just start over? You know what I mean? Like
kind of, but
the answer is no. You're not supposed to just start over.
It feels like that's what everyone wants, though. Like just move off of Brock, bring in another guy, and then figure it out.
And Evan,
I see what you're saying.
And that's why they're not, man. There's been just to me, Steiny. Again, forget I want them done this year just so you can protect them. But the bottom line is, we talk about all the guys on the list with the Dax, the Lamars, haven't even been to the championship. Come on, man. This dude's already shown you when it's good what he can do.
When it's good.
Yeah.
Right.
When so you got to go into this offseason.
Has he shown us what he
enhance both offensive and defensive lines? That better be the draft pick, the first 4 of them. My point is, if you got to plan accordingly and look at your team and yourself as, with the word proactive comes to mind, that everything's going to be better and also what it used to be just 2 years ago. You know what I mean? It's not like you're the Falcons and you haven't done it in 18 years. This has just been either an anomaly or they're going to look themselves in the face and say, oh, we're getting old fast.
Exactly. This is where I think you and I part ways. Like, when I look at the 49ers next year, I'm not like Trent Williams. I'm not saying, oh, we got our... Like, you've got to make a contingency now with Trent Williams.
Right, but if you don't go free agent route or the draft, you're not going to get anything better than Trent Williams. He's your reality, and right now, I would bet my last trouser that he's going to be the starting left tackle for the Niners next year.
We'll see.
Yeah, but there is no we'll see.
Yes, there is.
Unless he doesn't retire, he's going to get one more go at it.
And okay.
Yeah.
And that's where, like...
You're ready to punt on him?
You can't turn the clock back. Like, they can't go back to 2 years. Trent Williams can't go back to the player he was 2 years ago.
I got you.
And I'm worried McCaffrey can't either.
You could be right, but the reality of another left tackle coming in here when Trent is under contract, Steiny, off a bad season, it's a personal stuff. See, you've been saying that even when he was good. So that's what's funny about that.
He hasn't been good for the last 2 years.
The numbers are the numbers are the numbers. He was an all-pro the last 3 seasons. So, and
Not
you
this
still
year he
came
wasn't.
down his road, no doubt. But the bounce back, I wouldn't be surprised.
So you really, well, I don't want to get into it because you do. You think Trent Williams is going to be better, is going to be as good next year as he was 2 years ago?
No, that's too steep.
Okay,
the bottom line is, can you be more steady and better than you were last year?
Well,
that's what we're asking.
So we know that Trent Williams can't reach the level of play that he had to play at to make it to the Super Bowl. Like, we know there's going to be a drop-off.
Yeah. And again, I'm not Mr. Excuse Man. We don't know how this personal tragedy stuff, how much of that was on his dome.
With all due respect.
From the beginning.
I'm
just
not
saying.
downplaying it.
So
it has nothing to do with his age.
But I'm going to ask you, come on now, but you asked me a question. I think he could tap back to what he was 2 years ago.
I think he's done.
All right.
I think mentally he's probably done too. Because, again, he's already talked about quitting the game.
Yeah.
And also,
that's what you do at this age, and you miss camps. You know what I mean?
It's not what everybody does. It's what he does. Yeah. Let's go to Badger Brian in Walnut Creek. What's up, Badger Brian?
Hey, happy holidays, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Guru, Mr. Glasses always 3/4 full. You know, when it's over, it's over. Just ask my ex. Here's the thing that I always want to ask.
That's a 4, but go ahead. Yeah.
I always want to ask the pundits, like the guys that come on, and you guys as well. Is there an unwritten code amongst players that the next man up has to insist to his agent to get top dollar? And if he doesn't, let's take Brock for an example. Who wouldn't be thrilled with $20 million a year? Who wouldn't be? But dare he go back and say, I want to get paid $20 million so we can save the money for the rest of the team? Are the guys in the locker room and the guys around the league going to look at him sideways and kind of ostracize him? I've always wondered if there's an unwritten code amongst these guys, because otherwise I just don't see the end to this. And like I've said before, and I heard, excuse the voice here, and I think you mentioned it yesterday too, Gu, football players used to have a second job in the summer to make ends meet.
Yeah,
now the money's ridiculous. And by the way, as a lifelong Packer fan, I don't think Jordan Love's worth the money they're paying him. It's too much. It's got to stop. And unless somebody sets a precedent, it just ain't going to stop. Happy holidays, guys.
Thanks, Badger Brian.
And Badger Brian, I would just say this, and I'll say it to you, Steiny. I know a man of 3 daughters. If Brock Purdy was your son or your best friend, you're telling him, bring that damn house down by any means necessary.
He can.
But nobody's going to, hey, golly gee, Mom, you know what I'm going to do for the team? And I'm going to take 50% off of what I know. Like he's got, just prepare yourself. And I'm not saying you don't want to see Brock paid, because that would make anybody a hater. He's going to get paid. And I have no problem with it after seeing Dak, Tua, all these
that's
bums,
irrelevant.
Trevor Lawrence. No, my point is the guys that have had the throne of that title have not really backed it up.
And I don't
Brock's
think
been
Purdy
to a
has
Super
either.
Bowl and an NFC Championship
That's
game
not enough.
on the fly.
If it's Super Bowl or bust, that ain't enough here.
Okay, so
and I'm sick of hearing like that stuff.
Let's do it. I'm ready now. Just real quick, son. $50 million at least Brock gets. Bet right now.
No, I said 60. That's what the number. Right. The owner said reset the market. Right. That's 60 million or more. He ain't getting that.
All right. But Steiny, 50 is, I get it when there's other people, but 50 could suffice. And the team will be like, whoosh, we got him for 50. Then what are we saying? You got to build around him,
then
or you don't build around him. You enhance the guys that went down. McCaffrey will be back in your back.
That's great. Okay. But how do you get better the year after next?
Okay. Well, Steiny, we got to focus on the bounce back year, which is next year. And right now, health is wealth. And
right, and they're not healthy. And there's no guarantee they're going to be healthy next year.
You could look at it like that. You're right.
Exactly.
But they're going to go out and start the season, I think, with that mindset, Steiny.
Well, yeah, they are, because they have to.
Exactly.
Right. And so now, you know what's funny? You know why they got into this mess? Because they had to. And now, Brock Purdy, you're saying they have to pay
worth
him.
it.
No, it wasn't.
They went to 4 straight NFC championship games in the last 5. They went to 2 Super Bowls and shit, but just me. They should have won them. It's been worth the price.
I can't stand when you do this.
Yeah, but it's been worth it.
You hold it against the Niners forever about never winning a Super Bowl, and you rip them to death about can't get a Mr. Chip, and then you use it and say they've done it and they should have gotten paid. I mean, look what they've done.
Man. See, that hurts. I'm the guy that said outside of the Chiefs the last 5 years, it's the Niners. I'm not blinded to the fact that you lost a big prize, but all the winning that's gone on.
Like you're talking about winning you're talking about getting to the Super Bowl is as good as winning, when I've heard out here it's not even close to the same thing.
No, I'm not saying that. It's Super Bowl or bust to solidify what they built, John and Kyle. My thing to you is where they're at now has been way worth it because they had their chance multiple times to cash in and win the Super Bowl. So when you say why they're in this position, I'm like, this position might be attracted to a lot of other teams that have not sniffed the Super Bowl or NFC Championship.
But we're not every other team. We're the Niners,
who
according to their fan base.
Since 94.
Exactly. So,
I'm just preparing you to, like, the McCaffreys and the Trent Williams are coming back. Now, what they're going to be, and that's what I'm letting you know. So I get you. Well, what about life after that? Well, guess what, Stoney? That life after that, hit pause.
That may be next year. That's the other thing. Let's get to some calls here. Let's go to let's go to
Give it to
Jada in East Palo Alto.
Hey.
What's up, Jada? How you doing?
All right. What's going on with y'all?
Hey.
Yep. I just wanted to talk about Brock real quick. For me, I feel like, I don't really have anything else to see from Brock Purdy. He's already shown me enough in 2 years. You know what I'm saying? The NFC Championship appearance, or 2 NFC Championship appearances, and the Super Bowl. But I wanted to ask a question, kind of like, I guess it's kind of a rhetorical question, but it kind of involves Josh Allen. And I don't mean to pick on Josh Allen, because I understand that, like, Josh Allen is a great quarterback, and I understand who all the great quarterbacks in the league are, the Josh Allens and the Lamar Jacksons, Patrick Mahomes, Burrow and stuff like that. But Josh Allen's name keeps getting brought up as like he's done a lot. Like, he hasn't even been to a championship game, right? So it's like, if
I think he's been to one, but yeah.
He's been to one. Okay, forgive me about that. But my thing, but I'm saying, like, Brock Purdy has been to 2 NFC Championship games and a Super Bowl. And when you look at the quarterbacks that are in the top 5 or 10 to like being paid, like, Tua and Trevor Lawrence and Jordan Love is a perfect example. Like, this guy got paid off of 7 games, like 6 or 7 games.
Yep.
So my thing is, like, how can we, like, all of a sudden not want to pay Brock? I don't have a problem if he's not the highest paid, but for one, I don't think any fan should have, like, it shouldn't matter to us what these players get paid. Like, it has nothing to do with us. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate it, Jada. We got to go. We got to get out. But
and the only difference is what the team can build around you.
Exactly.
That's what.
But that's huge. Like, that is a big part of it. And
I thought Josh would never get it done. Josh Allen, Stoney. I've said that. I've tried to put him in the boat with Dak.
You do that to everybody.
But when you watch him
that's
play,
your MO.
He's won the Super Bowl physical gifts from the quarterback position. He looks. So when I hear this Josh Allen mania, and they're winning now, but Stoney, he's the exact opposite of Brock Purdy. He's everything you would want your quarterback to look like and have that arm, and now he's running, doing everything. But he hadn't won. He hadn't been to a Super Bowl like Brock. But now we're breaking down Brock. Well, everything around him helped elevate Brock. Brock didn't help elevate what's around him.
Right. Like, do you disagree with that premise? Like, this is where, like, you have to put that into context. He's playing with 8 all-pros, but like, everybody wants it to be all or nothing. It's like, I'm not saying the guy's a bum, but you got to acknowledge that the team around him was incredible offensively. And then you got to view the reality that it ain't going to be if you give him 60. So you better think about it. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect...
I've never played in a game where I've never tried or, like, for myself, man, I love the game of football and to go out and compete at any chance I can get since I was a kid. It's always been the mindset and the case. So I don't know if I've ever played in a game that's ever been meaningless to me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan gets in my ears. Sorry, Goo, this is going to hurt. That didn't hurt me,
That was
man.
Brock Purdy.
I understand. It was
30 minutes ago. Yeah, no, hey, Brock, you've proved enough in your
thank God
career.
you didn't take that bet, right?
Hey, Brock,
Yeah.
you've proved enough. You know what? You've
boy.
proved so much. You're going to be the highest paid quarterback next year. Take the rest of the year off.
I was just saying it was predicated
Oh, by the
on
way, he also said he's healthy.
something going on with the show.
Well, there's not.
And we'll be joined. We got a guest coming up.
Who? Who is it?
You know it. I don't like the games you're playing.
Why not? I'm playing a game.
I'm not.
I don't think Goo knows.
I just heard Evan tell us.
Well, I know, but I think you forgot.
Oh, no.
We got our very own.
And my man, who was in here when I got ripped and
Jake
stripped of $200.
Hutchinson.
Yep. You know, Lowe hasn't paid me.
You don't
It's
deserve
not even
it.
the money. It's not even the money.
Oh, it's the money.
It is the money.
No, it's the fact that I could have fell on my fat face and did 18 and been the laughing stock.
No, you.
I set you up for that.
Let's go to Grandpa Daddy.
Our man.
Jake, by the way, covers the 49ers. He was at the press
thank
conference.
you.
He asked Brock Purdy a question earlier today. So we'll talk to Jake Hutchinson at 12:50.
Well, also, and you know what? As long as we're building Hutch up, he was also the guy that saw Devondre Campbell get walked off the field.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And was the only guy to ask
that
Shanahan
happen.
about it.
There's actually a nice article in the SF Gate in which he talked about what led to that.
Oh.
Pretty interesting. It's about Jake.
Oh, good
don't
job,
get too
Jake.
big for your britches, though, kid. What?
You're
that
the
happens a
Lex
lot.
Luthor of radio.
That happens a lot in this
Yeah, I
business.
got you.
Trust me, I've seen it.
Come here, little
I've
kid,
seen it
and then
all
you
in
slap
my
'em.
years.
Yeah, right.
You know,
Good
we got
God.
a couple young punks that think they're on the fast track, fast course, and you know what? They find out they're Brock Purdy, and they regress.
But how about you worry about your track and not their track?
My track's done, okay?
Well, it better not be.
Too old.
Let's go to Grandpa Daddy. He says he knows what's going to happen. What's up, Grandpa? Let me tell you what I know. Let me tell you what I know is going to happen. You're gonna be dead tired in 10 years with a teenager. That's what's going to happen.
Oh, wait. On a serious note, man.
All right.
I'm gonna go on record and say this: my mom and dad just got in an accident.
Oh no!
Oh man!
Yeah, pray. My mom, she's okay.
Thoughts and
She had
prayers,
to go to
man.
surgery. Thank you, Go. Thank you, Go.
Good luck
she
to
got
you.
pins in her ankle. A rod. Thank you, Steiny. A rod in her leg. My dad's 88. My mom's 85. He drove into the storefront of a dental office.
Oh.
He was parking the car and said, "Oh, my foot slipped off the brake." And I said, "Dad, why didn't you put your foot back on the brake?" He says it slipped and he put it on the gas pedal. He went through the freaking front door, right through the storefront. I'm taking the keys. It's a wrap.
Wow.
Yeah, Steiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I'm old, soon as my kids turn 16, I'm giving over the keys. They can drive me around. I ain't tripping.
There you go.
After seeing this, good Lord, this just blew my mind. Oh my God, this just happened last week, guys. But anyway,
my.
Whew.
It could have been worse,
I'm
right?
going
It could have
through
been
it,
worse. So you're blessed.
Yeah.
They're blessed.
Yeah,
Yep.
I am.
Well,
They're blessed. Thank you, guys.
Did they end up getting
What?
their dental work done?
You didn't have to laugh. I thought that was tacky. That's like,
Hey,
what kind of ass
my God.
was that?
Hey, you know,
At least he's laughing.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's a good one.
What's
though.
up?
That's a good
I didn't
one,
think
bro.
it was, Grandpa Daddy.
What's going to happen though? Seriously, with the Niners, you think you're dialed in?
Here. I'm dialed in. You know, I'm dialed in. Check this out. Goo. Steiny, I'm about to go with Goo on this one, baby. Let me tell you. Purdy's going to go in, and they're going to give him 50 to 55, He's going to start off next year. They're going to start with a retooling. They're not going to wipe it clean. They're going to retool. Purdy's going to get 50 to 55, and they're going to pay him, bro, because he did. And you say Super Bowl or bust. No, if you go to the Super Bowl, that means you're the. And if you may not win, but you're the second team. I mean, you still went to the first Super Bowl, bro. So that means you're the number 2 on the block. Yeah, I know you didn't win, but you made it to the Super Bowl. Who else can say that? What? None of the Lions never made it to the Super Bowl, bro. Josh Allen never been into the Super Bowl. How many quarterbacks can say they at least made it to the Super Bowl, dog? So trust me, watch this. Mark my words.
All right.
They're going to pay Purdy, and they're going to retool around him. Love you guys.
Hey, take care, Grandpa.
No
We're
doubt.
thinking
Take
of
care
you,
of the
buddy.
parents, man. Wow. You never know when you're at that age where you got to get the keys over, Stoney.
40. You think Purdy will get 40 to 50, 50 to 60, 60 or more, or none of the above?
50 to 60.
You might be right.
Yep.
You might be right.
And at the end of the day, go ahead.
I'm just like, here's the way I was looking at it. These quarterbacks that are making a lot of money: Tua, Prescott, Trevor Lawrence. I'll even put Cousins, Watson, and Goff in there. Like, we're going to have the same question. We're going to have the same conversation about Purdy the minute they pay him.
Right.
And we're going to, and you don't, like Steve Young said, I believe the Cowboys are going to suffer because of that $60 million contract. You don't think that applies to Purdy?
Well, it's twofold. They're suffering, Steve, because the guy that you gave 60 is inefficient at the position. He's part of why you're suffering. Now, in regard to team building, I get that, Stoney, but sometimes a bill comes due and you got to pay the piper, and the Niners had this beautiful Disney story where you're paying the quarterback diddly squat and you've gotten 1,000,000% return on investment. It's time. It's not, and I get you. Going forward, we're going to look at them different, but the rat on the table brought to you by ATCO Pest Control is these visits to the Super Bowl and NFC Championship games, it's not going away. So to me, you're paying Brock almost.
But his 7-10 this year apparently will go away.
But when you step back and look at it, was it all on him?
Of course not. But I don't look at it as though getting to the Super Bowl was all him either. Like, it wasn't all him.
But he was in the right place at the right time, and he played great football, right?
He was at the right place at the right time, and he played great football. Yeah. But so give him $60 million.
No, I'm going to go back to what you said last break. You were like, Goo, it's like Magic Johnson getting drafted, and he had Kareem and Hall of Famers all around him.
Right.
But we still knew Magic was a talent.
Oh, you think he's like a Magic?
No, I'm saying, why can't we break down, or the Niners haven't already broken down what this dude does well to run the team? That's his job. His job is not to be Josh Allen. His job is not to be Tua. His job is to run this system. And right now, up until this season, Stoney, he's ran it to perfection.
Perfect.
Okay, but as good as you want to get it. Come on,
you know
now.
what? And let's be honest.
Yeah.
Let's be honest about something.
Super Bowl overtime loss.
He hasn't been a starter for 3 years.
Gotcha.
2 years ago, he didn't even start. He came in week 8 or 9.
Gotcha.
That team was rolling at that point already. So he just took over the reins and did what he had to do. Last year was last year. They got to the Super Bowl. But again, I'm just referencing Steve Young.
Yeah.
The last 20 games, they're 9-11. Like, so the one thing I would say is, here's the one thing we know about Brock Purdy. If he doesn't have the right guys around him, he's not going to win. Like, I could make a case that's been proven over the last 20 games.
But how much of that is his fault, and why are the guys around him all of a sudden now used to be the right guys aren't the right guys? That
because
could be
they got old.
Reasons.
Right, they got old and they got hurt. But my point is the same.
Well, I'm paying a quarterback that I feel like if we got to do a soft reset, as Grandpa Daddy mentioned, My quarterback's a part of the future. So, okay, we don't have A and B around him, but he's the cog. We're going to build around him. So there should be nothing to see here if they believe that. I'm just telling you,
they believe.
That's it.
I'm not convinced they believe.
And we're going to find out.
I mean, I think they, and we're also going to find, do they believe $40 million worth?
I got you.
Or $60 million worth? I mean, that's the one thing. I mean, hasn't the question been answered? Can Brock elevate? No, he can't. That's what has been proven this year. The team wasn't good around him, and he didn't elevate them anymore. And the team...
Oh, boy, I just hate that I'm in this... I hear you. But I could put that at the doorstep of the head coach. Didn't elevate them. The offense and everything was like Kyle had a bad year, and it's okay. So
did Brock.
I'm not saying he didn't, but you can't let that supersede 2 years, can you?
I do. I got news for you. Yeah. He's quarterbacked 38 games. He's 9-11 in the last 20. That's more than half. So I could make a case that in his most recent 20 games, there are legitimate questions. You're the one that said, what happened to the offense in the playoffs?
Yeah, but
you can't put that all on Brock. Of course not. But he's been the quarterback for the last 20 games. They've won 9 of them. Okay, well, they've really been hurt, and they've been banged up. Exactly. So why would you pay a guy that is kind of already proven? And I'm just I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm not. But that to me is scary. Like that, I could look at it as though, wait a minute, you're making a guy the highest paid quarterback in football when he's proven he can't elevate his team. Because that's what's been proven the last 20 games.
I'm not mad at the energy. I'm just, the 9-11 is real, but it's not a season. It's like sales.
No, it's more than half his career.
You're cooking the books.
No, I'm not.
Because really, that 9-11 does not measure up to 3 seasons that he's quarterbacked this team.
Guru,
and this will be
he's
his
quarterbacked
third.
38 games, and I've taken the last 20. That's more than half his career.
My point, Stoney, is there's no playoffs in that 9-11. The bottom line is he's taken them to an NFC Championship game.
He hasn't followed that Stop up. Saying that. Nobody let anybody say that about Garoppolo. He didn't take him anywhere. He was the quarterback on a team that got him to the Super Bowl.
And was once the highest paid quarterback, even if it felt like 20 minutes in the league.
Yeah. And was that a good decision?
Obviously not moving forward, but is Jimmy the reason they didn't win a Super Bowl, or was it play calling?
I think there were a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons the 49ers did not win 2 Super Bowls is because neither Garoppolo nor Purdy was good enough.
And I can say the same thing about Kyle Shanahan.
Okay, that's fine. Right.
So I'm wondering, and Kyle knows what it
Kyle
is.
Kyle Shanahan's a bad coach now.
Nobody said bad.
No, that's irrelevant to me. Okay, let's say he's a bad coach. But you're going to give the guy 60 anyway? I don't get it. I don't know.
No, no matter who has a conversation, not named John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, it's all speculation. Because at the end of the day, these questions are going to get answered by the people with the authority to let us know what they deem is worthy. And right now, Stoney, I'm just telling you, I get the 9-11. The bottom line is I think I'm watching Brock's physical limitations impact when you need him to do more, what's not around him. And I'm like, oh, okay, some batted balls. It happens to everybody. Nothing to see here. Some erratic throws. Okay, nothing to see here. So now I'm give him a blank check. As much as I have those thoughts, I got to go back to what I've seen for 2 years.
Why?
Because it's reality.
Why are you taking the best of Brock Purdy and throwing out the worst? That's not how you evaluate a player.
I'm taking the best of the Niners in those 2 seasons, and I
what about the Niners this past year?
You told me that the front office had a lot to do because Brock didn't hold out. That was Trent. That was whatever was going on with McCaffrey and the bilateral tendonitis. I'm not making excuses. And that was Ayuk. That had nothing to do with Brock, but the impact was still there. Collectively, they didn't answer the bell. But if you want to tell me, Steiner, you want to break it up fraction-wise as to why they didn't reach their goal, I'm uncomfortable saying 95%. And I'm not saying you are, but the people out there, 95% of it was Brock Purdy.
Nobody's saying it's 95%.
So I'm gearing.
He didn't elevate his team.
Okay.
Period.
All right, what about last year? Did he elevate his team, Sonny? That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know no.
No, what? He took him to the Super. See, when you want him to elevate
to the Super Bowl.
It seems like, Steiny, when you want him to look in a good light, he elevated them. And then when you want to kick him in the knees, you say he did.
That's right. That's the way you evaluate a person. So you take him at his best, you get him at his worst, you assess it all.
All right.
And here's the thing, it's like what boggles my mind is that, let's say, okay, he's had 2 good years. So then what we're really saying is this year didn't mean anything. It meant nothing. Because we're still going to pay him $60.
Well,
and I'm saying
he
didn't do enough to make me want to pay him that much this year.
Right. And that's you. And I hear you, Steiny, but the reality is, and I know you know, it's imminent. A contract is coming for Brock Purdy. Now, I would be shocked as all outdoors if somehow Cousins or something from the outside came into the mix. But I get you on this year, but man, can we really just all say this year was so bad that it negates what you did the last 2 years?
Nobody's saying it negates it, but you want to throw it out entirely. That's what it sounds like to me. And the bottom line is, if I'm John Lynch and I see Brock Purdy, forget me. It's like if you're we've heard all year from really smart football people, and they're all asking the same question about Purdy. And you know why? Because it's fair. Because
I've never once said it's not fair, and I just told my partner, I uttered the words, I am a bit baffled and perplexed at what we've seen from him. But the bottom line is a decision is looming, it's coming, and I believe he will get 50 to 60 million.
And I believe that will be a mistake. That kind of money
you're not going to be by
Brock
yourself.
Purdy would be, to me, a mistake.
I got you.
Let's go to Orlando and San Bruno. What's up, Orlando? How you doing?
Hey guys, happy Thursday.
Yeah,
so unfortunately, they're going to have to pay Purdy because the 49ers organization is the 13th richest worldwide and 8th richest in the NFL. The reason why the Cowboys were able to pay Dak is because they're number one. So, yes, it would be nice if Purdy takes the $40 million to have other players get paid and they can try to emulate last season. But I have to agree. I think a number was thrown out. He's probably going to get paid $50 million, even though he's probably been showing $40 million.
Yeah.
But that's all. Merry Christmas, guys.
Yeah, same to you, Orlando. Appreciate it. Hey, Goo, ask me
and
what
I got something for Evan.
Ask me what I shot from the foul line my college career.
Oh, what did you shoot, Stoney, from the foul line your college career?
92%.
You just want to talk basketball,
That's great.
Yeah, I took out my junior year. I just negated it. It was a bad year, so I'm just throwing it out.
Okay, hold on. No, I see where you're going. Why I wanted to just come radio wrestle you with a 9 and 11, that's valid.
Of course it is.
But the bottom line is you told me it's 38, about to be 3 more if he quarterbacks at 3. So it's going to be 41 in totality.
Right. So half the time he's been mediocre.
Hey, Steiny, do you believe that you were more the player that you were your senior year or your junior year?
Well, that's a great question.
Uh-huh.
And free throws so different.
How about this? I averaged more points junior year, but I was a better player senior year. Mm-hmm.
When you shot what from the line?
Which year?
Your senior year.
Because the line is just you and the line. There's nobody else is involved with you shooting the free throws. Well, I hate that analogy. A free throw is just you and you can't blame anybody else.
Well,
There's all kind of stuff going on.
Okay, I was playing with a broken hand. I'll be like Fred Warner.
Evan, I just want to run this by you, my brother. And you know we always keep it truthful. Do I sound like, because I don't want to sound like, I'm defending Brock Purdy?
That means
You are. But there's nothing wrong with that.
No, if that were my intent, I would tell you. What I'm defending
I just don't like the math.
Is the whole enchilada. That's all I'm trying to tell you guys.
I've just proven to you that we're not talking about, like, you act as though he's had 3 bad games. And I'm telling you, Steve Young said something changed 20 games ago. Well, guess what? 20 games is more than half his career. And, like,
see, I took that as the Kyle's offense. Something's changed, and if defenses figured them out.
Okay, so that's a lot of trust.
Okay, right.
That's a lot of trust in.
But I'm not
Purdy had a bad year because of Shanahan.
A blank check. That's what I'm not doing. I'm just gearing you up, Steiny, for the reality is, from my vantage point, the Niner chessboard, more likely than not, this dude's going to get 50 at least.
And it's possible that could be the move that prevents them from ever going back to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Real quick, let's go to Robert. Robert on Highway 101. Hey, Robert, how you doing, man?
What's up, man?
Talk to us.
What's up? I couldn't agree with you more, Steiny. I feel like if we cash this guy out, it's gonna stunt this team. I think 40 is number right there in Goo. One of the things that you mentioned, you talked about like Dak in Dallas. You talked about Tua in Miami.
Yeah, they'll never win it.
Because they got the money. Don't you see those? Look back at that now. It's like, yeah, that was a mistake. Those guys really didn't trend forward. Like, why would we go and do the same exact thing and step into the same pile with the move like that with Purdy when there's so much uncertainty that he gave us this year? We can't just, live in the past and what he did. I mean, it's a body of work that we really got to look at.
No, I love that. But the bottom line is, Steiny, I was a guy that was saying I see red flags on Dak when they were stacked. The 2022 playoffs out here where they were loaded and could have won the game, and he single-handedly threw the game away. I haven't seen that from Brock to fall on his face yet. Now, you can say, Guru, they're not going to make the playoffs. And again, it all comes down to how much your gut tells you the Niners didn't achieve their goals because of Brock's regression, which there was, or injuries. And I'm just looking at the chessboard like, man, just gear yourself up. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. This dude's probably going to be under center playing for at least 50 M's. Yeah. That's my whole premise.
Maybe, maybe not. And I kind of agree. Like, and I'm never, like, we're sitting here saying that the Cowboys made a mistake with Dak Prescott, and we're banking on something unknown that we're just hoping, well, Brock's going to be better than Dak. Dak was runner-up MVP last year.
I got to say something to you about that, if you allow me.
I don't care about the playoffs.
When you say, okay, that's where I was going.
I mean, like,
one quarterback.
I don't mean I don't care about the
playoffs. His team to a championship game, regardless if they had to carry him on a stretcher.
But the Cowboys won 12 games each of the last 3 years. Like, that's not nothing.
But winning 12 games and going to a Super Bowl and getting that game into overtime is something to me. Well, yeah, so is a championship game, which Dak has failed to do in 8 whole years. I can't believe you just, like, the 12 wins makes up for that.
Well, I can't believe, I'm willing to meet you halfway here, but you're not. You continue to say, like, Brock got him to a Super Bowl. If you think Brock got him to a Super Bowl, then pay him. But I think he was the quarterback on a loaded team, and he was precise, and he was good. Oh, we got Jake Hutchinson coming up on the other side. Covers the San Francisco 49ers and has really done a great job for us. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing...
fellas?
I take it they just wrapped up practice, and give us the latest on who may play and who may not play on Sunday.
Yeah, they'll practice here in a few minutes, 20, 30 minutes, something like that. But Isaac Arendo, it seems like he's out. Adam Schefter reported this morning he's probably not going to play. That is sort of what it felt like anyway, even before Schefter reported that. So he's out. Seems very much like Trent Williams is done for the year too. Everybody else, I think for the most part, there's still some guys like Malik Mustafa and other guys that are question marks. We'll find out. I think today is usually a good signal of who practices and who doesn't. But yeah, it looks like no Garendo, no Trent Williams, and then a few guys that are question marks.
Hey, Jake, let me ask you, if you can, share with the listeners and Steiny and myself what's on your report card in regard to the Niners being 6-8. I'm shocked. I didn't see this happening. But what's the one thing on your report card that shocked you about the Niners and their record before these final 3 games?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, there's endless amounts of things that you could go through and rip this team for, and you'd be right for ripping them. I think the way they played up front, and honestly, from a front office perspective, I think they were poorly prepared at defensive tackle to stop the run. And so they were just weak there. So that's number one on the defensive side. On the offensive side, I think their offensive line has been so poor, especially, at left guard and center. They just have been so weak. They haven't been able to run the ball, and they allow so many pressures. I feel like everything has sort of started for them up the middle. The spine of both of these lines has been really weak for this team.
Jake Hutchinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the 49ers for Odyssey. I know that the 49ers still have a very remote chance to make the playoffs. And I guess Kyle Shanahan could continue to say, well, we still have a chance, so everybody's going to play. But assuming the 49ers get completely eliminated this weekend, do you see this organization kind of resting guys the last 2 weeks? Most importantly, Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I think a remote chance is a generous way of putting it. I think that they will probably let Purdy play. Maybe the last game of the season, they would rest him. But I do think there is value, and the way they'll see it is that there is value to evaluating the guys who are still on the field, who are still healthy, and trying to, with all these young guys that are coming back, have some sort of standard and evaluate who actually both wants to be here and should be here. So I think they're going to approach it like, if you go into it and there are guys with, major or substantial health concerns, I think they'll hold them out. They'll be cautious with that. But guys who are healthy and good to go, they're already playing a lot of young players. They're already getting a lot of reps. So I think they're going to go with, for the most part, their starters, and maybe week 18 that changes. But I think for the most part, most of these guys are still going to be playing.
Hey, Jake, help me out and let me know, am I being fair? Because I've given Kyle his flowers, and this offense was second to none over the last 5 years. It was creative, innovative. But all of a sudden now I feel like opposing defenses, just like the Rams, they're not afraid of the long ball. And I'm not saying throw it 80 yards, but Debo all of a sudden can't get open. I saw Pearsall pop a couple games. Then there was like 60 pass routes, and he doesn't get a target. I know Ayuk got hurt, but before he went down, it wasn't nothing much there. Outside of Kittle, do you think the league has caught up to Kyle's passing game, and does it need enhancements or a retool per se?
Yeah, I think there's a few things. Number one, teams copied the Chiefs game plan from the Super Bowl, and they just threw a lot of man-to-man. They threw a lot of press man. The 49ers, Debo cannot separate from that. Juwan Jennings is a physical receiver, but he doesn't really create substantial separation. I think Ricky Pearsall's looked really good on tape, but he's a rookie who's having to learn on the fly and isn't quite trusted yet, and that's what I see from him. So I think from that perspective, they haven't really adapted. I think that's a fair place to criticize Kyle and say, what teams are going to give you, and you're still sort of hoping they're going to play zone, and that's not really happened. So I think that's a fair point to criticize them. And then they also, because of Ayuk's injury, they've had to play like Juwan Jennings in place of where Ayuk plays. And Juwan he doesn't have the speed. You saw it on that last play where, they threw that ball up to him. And there was a corner sitting there, and Juwan just doesn't have the speed vertically to run those sort of routes and challenge defenses in the same way. And so you kind of have personnel in funky spots. They don't quite trust Pearsall enough, I think, to put him in that spot yet. And so I think there's criticism of Kyle for not evolving quick enough in that regard, and also just not having quite the right guys to fit in those spots.
Jake Hutchinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the Niners for Odyssey. There's 3 games left, and the one thing Guru and I have been talking about for most of the day is what's at stake for Brock Purdy in these last 3 games. And the essence of the disagreement is, Goo says not a lot, and I say I think there is a lot. Where would you fit in this?
I would. I'd probably go somewhere in the middle. I do think. I know that's like kind of a cop out, but I do think there is stuff at risk for Purdy. Like if he goes out and they look terrible and the offense is bad, he's throwing picks. It leaves a pretty sour taste in your mouth going to the off season. And what, you're just going to pay him $60 million a year after you're looking terrible down the stretch. I think they're still fully committed regardless of how these games go, and I really doubt that Purdy would play poorly enough for any of this to make a difference. But I do think from his standpoint and from their standpoint, you want to have something to feel decent about when you're about to commit a ton of money to your quarterback, and it won't be, whatever the price tag is, it'll be less than that in reality. But I think it does matter to go into the off season and actually feel at least not terrible, which is how most of this season has felt.
Hey, Jake, I'm telling Steiny, and I know you don't have a crystal ball. The Niners been hit with a lot of, injuries, personal tragedy, no excuses. But the bottom line I told him is next year, Trent Williams is going to be your starting left tackle, and your number 1 tailback is going to be Christian McCaffrey. And I know they're going to be a year older. Where are you at with both of those injuries and just the years they had? Because I'm being proactive telling Steiny, I believe they're going to bounce back. Where do you come out on those two?
I would say the best thing for them is that the 49ers are done and they actually get a real offseason for the first time in a while. I think the attrition of going deep in the playoffs year after year, it takes a toll. And the way they use McCaffrey is he's a guy that just got a ton of touches. Shanahan said he wanted to limit them a little bit going into the season. So I think going into an off season where you have time to get those guys and let them rest, it's going to be big for them. So I would expect a resurgent year. That said, they both have a lot of tread on those tires, and it wouldn't shock me if they're dealing with stuff going forward. It feels like the ankle has been recurring for Trent. I mean, that's what happens when you commit to guys who have a lot of miles on their legs, and you just ask them to play, like they're young players in the league. Like you're going to run into injury issues. And the 49ers, I think, one of the biggest criticisms is they drafted so poorly for a few years in a row that they just haven't had the guys to replace when they have had injuries. And that's part of the reason they're in the spot right now.
Jake, when's the first day that the Niners could theoretically extend Brock Purdy?
Yeah, I think they have to wait until the season ends. I think it's sometime in March or May. I have to check the NFL calendar on that. But it would be interesting. I think what you're getting at is, do they make a deal early? And that's what I've been looking at too, because they've let these things linger forever late in the off season. And I would be really interested to see if they try and avoid that with their quarterback.
Hey, Jake, am I crazy? I know I'm not Lorenzo Neal, who you did shows with, just a couple weeks back, former player. But at this juncture, if you're really kind of out of it, wouldn't you shut Fred Warner down so he can get healthy sooner than later?
Yeah, that's one of those guys where you get to week 18 and you might just shut him down. But I think the fact that Fred can play next to Dre Greenlaw, that's been something he's been seeking and dying to have back for so long. And I think Warner, there is something to the fact that, Nick Bosa said if you're healthy, you should play. And Warner said he's going to play through stuff. Given that he is a captain and given how important he is to this team, I think they're just going to let him go and say that, he can't aggravate it more than what it is. And he's going to probably have to get, a little procedure or something done in the offseason on it. So I would say I think he's going to play at least the next 2 games, maybe week 18, you say sit him down. But I think these guys know it's important to finish, especially as captains, especially, when one of your other captains, Debo, has not set a great example, is that you want to finish the season showing, hey, regardless of what's on the table, we're going to play through it. We're going to be physical. I think that does matter, especially with a lot of younger guys.
Hey, Jake, let me quick ask you about Dre Greenlaw. Assuming he plays in the remaining 3 games and performs maybe not as well as he did in the half against the Rams, but he looks pretty good. What do you think the market's going to be for him?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question that me and other beat writers have talked about. Is like what every game he plays and he looks good, that value probably goes up a little bit. I do think it will probably be something like a 2-year deal sort of regardless, just because he is a guy who's, he had that one the 49ers gave him like a 2-year extension. So it would be his second, deal. So I think it'd probably be a shorter term deal, like a 2-year deal or a 2+1. But I do think the market will be interesting. I think the 49ers are, even in this game alone, you see how valuable it is to have him back because they don't have a good defensive tackle group, and it puts a lot on your linebackers. And you see with Greenlaw out there, they can actually defend the run, play with physicality, play with energy. So I think the 49ers are going to prioritize him. And whether that market is somewhere in the realm of $5 million, $6 million, $7 million, I think it will depend on these last few games. But if it is in that reasonable realm, I'd expect the Niners to pony up and pay him.
Man, Jake, and I would too. And if it didn't work, I wouldn't even be mad because that first half against the Rams, that defensive unit, you couldn't tell me having him back, they were flying around. But about last Thursday, Jake, everybody was talking about the Niners and Devondre Campbell, and we saw he basically quit on the team. You were there, did a great job. Can you walk us through what you saw and when you saw it and how it all played out? Because it took the nation by storm.
Yeah, so I was watching and I saw Campbell sitting there with a towel on his head, which I thought was odd because it wasn't on the injury report. He did not have he wasn't ill. They tell you before the game if a player's sick. And then you see Demetrius Flanagan fouls in the game and you go, okay, well, Greenlaw is either, he's either hurt or he's on a snap count, whatever. D. Winters, he had the neck injury, okay. And then you go, why is Devondre Campbell not in the game? So it's at that point, I see Flanagan fouls in and I see Greenlaw sit on the bench and talk to him. And then after a while, he stands up and I'm like, this is weird. Right. Like something's off here. And then at the start of the fourth quarter, I watched and I saw him go into the locker room. And to me, that screamed a red flag that he did quit on the team because that was the only explanation that made any sense. And he's a guy that was outspoken in Green Bay, with the front office and playing through injury. And he's been sort of grumpy, hasn't explicitly complained, but it was, if there's anyone to do it, it's a guy who's not been in the system, who just got demoted 2 places in the pecking order. And when they needed him to play, when they really needed a linebacker and it could have made a difference for him to not play, it's been wild to wrap your head around it.
Yeah. Hey, Jake, good work.
Thank you, man.
Really
Happy
appreciate
holidays.
you coming on, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Appreciate you, fellas. Thanks for having me on.
All right, Jake Hutchinson, Odyssey 49ers reporter. Does a great job.
No doubt. And I'll just wrap up the Campbell thing. It was just a week ago, the anniversary started. You know what the worst part is? Anytime you quit, it's horrible. It was premeditated.
Yeah, there's worse things.
What you mean?
There's worse things than quitting on a team.
Oh, I can't wait to hear him on the other side.
Well, I got to do the legal. Oh. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Is quitting worse
We got 10 minutes left in the segment. I said on the other side, I thought we were up against it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Devondre Campbell did not. Point shaving. Point shaving's worse.
We'll see. But what if you get around or involved in with the wrong guys and your life?
Point shaving's worse. And the reason it's worse is because all Devondre Campbell did was
he quit.
That's
and he hit it.
He quit.
He hit it.
Right.
They needed him.
A point shaver is purposely trying to lose a game for his team. That's worse.
If Devondre Campbell had any guts, he would have gone into the game and done nothing.
Which is not hard for him this year. You know what I mean?
But, it's just, Yeah, I just always.
That was pretty good.
It's, my mind is literal, and when people go, "Oh, there's nothing worse than what Devondre Campbell did," well, yes, there is. Point shaving, that's worse.
But the only I got you.
That's all. I'm literal,
right?
And when you say that there's nothing worse, I gotta say, well, there is.
But what if you found out I had a gambling problem, got in with the wrong guys, and didn't want a point shave? Yeah, but it got
but you
that
had
serious.
to.
I had to.
That's worse.
No, if I told you what went into, hey, they were talking about, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
This dude was just, why am I demoted to first string? I'm going to trick you guys, and when you need me, I'm not going to be there. I'm going to walk back in. That's way less serious and more narcissistic than my lifestyle. I didn't know what to do, Stoney. They were threatening my family. You kind of be like, man, you were in a tough spot.
What about betting against your team?
Hero.
That's all right.
Stop.
Goo, you can't listen. And this is what you do. You can't put all these stipulations on it. Well, I was in a bad case, and his parents were getting.
But
point shaving's point shaving.
Yeah,
and anyway.
I got you.
All right. Hey, let's go to Michael in Lemoore. He's been hanging out for a while. Thank you, Micah. Michael, what's going on?
Of course. I love you guys. You guys are my favorite talk show hosts in the Bay Area.
Wow. Thank you.
For sure. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's to you guys, by the way. Anyways, I feel like we're going in with a check of $50 to $60 million and just blindfolding ourselves and handing it to Brock Purdy. A lot of people like to say quarterbacks don't grow on trees. Well, you know what else doesn't grow on trees is money. It's funny just hearing people say, "Oh yeah, just give him $50 to $60 million, like it's no big deal, like everyone has it lying around." Like, number one, Brock Purdy did not outright win this job. It was handed to him because Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance were both hurt at the time, and he came into Week 8 where nobody had film on him, and that's why we were able to go all the way to the NFC Championship game. And by the way, what happened in that game? Brock Purdy got hurt, and so we went into next season with a fully loaded team was fully loaded with Pro Bowlers and everyone at their prime and ready to go and stayed healthy that year. That team elevated him and took him to the playoffs, not the other way around. And that was one good year he had. That's one year. He didn't have 2 good years. He had 1 good year. And we're just going to blindly hand him a check for $60 million. Are we kidding ourselves right now? Like, what are we doing here?
What would you do then? What would you do?
I would either let him play out his rookie deal to see 1 more year of him or go to a contingency plan with another quarterback. It's ridiculous what we're talking about, like paying a guy $60 million like that.
What if you could get him for season? Is there a number that you would re-sign him for?
No.
Wow.
I love it, Michael. Thank you very much. Now that's conviction.
Well, he did.
That's conviction.
Well,
That's a strong opinion.
I'll say this about that. Oh, yeah.
And he sounded very reasonable.
What you don't want to have happen is Brock, you try to, flex that, hey, you're playing on the millie, and then him hold out. Then it's just basically, if you guys in the back are right, the season got off to, and I get it, it's not how you wanted to start it, but it's the Niners' reality. It was a distraction. Could you imagine the Niners? Yes. In the summer and this be an issue? And I'm just saying Purdy holding out because you were trying to.
Yeah. You know what? Let him hold out.
Then I would say no playoffs again.
You know what I say at that point?
Yeah.
Dobbsy.
Oh, stop.
Dobbsy.
Yeah.
You think Brandon Allen couldn't have quarterbacked this team to a 6-8 record this year?
Honestly, I was disappointed with him in Green Bay.
Okay, but...
Yeah. And I know it was conditions, but I was like...
Are the 49ers any worse this year if Brandon Allen played?
Yes. Okay, come on, now you're being...
You don't really believe that.
I'm not saying anybody out there help me.
I've got a technique. I ask questions. I don't answer them. I was asking a question.
How do you get away with it?
I asked the question... So the 49ers wouldn't be 6-8 with Brandon Allen. They'd be 4-10.
I believe that.
Yeah, I don't.
Right.
I kind of don't.
And I'm looking at you like, do you really believe it?
I don't know.
Oh my!
I don't know.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, he didn't look good against the Packers.
Put some respect on.
But did he look any worse than Purdy did the last couple of weeks?
Well, not Buffalo.
Get the toothpick out of your mouth.
Dusty
Get it out. I'm telling the boss.
And what could he tell me if this is my spirit animal?
No.
Or it makes me uncomfortable.
It's uncouth.
You need to stop being nosy.
I'm
That's
telling
your
the
problem.
boss.
You want to know
I'm
what's
not
in
nosy.
people's pockets? And I'm going to tell him what you said about his sweater.
It's tired. He knows it.
You can't tell your boss that.
I can tell him that.
And you're in a Rocky Balboa gray sweater. Come on, man.
What does that mean? I got everybody loves the jacket I wear over this. My messenger jacket.
Yeah. Like, it's a gym shirt. That's what I'm like. I don't know if that was
I'm not talking about the shirt. I'm talking about my jacket that I have over my coat.
Yeah. Well, now you don't have a jacket on.
You think this shirt's garbage?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No. You wear it to the gym with the gray.
There's something about lipstick and pigs in there.
Evan's on one today. Can you tell?
He got yeah.
Oh, he got a what?
I had a gripe. Maybe before 25, we'll get to it. 2025.
That's right.
Oh, no. Let's do the trivia.
Oh, yeah, I am proud of myself.
All right.
Dude, don't tell me I don't think about this show. Evan, you're in, but we can't get
6 minutes a day. Let's go. Give me the Guru built this up.
Okay.
He said he's got some great trivia for us.
All right, here we go.
Live up to its expectations.
All right. There are 4 teams in the NFL this year that have failed to score 30 points. 4 teams this year currently in the NFL that have failed to score 30 points. Can you name them?
Chargers.
Yeah. All right,
They scored
Evan, your
30.
turn.
Kansas City.
He got one. There's 3 on the board. Failed to score at least 30.
Hold on.
All right, he got one.
Don't do this. This is what you do a lot.
The Chiefs are one of them. There's 3
Seahawks.
left. Give me the yeah, Evan,
Stupid
back
question.
to you. There's 3 left.
Jacksonville?
Back to you, Steiny.
Tennessee.
Back to you. I love this because I got it. 3 teams.
Oh, over 30 points.
Or 30. Did he even hit
I think
30?
the Chiefs got 30 exactly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, 30 is the threshold.
Oh, boy.
At least 30, Evan. 3 teams left.
No,
I can't believe you guys.
No, not the Texans. What am I thinking of?
New York Giants.
Oh, you got one. There's 2. Did you look? 2
No,
left,
I didn't
Evan.
look.
All right, 2 left.
The Jets?
Steiny. And I'm going to give hints. One guy likes him that works here.
Miami.
No.
Oh.
Kids back there.
Denver.
No, 2 more.
Raiders.
Yeah, baby. And there's 1 more that has failed to score 30 in the NFL this season.
The San Francisco 49ers.
No, they had the first game of the year.
1 more. Think about it.
I'm going to go with
Steelers?
And great guess. The owner likes masseuse parlors.
Oh, Patriots.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah. I couldn't believe the Chiefs were on there. They got
Well, that's
one
probably
loss.
why. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. All right, boy. I see Bernsey. I see Austin, Anthony. I see Mike in Santa Clara. We're going to get to you all on the other side. And then just when we reach that crescendo, Willard and Dibbs will be in here.
Yeah.
Let's see. It is 1:12. That means it's time for me to say what's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by the California Lottery. You think I want to listen to Willard and Dibbs?
If you're looking for the perfect gift,
I'm done discussing sports.
You got a little cop to you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Nobody's going to know what this means, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Yeah.
Shut up, Spadoni.
Read what he said. He came from the top rope, baby.
Not reading that.
See, that's why you always act tough.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when the tough...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Evan, can you read what Spadoni sent the Vine about some of Steiny's apparel?
Yeah, it's a really good thing you sent it to the group chat, so you didn't have to read it, and we can. Quote, Joe Spadoni, the great Joe Spadoni, quote,
yeah, always great.
Steiny, you wear the same gray Ghostbusters-looking jacket all the time.
Ghostbusters!
I'm going to be honest with you.
Have you seen that movie?
No.
Eddie Murray.
Any of them?
Eddie Murray, Bill Murray.
What are
Eddie Murray.
No.
Play for the Orioles.
He could have been a great actor. Play the...
Hey, be careful now.
No, he didn't like to talk to the media or anything. Yeah. He could have played Debo probably in that movie you always talk about. Yeah. Good text here from the Comcast Business text line. 707. Last year, Debo, Ayuk, and Christian McCaffrey had a combined 40 touchdowns. This year, only 2. Is that Purdy? No. Yeah, no, you're right. Let's give $60+ million to a guy who's quarterbacked this team to a 9-11 record over the last 20 games, 14 interceptions, 16 touchdowns. Now, let's give him 60.
Well, let's be we're putting it right on the table. Again, brought to you by ASCO Pest Control. What number would you be okay with just for Purdy? What would 45 do? What would make you come in here and say, hey, that's fair?
Honestly?
Always honestly.
I think they can get him for 40. I really do.
And you might be. You could be right.
But that'll hurt.
What's making you say? I think because now we're what's the word? I don't like it.
I don't know.
They do it to black minorities.
Watching?
No.
Oh boy, discriminate?
No, it's that. But what do we do?
Racism?
No, give it
draftism.
Come on. When we
ageism, I do it to you guys,
and I hate it. When we put people in a box,
limit, rob them.
I'll let you know.
Pigeonhole,
but then you know what I'm saying, and we do it to my
judge.
It's got a judge feel
critique,
to it.
Analyze.
I don't know. Yeah. We'll take a call and maybe it'll come.
Hey,
maybe it'll come to you.
Bottom line is, you're doing this with Purdy when you say, I think they could get him for 35. Why do you think that would be enough for him in his life? Because of how he dresses or what we think he is?
No, I think I think he's
flashy.
No, I think he's smart enough to not want to deal with need. He doesn't need to be the highest paid quarterback.
Or he wants to be throwing to some talent.
Exactly. He's not stupid.
Well, what was Dak doing then when he took the whole enchilada?
I mean, if they're going to give it to you, you take it. But
they asked for it too, though, Steiny.
Who?
Dak. And his representation.
Well, I'm sure Purdy's going to ask for it too. Typecast?
No, it's like that.
Let's go to Anthony in Antioch. Wants to remind us of something. What's going on, Anthony in Antioch? How you doing?
What's up, y'all? Well, I'm in Pacheco now, but I want to, especially Guru, my brother, I need you guys to remember, man, we did the same thing with Jimmy G. Like, we got to a point where Jimmy G showed us enough for us to say we have to, pay him. But shortly thereafter, we started to notice that there were some limitations with him. Shortly thereafter, we started to notice that there were things that he couldn't do. And we did the same thing, asking, is it Jimmy or is Kyle Shanahan limiting him?
Yeah.
And, or we have him, throwing, in between the numbers and stuff. And here we are doing the same thing with Brock. The fact of the matter is, Brock Purdy and Jimmy G are the same quarterback. Wow. They are able to get the job done when all things are going well. When Jimmy G first got here, he lit it up for those 5 games, and we made him the highest paid quarterback, for a short period of time, but nevertheless, it happened. And when we needed him to make a play, when the chips were down, he could not get it done. And then we actually started to recognize the limitations. The same thing with Brock. The caller, maybe a little bit before me, mentioned that, like, it was crazy to want to give him this amount of money and he only had one good season. Like, we have to stop trying to part out whether it's him or whether it's Kyle Shanahan. And we have to just judge him the same way we judge every other quarterback. If you cannot elevate the team around you when you're missing a part or two, you are not worth the big money. And that is the truth. Nobody's saying that Brock is terrible, but we're also not saying that he's worth the big money. Josh Allen, he got rid of the homeboy that went to Houston, and it looks like he didn't skip a beat. And he elevates the team around him. And when Josh Allen needs to do things and to do things amazing, he does it. There are times when Brock Purdy has done some things, just scrambled around and things like that, and made stuff happen. Jimmy G did the same thing, but he had limitations because of his size and because of his arm strength. It's no different than Brock Purdy right now. I called a week or two ago, and I mentioned to the guys in the morning that this is a quarterback this is a knock on Shanahan's quarterback philosophy. He believes that he can take a subpar or lesser than QB, and if everything goes well, he'll look amazing. That's why I agree with Steiny when he says that Brock didn't take us. Brock, with a bunch of weapons and all pros and pro bowlers, all he had to do was not mess up. That's all it was. And that is what Kyle Shanahan's offensive philosophy as well as his quarterback philosophy is. If you do what I do in these confines and don't mess it up, everything will be fine. So I would say $35 million. I know that Brock isn't a bum, but he's not top notch. I feel like it's very, very simple. But let's not forget, we did the same thing with Jimmy.
But Anthony, before he goes, I got something. Oh, you gotta go. Yeah, go.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just telling Anthony it's different because Jimmy got paid after 5 games. So when we found out, there might be some warts or acne, Jimmy had already cashed out. And I know it felt like 3 minutes, but he was the highest paid. Brock ain't got a cent yet. He's still, so this is going to be whatever number it is, boom. And I'll just say this to Anthony. He talks about building a roster as if it's a bad thing. I just keep going to Magic Johnson. He went to a great spot. No, it was stereotype. He goes to a great spot. I'm just telling you, Steiny, why does that got to fall? I'm not Johnny Cochran for Brock. I'm worried about him. The arm strength and film on Mike. We went at it. And I'm looking right a little bit. But I just want to tell you, that's the goal, is to build everything around the team to where it's stout. And you can't hate on Jimmy, and you can't hate on Brock for saying they benefited for having stuff around them. That's the goal.
Right. But you have, you have to factor
Anthony was disappointed in this year that I guess Brock didn't rise to the occasion when guys were down.
This is about a guy going from $1 million to $60 million, and what that will do to the team dynamic and the payroll, and whether you can build a good enough team around Brock Purdy to win a Super Bowl when he's making 60.
Okay. But what you can't forget, partner, is when you were paying him a meal, you had a chance twice to win a Super Bowl. And you got damn close.
Dude, haven't we learned our lesson by paying guys for what they've done? And we got bit by it.
Now, you're right, but those guys are sometimes longer in the tooth. Purdy's still young.
Yeah, he is. You're right. Austin's in the Bay. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, nothing much at Best Buy. Hey, I'm going to say like this. I'm going to agree with the last caller. Like I've always been saying, Brock Purdy ain't nothing but a baby Jimmy G with limitations. And that's not on Brock Purdy or Jimmy G. That's on the coaching staff for not drafting correctly. We know we needed speed at the wide receiver. We ain't had speed at the wide receiver since Jerry Rice, Terrell Owens, J.J. Stokes that can separate from the defenders. That's what we lacking in. We wasted Debo using him as a wide back. Look at him now. That's just crazy all over the end. As a 49er fan or whatnot, we will never be satisfied with and without a Super Bowl quarterback. That's just what it is.
Yeah, right, Austin, it's funny hearing you talk because Debo, it's kind of like the league's caught up. It was good enough. How did they get to 2 Super Bowls and multi-NFC championship games without having a quote-unquote Jerry Rice? They were able to manipulate it and trick it up.
They didn't trick it up. You said
no, but they did trick it up.
They had the most. No, they had the most weaponry in football, according to you. But seriously.
Yeah, but that offset their lack of having a deep threat. If they had their own version of a deep threat in regard to Debo, the way that they used him, and you had Kittle, and then you got McCaffrey. But let's not forget they went to a Super Bowl with Mostert and Breida. It wasn't just, they had success offensively before McCaffrey. And now I'm just saying to you now, when Austin says we don't throw it deep, well, now Debo's out of gas.
You didn't throw it deep to Debo 4 years ago, did you?
But the way that you used it, the bubble screens, all that was working. My point is they've caught up to that. What are you going to do now, Kyle? Because now
you look Kyle, like maybe they caught up to Purdy. Like they're clearly, like there's certain things, like if.
Well, damn.
I mean, think about it this way. I think when Purdy started, I remember this 2 years ago. I talked about this. I remember even talking about it multiple times. They would rush Purdy, and he was able to get flushed left.
Skedaddle, we call it.
Flushed left. They would over pursue, and he would run around the other way to either throw the ball away or make a play.
Yeah.
Well, maybe after seeing him play 10 times, 15 times, 20, they're not rushing him like that. In fact,
they're backing up.
Exactly. What does Kyle do about that?
Wow. But how big of, you're right, but how big of that is reality to where they're like, that's a red flag? Or is it a nothing burger?
I mean, how many red flags do you need? What if I said I've already counted 5 red flags?
Well, I told you the arm strength thing for me and being able to throw.
Like if
they don't ask him to, and
that's because he can't. Like it's a chicken and the egg thing.
But Jimmy,
you think if he had a cannon, they wouldn't?
But I get you. But Jimmy presented the same thing. He didn't do that, but yet they were still able to excel.
Right?
Didn't get it done, but you know what I mean.
They also. We're not giving enough credit to the defense that year. Actually, Bosa was great that year, if I'm not mistaken. Bosa's got 7 sacks this year.
Oh, man.
7.
He needs some help, too.
No, he doesn't. He needs to be better.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Well,
but
why do you always jump to he needs help? Like, these are the biggest players on the team, and I just said he had 7 sacks, and your first response is he needs help.
I'm the first one that called him out.
You are not.
Hey, Stoddy, stop. I'm the one that said he's the highest paid defensive player in the league. Listen, you would be a fool. See, I can say that. People think, is he calling Stoddy a fool? That's how you do it. You would be a fool to think you run this back and make no enhancements to the D-line, and you think that number's going to go to 14?
How are they going to pay for
Bosa? Oh, see, no, that's not my job. You could do it in the draft.
There you go.
No, you could do it in the draft. I don't know what. You got all kind of stuff that could pop off. Stoney,
that was you.
It's apparent he needs help.
That was you in a microcosm.
No. Not going to put me in a box.
Bosa's had a bad year. Yeah, he needs help.
That's an indictment.
That means you're not a carrier.
Well,
if you're telling
Strahan had help, Stoney. Charles Haley had help. I'm not exonerating him.
Yes, you are.
He's been disappointing.
That's the first thing you said.
No.
Yeah, Brock, you know what? You're right. Bosa's having a bad year because of everybody else.
No. Even in the good year that you talk about, that's why they kept bringing in Chase Young.
You are so scared of superstars.
You don't believe.
You are so scared of criticizing the players that are the most important on a team.
I don't believe
you're just afraid.
You don't believe
it's unbelievable.
It's the end of the year shtick.
No, it's not.
Hey, Merry Christmas. You don't believe it. I call guys out. Somebody's got to do it on the show.
So Steph needs help.
By the way, Nick Bosa is why you can't get Brock Purdy for $40 million.
Okay.
Because he almost makes $40 million a year.
Who, Bosa?
He makes $34 million a year.
Oh, but you know what? He needs more help.
Brock Purdy's going to make less or around the same as Nick Bosa.
Who says?
No, if he gets the money that you're talking about. If he takes less.
Is Purdy more important than Nick Bosa?
Yes.
He is?
Come on, Stoney. It's the most important position in sport.
When Bosa plays like he did 5 years ago? Or would earn him the contract?
Quarterback supersedes ever. Come on, Stoney.
I think they're going to get Purdy for 40, 45. That's what I think.
Oh, now it's going up.
40.
Yeah, thank you.
He ain't getting 60. That's where I made the bet.
Okay.
Hey.
Oh, boy, we got one, too.
I'm going to knock Evan out soon.
You've never been in a fight. So you're not.
You're probably right. I always like to take these kind of calls. Let's go to Sean in Petaluma. Hey, he wants to talk about the Purdy slander.
Oh,
the slander. Okay, let's talk about that slander.
Hey, first of all, if I had $1 for every time Guru said the word indictment, I'd have like $34. Anyways,
damn.
Real talk though. It's what else are we gonna do? You know, we're gonna pay him what we're gonna pay. Like, otherwise, like, what else? You know, I'm waiting. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can get Sam Darnold. You know, maybe that's not gonna happen. You know, you're gonna pay him whatever he wants. A hometown discount. He's not even from the Bay. Why would he take a hometown discount? He wants to get paid. He's gonna get paid. And let me end it with this right quick. I come through freestyle off of the dome, working at UPS, and I'm on my way home. You know what it is? Yeah, Guru, it's Steiny. Yeah. You think you'd hear the truth. I listen to the game every day, and I just got a call so I can make me a play. I don't really write it down. I just do it off the brain. You know what it is. That's all I got to say.
Yeah! Stoddy, give him, come on, that's all. It's called a freestyle. I'm the real LL.
He had it written down.
No, he didn't have it. That was off
he
the
had
top.
that written
Evan
down.
missed the bars. Wow. Ken, that was nice. He said, I'm on my way home.
See, you've made everybody so soft. Now I've got to be like, I'm just kidding, Sean. Good job. So soft.
Honey, stop.
But you're really tough. You're really tough on Lindy Waters, though. Yeah, Lindy Waters. Let's come down Lindy Waters road.
Evan. We had a caller, bars, on his way home from UPS's job. He did it.
Oh, boy. Oh, okay.
Hey,
okay, let's go to Mr. D. Mr. D apparently thinks it goes deeper than we think.
Oh,
I know. We're real shallow, aren't we, Mr. D? We don't know.
Yeah, you guys don't go deep enough. You guys are in shallow water.
Okay.
You guys got to see the big picture. You don't see the big picture.
You better get to it soon.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So here it goes. So McDaniel gave Tua all that, or they gave Tua all that money.
Yeah.
And now they don't know what to do with Tua or McDaniel. And now they don't want to get rid of McDaniel because he's pretty much got job security because they gave Tua all that money. So Shanahan knows if they give Brock Purdy all that money, then he's got job security. So it's bigger than what y'all talking about.
All right.
Let me real quick.
Go ahead.
Why? I'm just saying, Kyle's got all the job security in the world. I know. I mean, he's been to 2 Super Bowls, but I would just throw that. Now, hold on, this is an indictment of
Super Bowls.
Hey, dude, I'm just telling you.
Yeah, we only win Super Bowls.
No,
we don't care about
you're on record as saying that man is not on the hot seat.
Who?
Some fans want him out of here.
Who?
Just Kyle.
He's not on the hot seat.
Yeah, but the caller was alluding to he would be incentivized to re-sign Brock because that would give him job security. I don't make the parallel.
Well, it would give him security for next year.
Well, he's got that already. You got to come better than that if you're going to say we're not looking at it deep enough. That didn't hit deep.
I mean, if they pay Brock Purdy whatever $50 million and they go 7-10 again next year, Kyle might get fired. It's possible.
Well, the 7-10 is going to be.
Well, that's what they may be this year.
Well,
I know it's not Brock's fault.
No, I'm saying
he had
we're
nothing
talking about
to do
Kyle's
with it.
job then. That'll be 2 stinkers.
That's what I said.
Yeah. You haven't been the same since the Spadoni text. You really have. I love you, baby.
Oh, here you go.
What you got?
I think you need to grow up.
I would say the same for you. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna set you up for something, but
hey,
did you see the new Superman trailers out?
And the way you looked at me when Evan told me, my eyes lit up like Beetlejuice. They got that big. Evan, Superman is back, and I just watched the Christopher Reeves doc on Max. It's incredible. You need to check it out.
No,
Superman.
You're gonna go see a movie. You're going to go see Superman the movie.
It's incredible.
You don't even see it. You haven't seen it.
Anytime you see the cape, the outfit, how they do it, it's just like Batman and Dark Knight.
Yeah, I don't see those
the stuff
either.
I just feel sorry that you don't have that that release of looking at cinematography and being like, oh my God, look at that costume they got Spider-Man in. It's like why I like uniforms. And last night I tweeted late night about 10:30 what the Warriors and Pelicans are wearing tonight. It means something to me.
Doesn't it feel weird when you're at a theater and you're a grown man and you look around and 90% of the people in there are 7-year-olds?
Oh, no, that's changed. It's grown. It's the era that we're in. So there are people my age, younger.
Not very many.
No, seriously, Steiny, it's real. The bond my children and I have over superhero movies, man.
Yeah, you get really close to your family when you're watching a movie. You stare straight ahead for 3 hours.
They said a movie on the first date is the worst thing you can do. You get why, right?
Oh.
You don't talk.
Guru's Gripes.
The best.
Guru's Gripes.
Yeah, do this one.
We got to do Guru's Gripes. Hurry.
It's time for Guru's Gripes.
Got plenty of time.
Fire away, Guru.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
You're starting to piss me off.
It makes me so mad. Oh, please don't make me angry, pal. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. King Kong ain't got on me.
It's time for Guru's Gripes. Mother suckers. Say what you want about me with all my imperfections, but what I've tried to do and what I've had the ability and the pleasure of having is two beautiful parents that did it the right way. I'm walking into work yesterday, and this man has his kid on a mailbox right out front.
Yeah.
So they're eye level. They're looking each other in the eyes. And I go, where's the smoke coming from? What, the fire? And I'm looking around. The dad has a cancer stick, smoking
a cigarette.
Yeah, blowing his smoke right, the secondhand smoke in the little Johnny's face. He couldn't have been 2 or 3. And I'm walking and I wanted to double back like, give me your kid. I'm calling CPS. Let the kid live a little bit. Steiny, the dude, Evan, like he was smoking a bong, blowing it back in his kid's face. And I'm like, is he going to let him hit it? But I'm just telling you as a parent, that killed. I can't stop thinking about it. Just, people, if you're going to smoke and do what you do, keep it from the kids and let them attack life and have the best possibilities and results in the world. Secondhand smoke to little Johnny, I couldn't believe it.
Listen.
And then there's nothing wrong with catching a bus. And then I thought, does dad have a car? And maybe he doesn't have a car because he makes bad decisions. Not that who am I to judge? But all that came into play because I'm like, that's your treasure. And you're just smoking around him. Steiny, I was really mad. I came in hot yesterday.
Soft.
So
and this is another one.
You're saying dibs, secondhand smoke is okay.
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying,
how am I soft?
I rode in a car with 2 smokers and the windows rolled up.
And look how you turned out.
Explains a lot.
Suck it up. Literally.
Well, you didn't even have a car seat back in our day. We didn't have, just threw the kid in the car in the lap. Nothing could go wrong. I'm just saying, Castani, Goo loves the kids. Dude, come on, man. Whatever you got going on or not going on in your life, don't take it out on the kid. That's when I felt like if I had a cape, I could have just turned around and told him about himself.
You know, he's like, might as well call him Bosa. He knew something was wrong with Devondre Campbell. But no, I didn't want to be more of a distraction.
I couldn't believe he said that. I didn't do anything. I saw it. Hey, Stotty, I didn't like that. That's funny. You got to that.
Start him young.
Bosa had the I saw something going wrong.
I'll tell you what, Bosa's the king of seeing stuff and then not doing anything about it.
I said, are you kidding me?
He's LeBron James.
Oh, I mean, boy.
Like an ultimate liar.
Hey, what about that hat? I didn't nothing. I don't want to talk about it.
It's over.
Oh, no, I knew what was going on. I just don't want to say.
That was, hey, boy.
All right.
We got to get Evans LeBron take in here.
Well, we got to go now.
I'll bring it up on others.
Dibley and Willard, crossover next. Segment brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of Life Source.
I went down to Palo Alto and played golf at 6:30.
Oh, you were up with the chickens.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's crossover time, and it's brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to a pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. No, that was when we switched the shows.
Yeah. That was a great week. We had your slot. You guys were in the morning.
We were in the morning.
How did you like that?
Oh, I loved it.
Did you?
I
love the afternoon.
Loved it. I'm such a morning person, and there's something about that slot where the show feels like it's over in 17 minutes. And then it's 10 in the morning. If you're wired to handle getting up at that hour, it's 10 in the morning, and you've got the whole day.
Yeah, nobody's at the bank.
You're watching people who are late for work heading to their job as you're heading home.
Steiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, Willard got his way that week.
We got our way. I wanted the afternoon.
No, I wanted the mornings too.
Well, I had ranks.
And Willard got his way.
We got our way.
No, my way was actually your slot, and Shasky needed it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Both you guys.
Yeah, because your slot, also known as what used to be our slot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. We were middays when I started
We
here.
were 9 to noon.
We were 9 to
you
noon.
were noon to 3.
I could drop.
Back in the four-show era.
Yeah, I could drop my kids at school, come do work, go back, get my kids at school.
Man,
they never
wake up, work out, come in here, chilling, dude.
I just now
no 9:15. Your boy was here 90 minutes before
5 o'clock any given weekday. There's a 10-year-old just roaming the streets of Mill Valley, wondering where the hell his dad is.
Well, it's a safe place at least to roam.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
Do you guys have a problem with me telling my partner that I really wanted to call in tomorrow so I could be at the Doobies at the Laughing Monk tomorrow? Like, I really want to be there.
Go ahead.
Show up.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I got a show to do. Well,
do it from there.
Evan will do it.
Like we've never done.
They'll just
shows
treat it like a Thursday.
Yeah.
Do it from
there. They're all set up. Just ask Tim Jordan to hang out for 4 more hours.
I would love to be a part of the Doobies, but my only issue, and it's not a big issue, but I don't know what the categories are. Like, what are the Doobies?
That's why it's going to be exciting. Awards
I know
for
it's
the
an award
callers.
show for the morning show.
Like they can have
craziest rookie caller of the year.
No, I don't know what any of the other categories
I've been listening to him, so some of that stuff.
So they're just not going to talk about the Warriors and Dennis Schröder.
No, they're going to be in tuxedos. They're going to, dude.
Why?
This is going to, because it's the Bambies. I mean, the Doobies. The Bambies used to be in the
Bambies. Yeah.
Oh, man.
That good stuff.
Dibs, you wanted to comment on a bet that Guru and I made.
Oh, yeah.
And I was listening on the drive-in, and Guru saying, and I'm also Team Guru when it comes to Brock Purdy.
Okay.
And then not until you're eliminated. But once you're eliminated, I do believe the Niners have all the information they need.
No.
And Steiny, your math was a little wrong, and I'll correct you coming up in 90 seconds. But the idea of 38 starts already, do you need 3 more? I mean, fans might. I don't think that the Niners do. So once you're eliminated, I do think it behooves you to go ahead and take Brock away from a possible UCL sprain, ACL, all the CLs that could possibly happen. So your bet was once they're eliminated,
officially,
how many starts will he make? And I don't know what you guys eventually settled on as the over-under, but I do think that he probably will start against Detroit, but he won't start in the last
night,
game.
by the way.
Yeah, I'll set the over-under at 2.5, and I'll take the over. I'm hardcore Team Steiny, but for a very different reason.
Tell us.
Well, I don't. Yeah, this is not. I don't. More information. What are we doing?
Right. Okay.
So 38 games tucked out away. These next 3 are going to tell us whether or not you want Brock Purdy. What I'm going to tell you is, why don't you just call these pre-OTAs? If we're sitting here hand-wringing because we don't like the fact that Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall aren't on the same page, get on the same page. You have more football to play. You have not played good football, and you need to play good football. And these next 3 games can lead into next year. I have no interest in turning these next 3 games into let's find out what our 6th-round draft pick who's been watching football for the last 2 months, what he can do. I want to know what these guys can do, because they haven't done good enough, and they need to do better. And so if you want to call these practice or fine-tuning or whatever, they have got to keep playing football so that they can reinvent themselves, refine themselves, whatever. But I have, to me, Absolutely. You are playing. And then we can secondarily, as Dib said, if they get eliminated, which they have not been, I know it's absurd, but
they still got a chance.
Well, you would hate to go out there this weekend with Brandon Allen and then find out that the Rams and Seahawks and Cardinals all lost.
This weekend's off the table.
You would hate to do that.
It's off the table.
You would hate to do that. But even when you get to the following week, I know some of you won't agree with this, but to me, the Lions are going for the 1 seed. You show up with your uniform because the league needs you to play that game.
I get that.
You got to go play that game.
And they want to beat Detroit.
Yes, you got to go. So I am all in on Brock playing 3 more games. And everybody else for that matter.
Go ahead, Dibs. You have something to correct me on.
I want to hear it.
You talked about the math, and you talked about 3 more games out of 38, and at that point, it would actually be 3 out of 41. So you did the math based on 3 more games of 38, but if he played 3 more games, the math is actually out of 41 because at that point, it would be 41. So if you want to math it up, you got to math it up correctly and
8%.
Well, actually, it'd be 7%. 3 out of 41 would be 7.3.
I'm going to punch this guy.
Punch me.
It would actually be 7.
I'll take the days off.
It is over 7%, but it round down. I mean,
right, but you did 3 out of 38, which is not the same as 3 out of 41. That's all. You're welcome. This is where you thank me for being a diehard listener and for keeping you in check. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha.
Let me tell you something.
Are these only regular season games, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Why do only those count for information?
I didn't say they did.
I
just used them.
But you kind of go ahead. Well, I'll let you do it.
Well, because I kept hearing you say,
like
I kept hearing you say that
I'm gonna punch both of you.
No, that he's 9 and 11.
Thrown a punch in 38 years.
In the books.
9 and 11 in his last 20.
Correct.
Which is quote more than half of his starts in his career.
But exclude the
About half, I
If you're going to exclude the 6 most important games that he started, which means it's not more than half of his career.
I included half of the playoff games.
Well, how did you do that?
Because I had to take the last 20.
I see.
Yeah, I just took the last 20.
But you don't want to take the first 3. Because those don't matter.
Which one?
They're expired. The first run.
The first one.
When he beat Dallas and Seattle.
He was 2-1. I mean, and the only loss, he didn't really play.
I like to dumb it down for a lot of our listeners.
I see.
And essentially, he's been great for 20 games, and he's been subpar for 20.
Is that a better or worse comment than when you looked at them at a summit and said, you don't matter?
Ooh.
Listeners.
Boy.
Oh, he did. Wow, Willer got received.
Wow. Wondering.
Look, Scotty forgot he said it.
You got to understand something about our listeners. They know me, and they expect a certain level of
fuddy-duddiness.
Yeah, no, they expect a certain level of disrespect.
Let the director of sports buy you, will you? The director.
Why are you even in here?
Hi, Lucas. He's got to give me something.
And he was at the big fancy dinner yesterday.
He's doing what he should have done 10 minutes ago.
Exactly.
Look at the table.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I know a lot of those people.
I saw the picture. Am I a hater?
Which picture?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the dinner with amongst the.
Oh, no, I saw that picture.
And I'll go, why wasn't I invited? That's a natural hater, right? How about you say, hope you guys had a good time? The first thing was, is Steiny and Willard. And then I said, it was just management.
It was just the leadership thing, which does beg the question why Lucas was there. But that's what Instagram is for. Instagram is for putting pictures up of people.
I'm looking at Dibs there. They didn't tell me. I didn't see you, Dibs. I felt good.
Instagram is for looking at things and asking why wasn't I invited.
Steiny's new haircut. I said he showed
a little bit Kapler-esque where, Gabe Kapler's got 17 coaches. And so here's our leadership team, which is like 2/5 of the entire staff.
Very big table.
I get it. Big table.
Oh,
Alyssa Nacken should have been here, but she wasn't.
How much was the bill, and what could we have used that money for instead? Christmas bonuses, hashtag.
There you have it.
Yeah.
There you have it. But anyway, as far as your over-under, he plays until they're eliminated, and I do think that when you get to the last game of the year, if you're eliminated, it might be time for Tana Mordecai.
Okay.
And see what you have in a guy that you have brought in. Forget Dobbs and forget Allen. You've seen what you could see from them, but I also think it's a bigger question about other players on your roster. And, Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday about Jacob Cowing, and are we going to see Cowing now?
Yeah.
And Kyle said, well, he needs to earn it. So he's been there now, and I know he was hurt, and he got a concussion and this and that, but this is the time for me where you see what you have with younger players. You know what you have with Brock, And I think that they're already dead set on what they're going to do with Brock Purdy.
No doubt about it.
So do you really need to play him against Detroit? And I understand what you're saying about what you owe to the league, but you owe more to your own organization.
Especially when you're about to break them off.
And I think you owe that to the people who are going to be on the field next year to start ramping up for next year. Honestly, get some good memories, get some plays figured out, get some chemistry with one another. Like Jacob Cowing, I love that he said it that way because this is, for me, one of the number one mistakes fans and media make is if we don't see a player in the game, we go, haven't seen him play. Team doesn't know what he can do. Yes, they do. They're with him every day. And if he's not doing it in practice, you don't get to play in the game.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Trey Lance in Dallas.
Or any of the Warriors who apparently Steve Kerr hates.
Wow.
Like, you've got to earn your way on the field.
He's talking to you, Goo.
No, he's talking to Trey Lance and the Cowboy fans.
And
you're
all
right.
those guys.
You're right.
They're with him every day. And if they don't think they look good in practice, I don't want to waste valuable game time throwing them out there so that they can show the world that they can't play there either.
And valuable game time is kind of a sliding scale because now the valuable game time is what? So do we need valuable game time to see Deebo Samuel? Because Kyle already said he hasn't lost a step. And so, if you think he's fine, then do we need valuable game time to see Deebo Samuel run around and get 2 catches?
If two of the greatest Niners ever say that Kyle Shanahan needs to reinvent himself, let's see you start reinventing yourself.
No, that's real.
Why don't you try some new plays with the people who will actually be doing them next year?
Well, you can't do that in a short week. You can't do that in a week and suddenly go 4 wide and go hurry up.
No,
and
but you can
he go bang 8?
He should go bang 8, and I'm glad you brought that back.
You're telling me he can't put new plays in for the Arizona game, which is 2.5 weeks away?
Of course you can.
Let's see him.
He hasn't, and he won't.
You don't know that. I don't know what we're going to see.
What new plays has Kyle run this year?
Let's watch on Sunday and find out. I don't know. And obviously,
fool around and find out.
No, but some of them we're not going to see. We think that it's like we don't know what the play call is. We're just watching football. We have popcorn.
But we'll know when we see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I want to see is some things work. Work.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. We're always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
We had Jake Hutchinson on our 49er.
You deserve that. That's for you.
Odyssey Insider.
I brought that down to that 2 in the morning kind of a place.
And I just wanted to double back to you, Dibs. The reason I was saying something about Brock and shutting him down is and it wasn't surgery related, but I thought something might be going on with Purdy's shoulder. So that's why I was like, even if it's a minute, just shut him down.
Right.
He joined us and said he asked Brock about his shoulder, and Brock said he's fine.
Yeah.
Well.
So he said he's never played a meaningless game.
Exactly.
And I know that fans would be like, it is a meaningless game. But again, not to them. You know what sparked this? We were talking about a couple things this week. Y'all remember 2 years ago when the Bucks got knocked out of the playoffs and Giannis got into it with that report?
Yes. I'll never forget it.
Right? Who asked him, is this a failure? And the guy's name is Eric, and Giannis is like, Eric,
you got it.
Eric, you asked me that last year. And I remember it because it ticked me off then, but I wasn't ready. And I'm paraphrasing. But then he went on this lengthy thing about when something doesn't work,
Jordan.
Every single minute that you have is building toward the next year and the next year and the next year. Like the 49ers still have 3 hours of football. Use them. Use them for what you damn well know is going to be a part of your future, whether that's Brock and Deebo, or we'll see if Garendo can get back on the field or what have you. Like, these people have underperformed this year. I would love to see in those 3 hours of football, see them change that. I have no interest in let's start playing around with a 5th-round draft pick who hasn't shown the wherewithal to get on the field. Like, why? What a waste.
I also think just, and in general, let's just say they run the table and finish 9-8. As opposed to lose the rest 6-11. Right. Like, I think if you finish 9-8, then you can kind of say, "Oh my God, felt like everything went wrong. We lost 3 games. We still were 9-8." But if you're 6-11, you're saying, "Let's not kid ourselves. We're not close."
Get a better draft
I see it
pick.
the other way.
Yeah,
Exactly.
get a
If
better
you finish
draft pick.
9-8 and you don't make the playoffs, you're idiots.
Well, but
you are morons. There's no value in finishing 9-8 in terms of next year because
But to the players,
if you
though,
finish
is-
6-11, you get
You're
a
right,
tackle.
but
If you
to the
finish
players-
9-8, you're stuck drafting.
Some players may not even be here, so they don't care about. They're just going.
I don't care what they care about. If I'm the organization, I'm looking to maximize next year because this year is a
So you tell
wrap.
the team with the bull, hey, everybody lay down.
No, you don't tell the team that. You tell Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga, play. You're playing for your deal. You tell all the guys who are out there trying to play for something, you play for something. But you have younger players who you want to see. You play the younger players you want to see.
I don't know if there's anybody they do want to see. I think they want to see the players they know who are going to play better. Like, is there no value to you in them beating Detroit? Just Detroit.
Like, what's the value in it? Like, yay, we beat Detroit.
No, like that builds. Obviously, this team's confidence is shot. They're researching for themselves. If you beat Detroit, you don't think that can launch something in the next year?
I don't believe that their confidence is shot, and I've talked to a couple people who've been at practice this week, and all they've talked about is that the vibe is great and the players are feeling good. I don't believe that the confidence is shot.
Or whatever. Well, however you want to phrase it. Is there any value in beating the best team in the NFC as you head into an offseason where you are looking to tweak some things and get better?
Yes, everything comes down to risk reward. And so the reward of beating Detroit is cool. We beat a really good team. We're still not a playoff team. The risk is you have guys get hurt. For me, the reward of playing younger players, win or lose, and you get to actually give them experience and see what they have, the reward of that to me is greater than the risk of your quarterback tearing his UCL or your star linebacker getting hurt or all the other things.
Both of you guys make great
you're
points.
And you're talking about, and again, I don't want to be flippant with other dudes' bodies, but what you're not just worried about injury. I guess you're worried about catastrophic injury.
Sure.
Which is, I know it doesn't feel rare because someone gets one or two in the NFL every week.
Every game, yeah.
But it's not every game. Not every game does somebody end up on a cart or a stretcher.
Right.
Like, there's injuries. The majority of them would be over by August. The majority of the injuries, like
perhaps
you're really just you're trying to mitigate the risk of a torn ACL, UCL, an Achilles, and I'm not going to say that's like unlikely, but it is. It's unlikely.
So you're going to play Brock.
Especially for a quarterback.
Trent's not going to play because Trent's
he's
gone
already
through
hurt.
what he's gone through, and he's hurt.
He's hurt.
But if these were like playoff games or we're pushing for a playoff spot, he would be playing.
I don't know that.
I do believe that he would be. Trent Williams.
I don't know.
So he's not going to play because this season is Saran. It's a wrap. And so you're going to have Jalen Moore and you're going to have McKivitz trying to protect Brock Purdy.
I mean, I think you're making at least a little bit of a leap. The 49ers have not stated that, like that Trent Williams is not playing because they're out of it. They're saying he's not playing because he's hurt.
Right. That's my opinion
that's
of the
fine.
situation. And he's played with injuries that are far worse than what his physical injuries are.
I can't speak to what this current injury is. Kawhi Leonard would like a word with you.
But Willard, what if I told you?
I've already spoken on Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, I think they should. I think they should play against Detroit to see if we can beat a good team once this year.
Yeah,
Willard, I was going to say that.
And all that does is cost you draft position if you do beat him.
And
What's
haven't
that
you
worth?
ran out of times to send messages to Willard's point? Like,
I don't know.
You had
Like,
your chance
I don't
to send
know if
a
we can
message,
beat
you know?
a good team even. Like, I don't. They have not won one impressive game.
Kyle's words after the Rams game are what's ringing in my head right now. They're going to send these guys home on a mini bye, and he was like, they're telling me that we're still mathematically alive, but I don't give a rip about that. I want to come back and find out who the hell is ready to play better football. That, to me, is way more valuable than, let's find out if Jacob Cowan can play, even though every day in practice it looks like he can't play. Like, come back and play some ball. Can you guys look like the team that we thought we were watching this year? I'd like to see that. But
yeah, let's see if Debo can come back and drop a big pass and assault the long snapper again. I'm here for that.
I mean, who knows?
You
what's
talk
gonna
about
happen.
bad seasons in the Bay. You could bottle this one up, and hopefully he bounces back. But I'm sorry, Stein. He has not. He put hands on a teammate and didn't answer the. You called for the rock.
Look at his numbers
and
since then.
fell off.
Rough year.
Yeah.
Rough year. There we go.
Rough
Man,
year.
Steiny. Almost like yours.
And now you're down to RB5 or RB6 because Guarendo's not going to play.
No, yeah.
So now you're down to Patrick Taylor and
that's the thing. Like, who wants to see Patrick Taylor?
Yeah, but Dibs does though.
I'd rather see Guarendo.
No. Patrick Taylor's not a young player looking to make an impact next year. So that is totally different. I'd like to see maybe a different center. Let's see if our center, who's been on the practice squad all year, is he any good? Let's see that.
I think Patrick Taylor would disagree with you, by the way, just real quick.
So would Brock.
26 years old, and I think he would like to show the league what he can show the league.
Well, you have no choice but to play him because your only other options are...
You're saying there's no role for him next year.
There's no role. There's no role. You're going to hopefully re-sign Mason.
I don't know that. Don't know that at all. Yeah, Mason's a free agent. If the guy pops, how is there... Like, we're prioritizing Guarendo because the Niners drafted him.
He's
cares?
under contract.
Who cares?
Right.
Like
he's an under contract running back. That's why you prioritize.
Right, and he has been prioritized. But if Patrick Taylor goes out there and absolutely balls, why would you not then be interested in that? That's who Jordan Mason was once upon a time. He's an undrafted free agent.
Well, if you're Shanahan, you don't prioritize any running back other than McCaffrey. You'll find Raheem Mostert undrafted, Jordan Mason undrafted. The running back to me is not what this is about. It's about other players that you've drafted who you haven't played, guys on your roster who you haven't played. Let's see them. And I'm not saying you're not going to play Fred Warner, for example, because Fred Warner is going to play. That's what he does. He plays every single game other than one in his whole career. He's going to play. Dre Greenlaw's playing for a contract. Hufanga's going to play. These guys are going to play, but there are other guys who haven't played a lot. Go ahead and see what you have with them. That's all I'm saying.
And I think that's a fan's perspective because Kyle's response would be, I have seen him. Watch him every day.
Right. Yeah.
Not ready.
Sure. And that's not ready yet. What you trot out there is Ronnie Bell,
and maybe
Droposaurus Rex, and Chris Conley, who you don't target, and Ricky Pearsall, who can't get open, and Debo Samuel,
Ricky does
who
get
drops the ball constantly.
Ricky does. Don't do that.
Does he get the ball?
No.
Exactly. So what are we doing?
That's not his fault, though.
That's not. Yeah, Ricky does get open.
What did Greg Cosell say to us this week?
Ricky Pearsall gets open.
What did Greg Cosell say to us about speed on this team? They've got no speed. You know who had speed? Jacob Cowing. He's got speed.
Oh, and that's all. So, boy.
If you want to talk about speed, he's got speed.
A long-time Niner fan will remember the name Ronaldo Nehemiah.
Oh, man, the track guy.
Yeah. So that's what happens.
Had speed.
Boy, he's a track star.
Yeah.
Couldn't play wide receiver, though.
He lasted longer so far than Ronnie Bell has.
Yeah, that's correct.
James Lofton.
But he was never really good at playing wide receiver. Like, it's not
This is a bit of a reach to go from a track star convert to Jacob Cowing.
No, but
this feels like a reach to me.
But the point you just made is put him in because he can run. I don't care if he's fast.
Well, Greg Cosell talked about what this team lacks, and he has what they lack. He is a speed merchant.
Right, but you also have to be a good wide receiver, or that speed is just a person running.
And is he a good wide receiver?
I don't know.
Nobody knows.
Kyle does.
Yeah,
he watches him every day.
Right, and he's had setbacks. He was hurt in camp, and he had a concussion, and I get it. So if you're in a spot where you're playing for next to nothing, maybe you take a look at a guy who might be able to do something, as opposed to, what you've been doing, which hasn't been working. So whatever, we see it differently.
Yes, you do. And you know where you see it differently?
That's a
on 95.7 The Game.
Never is not awkward. Yeah.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guy on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Ain't cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7.
All right, let's go. We got a Dubs game here in a couple hours. We're going to hang out until then with you at 888-957-9570. Let's keep it going. Is that what a lot of you want? Would you like the 49ers to just pull a white flag out in Miami? And let's get all the backups in there and then you can achieve. And I get where you're coming from. Let's achieve 2 goals. Number one, let's let the fans see the players that we see every day who we don't think are ready to play, but they don't know because they haven't seen them. So let's put them out there, see if somebody pops. Maybe they're the type of player that only comes on when the lights come on. There are players like that who are better in the games than they are in practice, and vice versa. Players who are only good in practice, not so good in the games. I was one of those people in high school basketball. Boy, I could run a practice. I could run the right way on the plays, and the coaches loved putting me in there. Then the game lights would come on, and the fact that I couldn't jump more than about 14 inches off the ground would come into play. But anyway, put that aside. Do you want to do that? And also, in effect, you tank a little bit. Maybe you lose these games on purpose and improve your draft position. Or do you sit where I sit, which is, number one, as harebrained as it is, you're still mathematically alive, and I do think you owe it to yourselves to play until that.
Yeah. I've been saying that all along.
Absolutely. So I know you're not talking about this weekend, but even after that, I find what has happened this year so frustrating that I would like to see the 49ers, who I know are going to be on the field next year, do better. I would like these last few games to be an effort to see if they can find some of the mojo that they've lost.
I agree with that, but I do think that there is an area where you can serve both ends of it. And whether or not it's Brock Purdy plays 1 more game, 2 more games, I don't think he should play all 3 games. He plays on Sunday. You're still in the race. You have not been eliminated. You go full bore on Sunday. I'm saying that, and I've said it all along, and I won't say that the math works because it's nonsense. And I ran through the scenario on Monday that you need the Rams to lose. You need everyone to lose, and then you need the Rams to play to a tie.
Somebody needs to tie somebody, right?
The Rams need to tie,
right.
I think, Seattle, and you need them to be 8-8-1. You need to be 9-8, and that's the only way you can win the division. And the wild card is still a possibility, but not really. So the math is not there. But until the math is totally, absolutely not there, you play football, you play to win the game. Shout out Herm Edwards. But when you get beyond that, which will likely be Sunday,
probably
the Rams probably win. And even if you win, I mean, the Rams could lose, whatever.
Yeah, the division has weird games this weekend.
It does.
They have weird games this weekend.
Whatever happens, it seems like you're likely to be eliminated this weekend.
Probably.
And if you are, then at that point, I do think you look at things like, Jacob Cowing for me is the number one example of a guy who, let's at least see in some form what he can do. And I'm looking at the numbers right now. He's played 41 snaps on offense, and it's because he's not ready. And I get that. He's not ready to be wide receiver 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, and that's fine. But wide receiver 1, Ayuk, is gone. Wide receiver 2, Debo, he's been okay. He's been subpar. Pearsall hasn't really done much, and Chris Conley hasn't done really anything. Juwan Jennings been amazing. But can you find some plays, some snaps where Cowing can go out there and at least try to play football?
Yeah, my answer is no.
Yeah, and that to me is
no.
That's an indictment on the front office and the coaching staff.
Why? It's a 5th-round draft pick, Dibs. We don't value that way.
Wasn't Kittle a 5th-round draft pick?
No, don't do that.
And Purdy was a 7th-round pick?
That's cherry picking.
It's not.
You're always going to find diamonds in the rough, but that does not mean that suddenly at any point in any given year you start prioritizing late draft picks who've not earned their way onto the field.
You're prioritizing him in week 17 by letting him actually play football.
It sounds like it. Those are valuable minutes. Those are valuable snaps. Everybody out there is trying to either make more money, find more chemistry, put something good on tape, build into the offseason. If you want to call these 3 weeks pre-OTAs, call them pre-OTAs. But again, if you have played so poorly this year, and I don't even know if that's an accurate way to put it, but it's been a very disappointing year. It's not up to snuff. If that's the case, then, man, I'm going to use every minute I got left to see if y'all can find your slot. Find who you thought you were going to be, or find out who you're going to be, or just do something right. Fix your mistakes. Way more valuable to me to work on that than take flyers on late round draft picks who have not apparently shown in practice that they're worthy of game time. Again, to me, that's another big piece of this. right? We teach our kids this, that you need to earn things in life. I'm not putting Jacob Cowing on the field if Kyle states that he hasn't earned it. You have to show us something before you get game time for the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, he's earned enough to where he's gotten 46 snaps.
In a roster spot, yeah.
He's earned garbage time, and he's earned special teams touches where he's been pretty good in the return game, and so you can't spend a couple of games and see what he has. And there's other spots, too, where you've got players like Aaron Banks, who's going to be a free agent. Can we not look at who else you have on the depth chart at guard and see what they can do in real football?
Yeah, I just think there's value in winning these games. And I'll respond to this because of the inaccuracy of it. On the Comcast business text line, 925 just said, Purdy, quote, wasn't ready until forced to play. How did he do once given a chance? Well, you all damn well know that Kyle Shanahan pulled the owner aside before the season even started and said, Jed, I think we have an issue. That last pick in the draft is the best quarterback on this team. Politically, we can't start him yet. We've got Trey Lance. There's the big Jimmy in the room. But Brock Purdy's the best quarterback in this camp. Fred Warner said it. Trent Williams said it. Kyle Shanahan said it. So don't say that they didn't know that Brock Purdy was the best. And that's my point. I really think that we continually undervalue what happens on all the non-game days. And we act like nobody knows because we don't get to see them. They do. They know. You've got to earn your way on the field. You've got to play better. You've got to be ready. And until this particular group shows that they're more buttoned up, that's just me now. I get what the points of where you're coming from, but I'm using those 3 hours of football to make those guys play better.
Well, and Kyle Shanahan's been wrong before in his assessment.
Well,
he thought that Ronnie Bell had earned to be on the field, and yeah, he earned it, and he went out there and made a humongous mistake that ultimately cost you a football game, and then you ended up cutting him.
In what way did Ronnie Bell earn his way onto the field?
Well, he'd been there for years, and they had him higher on the depth chart.
A year plus 3 games.
Right, and so he had earned it to where he was in that spot on the field, and he made a huge mistake.
When missing 3 other wide receivers. He went in there only ahead of Cowing. That's literally the only person he was ahead of.
Right, and he got the ball that Chris Conley didn't get. And so you've got Conley and Bell at the time, and you drafted Cowing in the 4th round, not the 5th, by the way, which is a small, nuanced difference. But the point is, you drafted him because you liked him, and you've had him all year, and he's been hurt. He was hurt in camp, and then he got concussed, and he's been a punt returner, and yet now you can't find a way to put him out there in what is ostensibly going to be largely garbage time. It's look and see time, and you don't feel like that he can be a guy who goes out there. That to me is an indictment on your scouting and your player analysis.
It's fine to look at it that way. It absolutely is. I don't know. What I hear is that, and this is fine, but it sounds to me like you don't see a lot of value in the guys who have disappointed us this year going out there and trying to fix their wrongs. I would love
There's almost no value to me in that.
Yeah, I see a
Deebo
ton.
Samuel, you know what Deebo is. And if Kyle doesn't think he's lost a step, and that's what Kyle said yesterday, then what can Deebo possibly show you that you need to actually see?
I don't think this is nothing. Well, but I don't think this is about individuals, and maybe that's part of what we're talking about or what we see differently. You keep bringing up individuals. I'd like to see the 49ers play better.
But you're not going to see the 49ers.
Why not?
Because you don't have Trent Williams, and you don't have Brandon Ayuk, and you don't have Christian McCaffrey.
No,
and so this is not the 49ers.
No, sure it is. It is this current version of it. You haven't had those guys for most games this year, but we've still held them accountable to being the 49ers. Like, my point is, go out there with the best of what you got and see if you can find your mojo, because you lost it somehow. There's still enough people to go play a good football game, I believe. They have done it. They did it 2 weeks ago. Like, go out there and give the best that you've got and see if you can get some consistency going and build into your offseason. And particularly, like, especially if we're going to talk receiver, to me, the number one name that comes to mind is not Cowing. It's the one they drafted 3 rounds earlier. It's Pearsall.
Oh, he's going to play.
Like, if you're feeling like chemistry and vibe and whatnot is not up to snuff between Purdy and Pearsall, for obvious reasons, with all the time he's missed and everything that's gone on, if that's how you feel, man, that's where I would center my attention. I want to see those guys on the field. I don't want Brock to miss a minute. I want you out there working on it and seeing if collectively, not individual by individual, collectively you can put out a better product and be a better football team.
But you could talk about the collective, and I like what you're saying about that in terms of in a bubble, the collective, but the risk for me of playing Brock Purdy all 3 games is greater than the reward of him and Ricky Pearsall finding that pitch and catch. Because to me, you can find that in voluntary workouts, OTAs, training camp. Those are times where they can get what they need to get timing-wise more than they can get it with the risk of Brock Purdy, for example, still playing football.
I hear you with the risk. I really do. But I also just don't think that football teams very often work that way at this time of year. I see that a lot in August. Obviously, we've seen through the years,
exactly.
Right? Sean McVay literally won't even put anybody on the field in August anymore. And my thought on that is that's because they know they've got a football game in a few weeks that they're trying to win. But over these next 3 weeks, the 49ers, in theory, very highly likely, they do not have a football game that matters for 10 months.
Right.
So, what's the risk is not, they might get hurt. The risk is only they might have catastrophic, longer than 10-month injury. It's possible. I don't think it's likely. And I think that the football team and player mentality is we take that risk every day.
You know what the real risk is over the next 3 weeks? Winning games.
Well, and I hear that.
That's the risk.
I understand that.
If you wind up 6-11 and you look at the landscape of the NFL, you're probably going to be picking somewhere in the 11-12 range, and you get a last place schedule next year. So for me, the benefit of losing is greater than the benefit of gutting out 2 or 3 more wins, darn it.
I totally understand that. My mind never goes there. I don't think an organization, at least the people who are on the field, ever does.
And I hate that my mind is going there.
I just
and it's not there Sunday because Sunday you're still alive.
You're not wrong, but I'm just never the type to go, there's a game this weekend, let's tank it.
And they're not in that mindset either.
Well, the front office, I bet is.
Yeah.
You're not, again, that's not crazy talk. I get it.
Yeah.
But I don't see it that way. I understand that maybe the front office does. Let's take some calls on it. 888-957-9570. Our buddy CJ Holmes, who used to cover the Warriors, now covers the Brooklyn Nets. Therefore, unique intro on Dennis Schröder, who will be making his Warriors debut here in about 2.5 hours, right here on 95.7 The Game. CJ is going to join us in about a half hour. We'll get you ready for that game. We're sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. On January 1st, tolls on the Antioch Bridge will go up $1. Don't wait for the invoice. Pay tolls automatically with Fast Track. It's the most convenient way to pay tolls. Get started at bayareafasttrack.org. 888-957-9570. Starters, backups, tank, play. What do you like? We'll take your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
And I love that read that you just had because the tolls are also going up on the Bay Bridge. And so
along that defensive front. 2nd and 11. 5.5 left in the fourth. Taylor is the running back. Purdy going for it all, and it's going to be picked off in the end zone. Darius Williams on an overthrow, and the Rams get the takeaway. Extra rush, and they're going to end the game with a sack. So the Rams, instead of sending 3, dropping 8, sent 5. Roseboom gets credit for the sack, and the Rams have now won 7 of their last 9.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We'll go ahead and credit Amazon Prime Video.
Yeah.
And also ask Lucas why. Like, why? I did not need that. I did not need that right now. We're having a good conversation. We're trying to figure out the last 3 games of the year, and it felt like you just took all of our heads and pushed the back of our heads into the ground and smushed. That's what that felt like to me.
Well, if they won that game, we wouldn't be having this.
But they didn't.
Right.
They didn't.
And if they wouldn't have blown the first Ram game or the Arizona game, or if Geno Smith didn't drive it right down your throat, then we'd be having a different conversation. And that, Mark, for me, as we get ready to go to the phones, is the biggest, I think, part of this conversation that most of us don't acknowledge. Because if they just would have won 2 of those 3, Seattle, the Rams, Arizona, they'd be 8-7, and our conversations would be completely different today.
If they'd even won one of them, if they were sitting at 7-7 right now, they would still have a completely realistic shot at the division.
That's fair.
Yeah,
but I'm thinking about
I hear you. Yeah.
Even 2 of the 3, and fine. Kansas City hammered you. Buffalo froze you out. Green Bay, you had a backup. Those are all losses. I get that. That's 3 of them. But of the other 5 losses, Minnesota took you apart. I get it. They're really good, it turns out. And then in the other 4 losses, you had no touchdowns against the Rams. They didn't score one either. And then you gave 3 games away. So if you wouldn't have been so bad in so many of these fourth quarters, these conversations would not be the way they are.
And Dibs, for me, that's part of my point. I don't think the 49ers are as far gone as a lot of people seem to sound. I don't think they are. So if you think it's wholesale change time, okay, my ears are open. I don't agree with you, and that's fine. My thought is, no, get your tools set out and right, can we go tighten that screw over there and right, let's fix this. Let's get some duct tape on that over there. And then also hope for some better breaks next year. Let's hope everybody's families are a little healthier next year. Let's hope everybody's bodies, minds, spirits, a little healthier next year. Kyle, get back into the lab. Let's see, right? The league made a move on you this year. Make a move back. That's where my mind is. And that's why I think the last 3 games are valuable, because you can start doing those things. You can start working on those things right now. And that's, to me, that's incredibly very valuable to be able to do it at game speed.
I get that.
Where your opponent is trying and is talented and all of that stuff.
I get that, but I also look at the situation that you have in terms of free agency that's upcoming, and there are players that you may or may not want to keep. And so when you look at those spots, maybe you want to look at that replacement and see what they can do. Aaron Banks is an interesting one. He's going to be a free agent, and you may want to look at one of your younger guards to come in and see how good they are. And, Trent Williams is not going to play, and you've got Moore, and you've got, McKivitz over there on the side. And so you know that you're going to need a tackle.
Yeah.
And so I don't know.
You make those decisions throughout an offseason normally, right? You make those decisions. So, that's still ahead. They've got so much more information than we do. They've got so many more opinions that we don't even know about because they're around these guys all the time. Let's take some calls on it. Mike and Hayward. Hey, Mike, thanks for calling. Willie and Dibby, what are you doing?
I was driving over to Berkeley to pick up some stuff for Christmas. But I hear everybody talk. I think Shanahan done an excellent job since they took over that franchise. Excellent. And so They're not going to win. They're not going to win every year. Okay, they got all these veterans they paying. These guys are kind of worn out physically, right? They have to just regroup. I agree with you. They just need to regroup and come back. They could have been 7-7 and been in the playoffs, but they're not because the other teams played better. And we've been playing all these expectations about what Purdy gonna do. Purdy is who he is. If he don't have a running game, he don't have people around him, they're not gonna win no games. He's not Mahomes. So we just get realistic about what the conversation is, right? He's still young. He's getting better, but they got to put pieces around it. So I don't think they're that far away. I think it's just what you said. I think they regroup, come back, and the 49ers, that franchise, they're going to take care of what they need to take care of. That's all I got to say.
Mike, drive safe. Thank you very much. Yeah, and again, I think you could take Mike's point and still push it in either direction, your side of the table or mine. I get it. That's where I go. If you don't think they're that far off, I'd like to use these next 3 games to see if you can get a little bit back on track. I understand that maybe you do end up with the 15th pick in the draft instead of the 11th. And maybe that's just this huge penalty to you. And I know each slot in the draft is worth a lot. I'm more, when it comes to draft and you're supposedly a good team, I'm a little bit more let the chips fall where they may. You know what I mean? Like, go play, let the chips fall where they may. If you get to the last week, like let's take the New York Giants, for example.
Yep.
Where are they right now? They had 2 wins, and are they tied?
With the Raiders, yep.
Okay.
They're tied for number 1.
All right.
And you've got 5 teams with 3 wins.
Okay. So
wow.
if you're the New York Giants and Deion Sanders literally has already gone public and been like, totally like the idea of Shadur in New York. Sounds good to me. And you get to the last week, okay, and the Raiders, let's say the Raiders beat somebody, and they're 3-14, and you're 2-14, and you're driving down the field in overtime. You know what I mean? Like, sure, maybe at that point you get a call from the owner down to the field and be like, put a running back in at quarterback or something. I don't know. Like that's where the stakes really get high. But for what the 49ers are going to want to do next year, you can maneuver if you end up at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You're going to have maneuverability to do what is right by your football team. And to me, it's not worth it to go out there and start messing with games on purpose.
Not this Sunday, but after this Sunday, I do think it is worth your while to go out there. And if you're eliminated from the playoffs, it is worth your while to go out there and figure that out. Because if we want to talk about draft needs, and I'm not trying to do an April show in December, but while we're in this space, and the 49ers, if we want to ask all the fans, what do you want them to do in the draft? The number 1 answer is offensive tackle.
Offensive line, sure.
So offensive tackle, you got a guard last year late. Guards are easier to get late than tackles are. And if you want to tackle, looking at most mock drafts, there's 3 really good tackles, and they're all listed in that top 10, top 11 spot. So if you wind up at 14, you might be stuck in the middle and not be able to get a tackle.
But see, I look at that, and I look at the way John Lynch has talked about these things in the past. I'm not going into a draft going, I want an offensive tackle. I'm going into a draft saying, let's assess the need that we have based on who's available in this moment that is worthy of this pick. I can tell you that this year, the draft, supposedly, from what I hear, is super rich on the defensive line. Super rich. And that's a need as well.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be offended if the Niners, again, don't go offensive tackle in the first round, because maybe the right guy won't be there. Maybe someone will fall to them. Maybe they can have a stud run stopper on the defensive line. Like,
here's an idea. Get the best available. Just draft a wide receiver again.
No,
that didn't work out this year.
Maybe. I don't know. Again,
you paid a guy $30 million, and you have another guy making $28, and you drafted a first-round receiver. And I know that he had a very challenging start to his year.
And Debo may be off the team when we see them play again. So who knows?
I doubt it now.
That is at minimum, jury's still out. My point is, I don't want to overthink it before Christmas about where we end up in the draft, because you don't even know what other teams are going to do, who is available, who you like. You haven't even started that evaluation process yet.
I hope you have. I mean,
well, you know what I mean.
Over.
No,
I do.
You have scouts, but you have not started to dive deep on what we're going to do in the draft. You don't even know what pick you have.
Agreed. And as soon as you are eliminated, for me, it behooves you to go ahead and do what you can for next year. I think we can all agree to that. As soon as you are no longer available for this year's postseason, then you have to start to think about this year's team in terms of next year. And part of that is...
Yeah, what does that mean, though?
Well, it's two things. One is get the best possible draft position you can.
Okay.
Another piece is see what you have in young players. And the other piece is see what you have with the roster that you want to go forward with.
Yeah,
and that's what you're advocating, and you're not wrong. Like, I'd love to see Pearsall have 3 really good games where, all right, the gunshot is in the rear view, and your kind of struggles over the past month, and you and Brock are starting to connect. That's great. And maybe you have younger offensive linemen, and maybe you start to see other young players flourish and thrive. But I also think it behooves you to go out there and lose games if you can. Lose.
You got to do that organically, though. You have to do that organically.
Semi-organically.
You know what I mean?
You can concoct it a little bit.
I'm not going to put Brandon Allen out there.
How about
we're not playing
Tanner
games.
Mordecai?
No. Tanner Mordecai. If they loved Tanner Mordecai so much, he'd have been one of their 2 backups this year. You know what I mean? Like, what is really the value in that? Even, what if Tanner played great? So what?
Well, he's your backup next year.
Is he?
He would be.
I don't know
if
that.
He pops.
If he one time, if he goes out there and has a good
maybe
first
2 times.
You know? Let's go to Pat in Foster City. Hi, Pat. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, one of the downsides, I guess, of playing their top guys is that, what if they lose these last 3 games? They make an all-out effort and they lose. What's the morale of the team going to be going into the offseason?
See, so, Pat, that one to me, now you're scratching both itches.
Yeah.
Because if Dibbs is saying you get a better draft pick, I'm not advocating that you got to see, try to play better football over the next 3 games. And like hell, you better, or else. It's not that. It's just, it's more time. It's more routes. It's more connection. It's all of those things. If it doesn't go great, bummer. Keep working on it. Like, this is not, whatever's going on is not going to be just a snap of the fingers and a quick fix. But like hell, I'm going to try. Because those are the people who matter the most. That's the core of my point is I know a lot of these people are going to be key 49ers next year. I want those guys to go play and play well and play together.
Well, I guess the other point about it is how many times, the Niners are a really good team. They just had so many injuries, so much tragedy that happened to them. This is one of those rare opportunities, kind of like when the Warriors were injured and they got the second pick in the draft. Now, it was a bust with Wiseman, as it turned out. Didn't work out very well, but it worked out well for the Spurs when they got Tim Duncan. And they had the same injury problems. So really good teams don't really get much of an opportunity to get a really good draft choice. Here's the chance for the Niners to maybe do that.
Well, except Pat, thanks. To a degree.
I don't buy the idea of morale.
They're not ended up at number 2 in the draft.
No, they're not. They're not winding up in the top 8. And as I just mentioned, if you look at the standings, you've got New England, Cleveland, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Vegas, the Giants, and Carolina, all with 3 or fewer wins.
Oh, wow.
That is
so that means
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams that are 3 or fewer, which means even if you suck the rest of the way, you can't possibly get better than 8. And even at that, Chicago's got 4.
Right.
The Jets have 4.
And you beat them, although I don't think that's the tiebreaker when it comes to the draft.
I'm not sure either. I don't think you can get even in the top 10.
Very unlikely.
Right.
Very unlikely.
But for me, if you could be 11 or 12 as opposed to 16 or 17, that is every round, and there's value in that. And his idea about morale, I don't think that this team's morale would be harmed by losing out.
I don't think it's. I hope I haven't made it sound like it's about morale.
That's what he said.
Yeah, like for me, it's not morale as much as it is like, dude, let's get going, man. Can you play some good football? Brock Purdy, part of the reasons that I don't have some of the concerns that others do, I'm not going to tell you he had a great year, but I've watched enough of Brock Purdy to know this is a good football player, and the 49ers can win with him. And I would like to see him continue to work on his connection with who is going to actually be out there. If Kyle Shanahan is sitting here today going, dude, very unlikely that Jacob Cowing is going to play a key role next year, then don't waste time. Don't waste time. Get your key people back on track together, collectively, play some good football. I just happen to think there's value in that. Patrick in Florida next up. Hi, Patrick. Thanks.
Hey, guys. Hey, thanks for having me. Just a quick thought about all this stuff. I see both of your points, but historically, I would side. I don't even want to say would side, but would side with Dibbers on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Play until you're mathematically in it. You know what I mean? You never know what can happen. Hey, there's a chance, 1%. You never know. But as soon as that goes away and you are out of contention, do some self-scouting. See what you've got. Maybe put some backups in, but you've got to try to, I don't want to say try to lose those games or tank. It's got such a negative connotation, but this team has so many holes in it right now that the cost to move up in the draft, if you do want to move up 2, 3, 4 spots, it's going to cost you some 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks. There's too many holes on the O-line, the D-line, weapons-wise, where you need faster man beaters as far as wide receivers go and stuff. So, I look back at 2016 when the Niners had a chance to get the first pick overall, and that first pick would have been Myles Garrett. Instead, I think it was the second to last game of the season. Colin Kaepernick led the Niners to a win, I think, over the Rams it was, and they went for 2 at the end of that game. And I think they ended up winning 21-20, which slid them down. And instead of getting Myles Garrett, a generational talent, they got Solomon Thomas. I know there were some other players available. You know what I mean? Christian McCaffrey was there. There were some other guys. But wow, imagine a team with Myles Garrett on it instead of Solomon Thomas.
I remember they traded back to get Solomon Thomas.
Right, because of the Trubisky thing.
Yeah, the biscuits. The Bears wanted the biscuits, so you actually got Solomon Thomas and Reuben Foster.
And Reuben Foster.
Reuben Foster was the other first.
Got that too.
Which is nice.
It's exciting.
But he's right when you talk about moving up. If you wind up at 15 and you want to get to 11 to get a tackle, that's going to be pricey.
You also could have the number 1 pick in the draft and screw it up. So,
they wouldn't do that.
Oh no, they've never messed up an early first rounder. So, I get that. Let me come at this from a different angle. Okay, let's go to last year. San Francisco 49ers go to the Super Bowl, right? Because this is, I know, maybe not going to speak to a lot of you, but this is one thing that does matter to me. Let's say they do get eliminated this week, mathematically, and then the Lions come to town on a Monday night. And Brandon Allen or Josh Dobbs or Tanner Mordecai is playing football. If I'm a Packers or a Vikings fan, I'm coming to get you. I am livid, and I think that's fair. Niner fans, how would you have felt if last year you got knocked into the 1 seed? It clinched, famously as Kittle and Debo surrounded Mike Silver and watched on his phone as the Arizona Cardinals upset the Philadelphia Eagles, handed the Niners not just the 1 seed, but a week off, a week to go rest your bones to get ready for the playoffs. Can argue whether that helped or not, but they ended up winning the next 2 playoff games and going to the Super Bowl. What if Kyler Murray was in a polo shirt in that game and the Eagles run roughshod over the Cardinals who have nothing to play for, and that changes the entire structure of the end of the Niners season in the playoffs? That matters. It's just the way I look at it.
It'd be annoying,
the 49ers have got to play the Lions. They have got to try because that's how it works.
Well,
especially with 2 weeks to go.
Circumstances.
It's not even the last week.
Kyler Murray was coming back from injury, and he was trying to play his way back into being Kyler Murray again.
He had been back
Purdy's
the whole
in a
year.
spot where no, he didn't play the whole year. He came back
Almost
in mid-October, I believe.
It was pretty early.
But Brock Purdy's in a spot where if the Niners do believe that he's the dude, and I think that they do, and he's got a shoulder that may or may not be sore because it was earlier in the year, for me, it behooves you to take care of your own first. And yeah, you want to do right by the rest of the league second. But first and foremost, you got to take care of your own spot. And part of doing that is losing games.
Brock says he is not hurt.
Since I've been back playing, it feels good. And there's no doubt in my mind that there was still some injury with it or anything like that. When I got back on the field, man, I was good to go to play.
Now, you don't have to believe him. You don't have to believe him.
Oh, I believe him.
But those of you who are saying sit him because of the shoulder, Brock says he's fine. Says he's totally fine and doesn't even feel it.
Yeah. I get it.
So
yeah. Kyler Murray last year played 8 games.
Okay.
So it was probably like in that early November, mid-November stretch.
And if you don't want to use that example, there are 1,000 others. You know what I'm talking about.
I do. And I
you have to play the Lions.
I believe you, and I'm with you for the most part. But if it comes down to a tiebreaker for me and you're eliminated, I give a crap about the Lions and the Packers and the Vikings. My job as an organization is me and us.
Yeah, that's fine. But I also I don't think that I've ever seen the NFL even operate the way that you're sort of suggesting, which is the second you are no longer mathematically alive, that second you take your fancy players and put them away. Like sometimes in the last week, in the second half. You guys, some of you are suggesting here with 3 weeks to go. Are you telling me, by the way,
just 2, not 3.
Okay, but
you're still in it.
You're going to think this is a really harebrained point, but I'm going to make it because this is billions of dollars
I'll
now.
be the judge of that.
You know what next week is? It's a fantasy Super Bowl. You are not sitting Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase because, well, they're fancy and they're expensive and we're 6-9. You're not doing that.
Do you think the Bengals are actually thinking about that?
Why wouldn't they? Based on what you're arguing, I would say the Bengals need to exactly do that. Joe Burrow is $58 million man. I'm not going to
But they're not thinking about the fantasy playoffs as it pertains to what they want to do with their team.
I promise you that phone would ring. How is that any different than somebody in the NBA load managing on national TV night? When you know damn well the phone rings.
And they still do it.
Sometimes, but not usually. That's all I'm saying. And that's not point number one. I'm just telling you, you don't sit your players with 2 or 3 weeks to go just because you've been eliminated. I've never seen a team do that.
Well, New Orleans did last year with Derek Carr because they didn't want him to get hurt and they didn't want his injury guarantee to kick in.
That's a little different if you've got some sort of contractual thing going on. I mean, that's part of why Kirk Cousins just got benched.
Right.
They don't want him getting hurt.
Exactly.
Yeah, but they've got a different option and now a new plan going forward that also offers the ability for the Falcons to go out and win their football game this weekend.
Perhaps, and I don't know who Atlanta is playing the rest of the way.
The New York Giants.
Right, but are they playing any games that have playoff ramifications for other teams?
Themselves?
Well, not for them, but for other teams.
They're 7 and they're a game out of their division.
And I guarantee you, as we get into next week and the week after, there will be teams that choose not to play certain players because they're already out of it, and teams that are actually hunting draft picks. And I mentioned 6 teams that have 3 or fewer wins. They're all in the mix for the number 1 seed.
Sure.
They're in their own playoff race right now.
No doubt. But you're going to see certain players, but you're not going to see healthy ones. To me, you're suggesting sitting a healthy player who's at the most important position in the sport, sitting him with multiple weeks left in the season. I don't think I've ever seen that before. CJ Holmes, New York Daily News, unique insight into the Warriors and Dennis Schröder, because he's now covering the Nets, but last year he covered the Warriors. So Schroeder's about to make his debut. CJ's going to join us next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Hand Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That is BayAreaOilChange.com. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibbs? I like your picks.
3 in a row.
It's my guy. I'm hot.
And we have a Fade the Dibbers coming here this hour. Fade the Dibbers. And we know he's ready because it was within the last half hour that Dibbs did actually look up who's playing tonight.
Oh, the pick is in.
It was incredible. He's been telling me the pick is in all morning.
Yep.
And then a half hour ago, he goes, oh, Broncos and Chargers tonight. I'm like, how can the pick be in? You have to know both teams who are playing before you can make an educated pick.
Well, I make my picks on Wednesday. I make the whole rack of picks, and then sometimes I forget which one comes up first. But
who's playing?
I like the pick.
Okay, and I like all of the players.
And the pick is in.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? We go out to that guest line right now for CJ Holmes, who was covering the Warriors for years. And you left us, CJ. You left us to cover the Brooklyn Nets. How dare you do that?
Hey, long time no talk, gentlemen, man. You know, I had to do what I had to do. It's been good out here in the New York area, having a lot of fun. Say what you want about the team, but, you know, living out here has been cool. And the pick is indeed in. We're going with the Broncos, we believe.
Okay.
I love it.
Plus 2.5 tonight, which I think you're actually talking about winning the game, but we'll see about that. CJ now with the New York Daily News, and we like the team too because you just gave us Dennis Schröder, so that's pretty fancy. What can you tell us maybe that at this point we don't know about Dennis Schröder, who will make his Warrior debut in a couple hours?
Man, that's the thing. The things Dennis brings to the table are just so obvious. He's such a competitor, such a vocal leader, such a hard-nosed defender, and he's having a career offensive year. You know, there's something interesting Draymond said the other day, I think, is, you know, Dennis doesn't really fit what we do with the Warriors, but he's what we need. And he's exactly what that team needs, especially after losing DeAnthony Melton to, you know, season-ending ACL injury. He's a guy you can come in, give you a spark in the non-Curry minutes, and a guy that just brings it every night at both ends of the court. I mean, you can make an argument that he was one of the Nets', if not the Nets' most important player this season. And when you take a guy like him out of the equation, you kind of saw what the result was on Monday here at Barclays Center.
So what was the motivation for Brooklyn to trade him for virtually nothing? And because you got to take on the Melton salary, and you do get rid of Schröder, who was one of the better players with Brooklyn.
Yeah, it did kind of seem like just the way the deal was built. It kind of seemed like a lot of things cancel each other out. You trade an expiring for an expiring. You do get a couple second-round picks out of it, even though you sent one out. And for the Nets, they're just in a full rebuild here. I was surprised, you know, out of all the names, the veterans on this Nets roster that kind of been being rumored to be moved soon, you know, Cam Johnson, Dorian Finney-Smith, I was surprised to see that Dennis Schröder was the first guy to go, and I don't think he'll be the last. It's only a matter of when, but it's full rebuild here in Brooklyn. Trying to get these vets out into better opportunities on contenders, continue to build draft assets, clear up cap space. That's the name of the game here in Brooklyn right now.
CJ Holmes covering the Nets for the New York Daily News, and not long ago was covering the Golden State Warriors for a few years. So we're glad to have CJ in this particular moment especially. So CJ, I think you started to talk about this a little bit because of your unique knowledge of the way the Warriors operate and what Dennis Schröder is doing this year. What do you think about the fit and what it's going to look like starting tonight?
Yeah, it is an interesting fit. You know, when you just think of the archetype of the type of player that Dennis is, he doesn't really fit what the Warriors like to do. Has he improved much as a shooter since arriving in Brooklyn? Yeah, but he's not like a guy who's going to be, you know, knocked down from outside. You know, he's a guy who likes to have the ball in his hands, wants to come off some screens, wants to get to the rim and that nature. Not really a big assist guy in terms of getting others involved, although he is capable of doing it. But like I said before, it's going to be interesting to see how Dennis can take what he does well and implement it in the Steve Kerr system in Golden State. But I think the biggest thing that he brings to the Warriors is defense. that's something DeAnthony Melton was bringing before he went down with injury, if I'm not mistaken. And Dennis is a guy who could arguably do it at a higher level. So if you're a Warriors fan and you want to know how will Dennis Schröder make an impact immediately, it's going to be on the defensive end of the court.
What about Dennis as a locker room guy? Because we look at his, resume being on 7 teams or now 8. I can't even keep track of all the teams he's been on. That kind of speaks to somebody who maybe doesn't always appoint himself well within the confines of the locker room. What kind of a locker room guy was he in Brooklyn?
Oh, he was a great locker room guy. Dennis has been, I think this is his 10th NBA team or some crazy number like that, but I don't think it has anything to do with character issues. They loved him here in Brooklyn. Like I said before, he was this team's leader, not Cam Johnson, not Cam Thomas. It was Dennis Schröder, and he may not, and he doesn't lead by example. He does lead by example, but he leads vocally. You can see it out there on the court. He's rallying guys. He's calling huddles. He's slapping the floor. He's picking up 94 feet. That's just who he is. So if there are Warrior fans out there that are worried about how he'll fit into the locker room, that's something you shouldn't worry about at all. Dennis is the class act.
CJ, do you think, you sort of mentioned that you don't think the Nets are done. Do you think there are other Nets that might end up on or fit with the Warrior roster?
That's crazy, because if there were any player on the Nets roster that was going to get traded to the Warriors, I would have guessed it would be a guy like Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson fits into what the Warriors do perfectly, to a T. Could there still be conversations going on involving him? Maybe. I haven't heard anything. The latest reports were that the Warriors were never having conversations around Cam Johnson, Dorian Finney-Smith. It was always focused on Schröder. But, if they want to come back to the table, I'm sure Sean Marks will listen. And, Cam Johnson's a guy, 6'8", can stretch the floor, knockdown shooter, also having a career year. It is just so easy to see how he can fit in the Steve Kerr system.
And when you look at what the pieces coming back would have to be, the name that we always throw out based on salary fit alone is Andrew Wiggins. What's your impression of Andrew Wiggins from afar now, as far as what kind of a fit he might be in Brooklyn or elsewhere?
Yeah, I doubt that the Warriors would want to do this, but if there were any player on the current Warriors roster they'd be looking to, bring in, it'd probably be a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, who better fits the timeline of what they're trying to do here. But if you got to sacrifice Wiggins in a potential deal if you're the Warriors to get a guy like Cam Johnson, I guess you got to get it done. But from what I understand, still a lot of ups and downs for Andrew Wiggins, still struggling to find that consistency. He's a consummate pro. He's not an issue in the locker room or anything of that nature. But I just don't think that Andrew Wiggins is the type of player who kind of fits what the Nets are trying to do on their current rebuilding timeline.
CJ Holmes covering the Nets, used to cover the Warriors. CJ, let's talk about Kuminga and the Nets, but from a different vantage point. Take a listen to this. This came from Bobby Marks of ESPN on our show just yesterday.
Yeah, listen, I think Jalen Johnson in Atlanta got 5 for $150. I think that would be a number I would be fine with for Jonathan Kuminga, maybe even a little bit less. I don't think he's as consistent where Jalen Johnson is right now. Where the market is going to be next summer or this upcoming summer, there's really one team that has significant cap space, and it's the Brooklyn Nets. Everyone else is kind of in a tier 2, 20 to 25. Brooklyn's got a ton of room to go out if they wanted to go out and put a whopper of an offer sheet here. So I'm curious, and I'm interested to see certainly more. You kind of want more body of work. I think we'll see that here with Kuminga over the next 4 or 5 months.
So CJ, I'm interested not just about trade talk, but I'm interested if the Warriors do hold on to Jonathan Kuminga, try to negotiate with him next year. To listen to Bobby Marks, the market might say one thing, and there's only one team that could blow that market through the roof, and it's Brooklyn. Do you think they've got eyes for Jonathan?
Again, I can't confirm or deny whether Jonathan Kuminga is a target for the Nets right now, but what I can say is he does fit the timeline. There is a lot of intriguing tools there, and I don't even think the kid's 23 yet, right?
Right,
correct.
He's super young. He's oozing with potential. But again, Johnson wants to get paid, right? That's obviously been a source of a lot of tension between, JK and the Warriors organization this season. If you're going to pay him that much money, if you're going to pay him the kind of money that he's going to command, you want to know that the upside's still there. You want to know that he's still going to continue to improve on the skills that he has right now. If the answer is yes, I could see them totally taking a swing on a guy like him. But I think the Nets, in general, if they're going to spend money, they're going to be more focused on all-star level kind of talent.
Right, and he might be all-star talent, but probably not for 3 to 5 years based on what his trajectory has indicated. Steve Kerr said to us earlier in the week that he does still think it's viable to build a championship team around Steph Curry, who will be 37 in the spring. Having covered this team and being a real close watcher of the NBA, when you look at the Warriors with Steph as the centerpiece, do you still see them as a viable championship contender with upgrades?
Absolutely. And, it's funny to say, right up until that Nets game a couple weeks back when Schröder went out there and dropped 31 in that upset, the Warriors were rolling. I haven't been paying too much attention to them over the last couple of weeks. Obviously, they've been on a little bit of a skid, but as long as 30 is healthy, that team has a chance. As long as 30 is healthy, there are moves that can be made and pieces that you can put around that team to get them back to a championship level. It's just going to come down to, Mike Dunleavy willing to pull the trigger on some of these moves. And, like I said, Steph is getting older. He's 37 years old. He's not getting any younger, but he's still Stephen Curry. As long as that guy is healthy, the Dubs have a chance to win a championship.
Hey, CJ, great to hear your voice, man. Thank you so much for hopping on with us.
Man, it was so good to hear y'all's voices too, and thank you so much for having me. Let's hope the Warriors and the Nets make another move soon, and we can hop back on again.
Yeah, because they're not meeting in the final, CJ. I don't know if you know that.
that is for sure.
Okay, all right.
That was a hot take, CJ.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, there you go, CJ. CJ Holmes used to cover the Warriors. Now he's doing the Nets, and some interesting thoughts there as Dennis Schröder gets ready for his Warrior debut in a matter of hours.
Yeah, good locker room guy, even though he's now going to be on his 8th team, and good defender, and a guy who was a bucket getter and hung 31 on the Warriors earlier this year. And the Nets are still going to be active in the trade market, it sounds like.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. Do you have it in front of you? If you don't look. Do you have his 8 teams in front of you?
I looked at it a moment ago. But
a moment ago.
It was a few moments ago, but with my memory.
How many moments is a few?
About 6 minutes ago.
Do you have the game show music, Lucas?
Based on my advanced age and my short-term memory issues, based on my life in the 90s, I probably won't even remember all 8.
Okay, can you name the 8 teams starting tonight? Obviously, He has not played for the Warriors yet, but we'll fix that here in less than 2 hours.
Assuming he plays tonight.
Can you name the 8 teams for which Dennis Schröder has played?
Well, I feel good about, Brooklyn as a guess.
That's correct. Oh, Lucas doesn't know where the ding of the buzzer is, does he? Do you?
Yep.
Okay.
That actually counts.
All right, that works.
The Warriors are going to be one.
Warriors and Nets, that's 2.
Nope. The Lake Show, he played for them twice. I know that.
That's correct.
Counts for 1.
Los Angeles Lakers.
Atlanta. I think he was a Hawks.
That's where he started.
Yeah.
2013. That's 4.
I'm trying to remember the various hair colors that he's had because he tends to go color coordinated with his team.
He's got that spot there on the right side of his head that sometimes is different color than the rest of his head.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm only saying that to stall because
of course you are.
Well, I just looked at it like literally 5 minutes ago, and I've already forgotten.
Well, this is kind of like when you get introduced to somebody at a party.
Oh my God, I'm the worst.
And then you go to the bathroom, and you have no clue what Jim's name is, even though that intro came 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, and I hate that because I strive to be better than that.
Yep.
And I'm just not better than that.
Nobody
I said
is.
Atlanta already, right? Atlanta and the Lakers, Brooklyn and the Warriors.
Right, that's 4. There are 4 more.
Yeah, man. Was he a Rockets?
That's 5.
Okay, he was a Rockets. And, man, it's easier to think about teams that he wasn't on right now. I know he wasn't a Jazz.
No, we're not playing that
He wasn't a Blazers.
No, we're not playing.
He wasn't a Nuggets.
Yeah,
he wasn't a T-Wolves. No, I'm working out. He wasn't a Raptors. He wasn't a Celtics. And he wasn't a I don't think he was a Sixers or a Knicks.
Okay.
He wasn't a Hornets.
Glad you're working your way through this.
No, I am, and I'm trying really hard here.
You want me to say something that'll really
live
throw a
up in
wrench
an
in all
hour.
this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, some of the teams you just named that he wasn't a. Yes, he was.
Oh, crap.
He was a.
Yes, he was a.
Was he a Knicks?
Nope. That's buzzer number one.
How many do I get?
I think we've got time maybe for one more.
Okay, this is awkward.
Yeah. Three more teams that you have not named. He was a Laker, a Rocket, a Net, a Warrior, and a Hawk. Who are the other three, Dibs?
Was he a Hornets?
I'm sorry, you've lost our game. Fade the Dibbers.
And I looked it up, too.
You said he was...
Literally 8 minutes ago.
You said he was not a Raptor. He literally was a Raptor last year.
No chance.
You said that he wasn't a Celtic. Oh, yes, he was.
Yep. He was a Celtics?
2021-22 season.
God.
I think you forgot where he actually, like, after the Hawks, where he really started to make his mark in the league. OKC Thunder.
Oh, that's right.
OKC Thunder.
Don't yep him.
Now,
he's looking at it.
He also played for SG Braunschweig.
I knew that.
The Phantoms Braunschweig. I have no idea if I'm butchering those words. I'm sure that I am. Also spent a little time after right before the Hawks with the Bakersfield Jam.
Okay.
I assume that's the G League. Yep. All right, thank you, Lucas.
No ding, but he's got that yep on a short list.
Yep, he's going to use it for the rest of the day. Yep. All right, good. So there it is.
8 teams, there you go.
Here comes the Dennis Schröder era for the Golden State Warriors starting tonight in Memphis. Now, we played the Bobby Marks from yesterday for CJ. There's one more, and I want to actually put them back side by side because it sets the table for, I don't want to call this a proposal, but there is the framework of a potential Jimmy Butler trade that has been presented by the assembled National Basketball Association media. We'll tell you exactly who threw this out there, but more importantly, exactly what was said. And then ask, would you do it? Would you do this? But first, listen to Bobby Marks, because this matters in the conversation. You asked him, what is Jonathan Kuminga going to command on the open market?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think Jalen Johnson in Atlanta got 5 for $150. I think that would be a number I would be fine with for Jonathan Kuminga, maybe even a little bit less. I don't think he's as consistent where Jalen Johnson is right now. Where the market is going to be next summer or this upcoming summer, there's really one team that has significant cap space, and it's the Brooklyn Nets. Everyone else is kind of in a tier 2, 20 to 25. Brooklyn's got a ton of room to go out if they wanted to go out and put a whopper of an offer sheet here. So I'm curious, and I'm interested to see. Certainly more. You kind of want more body of work. I think we'll see that here with Kuminga over the next 4 or 5 months.
Okay, I think for you and I both, the eyebrows went up because all we keep hearing about when everyone has the Kuminga conversation is 35 to 40.
Yep.
And Bobby says 30, actually maybe less. I can tell you right now that if Jonathan Kuminga gets an average annual value with a number starting with the number 2, that to me is much more comfortable. And I think it's a game changer in terms of their maneuverability, their flexibility with other things that they may want to do with their roster. For example, I would be much more comfortable with a lot of the heavy back-end money that might go to someone like, say, Jimmy Butler, if you could get him without giving up Jonathan Kuminga, and I think that you can. So that comment from Bobby, oh no, Dibs, kind of reshaped my world a little bit with regard to Jonathan's future.
And I said that yesterday on the air because you said, we're suddenly getting you back on board with the idea of a move of that ilk. And I said that it's in large part because of what Bobby said. And if you look at next year's salaries coming off, Schröder at 13, GP2 at 9, Kavan at 8, that's $30 million right there.
Yep.
$30 million off. And if you put in Jonathan at 27 and a half, that would take those 3. You add Kuminga in, and Kuminga's making 7 this year, so that'll only be $20 million more next year. You still have $10 million in room next year to go out there, and even if you did add Jimmy Butler. That would probably be at the expense of Wiggins, who's making 28. Right. So your balance sheet doesn't get totally out of whack if you make that kind of
Absolutely.
move.
And you can go over the line next year because you won't be a repeat offender.
Yeah, good call.
They have reset that this year. So the next question is, well, okay, could you get Jimmy Butler without giving up Jonathan Kuminga? Or could you do any big deal without giving up Jonathan? Bobby Marks.
I think with the players that we're talking about right now, whether it be, Butler, and I think, certainly Ingram, and I haven't heard anything with Golden State linked to Ingram. I think you can keep Kuminga and potentially, if you're willing to basically give up. I think that the draft equity certainly is important here. I think it's a matter of what's important to Miami. What's important. They're not a team that takes a step back and goes through the draft. So what's important to them from a player standpoint here? But I think that would be the end goal as far as if you're trying to do a deal and try to keep Kuminga being involved in it.
It's interesting. This whole conversation yesterday really reshaped my mind on the entire idea of the Warriors in a trade, because I don't want to say that I never thought of this. I certainly had kind of hoped it, but I thought if you were going to get someone that really mattered, the likelihood is it's going to need Jonathan Kuminga to be in the deal, number one. And number two, I still have questions over whether or not Jonathan really, really, truly fits on this roster at the end of games with Steph. But let's imagine it for a moment. I think most of us have poo-pooed this. But I'm starting to warm to the idea of Jimmy Butler on the Warriors. I'm really starting to warm to this idea. Here is at least one potential deal that works, and I wonder what you think, and I wonder what you all think. Would you do this? 888-957-9570. It's essentially a 3-team deal. It's going to end up involving the Detroit Pistons and whatnot, but here's what you'd have to give up. Jimmy Butler comes to the Warriors. You will give up Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, Gary Payton, Kevon Looney, and 2 future first-round draft picks. 2025, top 4 protected, and 2028 unprotected. That's essentially what you're giving up. I understand that the future picks, especially in 2028, it's a little bit of a knife twist. But I want you to imagine the closing lineup. Steph, Schröder, Kuminga, Butler, Draymond. And Kuminga's not in the starting lineup. He's the 6th man. That way, you can have Draymond have some minutes at the 4 with maybe Trace Jackson-Davis playing at the 5. And then you still have bench pieces like Podziemski and Moody
and Buddy
Hield. Yeah. Does that team sound like a real squad, a playoff squad at all to you?
It sounds like a playoff squad. I don't think that that's enough to get you over the hump, quote unquote, to be a championship team. I do think that your bench depth is a little scary to me. You've got Moody and Pods and Buddy, right? That'd be largely your bench, and Kuminga, I suppose.
And correct, Kuminga. That's a 9-man rotation. Right. That's what we've all been asking to get to.
You're losing Slow-Mo and GP2 and Looney, right?
Yep.
And as well as Wiggins, right?
And Wiggins, and 2 picks.
Right. And again, the picks to me, I would much rather have the 2025 be unprotected and the 2028 be the one that's protected, but I don't think it works really that way.
Can I read the first 3 texts that just came in?
Sure.
Comcast Business text line. But then we'll put it out to you, and we'll discuss this further. 888-957-9570. You want to do that deal? First text. I feel like that's a lot. Next text. Bleep no. And third text. That's a no from me, dog.
Yeah. It feels like a lot to me, too. Just at the first blush. And the other part of it is, what's Jimmy going to want in the future?
Yeah,
if he agrees to opt in to his player option, so now you get him for a year and a half, then I'm more open to it. But I don't want to have to give him 4 years and $220 million.
Lot more to discuss on this, okay? But time for you to call in. Would you do it? Kyle Anderson, Gary Payton, Andrew Wiggins, Kevon Looney, the 2025 first rounder and the 2028 first rounder. You get Jimmy Butler. 888-957-9570. Warriors in Memphis tonight. Tip-offs at 5. Warriors live at 4. That's pretty soon. Presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And bring on your calls. We're going to talk this out on Willard and Dibs. Yeah, but you don't play here anymore, so that's the end of that. Thanks for your opinion.
I didn't know we had that.
I didn't either.
First time I've heard that.
I am getting the weather report next week for Orange County, California.
Yeah.
Because that's where my sister lives. We'll be visiting there for Christmas. And a little birdie told me, let me look at this. Oh, yeah. Christmas is ridiculous down in L.A.
71.
69, 68, 69, 69, 69. It's the same thing every single day.
Right.
You know what it is down there during Christmas? It's hot.
Yeah. You know who else is hot? And you can admit it. And none of you have wanted to finally give credit where credit's due. All year I've been trying to claim I was hot. And you said, oh, you need to win 3 in a row to be hot. I finally win 3 in a row. And I can't get any love from you
right now?
From Lucas.
Are you for real right
Mark
now?
Grandy in his sickbed.
You
All I
cannot
want
be
is
for real.
credit where credit is due.
Credit is credit's due.
I've been grinding all year, and I finally get to a spot where I'm worthy of some plaudits, and none of you want to give it. That's fine.
Why do
I'm
you
not that
think
needy.
I just did the whole weather in LA bit? Why do you think I did that?
Because you owe it to me, dog. Because I'm hot.
That's called credit where credit's due.
Finally.
I led you to water.
Yeah, and?
You took a drink.
Couple drinks.
But you better chill because you need to make another pick or else you ain't hot and you ain't over 500 anymore. Fade the damn Debris. Let's go. The great John Wooden once said, be quick but don't hurry. I'm asking you to do both because we want to get to these Jimmy Butler Warriors calls.
Yeah.
And this game tonight is kind of, I'm sorry, what? The Broncos and Chargers. Broncos and Chargers. That's right. They're going to play in L.A. where the Chargers don't actually call home, but it doesn't matter. The spread, can we confirm 2.5? Is that right?
Yep.
2.5. The Bolts are favored over the visiting Broncos. Both look like AFC playoff teams. Dibs.
Well, this is an interesting one because you're right. The Chargers don't really have much of a quote-unquote home field. And if you look at the advanced metrics, EPA, expected points added, Denver's got the best defense in the National Football League. Their defense is amazing, but the Chargers aren't far behind defensively. According to EPA, I have them at like 6th in defense.
I think the Chargers have given up the fewest points in the NFL.
I'm not concerned with points allowed because when you want to talk about points allowed, a pick six that your QB throws actually goes onto that ledger. So that's kind of a simpleton stat.
I would like to stand corrected in that because the Bucs scored 40 on them last week, the Broncos and Chargers are now tied.
Right.
Exactly the lowest number in the league. But
yeah,
carry on.
Well, and again, PA is lesser than EPA because PA, a special teams point allowed and a offensive pick six, all these things play into it.
Sure.
But the greater point is these are two of the better defenses in the National Football League. The Chargers offense, slightly better, and it's only 2.5 points. So I am going to root for the home team. And if they don't win, it's a shame. If they don't cover, it's a bigger shame. I'm going to do it. Put your hands down.
I'm ready.
The pick is in. You take the Chargers and you minus 2.5. No?
I agree with you. No, I already bet it this morning. I totally agree with you.
So does Guru.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Crap. Well, this will be a night for the ages if we're right.
Yeah.
Good Lord. I hate agreeing with you.
Fade.
You
everybody, won't? Fade. Everybody. Here we go. Here we go.
I don't. You're not being authentic. I don't believe you when I hear you.
No.
I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling that you believe what you're doing. Your fade chant sounds like Steiny picking the Mavericks in 6. I don't believe you.
Oh, he meant it.
He didn't.
And he still is wearing it.
He's wearing it because he didn't mean it.
Well, he did that thing.
Yep.
He did the damn thing.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Well,
damn it.
Damn
it. I hate it when that happens.
I called it before the year started that the Chargers were going to be one of the surprise teams. You can hate
You did?
You can hate khaki pants all you want. Jim Harbaugh.
He's a good coach.
And what he does is he turns teams around, and he gutted the roster, and he has immediately built it in his likeness, which is 3 yards and a cloud of boredom.
And good defense.
And they might win this game 12-11. And you're right about the snooze fest part of this, but
all right,
he just is going to grind it out. Take the Chargers.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm annoyed. I don't like the way that went at all.
I was going to give you a pick for the women's Final Four volleyball, which you take Pittsburgh. And
it's
you lay,
too late. You can't lay a bet when the game has already started.
Yeah, it's a good one though.
Anyway,
First to 2.
Let's reset this, ladies and gentlemen.
Take the Panthers.
Okay. Let's reset this. Once again, the idea and the money work. Here's the thought. You keep Kuminga and you get Jimmy Butler. The give up is Andrew Wiggins, Kevon Looney, Kyle Anderson, Gary Payton II. And 2 first-round picks. 2025, top 4 protected. And 2028, unprotected. That's the trade. You get Jimmy Butler. You're not playing 12 or 13 players anymore. I would argue your starting lineup becomes Steph, Dennis, Butler, Draymond, TJD. Your finishing 5 becomes Steph, Dennis, Jonathan, Butler, Draymond. That's your new death lineup, if you will. I think you score better. I still think you defend really well. Dibs, I know it hurts a little bit.
It hurts more than a little.
Before I say what I'm about to say, I want you to hear Steve Kerr again the other day when I asked him, is it realistic to build around someone who's about to turn 37?
I think the answer to that is yes, it's realistic. This is a once-in-a-generation player and athlete. He's superbly conditioned. We just watched him 2.5 years ago carry us to the title. This is Steph Curry's team, and he's still an all-star. You saw him in the Olympics this past year. It's our job to put him in a position where we're in the playoffs and we give him a chance with the best group around him, the best schemes, the best coaching, the best training staff. And that's the focus. And Warriors fans know really well that guys like Steph don't come around very often. You know, we went 40 years between titles from 75 to 15. So we have Steph. He's still playing at an elite level. We have to give him every resource to try to take us home again because we've watched him do it 4 times. So that's why we're doing what we're doing.
We have to give him every resource. Dibs, I know it hurts a little bit. I would do this.
Yeah.
I would do this. Jimmy Butler is averaging 19.4 points per game. You put him on the floor at the end of games alongside Kuminga and Steph and Schröder. These problems scoring the basketball in the last 3 minutes go away, and your defense stays strong. You shorten your bench, which you're going to need to do. It stinks to high hell, I get it. But I do it.
Yeah, not me. I'm out, and I think that the depth that you have right now, you might have a little too much depth, but this to me makes you too threadbare in terms of depth. You lose Slow-Mo, a good 8th or 9th man, glue guy. You lose Wiggins, a starter who's a good two-way player. You lose GP2, who can be a great perimeter defender in spots. You lose Kevon Looney, a great locker room guy, and your only real backup big. So now from a size standpoint, you've got Trace Jackson-Davis and end of list, unless you want to elevate Quentin Post.
You probably find a way to get another body.
And I put this into the trade machine, the NBA trade machine, the 3-way deal. It does work for all 3 teams. And Detroit would get Kevon as a part of this deal by way of Miami. And they also get a second-round pick from Miami, which is the Lakers' second-round pick. That's all nuance of this. You're giving up 2 picks, and the part that really scares me is the 2028 unprotected.
I get it.
Because in 2028, if all these guys are gone, Steph and Jimmy and Draymond and Wiggins would be gone, and if you are, as you said that they would be, which is you've got nothing, you're a lottery team, and Now you don't have a lottery pick.
I understand.
And I know you're not as concerned about the future as Joe Lacob and I.
And you got to give something up if you want to do this. If you want to go for it, you got to give something up.
I don't want to go for it in this fashion, and I don't know what Jimmy Butler is going to want. If Butler wants, if this deal is a deal that gets done and Jimmy Butler wants an extension or else it's no deal, how does that make you feel about the trade?
Okay.
So he wants 4 years and $230 million. And you're okay with that?
I don't know that's. I don't know if it's 4 years. I don't know. At his age, is that what he can command? I don't know. I don't know where that discussion goes. But if you're asking me if it's okay that at a pretty big number, Jimmy Butler plays here longer than just the rest of this year, I can stomach that. I know they're old, but you put him next to Steph Curry. Like what we just talked to Bobby about makes it sound like you might be able to fit Jonathan into this financially as well. And I think that is probably the best the Warriors can do and what represents going for it and maximizing the remainder of Steph's career. Will it work? Probably not. But that's the world in which we live. Yeah. Everything in sports is probably not.
But if it's a probably not for me, then, and I agree with you, it's a probably not.
Probably not going to do anything good with the 2028 first rounder either.
Well, you don't know that.
No, you don't know that this won't work either. My point
is, there's a 16-year-old out there right now that maybe is the next LeBron James.
But everything is probably not. Like, even when you're a favorite, it's probably not.
Of course. Only one team wins the title every year. And, we were talking about the Giannis sound before, about the idea of a failure. And, Michael Jordan played 15 years and he won 6 titles. Does that mean the other 9 years were failures? I disagree with that. And Giannis is absolutely right. But I look at this trade and what it does for this year's team. Yeah, Jimmy Butler's really good. He's an all-star and he's probably going to be a Hall of Famer. But if it doesn't work out this year, then you're stuck. And if Jimmy opts into his $50 million deal, then you're left with a pretty thin bench going forward and you've got an aging roster. I just don't like it. I think you're giving up too much, especially when it comes to picks. I would much rather see them do something incremental as opposed to this absolute Hail Mary of a move.
I get it. We've also never heard that with the Warriors. Every single thing that we've heard a Shams or a Windhorse or anyone say, at no point is anyone like, Warriors are really looking to do some Farhan stuff out there now.
Well, they've already done one of those.
I know. And all we've heard is more coming. Warriors, Joe Lacob, they think big. They're not thinking about tightening the screws. They're thinking about throwing the bucket out back and getting a new one. Ted and Petaluma on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Ted. Thanks for the call.
Hey, appreciate it. Enjoy listening to you guys. But I would have to absolutely disagree with you. A couple of things you said almost made me laugh. You said Steph is kind of old, so you take one old guy and put him next to another old guy and expect magic. That's one part. The other part is when you think about this trade, I kind of think about Durant. I know it's not an apples to apples comparison, but when we thought about the Durant trade, we all automatically thought championships. That's not what comes to mind when I think about trading for Butler. It's just not the same, in my opinion. So, bottom line is, I would definitely not give that. I would rather take our chances with young players, a deep bench, and maybe one additional young 5 who can actually score. That seems to me like what we're actually missing. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, we got it, Ted. Thank you so much for making the call. And again, I feel like I keep saying this over and over. It's not that I disagree with you or that matters. What matters is that Steph disagrees with you. That's all. Like, if Steve Kerr's going to sit here and say, yes, it's completely realistic to build around a guy who's 36, if he's going to say that, then why are we saying, well, why would you acquire another old player? Because he's actually younger than Steph, and he still scores 20 points per game. And the idea of, as Ted put it, quote, taking our chances with the young guys is not attractive to them. It's just not. And let me further it. Like when people say, well, Mark, that's not going to work. Neither's your idea. It's not. They're not good enough right now.
Well, I don't think they're good enough if they bring in Jimmy Butler.
And that's a fair opinion.
So we're gonna shovel assets into a furnace for something that's not going to work either. That to me it's insanity to take. And I know you don't love the idea of the future and these picks that may or may not be worth anything. We'll never know until the picks are made. They could be Wiseman. They could be Steph Curry. They're allowed to have a top 10 pick, and they're allowed to find the next Steph Curry. I mean, it's unlikely, highly unlikely.
And they're allowed to take this chance, too.
Yeah, they can do whatever they want.
Because, again, as Steve, and I think this is what's fair. It's not like, I hear y'all about age. I really do. I really do. But what I think Steve and the Warriors are saying is, understand, there are a lot of great players that play in the NBA. But the number of generational all-time greats, I'm not kidding you. A lot of us might be dead the next time the Warriors have someone like this.
That was a little bit more morbid than I wanted.
I'm telling you the truth. Like, you and I lived for how long before he showed up?
Yeah, almost our whole life.
And as great as Chris Mullin and Tim Hardaway and Mitch Richmond and anybody else, Rick Barry, as great as all of them were, they're not this. They're not this. You don't.
Is he still that, though?
I don't know. I can't definitively answer your question.
Yeah, I don't think that he is still that.
And that's a fair comment. But Steve is saying we still think that he is, number one. And number
he
two.
used the Olympics where it was 2 games over a 3-day stretch. And if you want to look at the whole Olympics, he was not very good in the early part of the Olympics. So if we're going to be totally fair about what that was.
I mean, the Warriors are going to sit here. I don't think the Warriors are like, dude, we got this. Steph's still amazing. Trust us. I think what they're saying is, look, that's a better bet than the other way. It's a better bet than thinking, I think Kuminga's going to be a star. Even if he's an all-star, is he going to be a champion? Is he going to be a generational, get on my back, everybody around me, let's make this thing go, and let's win the whole banana.
I do think that, let's just say that Jonathan Kuminga can be that.
Okay.
I don't think that he can be that during the remainder of Steph's career. I will grant you that. And let's just say Kuminga gets to a level where he is an all-star and he is a dude. It's probably in 3 to 5 years, and Steph will be 40 to 42. So at that point, the timelines don't line up for what you're talking about. I'll grant you that. I just don't think that adding Jimmy Butler, depleting your bench, makes what you have now suddenly a thing that's worth all that risk.
I get it. But we could also bounce around the league and talk about all the dudes. You know what I mean? LaMelo Ball is a dude. Turns out he's a dude. He's averaging 30 a night. What does it add up to? They suck.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can even look at Jordan Poole, he's having a great year, but they're terrible.
They stink out loud. Tyrese Maxey, 25 a night. What's it get you?
Yeah.
You stink.
Well,
you stink. So
that's not his fault.
No, it's not LaMelo's fault, and it's not Jonathan's fault. I think that's the point the Warriors are trying to make. Yo, we don't get to do this again. Maybe ever. So squeeze the orange. Even if it's a bad bet, it's no worse than what you're betting on. Hang on to everybody because they're young. Bad bet. It's a bad bet.
No, you don't. For me, you don't know that.
You don't know anything. We don't know that Jimmy Butler won't work.
Well, you know what you have. And so if you look at what you have and you want to subtract what you're saying they could subtract, which is Wiggins, Peyton, Slow-Mo, and Kevon, and you add Jimmy Butler, you could look at that and tangibly say, okay, what does that do for us? Now your finishing 5 is pretty sexy, and I like that. But then I look at the bench, and you've got Buddy and Pods and TJD and
Kuminga.
Hi, this is Guy Santos and I mean Kuminga and Pat Spencer. And
that's
pretty thin.
How many players do you want to play?
Well, Steve likes to play 9 or 10, and this year he's been playing 12.
Yeah, that's 9. So, you just mentioned 9.
Yeah, but of the 9, I mentioned 3 guys who aren't really guys you want to play in high leverage spots.
Well, no, you have your leverage guys, and I'd argue that, Kuminga comes in off the bench, and he is a leverage guy, and I think Buddy Hield is certainly capable of that from a scoring standpoint. I know that right now everybody's mad at Pods, but it's not like he goes out there and doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
No, but people are clamoring for him to go to the G League, and now TJD can't even get minutes.
That's
TJD is he's fallen out of the rotation, so now you're talking about 7 playable guys, and all of whom would be over the age of 30. That to me does not sound like a sustainable championship plan.
Mike in San Diego next up. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man.
I'm kind of agreeing with Willard here. You are 100% right. You do this. Steph Curry don't grow on trees. The only, we, as fans, we tend to overrate our players because, we watch them all the time, and I get that. I do it too. But from Miami's point of view, the only real asset they're getting is Wiggins' salary and a post-Steph first-round pick, which that first-round pick's probably pretty good. I think you just do this trade because you're not going to find a Steph Curry again, and maybe it's a bad trade, maybe it's not, but you have to go all in at this point. You're not going to find another Steph Curry unless you're insanely lucky. And just kind of to take an example from maybe a team just a little north of me in LA, like the Rams, F them picks, go for it.
Right. and thanks, Mike. And
walk you off, Lucas.
And it worked. It worked once. It hasn't necessarily worked again. But what the Rams have sort of been able to do, which I would argue also we have not brought up, and the Warriors could do. Let's say they did a deal like this. It didn't work out. There are options between now and 2028 to try to regenerate yourself and regenerate your assets. I'm not saying you would necessarily get a high lottery pick,
right?
But there are ways to reboot assets if you get to a point.
Well, the Rams traded Aaron Donald, right?
Yeah,
among others.
No, they didn't trade Aaron Donald.
Oh, he just walked in free agency?
He's retired.
Yeah.
He retired.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, there's ways. If you go for this and then a year and a half from now, you're like, okay, now it's really, really cooked and we're a bad basketball team, there's ways to start making maneuvers to rebuild your assets. So it's not, I don't think the Warriors are too smart to end up with the pants down. That's another premise that I will go with in this opinion.
Well, I think that if you trade 2 first-round picks over the next 4 years and you wind up with Jimmy Butler for 3 months and it doesn't work out, your pants are kind of halfway down.
I don't know about that. I mean, especially coming from somebody who you don't think they've got anything now. You don't think they've got action now.
You don't think they have any action then. And I think they have more, like when Steph and Draymond are gone, you were saying before that they've got nothing.
Right, because that's 4 years down the road. So that's a story that we're building in our head, number one. And number two, yes, Jonathan can be great. And that doesn't mean you have a great basketball team. It means you have Jonathan. The same way Charlotte has LaMelo. It adds up to nothing. You have to have a whole team. You're going to have to build assets in a number of different ways. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Hey, guess what, kids? Dennis Schröder is starting, and the Warriors play in an hour, and Warriors Live starts next on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, it's Dan Dibley to talk about Abundant Life weight loss, and you've heard the spot, as Steiny reads it so eloquently, in the crossover, and I know
And after what feels like a lengthy NBA Cup layoff, we are back to action. The Warriors in Memphis tonight, taking their 14-11 record on the road against the 18-9 Memphis Grizzlies, who have been very successful of late, and they will be seeing a new look Warriors squad as Dennis Schröder is now on the squad and in the starting lineup tonight.
I love it. Looking forward to it. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's the first player to ever wear 71 with the Golden State Warriors. And I kind of like the twist because he rocked 17 throughout the majority of his career. And 17 is kind of historically spoken for here.
All taken care of.
The left-hander.
Even I know that one.
Actually, I wore 17 throughout my my post-CYO career because of Chris Mullin. 17 became my number, so Schröder will go 71.
We have this update. Dennis Schröder is the third Warrior to wear the number 71.
There you go.
But the first since the 60s. So
wow.
It's been a minute.
Now, that surprises me because I thought back in the day, the numerology had to be where it could be single digits on each hand. That way, or you could be 1 through 10. That way, if there's a foul on 9, you can signal it to the scorers table.
Always thinking like an official you are.
Thank you, Yoda, because that's what I do.
Yeah, I'm just passing along from Lucas, who, of course, might be wrong, but I doubt it in this particular case. Lucas, do you have names?
Yeah. Willie Knowles in 1963.
That's right.
And
Willie
McCoy
Knowles.
McLemore in 1965.
Yeah.
I love Div. Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's right.
I remember that guy.
I remember Willie Knowles.
70 years ago. I remember that. I don't.
Yeah.
But anyway.
And while we're in the space of old Warriors, condolences to Frank Kendrick, the family of Frank Kendrick, who passed away, member of the 1975 championship team. We got word that he has passed away. So as we're in a space of former Warriors and older Warriors, we should just throw that in there.
Absolutely. Rest easy, Frank Kendrick, and thoughts to the family. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. By the way, we think the good stuff is our conversation from earlier this week with Steve Kerr, and we'll pass along a good, healthy portion of that to you, the Warrior faithful, here in just a couple of minutes. We do want to rock through the injury report, which is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. For the Warriors, as we know, Moses Moody continues to be out. He's got a left knee issue, been bothering him for a bit, missed the last 2 games, and even with this time off, he is not ready to go. So Moses will miss this game again tonight for the Warriors. For the Grizzlies, Ja Morant on the list with low back soreness, but he will play. However, Marcus Smart was listed as doubtful and just announced as out with a shoulder issue. That is significant. Gigi Jackson and Vince Williams Jr. also both out. So the Grizzlies a little shortened up on the bench tonight.
Yeah, and it's an interesting matchup here as opposed to the last time they met back in November, where the Warriors beat Memphis to get to 10-2. The Grizzlies, with the loss, fell to 7-6, and since then the Warriors have gone 4-9, and Memphis has gone 11-3. So it's been a little bit of a reversal of fortune. And you were mentioning during the break that Memphis was kind of playing the D2 portion of their schedule.
Well, I mean, you take a look at, and this is not to take anything away. You play who's on your schedule, and it's the NBA. So if you win a bunch in a row, you get credit. But they went 10 out of 11 at one stretch, where they did have a win in Boston, but the other 9 wins literally read like the lottery. It will be next year's lottery who they beat in those 9 games. Philly, Chicago, Portland, Detroit, New Orleans, Indiana, Sacramento, Washington, Brooklyn. Apologies to Sacramento and a couple others that are not horrible teams.
Right.
But you get my point, is there's nothing in there that was like terribly scary or at the top of the West, but their 18-9 record is their 18-9 record.
That's right.
And they are 12-3 at home, so they are a daunting task tonight. The Warriors are a dog. We'll see how this plays out. I'm looking forward to a new look group. I'm looking forward to a group that knows how to handle the final 3 minutes of the game a little bit more professionally.
Yeah, and just to have, like you said, more professionally, and to have a second scorer and a new ball handler and Dennis Schröder and a guy who can defend. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this new combo is going to look tonight.
Let's hear how Steve Kerr sounded with us the other day. A lot of good, meaty stuff in there for Warrior fans. So we'll pass it along to you now. When Steve jumped on, we started by talking with Steve about the obvious new addition, and that is Dennis Schröder.
Typically, sometimes when you trade for a guy, it can take a few days, but he wanted to get out here and get to practice right away. So he flew yesterday, had his physical, and had a great practice today. We'll have another one tomorrow before we fly to Memphis, and really exciting to have him here.
And so what would at least in the immediate, what is your plan for him starting Thursday night?
Well, we haven't decided exactly who our starting lineup is yet, but you can bet he's going to be out there quite a bit. He'll take all the non-Steph minutes for sure, and he'll play with Steph some as well. I just think having 2 point guards, two guys at the point of attack who can penetrate the paint and get the ball moving, I think that's important in the modern NBA. So Dennis is going to play a lot for us, and there's a reason we traded for him. We need him right now. Our last 10 games, our offense has been among the worst in the league, and we think he's going to fill the shoes of DeAnthony Melton, who was our starter next to Steph, as you know, and gave us another point of attack guy. So we've missed that, and it's exciting to get Dennis because he's a hell of a player.
Does this affect the Pod's minutes at all, or is his role completely indirect as it relates to Schröder now joining the team?
I actually think this will really help Brandon. A year ago, he played most of his minutes, like 90%, next to either Chris Paul or Steph Curry. So he was really playing the two. And what we like about Brandon is his playmaking. But this year he's been playing mostly as the one, and that's a different role entirely. And so I think this will be good for him. He's really good on the backside of a play. When somebody else creates an advantage and then he gets the ball, he's great at creating the next advantage or the next pass that's there. And that's where he thrived last year, and I'm hopeful that getting him back into that role will help him get going.
Yeah, Coach, you actually said today that you felt it was almost unfair that you guys have put him in that position so far. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, well, he came to us last year as a combo guard, and he played next to two Hall of Fame point guards in Chris and Steph, and then to make him the lead ball handler behind Steph this year on a team that, isn't like really a modern NBA spacing team where you got 4 or 5 out. We put him in some positions where, he's trying to make plays. There's not a ton of spacing. It wasn't easy on him, and that was a role that was new for him anyway. So, I think this will make the game a little easier for him. I think, anytime you get a new player, you kind of have to gauge what it does with everybody else's role. And so this will create some opportunity. Obviously, Dennis will also take up some minutes, and there could be some opportunities taken away as well. But we are just going to do whatever it takes to win. And that's the plan. And, we'll see how it shakes out.
Steve Kerr with us, as he is every week. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, you guys made this trade literally the first second you could. And I get the replacement of Melton and that specific need, but I wonder what else you would say this sort of says about the urgency that you guys currently have, especially, Mike Dunleavy said, with the window of Steph, Andre, and you.
Well, we won 46 games last year and missed the playoffs, so we know how tough the West is, and the longer we waited on this move, the tougher it would have been to not only to acclimate Dennis, but to win games, because we needed his skill set. And so Mike was really operating with a sense of urgency, got the deal done. I think it's a hell of a move, and we're just excited to get this thing going.
Is size a challenge late in games defensively when you play Dennis and Steph together? And if so, does that change what you're going to do with the other 3 players on the floor late in games?
It can be, but most often I don't think it really is in the modern NBA. With the game so spread out, to me, it's more about speed and quickness than it is about size. And it all depends on the combinations you put out there. But again, I like having the two-pronged point guard attack. Dennis is really good defensively. He's not a big guy, but he's quick. He's got long arms. He can guard either spot. And he's got a great feel. He's a competitor. So I think those two will end up closing a lot of games together.
Steve, since I know you're locked into 95.7 The Game and listening every single day, you know that this conversation about now versus the future comes up all the time. And here's one thing that fans wonder about, and I wonder what you would say about it. We know Steph can still perform at a very high level, but is it realistic to build a championship-level team around someone who, come playoff time, will be 37 years old?
I think the answer to that is yes, it's realistic. This is a once-in-a-generation player and athlete. He's superbly conditioned. We just watched him 2.5 years ago carry us to the title. This is Steph Curry's team, and he's still an all-star. You saw him in the Olympics this past year. It's our job to put him in a position where we're in the playoffs and we give him a chance with the best group around him, the best schemes, the best coaching, the best training staff, and that's the focus. And Warriors fans know really well that guys like Steph don't come around very often. We went 40 years between titles from 75 to 15. So we have Steph. He's still playing at an elite level. We have to give him every resource to try to take us home again, because we've watched him do it 4 times. So that's why we're doing what we're doing.
What can you do to help him late in games? Because one thing Mark and I were talking about is a lot of screen roll with Draymond, and most teams just now trap him and get the ball out of his hands. Are there other sets or other approaches that you're looking at to try to find other ways to not only get him more effective late, but maybe get other people involved in the fourth quarter scoring?
Yeah, we've spent a good chunk of the last 3 practices going over late game execution, and it's one of the reasons we traded for Dennis. Frankly, he's a guy who can handle the ball under pressure and get Steph off the ball, and those two can play together down the stretch, and we can do a lot of things there. I think Wiggs is having a great year. I've got to do a better job of putting him in a position to attack in some of those situations. And then we've just got to execute better, and that comes with practice and being locked in and executing our stuff, and more than anything, getting stops. At the other end, when you can get 3 stops in a row late in the game, that's really ultimately what wins games. But all of that stuff combined is the answer. And we know we've given a few games away this year, and so we've got to tighten that up for sure and be able to finish games out.
Hey, Steve, happy holidays, Merry Christmas. Get a bunch of wins before we talk to you next, too, okay?
We will. Happy holidays to you guys, too, and everybody listening out there. And, we're going to get things rolling again.
Steve, thanks, man.
All right. Thanks, guys.
There it is, Steve Kerr this week on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Let's spend a minute or two on this. How do you think it's going to work? I mean, obviously, I'm a big believer in continuity, so I don't know. Maybe it takes Dennis Schröder a minute, but these are also veteran players, and he's playing really, really well this year. I haven't talked to anybody who doesn't think that, at least on paper, this feels like a really good fit.
It should be, and I like what Steve was saying about the non-Steph minutes. And so when you look at the Steph minutes, 31 on the year right now, his minutes are down, and I think that that's by design. So 31 of 48, Steph is going to play, which means that's 17 non-Steph minutes that Schröder will play, which tells me that Schroeder's probably going to play about 28 or 30 total himself, which means about 13 minutes with Steph. So as far as the backcourt goes, that's how you're going to stagger it. And then you look at the other spot, that gives Pods about, 15 to 20 minutes also in the backcourt, and then GP2 can filter in a little bit as well. And then the rest of it becomes, the wings. I think you've got, Kuminga and Wiggins pretty much figured out, and Draymond's going to get his. And then it comes down to, what do you do about the bigs and then your Buddy Hield and your slow-mo pieces.
I just think that there's a mental aspect to this as well, right? This just allows everybody to take a breath and relax because everyone's pressing so hard, especially at the end of games. Brandon Podziemski's being asked to do something that he's just, as Steve said, that's not his bread and butter. And so now he can take a moment, probably spend a little bit more time on the bench. Jonathan can also not necessarily feel that pressure of I've got to be the non-Steph scorer. Like I have got to go 1,000 miles an hour because at the end of games, they all just look stressed out. And now it's not that Dennis just takes over as some amazing scorer, even though he's good at scoring the basketball, but I just think it spreads everybody back out to where they're supposed to be, where they were supposed to be when Melton was on this basketball team. They can all go back to that now. And to me, that takes us back to the first 10, 12 games of the year when this thing was flowing really, really well. So add in his acquisition and a layoff and some time off that the Warriors have had. I expect a pretty energized group tonight.
Agreed, and I do think that the beneficiary of this is going to be Brandon Podziemski. His minutes go down, but his productivity stays where it is. And also, like you said, the pressure on him, I think, goes down. You don't need him really to ball handle. You don't need him really to score. Go out there and do what you did last year, which is glue guy, take charges, smart plays, rebound, do what you can do to be a productive player. If Schröder's going to get 28 minutes, those 28 have to come from not only one guy, but a bunch of guys. So I do think that a lot of these guys' minutes go down. Pods is averaging 25 minutes a night. That probably settles in around 18 to 20 for the time being.
We're going to head out to the arena shortly, but it's time for the Take It to the Bank prediction brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Why not hop in on the bus here? I'll say Dennis Schröder has at least 15 points tonight in his Warriors debut.
I like that, and I think he's going to get plenty of opportunity to look to score and make an impact offensively. It certainly is what they need. I'm not sure if that's where the over-under is set at. 15.
I have no idea. Yeah.
It's probably right about there, though, I would imagine. He's averaging 18 a night, but he's on a team with now a really designated number one scorer.
They'll probably look to him a little bit less.
Yeah. Mine's going to be a little bit obtuse, and you may like it, you may dislike it, but I'm just looking at the stats, and Draymond right now is ranked number 2 in a category where he always is number 1, and I think that he will tie for the lead tonight. Technical fouls.
Oh, gosh.
Draymond gets a T tonight. Draymond gets a T tonight.
You're predicting a technical foul?
I just did. He's playing in a place where the crowd will be animated.
Sure. We got a little thing with Memphis.
He's only had 6 T's this year. Dylan Brooks has 7.
Okay.
He's got a thing with Memphis, and I think that Draymond Green is going to come out, and not to say that it's going to cost him a game or he's going to get ejected. I just think that it's going to be like Draymond and Jolly Old England. It's tea time.
Maybe. I hope you're wrong, but it's a fun prediction. Lucas did look up Schröder's over-under. It's 13.5.
All right.
And I had said at least 15, so we're kind of in the same neighborhood. I'll take the over.
I like it.
On Schröder's point total.
I'll give you the win even if he has 14.
Okay, I really appreciate that kindness. It must be the holiday season.
And look up the over-under on Draymond text tonight, Lucas. You won't.
It's been set at 0.2.
It's always set at 0.2.
The out-of-town NBA game of the night is sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. There are 13 games around the association tonight, including the Knicks and the Timberwolves from Minnesota. We get why that's the game of the night. The trade is coming back together. Minnesota, Cat going home. Minnesota's been playing a little bit better of late. The Knicks are too, led by Karl Anthony Towns, who is there after being with the T-Wolves for so long, makes his return tonight, plus Julius Randle, Dante DiVincenzo take on their former Knicks teammates as well. Tip-off is set for 6:30 tonight in Minneapolis. Anyway, SFO can easily get you down to the Twin Cities at any time for a T-Wolves game if you like, but maybe you want to plan it around when the Warriors are in town. SFO can help out with that as well. Warriors have already played the T-Wolves twice this season, but both here in the Bay. Next 2 matchups in Minnie, including the Warriors' next stop. They're in Minneapolis on Saturday and then again on January 15th. SFO can get you there for either or both of the games. That is the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. It would be good for the Warriors to immediately hop back on and get some good vibes going because this is turning into quite a losing streak.
And that's what Steve said to us when he joined us earlier in the week. He said, we're ready to get back rolling. You've had a nice break. You have a new piece. It's a conference rival who has been a lot better than you over the last month. I'm going to use your phrase. It's time to boogie, Warriors.
It's time to boogie, man. Yep. It's time to boogie. And Memphis is a great place to do it. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Would you like to do this again tomorrow?
I'll give you one more.
Man, we're going to be heading into the holidays. We'll have a Warrior game to talk about. This will be fantastic for Dibs, for Lucas, for Grandy, who's home. Out to the arena next.
It's that time of year again, Bay Area sports.